Meet Ye Ning, the man blessed with the greatest god-level talent on the entire continent. Back when monsters were tearing through Huaxia, right on the capital's final battlefield, he unleashed a devastating strike, ripping a beast to shreds to save 3 Tier 3 warriors who were waiting for death. There was absolutely no room for error, and right above their heads lurked a mutated beast, a bizarre type that Ye Ning had never seen before. But the Tier 3 magic archer and the heavy hammer warrior foolishly rushed straight in, charging recklessly to their deaths. Before they could even touch a single hair on the beast, they were both wiped out with just a single shot. The Tier 3 psychic assistant couldn't stand seeing her comrades die so miserably, so she immediately rushed in to put her life on the line. She spread her arms, unleashing a barrage of fire, but it didn't even scratch the thing. Just as she was about to be vaporized, Ye Ning leaped in to block the devastating blow. Any monster that can easily one-shot 2 peak Tier 3 warriors is definitely no ordinary Tier 3 mutant. He yelled at the assistant to retreat, knowing she would only be a liability, and decided to face the beast alone. But the moment he blocked its attack, Ye Ning's sword snapped right in half. It was a scenario the military had run countless times. A Tier 4 mutant, once thought to be a myth, had actually appeared. To survive this fight, he would have to go all out. Ye Ning leaped into the air, pouring everything into his ultimate strike, but he failed. A blade pierced his heart, and the young man collapsed. Is this the true power of a Tier 4? It seems humanity still knows nothing about Tier 4 power. I couldn't even protect the world. I can't let it end like this. But suddenly, a familiar news broadcast started playing in Ye Ning's ears. His head throbbed with a splitting pain as he bolted awake. Confused, he muttered to himself, "Wait, didn't I die?" Just then, 2 guards approached. Someone wanted to make sure he'd missed the talent test. They lied, claiming he was out cold because of a virus, but with the testing going on outside, they'd be screwed if he woke up and made a scene. They began plotting their move. Let's just take him out. He's only a regular guy anyway. He's not some high and mighty descendant of an awakened. He's a nobody. If he dies, we'll just say he turned into a mutant. That was when Ye Ning realized with utter shock that he had been reborn 3 years in the past on the exact day of his talent test. Now it all made sense. The reason he couldn't test his talent back then was because someone had rigged the whole thing. He wasn't about to let them get away with it again. Ye Ning immediately sprang into action. He snatched the gun from the guard in front of him and took them out one by one. In his past life, missing this test forced him to survive by scavenging corpses. It took 3 years of wandering before the military finally discovered his god-level talent. But by then, the Huaxia defense zone had already fallen. He had absolutely no time or resources to grow, yet Ye Ning still reached Tier 3 in just 7 months. He was still miles away from his peak strength when he was forced onto the battlefield to fight a Tier 4 mutant. He deeply regretted how things turned out. He had failed to save his mother and his little sister, Xiaoan, but things were different now. There was still time. All he had to do was pass the test. By becoming the strongest, he could protect the people he loved and bring an end to this brutal apocalypse once and for all. Right then, a system notification chimed. Apocalyptic Sword God System successfully bound to host Ye Ning. His mission was to touch the testing crystal within 30 minutes to unlock and activate the system. If he failed, the system would permanently shut down on the 31st minute. Completing the mission would activate the system, multiplying his sword skills by 100 times and promoting him to a forbidden swordsman. This was a game changer. It was completely different from the basic systems every awakened possessed in his past life. Ye Ning wondered if this was his golden ticket, or if rebirth had triggered this change. After thinking for a moment, he decided it didn't matter. As long as he got stronger, any system would do. He needed to hurry up and start the test, then track down whoever was pulling the strings. The 31-minute countdown had already begun. Right then, a squad rushed out and blocked his path. Infected suspect spotted. Freeze right where you are. Hands behind your head. Ye Ning stood still, calmly scanning his surroundings. Their leader was just a low-level awakened. Since the rest were just regular guys, his best move was to take the leader hostage and force him to lead the way out. In a split second, Ye Ning snatched the captain's gun and held him hostage. Nobody move. Take me to the testing square. You have exactly 3 seconds to decide, or I blow your head off. Everyone looked at Ye Ning like he had completely lost his mind. The panicked captain stammered, "What the hell do you want there? A regular human wants to take the test? Look, maybe we had a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out, okay?" but Ye Ning just pressed the barrel harder against his head, demanding him to walk. Cold sweat poured down the captain's face. Kid, you'd better pray you actually awaken, because even if you do, you're not getting out of here alive. Meanwhile, over at the testing square, the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. A century ago, back in the year 2042, the global apocalypse descended. The world plunged into an era of sheer catastrophe, leaving less than 1/10 of our 10 billion population alive. That was also when the very first Awakener appeared, joining forces with the military to save Huaxia. Today is the big day, the ultimate test to see who among us actually possesses the talent. If you pass, you become a combat class Awakener, a hero destined to protect our territory. But if you fail, you get kicked out to live a completely ordinary, unremarkable life. The man speaking into the mic is Liao Tian, the military commissioner representative for the Tianfeng safe zone. Right now, he is kicking things off with the descendants of the Awakeners. But as everyone lines up waiting for their turn, a soldier suddenly rushes in with a frantic report. An infected individual has taken a hostage and is forcing their way right into the testing hall. Panicked murmurs spread through the crowd, right up until Ye Ning walks in, dragging his hostage with him. Liao Tian demands that he drop his weapon and surrender immediately, warning him that resisting means instant execution. In an instant, the soldiers draw their weapons, pointing them straight at him. But Ye Ning, his expression says it all. I am already in here, so I do not give a damn about any of you. He boldly declares, I am not infected, nor do I want to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I am just here to take the test. But Liao Tian completely loses his cool, shaking with rage. He screams at the guards to take him down immediately. That is when Ye Ning drops his gun and recites loud and clear. According to Clause 137 of the Safe Zone Charter, Awakeners are granted special immunity. Sure, disobeying military orders is a death sentence, but any crime can be wiped clean as long as you make a great enough contribution. The moment the squad leader is freed, he snaps. He lunges forward in a rage and throws a heavy punch right into Ye Ning's face, sending him rolling across the floor. Not stopping there, he pins Ye Ning down and snarls a warning. What kind of world do you think we are in to be quoting rules to me, kid? Liao Tian screams at the top of his lungs, demanding they execute Ye Ning on the spot. Just as a blade is about to pierce through him, the roar of a helicopter echoes what they call a supersonic spirit energy fighter jet. Suddenly, descending from the aircraft, the Supreme Commander of the Tianfeng Military District, a Level 3 Awakener, Grand Commander Xiao Hai, leaps straight down. The immense, overwhelming energy radiating from this man crushes the very air around them. The sheer pressure is terrifying. The test has not even started yet, so why is the Grand Commander here? With a cold, stern face, Xiao Hai speaks up. Our military district has plenty of high-level Awakeners. If this kid is willing to bet his very life, then let us give him his shot. If his awakening fails, execute him on the spot. Hearing this, a smug grin spreads across Ye Ning's face, making him look like an absolute lunatic. All right. Go ahead and set up the test for me right now. The crowd in line reluctantly parts, actually clearing a path for Ye Ning to take the stage first. The onlookers glare at him with utter disgust. A worthless commoner dreaming of becoming an awakener? What a joke. He is at the bottom of the food chain, yet he keeps bragging about having talent. It is honestly pathetic. Ye Ning completely tunes out their insults and confidently steps up to the testing platform. In his past life, he was framed, causing him to miss his chance, a single mistake that left him with a lifetime of regret. This time, he is determined to rewrite his destiny. Ye Ning reaches out his hand, ready to seize his own fate. In that exact instant, a massive surge of energy erupts and wraps around Ye Ning. The spectators stare in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. Once again, Ye Ning gets to experience this feeling, the absolute rush of spirit energy flowing into his body. He decides to test the waters first. The system chimes. Talent assessment in progress. Current talent, D, grade. Talent assessment in progress. Current talent, C, grade. Talent assessment in progress. Current talent, B, grade. The system's robotic voice keeps ringing out. Liao Tian is completely dumbfounded. He never expected the rank to keep climbing like this. No way. Does this brat actually have high-level talent? The talent rating surges to A grade. Spirit energy floods his vital organs, making the young man feel absolutely euphoric. He commands the testing crystal. Give me more. Pump in even more energy. The spiritual force explodes outward, growing stronger by the second, with zero signs of slowing down. Liao Tian's jaw hits the floor. For an ordinary guy like him to possess A-grade talent, the odds of that are literally 1 in tens of thousands. Xiao Hai watches intently, deeply intrigued. Since the final result is still pending, could he possibly have an even higher talent? And indeed, the rating just keeps on rising. Ye Ning drops to one knee as the crowd gasps in awe. The assessment leaps all the way to S grade. Xiao Hai's mouth drops open. No, wait, that is not all. The crystal has not finished the assessment yet, which means the test is still going. This Ye Ning actually possesses S-grade talent, the perfect seed to become a level 3 awakener. A critical moment like this cannot be taken lightly. Xiao Hai immediately issues an emergency order. Bring the underground armored forces to the surface for defense. We must prevent any mutant beasts from launching a surprise attack. Scramble the spirit energy fighter jets for an aerial patrol to secure the perimeter against any threats. Block all roads leading here. Absolutely no civilian traffic allowed. Secure the airspace. Meanwhile, Ye Ning is still undergoing his transformation, letting out a wild, primal roar. As the fighter jets roar across the sky on high alert, the assessment finally comes to an end. Xiao Hai is so shocked that the tablet slips right out of his hand, clattering to the floor. This kid is actually a pureblood SS grade. If an S grade is considered prime material for a level 3 awakener, then an SS grade is a guarantee that he will undoubtedly reach level 3. It looks like all of Tianfeng is about to change. Xiao Hai was so thrilled that he couldn't stop grinning, absolutely beaming with joy. Excellent. A true genius has finally emerged from my Tianfeng safe zone. Down below, the crowd of people waiting for their awakening couldn't help but look on in absolute awe. Oh my God, getting praised like that by the chief commander himself is a once-in-a-lifetime dream. It is truly envious. This sudden turn of events even forced the guy standing nearby to completely change his tune. Talk about a total turnaround. Didn't you literally just call him disgusting and pathetic a second ago? Stop being so bitter. Who knows? He might end up being our boss in the future. While everyone was losing their minds, Ye Ning was actually a bit disappointed. His talent was clearly triple S rank, the absolute peak of human limits. But who would have thought this testing crystal's maximum detection was only double S? Oh well, whatever. The influence of a double S rank is already powerful enough. Right now, the most important thing is the quest from the Sword God System. The Apocalyptic Sword God System had finished loading and successfully bound to Ye Ning. Current effect: increases skill power by 10,000%. Learning any sword skill will unconditionally upgrade it to triple S rank. Every 48 hours, you can cast a skill once with 0 consumption and no level restrictions. Ye Ning let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally completed the quest. But after taking a closer look, he was completely shocked. Wait a minute. In his past life, even with the entire country's resources, they only had 2 S-rank awakeners and 1 person with an A-rank skill. But now, the Sword God System can effortlessly upgrade any skill to triple S rank. Ye Ning's current quest is to learn a sword skill, and the reward is 4 free attribute points. Warning: do not reveal any information about this system. Violators will be eliminated. Ye Ning knew he had to find a way to get a skill book, no matter what. Xiao Hai walked over to strike up a conversation, his face filled with excitement. My young friend Ye Ning, congratulations on awakening a double S rank talent. Just name your reward, and this uncle will make it happen for you. While the commander was absolutely thrilled, Ye Ning was staring blankly into space, completely lost in thought as he examined his system's quest. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Hai tried to save face. He didn't get any response, so he assumed the boy was just struggling to adjust to his sudden awakening. Haha, no worries, kid. Back then, your Uncle Xiao was in a daze for a long time too. Let's go. Stop spacing out. We can talk in my office. The moment they stepped into his private office, Ye Ning was treated with a level of hospitality completely different from before. You were framed, which almost delayed your awakening test. I've already ordered my men to detain everyone involved in that department. I'll personally make sure we get to the bottom of this and give you a proper explanation. After that, I've decided to put you first in line for the Spark project. Once headquarters approves, a professional Tier 3 expert will be assigned to guide you. You'll also get top priority for all resources and equipment. Now, tell me about your talent, and your Uncle Xiao will help you map out a solid plan. Ye Ning remained silent, thinking to himself, I can't tell anyone about the Sword God System. I'll just tell him my original talent. He spoke up. It's a spirit-type talent, and its function is telekinesis. Xiao Hai stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. Oh, a spirit type. That's incredibly rare. We might need experts from the capital to give us some guidance. Oh, by the way, what kind of reward would you like? Commander Xiao. If possible, I'd like a sword skill book. Xiao Hai agreed immediately, thinking that such a request was almost too easy. He ordered his subordinates to bring the highest grade one they had. After a frantic search, the subordinate returned with the book. Commander Xiao, this is the highest tier skill book in our current inventory. Without any hesitation, Xiao Hai handed it straight to Ye Ning. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back home for a bit. Rushing home to share the good news with your family? I completely understand. Xiao Hai immediately dispatched several elite soldiers to guard Ye Ning 24/7, making his safety the absolute top priority. If anything unusual happens, report it directly to me immediately. As for the incident, where Ye Ning almost lost his eligibility to take the test, I must see a full report on my desk within 24 hours. No matter who is involved, lock them up first and ask questions later. Once the order was issued, Ye Ning was treated like absolute royalty, guarded and escorted every single second. Feeling that they were taking things a bit too far, he told them to just station themselves nearby and that he could make it home on his own. The moment he showed up, the neighborhood erupted in gossip. Look, isn't that Ye Ning? Did he become some big shot? He's even riding back in a military vehicle. Keep your voice down. He has so many awakeners guarding him, he must be someone incredibly important. Just as he reached his house, he saw his little sister taking out the trash. She was Zhao An, Ye Ning's younger sister. Ye Ning froze instantly as a flood of horrific memories rushed into his mind. Zhao An, I couldn't protect you in my past life. I am so sorry. In this life, I promise I won't let anything harm you. In an instant, the young man rushed over and hugged his sister tightly. The little girl smiled, gently patting her brother's back. Come on. It's not like we haven't seen each other in a whole year. Aren't you supposed to be at the training camp? When did you get out? Still choked up, Ye Ning spoke with tears streaming down his face. I already finished my test. Then why are you crying, big brother? It's nothing. I'm just so happy to see you. Xiao An innocently took her brother's hand. Let's head home, big brother. Since you left, Mom has been worrying about you non-stop. Look at this. Today I got lucky and found some spare parts. I can trade them for some bread on the way, so you can actually eat your fill today. She was so innocent and mature for her age. It was absolutely heartbreaking. Ye Ning smiled and said, Silly girl, we're going to have a feast today. Xiao An gasped in excitement. Really? Do we get to eat meat today? Of course. You can eat as much as you want. Just like that, he cooked up a massive, delicious feast for his mother and sister. Truth be told, the family had never eaten a meal this good in their lives. His mother asked gently, So, how did that test go? You know, the one for the awakened training? A lot of our neighbors have been asking about it. Ye Ning excitedly told his mother, I passed the test, Mom. I'm officially an awakened now. Overjoyed, his mother burst into tears. Xiao An was just as thrilled. I knew you could do it, big brother. You're my absolute pride and joy. Oh, by the way, now that you're an awakened, does that mean we can have meals like this every day? Ye Ning felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart, but he forced a smile and nodded. Once his mother and sister were fast asleep, he quietly slipped into the kitchen and opened his system. The skillbook learning system chimed, announcing that the quest was complete. He obtained 4 free attribute points and learned the C-rank skill, Assault, which was a rare type. Skill upgraded successfully. The Assault Sword skill has been upgraded to the SSS rank skill, Blade Storm. A sphere of pure, crackling energy materialized in Ye Ning's hand. By consuming 4,500 psionic points, the Blade Storm skill can summon a torrential wave of sword chi, unleashing a devastating attack on the target area in a split second. This skill also comes with attributes like extreme speed, armor penetration, destruction, slicing, and cleaving. One crucial thing to note is that its destructive power has been multiplied by 10,000 times compared to his current level, so it must be used with absolute caution. Ye Ning still couldn't believe his eyes. He had actually upgraded a C-rank skill into a SSS rank skill. No matter how many mind-blowing things he had witnessed in his past life, he had never seen anything this unbelievable. Ye Ning read the details again. A single cast required 4,500 psionic points. Without any boost from equipment, casting Blade Storm even once theoretically required him to be at least a mid-tier rank 3. Fortunately, Ye Ning's innate talent allowed him to use any skill for free once every 48 hours. Otherwise, Even if he drained every last drop of his spirit energy, he wouldn't be able to cast it a single time right now. But the troublesome part was that the Sword God System prohibited him from revealing any information about its existence. He couldn't explain the source of his massive power and high-tier skills to anyone else. This meant that until he advanced to rank 2, he had to avoid using Blade Storm in front of others. The young man sighed. This was a critical moment. The commander-in-chief had already reported the seed plan to the higher-ups, so it was best not to cause him any trouble. But in his past life, he had never even possessed a high-tier sword skill. He really wanted to give it a test run right away. Holding the dagger, he suddenly remembered, didn't the military zone have those? When the apocalypse arrived, the sudden surge of spirit energy caused random dungeons to pop up all over the world. Over time, through constant exploration and training, humanity slowly gathered detailed information about these dungeons. In particular, the military had invested massive amounts of manpower and resources to develop trial dungeons specifically for real combat training. Compared to naturally occurring dungeons, trial dungeons allowed players to exit at any time if their lives were in danger, making them extremely safe. Because of this, Ye Ning decided to head out to a trial dungeon to test his new skill. This was the Tianfeng Safe Zone trial dungeon. Ye Ning walked up and requested a solo dungeon, stating that any type would do. The staff member's eyes widened as he stared at Ye Ning, thinking to himself, so this is that psychic type Ye Ning who just tested with a SS rank talent. The commander-in-chief had already given orders to let him use the dungeons. Looking worried, the staff member asked one more time, "Are you really planning on going in alone? You should really have someone accompanying you. With your current strength, entering a dungeon alone is just too dangerous. I'm just heading in to test a few things. I'll be out in no time, so don't worry." With that, he stepped into the trial dungeon. He spawned in a city setting on low-risk difficulty. This was a simulation of the world shortly after the apocalypse had first struck. The weapon provided by the dungeon was a simple dagger. He reached into his inventory and pulled it out. It was exactly what he wanted. The weaker the weapon, the easier it would be to test his skill. Just then, he detected a strange noise nearby. The first monster made its move, lunging straight at him. Taking his very first step in this dungeon, Ye Ning leaped into the air to dodge its attack. "Did you seriously leap out just to hand me some free points, you monster?" He drove his dagger straight into its bulging eye. In an instant, the monster collapsed. Taking down just one mutant didn't even scratch the itch. His hands weren't even numb yet. Our main man decided to speed run things and really get the hunt started. The door only led to an emergency exit, where a few eerie red lights flickered in the dark. The moment he pushed it open, a multi-eyed monster that had been lying in wait immediately lunged at him. It let out a screech, opening its jaw wide, ready to devour him alive. He focused his gaze straight at the beast, surprised to find there was yet another one. He closed the distance, not even flinching as its disgusting drool splattered onto his face, and slit its throat with one swift slash. Even though his physical stats right now were pretty weak, relying on his combat experience from his past life made dealing with these basic zombies an absolute breeze. It seemed like if he wanted to properly test his skills, he'd have to track down the boss-level mutant leader of this zone. But first, he decided to make his way out of the building using the stairs. After that, he navigated through the deserted streets. The boss zone was located just ahead, to the right of the central plaza. When he opened the door, he didn't expect the zombies here to already be mid-tier rank 1. The dungeon's difficulty was definitely ramping up. Ye Ning didn't want to waste a single second on these small fry. Sensing human presence, the horde shrieked with jaws wide open, frantically chasing after him. Ye Ning swung his blade in one clean arc, clearing a path before sprinting ahead to locate the boss. He had to get out of there fast. The number of zombies locking onto him was growing exponentially. Unfortunately, no matter how many ordinary zombies he butchered, he wouldn't gain any spirit energy experience points. Ye Ning kept pushing straight toward the boss zone, focusing on shaking off his pursuers first. Using his high jump skill, he vaulted onto the roof of a nearby car. Finally, he made it into the boss territory. Instantly on high alert, a sudden system notification warned him that a peak Tier 1 mutant, the Corpse Flayer, was charging right at him. It was moving so incredibly fast that even Ye Ning could barely react in time. As the test dungeon's boss, this Corpse Flayer was indeed a peak Tier 1 mutant, but he quickly leapt backward, narrowly dodging its vicious strike. Normally, taking down a peak Tier 1 mutant would require a coordinated team of at least 3 awakened of the same rank, and if it weren't for this skill test, Ye Ning would currently just be at level 0. No matter how god tier your talent is, Going toe-to-toe with a peak Tier 1 mutant at level 0 is practically suicide. On top of that, a sea of regular zombies was swarming in alongside the corpse flayer. Even an elite Tier 1 combat squad would struggle to make it out alive, but Ye Ning decided to charge right in. If his skill wasn't as overpowered as he hoped, he'd have to make a pathetic retreat and exit the dungeon. He activated his skill, channeling his energy, and unleashed the devastating power of Blade Storm. A massive explosion shook the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Squinting through the haze, the young man realized this one attack had completely wiped out the horde. If he hadn't tested it out himself, he would have never imagined just how insanely destructive Blade Storm truly was. With this kind of raw power, even a slightly weaker peak Tier 2 mutant would be instantly vaporized. And to think, he was still only at level 0 right now. Having just obliterated a peak Tier 1 mutant, Ye Ning was immediately rewarded with 5 spirit energy experience points. But because it was an artificial dungeon, his XP was cut by 50%. All the experience in these simulated zones was fueled by spirit energy stones provided by the military base. The drop rates here were also garbage compared to real dungeons. In his past life, he had never even heard of anyone getting gear from a simple test dungeon. Yet, here he was, staring at an item drop. What Ye Ning received was a common white tier piece of equipment called the Agile Gloves. They granted him +1 to agility, while boosting his attack and shooting speed by 15%. In this post-apocalyptic world, even a Tier 2 awakened might not have one full set of white tier gear. Getting just one piece was a solid start. He got the data he needed from the test, and walked away with a lucky gear drop. With nothing left to do, Ye Ning immediately logged out of the dungeon. As soon as he materialized back, he casually handed the entry token back to the tech department. The technician checked him out quickly, probably assuming the kid saw the zombie horde and ran back with his tail between his legs. Just then, a white-haired man rushed in, completely out of breath, and demanded, "Who let a Tier 1 squad into the solo dungeon? Didn't I make myself clear? You can't flood a solo dungeon with that many people. Maintaining these simulations is incredibly difficult. How many times do I have to tell you guys before it actually sinks in?" The young technician, completely clueless about what was going on, tried to defend himself. "But I didn't let any squad into the solo dungeon." The white-haired man pressed further. "No one? Are you absolutely sure there was no squad? Then how on earth did the Tier 1 mutant in that solo dungeon just get obliterated? Even the unique gear drop was triggered. It's not like a Tier 2 awakened would have nothing better to do than run a solo test dungeon, right?" Cold sweat poured down the technician's face, his expression twisting in sheer panic. The only person who went in just now was Ye Ning, and he said he was just doing a quick test. Don't tell me he went in for a routine test and ended up soloing the dungeon boss? On his way back, Ye Ning saw people loitering and struggling all over the streets. "Guns for sale, guns for sale. 15 kilograms of flour for 1 pistol, and I'll throw in 2 bullets for free. Combat mantis meat, 1 credit point for half a kilo. Get it while it's hot." Ye Ning pondered that while he could easily handle a peak Tier 1 mutant now, the overall situation was far from optimistic. And that wasn't even factoring in the cataclysm coming in 1 year. The Tianfeng safe zone would be assaulted by an overwhelming horde of Tier 3 mutants, leaving nothing but a wasteland of rotting corpses. In exactly 10 days, a massive zombie outbreak will trigger a horde to swarm and attack the Tianfeng safe zone. With Xiaoan and his mother still in constant danger, Ye Ning couldn't help but worry. He knew he had to get stronger, and fast. Over at the capital's military headquarters, high-ranking officers were holding an emergency meeting. Urgent intel from the Tianfeng safe zone had just revealed someone with a double S-grade talent. Have you all seen this? A double S-grade talent, and a pureblood at that. This is top-tier potential. We've lost a lot of rank 3 fighters lately, so having someone like this join our ranks is a massive win. Exactly. We need to fast-track his training and get him all the resources he needs. Honestly, we should bring him straight to the capital so the commander-in-chief can train him personally. Are you suggesting he can actually break through from rank 3 to rank 4 to cross that impossible gap? Think about it. Out of all our high-tier awakened, including the 4 great commanders, the dozens of peak rank 3 fighters, and even our commander-in-chief, not a single person has ever reached rank 4. That's because none of us had access to top-tier resources right from the start. After giving it some thought, everyone in the room agreed. Focusing heavily on resources is a solid plan. It's definitely worth a shot. Ye Ning, with his double S-grade talent, will be the crown jewel of our Spark project. Bring him to the capital military base immediately. But just as everyone was about to sign off on it, a voice of dissent rang out. The sudden objection immediately annoyed the others. Opposing a genius like this? What were they thinking? You guys from the 4th Military District. Are you really going to start another useless argument right now? The man in glasses pushed back, adjusting his frames. It seems you all skipped the very last part of the report. He's a psychic type awakened, relying on willpower. In the last 70 years, we have never seen a single psychic type reach rank 3. Their physical stats are incredibly weak. Without a support squad, they're practically sitting ducks. If there's no one to protect them and they're forced to fight alone, they become nothing but a liability. Besides, the solo advancement trial from rank 1 to rank 2 is purely a gamble of luck. And as for jumping from peak rank 2 to rank 3, as you all well know, the success rate is absolutely 0. Hearing this, the chairman pulled a complete 180, instantly downgrading Ye Ning's priority level. They couldn't afford to waste precious resources on a dead end. The very next day, Xiao Hai received the official decision. Ye Ning's spot in the Spark project was cancelled, and his clearance level was slashed. Since psychics can't reach rank 3, his potential has been downgraded to A rank or even lower. Training him is no longer a priority. His aide asked quietly, "Sir, are we still going to offer him the benefits we promised before?" And just like that, the tables turned. Since the higher-ups decided Ye Ning had no future, they immediately stripped him of all his special privileges. Withdraw the guards we sent to protect him. What about the investigation into who tried to sabotage Ye Ning's exam? Since the suspect took their own life, the trail has gone completely cold. Do you want me to keep digging? Xiao Hai let out a weary sigh. We only agreed to investigate because of his potential. Now that he has none, what's the point of looking into it? Shortly after, they drove over to break the news to him. Ye Ning, the evaluation from the capital's experts is in. They've capped your potential at rank 2. The safe zone has cancelled all your special benefits, and you're officially off the Spark project. That's all I came to say. Take care. Ye Ning stood there, completely stunned. How could they cap his potential at rank 2? He knew damn well his talent was SS. Even if the system only registered him as SS, that should have been more than enough to prove his worth. But after a moment, it hit him. During this era, with the Tianfeng safe zone under constant attack by mutant beasts, psychics were still widely looked down upon as useless. The reality was, nobody yet understood why Awakened couldn't break through to rank 4. It was because their willpower was too weak, which could only be fixed with a psychic's mental strength. Things definitely didn't go as planned. He hadn't expected this lifetime to throw a curveball that would blind them to how valuable he actually was. Should he just head to the capital and reveal he actually had a SS talent, and show them that a psychic awakening was the ultimate key to breaking through to rank 4? But after a moment of thought, he decided against it. Empty claims wouldn't convince anyone anyway. The smartest move right now was to focus on reclaiming his rank 3 strength as quickly as possible. Once he did that, the truth would speak for itself. With the Sword God System and his Tempest Sword, he already had a massive head start compared to his previous life. There was no time to waste. He needed to head out and start hunting mutant beasts immediately. But as soon as he arrived in the wilderness, he was stopped by 2 young guys trying to recruit him. "Hey, kid with the gun, you want to join our squad? We're hunting low-level rank 1 mutants. If we pull it off, we'll give you a single credit. Stick with us, and we'll keep you safe." Ye Ning flatly turned them down. A party? Low-level rank 1 mutants barely gave any experience anyway. With a party that big, there'd be barely any XP left for him. "Go on without me. I'm fine on my own." "Whoa, look at you, kid. We saw you out here all alone and tried to throw you a bone, and you show us this kind of attitude? Don't get cocky. You just became an awakened and you already don't know your place? We were nice enough to invite you, and you give us this attitude? Do you have a death wish?" Their endless nagging was giving Ye Ning a massive headache. "Shut up and get lost." Just locking eyes with Ye Ning made that loudmouth take a step back. They were completely terrified. That icy glare felt exactly like being targeted by a wild beast. Could someone only get eyes like that after surviving countless life-or-death situations? This kid is definitely a bit creepy. Ye Ning didn't care and walked straight inside right after. He stopped at the Rotten Corpse Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, the deepest part of this forest has 2 Tier 1 variants, and one of them is at peak Tier 1. To advance from level 0 to level 1, an awakened needs to defeat 3 Tier 1 variants. I already took down one peak tier 1 in the exam dungeon. Even though the experience was halved, it's still equivalent to a normal tier 1. If I deal with 2 more in this rotten corpse forest, I can level up. He ran into monsters the moment he arrived. Decisively choosing not to use his Stormflow sword, he just opened fire with his gun. He didn't just need psychic experience, he also needed to strengthen his physical body. Monsters began rushing out of nowhere, swarming him. Ye Ning knew for a fact that the physical body of Psychic class Awakened was the weakest. He absolutely had to change the higher-ups' perception of them. And it wasn't just him, any skilled tier 3. Awakened had to find a way to achieve mental awakening. Otherwise, once tier 4 arrives, it'll be too late. He had to find a way to make the higher-ups realize the true importance of the mental system. As Ye Ning opened fire, birds scattered in panic, leaving the group from earlier totally bewildered. Did you hear that? It's gunfire. Could it be from that kid from earlier? The sound is coming from the tree demon's direction, and it sounds pretty close. Everyone, move! We can't let that brat drag us down before we even find the psychic fruit. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was dodging every single sweeping strike. The peak tier 1 variant, the tree demon, was fiercely attacking him. And it wasn't just one, 2 of them were attacking at the same time, opening their massive mouths, ready for battle. But Ye Ning was quite confused because no matter where he looked, he couldn't see the other one. Right now, he could only see and sense the single monster in front of him. But looking closely, something seemed off about it. A dozen of its tentacles pierced straight into the ground at lightning speed. Ye Ning sprinted, dodging whatever he could. He looked around but couldn't find it, only to realize it had actually jumped right above his head. It lashed its chains violently. He hadn't expected such a massive, heavy body to actually be able to jump. On top of that, the second one still hadn't shown up. Ye Ning suspected it was waiting for the perfect moment to launch a sneak attack. The monster grew more furious by the second. At this point, there was no time to dodge or think of a plan. He could only focus on defending with everything he had. He whipped his gun hard against its body and suddenly noticed a strange, eye-shaped object right in the middle. Ye Ning's wrist had been torn open in the attack, but he knew he hadn't misseen things. Even the mid-tier 2 variant suppression team was highly skilled, yet facing just 2 tier 1 variants had left their entire team heavily injured and cost the lives of 2 members. If the second one hadn't hidden so well, they wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state. In his past life, both the tree demon and the disruptor here were eliminated by an elite military squad. Their words back then had misled him. They thought one was always hiding in the deepest part, but the real answer was right in front of him. The disruptor was actually on the tree demon itself. Its body began to swell up. Ye Ning finally put the pieces together. The disruptor's screech acted as a buff to power up the tree demon, but it seemed this buff didn't last very long. Moreover, while using the buff, the tree demon intentionally took a step back. Right now, nothing had changed. Its attack pattern remained exactly the same as before. If his guess was correct, its next move would be to jump right next to Ye Ning again. Sure enough, it did exactly that. Ye Ning immediately leaped onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is that disruptor, you monster. Now it was time for him to completely dominate the battlefield. He leaped high into the air, putting all his strength into driving his sword straight into the center of the disruptor. The tree demon shrieked in agony as green slime oozed out. Now, Ye Ning held the disruptor right in his hand. Without being attached to the tree demon, the disruptor was incredibly weak. He didn't hesitate to crush it with one hand. Seeing this, the tree demon grew even wilder, thrashing its limbs frantically as if in defiance. Now, it's my turn. Ye Ning drew his sword, and with just a few swift slashes, he shredded its tentacles into 100 pieces. To think that without the disruptor's buff, the tree demon didn't have the strength of a peak tier 1 variant at all. The young man decisively lunged forward once more. The louder it shrieked, the more he wanted to rip it apart limb by limb. Now, the tree demon was left completely bare, all those once menacing, thrashing tentacles chopped clean off. Ye Ning whispered softly, "Come on, stop struggling. Goodbye, sweetie." Immediately after, with a single thrust straight into the center of its face, green fluid splattered and its entire body exploded. The system announced, "You have successfully eliminated the mid-tier 1 variant, the disruptor. Psychic experience gained. Defeated the peak tier 1 mutant tree demon, gaining spirit energy experience. You received white-grade tree demon bark and white-grade withered wood armor. Additionally, you received a white-grade giant claw and a spirit energy corpse fruit." Ye Ning was pretty satisfied. Even with the side effects, This was still top-tier gear for regular combat. But the rarest treasure of all was definitely that spirit energy fruit. Consuming this spirit energy fruit would permanently increase his physique by 1 point and boost his health regeneration speed by 20%. Ye Ning decided to eat it right away. For an awakened, climbing a whole major tier only grants 4 attribute points. He had already taken down 2 bosses, so gaining another point was a huge win. Meanwhile, the 3 survivors who had been struggling earlier stood there in utter shock. The boss's suffocating aura had completely vanished. Was that gunshot from some tier 2 awakened who stepped in? But there is no one else around here besides us and that useless kid from earlier. We already felt that kid was a bit strange. It couldn't have been him, right? No way, that's just too hard to believe. Half an hour later, Ye Ning brought his loot to the Mutant Materials Purchasing Center in the downtown area of the Tianfeng safe zone. Seeing his massive bag, the shopkeeper immediately greeted him warmly. Are you looking to sell all these materials? How much are you expecting for the whole lot? Although Ye Ning could sell them directly through the system's trading channel, at this stage, he couldn't afford to waste a single resource. Every penny had to be spent where it mattered most, making direct face-to-face trading the best option. After examining the items, the shopkeeper announced enthusiastically, "Hello there. These 4 items from a peak Tier 1 mutant can be used to craft an armor set and an offensive weapon. The value is around 697 credits. Since this seems to be your first time here, we can give you a new customer discount and round it up to 700 credits. What do you think?" Ye Ning paused and thought to himself. In this apocalypse, 700 credits could buy over 200 kilograms of meat, or hire 3 to 8 mercenaries to risk their lives for him. This was actually a pretty solid offer, so Ye Ning had no reason to refuse. He immediately agreed and asked the owner to finalize the transaction. "All right, the credits have been transferred. Please check if you have received them. We also sell supplies, firearms, and can even do custom orders. Is there anything else you might need, customer? Do you have any skill books? Specifically sword skills?" The shopkeeper hesitated. "We do have sword skill books, but the grades are a bit on the lower side. To be honest, it is not just our shop. The entire Tianfeng safe zone is like this. Sword skill books only go up to D grade here." An assistant quickly brought out 3 volumes and asked if Ye Ning was interested. He picked them up to look over them. One of them was a D-grade sword skill called Furious Slash. The skill consumes a portion of your stamina and mental power to unleash a charged forward strike, dealing 1.2 times your strength attribute damage. The second book was a D-grade sword skill called Draw Slash, which consumes a significant amount of stamina, boosting attack speed, and dealing 1.2 times your agility attribute damage on the first strike. The third book was a D-grade sword skill called Rapid Slash, which consumes a high amount of stamina and mental focus. Upon activation, it unleashes 3 quick slashes, each dealing 0.6 times your strength attribute damage, with a chance to inflict a bleed effect. These 3 were the lowest tier possible, basically complete garbage. Although he didn't need to worry about their power after being upgraded by the Sword God System, the post-upgrade effects would still heavily depend on the original skill. He couldn't just pick one at random. Take Sword Breath Torrent, for example. While its power was terrifying, it had a brief delay when casting, and its massive area of effect made it lacking in flexibility. If he encountered high-level, agility-type mutants in the future, once they dodged Sword Breath Torrent, they could easily strike, while Ye Ning's skill was on cooldown. Still grinning widely, the shopkeeper chimed in. "Did none of these catch your eye, esteemed guest? If you are not in a rush, I can order skill books from other safe zones. You would just need to pay a processing fee, and we can get you a C-grade skill. If you don't care about the specific type, we might even find a B-grade." Ye Ning didn't think twice, and quickly made his choice. "No need, I'll take this Draw Slash." Truth was, he really wanted to see how much an attack speed boosting skill could be enhanced. The shopkeeper couldn't help but wonder. This kid was strong enough to sell materials from a peak Tier 1 mutant, yet he chose such a trash skill. Was he just throwing money around because he could? Oh well, a sale is a sale, no point in overthinking it. Wearing his fawning smile again, he called out, "Draw Slash will be 600 credits. Wrap up this skill book for our esteemed guest." Getting rid of this skill book made them feel like they had struck gold. Ye Ning strolled back home, thinking that with his remaining 100 credits, he should buy some delicious food for Xiaoan. The moment he stepped inside, his little sister was in total shock, wondering why her brother was bringing home so much food. The young man confidently explained, "I'm an awakened now, after all. Didn't I tell you last time? From now on, we're only going to eat the good stuff. Ye Ning even bought a few extra snacks. In the apocalypse, just surviving is hard enough, making snacks an absolute luxury. The moment Xiaoan saw them, she squealed with joy. Wow, I heard only government officials get to eat snacks. Nobody on our streets has ever seen snacks before. Patting his little sister's head to comfort her, he said, "Go ahead and eat. I promise you, Xiaoan, you'll have plenty of things like this in the future. I swear." 2 hours after finishing her treats, the little girl headed to bed. Today, their mom had to work overtime and would be home late. Now that there was no one left to disturb him, he could finally learn the skill book. He slowly opened it up. In an instant, he successfully learned the D-grade skill, Quick Draw. With his skill slots currently at 2 out of 4, the skill transformed into the SSS rank Heavenly Rift Flash. Ye Ning closed his eyes tightly, feeling the effects of this skill, which consumed 4,000 spirit energy points. It unleashes a single devastating slash, boosting the attack's power and his agility by 600% for 1 second. The attack carries a destructive sword, Qi, inflicting chaotic, limb-severing effects on the first target hit. There is also a certain probability of triggering an instant kill effect. He didn't expect it to boost his agility by 600%. Even if it was just for 1 second, it would easily make up for the skill's slow execution. He had definitely made the right choice. Next, he needed to find a place to test out his sword skills. Suddenly remembering something, he opened a cabinet to search and pulled out a gas mask. I remember now. If I want to test my speed, only that place will do. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Yuantian City, a dense, misty fog rolled in. Monsters were crawling everywhere. This was it, the genuine neighborhood. It seemed that whether in his past life or this one, the genuine neighborhood remained completely unexplored. Ye Ning recalled his old memories. In his past life, he had accidentally discovered that a Tier 2 mutant was lurking in this neighborhood, one that had maximized its speed and agility to the absolute limit, and it was carrying a highly valuable blue-grade piece of gear. He let his guard down for just a split second and looked down, only to find himself already covered in its slimy secretions. It was stalking Ye Ning from behind, and the moment he turned around, he saw it lunging at him. Its wide-open maw tried to swallow his head whole. Ye Ning drew his sword just in time, delivering a few basic slashes that sent it crashing to the ground. Fortunately, it was just a regular zombie. If it had been a creeper, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Fighting it in this swamp would be like playing on Beyond Hell difficulty, so he immediately moved to another location. In the blink of an eye, he was inside an abandoned warehouse. As soon as he stepped inside, monsters were already lurking all around. In my past life, when I fought it, I was already Tier 2 and decked out in full blue-grade gear, but I still got severely injured. With my current physical stats, if I'm even a second too slow, I'll probably be torn to shreds by that creeper. If I remember correctly, the creeper should be nearby. Turning his head, the young man spotted a ventilator shaft. He didn't know if this had been here in his past life, but he decided to make use of the iron bars. Maybe I didn't notice it back then, but I feel like I can use this to set a trap. Ye Ning bent the bars, making them point outward like sharp spikes. It looked like he planned to lure the monsters over and impale them. Suddenly, an elite mutant that was lurking beneath a puddle of water emerged. Spotting Ye Ning, it charged at him with extreme speed. He quickly dodged the strike, causing the beast to slam headfirst into the wall. I have to take it down quickly. If the creeper shows up now, I'm done for. The elite monster roared in agony. Wow, it got hit already? This trap is actually super useful. Just then, something was leaping rapidly behind the building. The thing he dreaded most had arrived. The system announced that a mid-tier 2 mutant, the creeper, had appeared. This was bad. The young man hadn't expected to end up in a 1-on-2 situation like this. Standing between two massive monsters, Ye Ning was completely panicked. It even felt like the creeper was moving faster than it did in his past life. Because of the blind spot effect, since he was too close to the creeper, its next move was easy to dodge, but the angle of the elite monster's incoming strike was much harder to predict. There was no time to overthink. He absolutely had to dodge the creeper's attacks. Dodging one meant the other would lunge at him, so he could only try to block based on his reflexes. After being excited just moments ago, Ye Ning was now thoroughly disappointed. Setting that trap was completely useless. Now I'm taking even more damage. God damn it, it totally backfired on me. Although he had come to test his skills, the situation was now incredibly dangerous. Using Blade Storm would be a much safer bet. However, he didn't seem to have the right opening to use Blade Storm to wipe them out right now. The creeper was too fast, making Bladestorm unlikely to land. Not to mention he had to dodge attacks from two mutant beasts at the exact same time. His physical stats at the null tier simply couldn't handle it. In that case, he had no choice but to use Heavenly Rift Flash. But since it was a draw sword / Heavenly Rift Flash was a single target attack, Ye Ning had no choice but to sheathe his sword again. At that moment, the two monsters went wild and lunged at him simultaneously. Suddenly, the young man remembered, wait, I recall the skill description mentioning something about the attack. The Heavenly Rift Flowing Light attack naturally comes with its own sword aura. Even though I don't know how far that aura can reach, to be safe, I'll calculate based on the shortest estimate. If my math is right, the length of my arm, plus the blade, combined with the reach of the sword aura, should be enough to hit both monsters at once, even if Heavenly Rift Flowing Light is just a single target skill. Ye Ning decisively triggers his draw / Heavenly Rift Flowing Light, unleashing a simultaneous strike. The sheer force of the impact sends energy bursting in all directions, blowing the monsters' bodies to pieces. Standing right between them, Ye Ning slices through both monsters with a single, devastating strike. And it isn't just a basic attack. As described, the skill inflicts massive, irregular mutilation on the first target hit, and the sword aura even comes with a splash effect. If he had known that earlier, he wouldn't have taken the risk of pulling both of them. But on second thought, he starts to wonder. Wait, that's not right. The bonus effect isn't guaranteed to trigger every single time. This skill definitely needs more testing. Suddenly, the system alerts start flooding in. You have defeated a higher-level enemy, the Crawler, an intermediate Stage 2 mutant. You received a massive amount of spirit energy experience. You have defeated a Hyenrin, an advanced Stage 1 mutant. You received spirit energy experience points and a white-grade mutant material, Crawler's Leg. You have received a rare blue mutant material, Swift Core, and a rare blue equipment, Wind-Tearing Claws. It was a risky move, but the rewards were totally worth it. Meanwhile, at the Tianfeng Military District outpost, the alarms are blaring from a massive energy spike detected across the entire sector. What on earth is this? We've never seen an energy fluctuation like this before. Sound the alarm, now. As the sirens wail, the entire command center descends into chaos. What's going on? Why did the emergency alarm suddenly trigger? We've detected abnormal energy readings in the outskirts. Could a Tier 3 Awakened be fighting out there? None of our Tianfeng Military District's Tier 3 Awakened are registered to be deployed out there today. Could it be a high-ranking officer from another district visiting? Or is it some kind of covert foreign operation? Send an investigation team to the scene immediately. 20 minutes later, the team arrives at the origin of the signal. I've never seen battle damage like this before. I can't think of a single Tier 3 Awakened in our district who uses a technique like this. Wait a second. Look at this. Based on the residual energy, the amount of spirit energy used in this single skill was at least over 4,000. To unleash over 4,000 spirit energy without instantly collapsing from exhaustion and still be able to move, only a mid-tier, Tier 3 powerhouse could pull that off. But as the investigator takes a closer look, he pales in shock. This is an emergency. This is way above our clearance level. We have to report this to the Commander-in-Chief immediately. With everything taken care of, Ye Ning casually strolls through the Tianfeng safe zone. He can barely contain his excitement. It has mobility and insane burst damage. No wonder this god-tier equipment sold for 60,000 credits in my past life. I hope I can get a good price for it in this life too. It's already past midnight, so all the physical shops are closed. Ye Ning decides to list it on the online auction house instead. The moment he hits post, an offer pops up literally a second later. Is this guy camping the market? Hi there, I'm really interested in these wind-tearing claws. Is there any way you could give me a discount? Ye Ning doesn't hesitate and replies bluntly, 60,000 credits. Price is firm. The buyer quickly pleads. Come on, man. Can I trade some other resources like gear, skill books, or food to cover a portion of the credits? When Ye Ning doesn't reply right away, the buyer starts panic texting, terrified of losing the item. Hey, boss, you still there? Would you take 30,000 credits? Please. Ye Ning is actually highly amused. Seeing how high the demand is, he realizes he doesn't have to worry about selling it at all. He starts to negotiate. Add me as a friend first. We can work out the details. I promise you'll be happy with the deal. But if you really want it, the credit portion cannot go below 30,000. I'll take other items to make up the difference, even common grade gear. But I only want sword type skills. Or even better, spirit energy fruits. On the other side of the screen, the buyer is salivating. He makes up his mind right then and there. Even if I have to sell everything I own and mortgage my house, I am getting my hands on this god-tier gear. He immediately barks orders to his guild members. All right, inventory, all the gear we have in storage, especially anything related to the swordsman class. Got it, boss, we're on it. After half an hour of digging through their inventory, they return. Boss, we gathered everything we could find. Here it is. The guild leader stares at the pile but still feels uneasy. This might not be enough to secure it. I need to send him a deposit first, so he doesn't sell it to someone else. Go pool all our credits together, right now. Moments later, Ye Ning receives a notification that the deposit has been transferred. Ye Ning smiles with satisfaction. Heh, this guy must be absolutely desperate for this gear. In his past life, right up until the very end, his mother and Xiaoan had to live in constant fear, never knowing a single day of peace. Now that I have been reborn, what is the point of this second chance if I have all these resources and still let my family suffer? I have to make sure Mom and Xiaoan live the absolute best life possible. The boss of the trade network messaged him back. Boss, the rest of the items are being gathered. They will definitely be delivered tomorrow. The next morning, the Tianfeng real estate office was packed with people. The moment they stepped inside, a sales agent greeted them warmly. Hello, what kind of home are you two looking for? Have you browsed any of our listings before? Ye Ning led his little sister in, who was completely overwhelmed by all the luxury. I want to buy your best property, as quickly as possible. Please, I am in a bit of a hurry. Is there a place we can move into today? The female agent immediately looked down on him, thinking, a level 0 awakened actually has the nerve to shop for a house here? You guys could not even afford a single brick in this place, she sneered. Our best property costs 40,000 credits. It is incredibly expensive. Why don't you head over there and look at the 2,000 credit apartments? I have other clients to assist. Ye Ning confidently declared, no need. 40,000 credits is fine. Let's make the transfer right now. The sales agent challenged him. If you actually have the money, transfer it now and you can move in today. How about that? She said it with a smile, but inside, she was dripping with contempt. This guy reeks of poverty. He is just here to talk nonsense. If you do not have the money, get lost and stop wasting my time. Ye Ning just pulled out his phone and told her to hold on for a moment. His phone screen showed his current balance, 13,000 credits. Transaction declined, insufficient funds. The agent grew even more irritated. Hey pal, you do not even have the money, and you are here playing games with me? Are your few minutes really that magical? You think waiting a moment is going to magically spawn tens of thousands of credits? Beside him, Xiaoan looked completely bewildered, looking so lost and pitiful. But right as she finished speaking, a new notification popped up. It was the trader messaging Ye Ning. Boss, time was a bit tight, so I could only scrape together 39,375 credits. I have added some gear and spirit fruit to make up for it. Can we still make the trade? The gear sent over included a white tactical chest plate made from mutant hide, 2 white shoulder pads, a white arm guard, tactical leather pants, a white ring, and 6 white spirit fruits. Ye Ning accepted the trade on the spot. The second the transaction notification chimed, the sales agent's jaw hit the floor. 39,375 credits have been successfully deposited into your account. Her attitude flipped in an instant. She turned to him, practically beaming as she held out her tablet. Oh, big brother, you are incredibly young and talented. To be this wealthy at such a young age, you have completely blown me away. Ye Ning looked at her with pure amusement and asked, so, can we do the transfer now? If not, I will just find another agent. The woman practically threw herself at him. No, big brother, I can do it. I can absolutely do it. Whatever you need, I will make it happen. It is my absolute honor to serve such a distinguished guest like you. I promise to make you completely satisfied. Once the payment cleared, Ye Ning and his sister were escorted to a breathtakingly magnificent mansion. Xiaoan still could not believe her eyes. Big brother, are we really going to live here from now on? Yeah. From now on, you will never have to scavenge through trash heaps again. Take the keys and go bring Mom over later, all right? He left his sister to handle the move while he headed out to take care of some business. As night fell, he stood on the rooftop of a towering building. The resources I got from killing that crawler are almost gone. I need to replenish my supply, and fast. The military has already cleared out all the high-tier mutants around the Tianfeng safe zone, leaving only a few low-level training zones that reset automatically. Those are only good for leveling up rookies. Right now, my only real option is the Corpse C Academy. It is an outdoor dungeon located just outside the Tianfeng safe zone. It is the only place where spirit fruits drop, and it is crawling with Tier 2 mutants. Plus, if I can get a high, clear rating, there are special rewards waiting. So far, no one has managed to secure the perfect clear rating, which means the special reward is still up for grabs. With my triple S rank skills, clearing the Corpse C Academy should be a walk in the park. Wasting no time, he vaulted over the edge and dove straight down. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to enter the C rank dungeon, Corpse C Academy? The level cap for this dungeon is currently Tier 2. Ye Ning confirmed immediately, and the system notified him that matching was successful. Current player count inside the dungeon: 14. The Corpse C Academy dungeon will begin in 1 minute. World setting: standard. No paranormal or anomalous events detected. Enemies within the dungeon: zombie mutants and a small number of hostile humans. The timeline is set 7 days after the outbreak. The entire academy has already been overrun and occupied by the infected. Completing the basic objective will allow you to exit the dungeon. Ye Ning opened his eyes to find himself standing inside a classroom alongside several other players. His eyes remained glued to the system notification panel. The basic objective: survive inside the academy for 12 hours. Leaving the academy premises is prohibited during this period. Quest reward: 1 random white grade gear piece and 4 spirit experience points. You may select from the following optional quests. Eliminate the headless female corpse, difficulty D rank. Eliminate the butcher mutant, difficulty C rank. Eliminate all zombies within the academy, difficulty C rank. Behind him, a blonde-haired guy named Cao Yun was watching. So, now that we're inside, has anyone here cleared this Sea of Corpses dungeon before? I've actually run it once. If none of you have cleared it yet, I'd like to nominate myself as your leader. Seeing this, a bald guy nearby immediately voiced his support. I heard the academy's difficulty is insane. Since you have experience, why don't you lead the way? Cao Van nodded, putting on a serious front. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered one of the highest among all Tier 2 dungeons. If we don't coordinate well, we could easily get wiped out. But even as he droned on, Danin kept his back turned to the group, looking like he couldn't care less. Left with no choice, Cao Van called out to him. Hey, level 0 kid. A level 0 running into a dungeon like this. Aren't you just looking for a quick way to get yourself killed? You entered the wrong dungeon, kid. Did nobody bother telling you that this is a Tier 2 zone? Danin didn't say a single word. He just threw a cold glance back, sending a shiver down Cao Van's spine. Holy crap, this level 0 kid actually looked kind of terrifying. What is a level 0 even doing here anyway? We don't have time to babysit you. If you can't handle it, get lost and stay far away. Just don't drag us down. After grumbling for a bit, Cao Van waved his hand, dismissing it. Oh, whatever. Just tag along behind us if you want to leech some experience. After all, even a level 0 needs a chance to grow. But listen up, everyone. The basic reward for this dungeon is only a single piece of common white grade gear. I'm sure you all came here for the high difficulty quests instead. That's why you must remember my warning very carefully. Do not, under any circumstances, take on quests on your own. Got it? Last time, some idiots who didn't know what they were doing ended up pulling 2 bosses at the exact same time. As a result, most of our teammates wiped. We had to rely entirely on 2 peak Tier 2 players risking their lives just to barely scrape by. I was scared out of my mind and walked away with absolutely nothing. I still get nightmares just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Danin kept his eyes glued to his system screen. At this rate, my stats are still a little low. Looks like I shouldn't hold back on using the spirit fruits. From what I know, many Tier 2 awakened don't even have a total stat pool of 18, yet my strength stat alone has already reached 17. My status screen is practically identical to a Tier 2 awakened. With these stats combined with my 2 SSS rank skills, clearing the Sea of Corpses Academy will be a walk in the park. Now, Danin's entire body surged with power and aura. Meanwhile, Cao Van smugly gave his final instructions to the group. The protective barrier is about to drop. Everyone, accept the quest for the headless female corpse first. This boss is mid-Tier 2. With 14 of us working together, we should be able to take it down without taking too much damage. Captain, we're all relying on your leadership. The only attractive girl in the group immediately began playing the damsel in distress to charm him. Oh, Captain, if things get dangerous, you'll protect me, right? Immediately after, the group set off as the protective barrier around the academy dissolved. But before they could even take a step, they saw Danin charging forward at full speed. They were completely dumbfounded. What in the world? Isn't that the level 0 guy ahead? He's charging in completely alone. Damn it, what does he think he's doing? Does he have a death wish or something? What do we do now? Is he going to mess things up for us? Cao Van raised his hand and yelled, "He's just a level 0 trash, ignore him. Everyone, stay behind me and keep the formation tight. Stay focused, let's move out." As they advanced, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate and chilling. As Danin dashed up the staircase, he suddenly heard desperate cries for help. "Mister, please save us. We're trapped in here. Can you please help us get out?" They looked perfectly human, but Danin saw right through their true forms. He casually ignored them and kept running, even giving each of them a solid kick on his way past. "In my past life, my teammates fell for your act, thinking you were dungeon NPCs for a side quest. They stopped to save you, only to get ambushed and brutally torn to shreds. That horrific scene is something I'll never forget, even if I close my eyes. In this dungeon, the Butcher has the best drop rate for top-tier gear. I'll head to the rooftop to find it first, bait out the hidden boss, and then wipe them all out at once using my flowing windstorm sword." Meanwhile, the other group was still creeping around like cowards. This junkyard is the spawn point of the headless female corpse. Before we engage, try to avoid fighting any trash mobs. The group moved slowly, following Cao Van's lead to the letter. In this dungeon, the more minor monsters you kill early on, the more frenzied the remaining mobs will become later. So, rushing straight to the boss actually makes it the easiest way to clear this place. Once the first boss is down, all the other monsters in the dungeon will enter a collective frenzy. When that happens, we'll hide and wait for the frenzy buff to wear off before pushing deeper inside. The dark-haired girl immediately began sucking up to him, saying, "With you leading us, Captain, clearing this dungeon will be a piece of cake." But a guy behind her hissed, "Shut up and look. Is that the boss?" The system chimed, warning them that a mutated, mid-tier 2 headless female corpse was attacking. Perched right on top of a ruined car was the beast itself. With a demonic face and a human skull clutched in its hand, the headless female corpse glared down at Cao Van, who was trembling behind a pathetic, cheap-looking shield. Gulping hard, he stepped forward and stammered, "I'm a defender. I'll hold the monster's aggro. Everyone else, attack now." This team is a total mess. An archer is actually charging in first to lead the attack. The bald guy screams in a panic. The captain sidesteps to the right to avoid getting hit by friendly fire from the magic. Once his shield temporarily holds back the female corpse's magical energy, Gao Yun thinks he sees a golden opportunity. He leaps up to counterattack, but in a split second, the female corpse vanishes. After disappearing for about 3 seconds, it suddenly materializes right above the archer's head. "Captain, what is going on? Why did the boss come after us?" Gao Yun stammers in embarrassment. "My bad. I couldn't hold it back." He tries to activate his shield once more. "All right, we're good now. Everyone, keep up the attack just like before." Meanwhile, Ye Ning is standing off on his own, quietly observing and deep in thought. The Butcher variant should be right here. Why isn't it showing up? Let me check the quest. What is this? Wait a second. The quest to eliminate the Butcher is gone. I didn't take the quest, so who did? Meanwhile, the other team is completely dumbfounded, having no idea why the second boss has suddenly spawned. It turns out Gao Yun secretly took the quest without consulting anyone. He thought to himself, as a defensive awakened, it's naturally impossible for me to deal high damage to monsters. When the quest rewards are settled, it's hard to get priority for the best gear. But if the boss is low on health, and all my teammates get wiped out, leaving me as the sole survivor to finish it, I'll get the best gear even if my clear rating is low. Gao Yun immediately puts on an act, pretending to know nothing and even shifting the blame. Who accepted this quest? Could it be that level 0 guy who just ran off? Damn it, is he trying to get us killed? Gao Yun, I won't let that guy's dirty scheme succeed. Pretending to be heroic, Gao Yun charges toward the monster, raising his shield to make it look real. I'll hold the monster down. Don't worry about anything else. Just hit it with everything you've got as fast as possible. Seeing Gao Yun risk his life, the team gets manipulated once again. Captain, there is no one better than you in this world. Watching from above, Ye Ning hears everything. He chuckles to himself. Oh, so you want to blame me and hog all the gear? Not a bad plan, but too bad for you. You picked the wrong target. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. He decides to accept the C-rank quest to eliminate the Withered Bone variant, and the B-rank quest to eliminate the Corpse Sea Monarch. In an instant, both monsters are summoned. Unfazed, Ye Ning draws his weapon and yells, "Don't just stand there staring, come play with me." As they charge at him simultaneously, Ye Ning does a flip and leaps downward, exactly as planned. Looks like they're all chasing after me in a state of absolute rage. Perfect. Gao Yun looks up in utter confusion. Isn't that the level 0 guy? Ye Ning lands right next to him, and Gao Yun's face immediately turns pale with fright. How? How is he here? Right at that moment, the two monsters crash down from above. Gao Yun completely freezes. Seeing his dazed expression, Ye Ning even pats his shoulder and says consolingly, "Didn't you say you wanted to play? Go ahead and have fun with all 4 bosses." Gao Yun panics when he realizes Ye Ning accepted all the quests. Ye Ning brushes past him and whispers, "Sorry for setting you up like this." Gao Yun is so angry he practically spits blood. He originally planned to use these awakened to whittle down the boss's health before striking the final blow, but his plan has been completely ruined by this level 0 trash. With no other choice, he runs for his life. Everyone run, to the rooftop. The rest of the team sees their captain fleeing and runs after him. Ye Ning smiles in satisfaction. Works for me. Gathering them all at the lecture hall makes it much easier to clean things up. The moment they run inside, one of the guys loses his mind, taking all his anger out on Ye Ning. "You drag us down, and you think I'll let you off? I'm gonna kill you." He attacks, but Ye Ning easily dodges it with a slight step. What the? I'm a tier 2 slasher, and he's just level 0. How on earth did he dodge that? Ye Ning finally speaks up. "Your teammate got wiped out by the butcher, right? I wasn't the one who accepted that quest." Everyone is completely stunned. What? They turn to glare at Gao Yun. "Wait, you purposely let that crippled female corpse loose to get Zhang Dao killed, didn't you? You wanted to use us as shields and hog all the XP for yourself." Gao Yun stammers, unable to explain himself. Now is not the time for infighting. That brat accepted all the remaining quests. The variants will be here any second. We have to defend this place if we want to survive. Defend? My ass. 4 buff tier, 2 variants are coming. There is no way we can hold them off. And don't even get me started on the Corpse Sea Monarch. That thing is at the peak of tier 2. Seeing how loud they are being, one of the group members yells out anxiously, "Stop arguing. This building won't collapse easily unless they are tier 3. That crippled female corpse and the other 3 are massive, so they can only climb up from the outside. Let's split into 2 teams and block all their attacks. Use ranged attacks on the 3-headed mutant. Everyone else, block that disabled schoolgirl coming from the main gate and hold off the zombie horde. If we make it out of here alive, I'm definitely going to chop off the heads of Cao Yun and that classless loser." With monsters swarming up, this guy sure talks a big game. Ye Ning figured he'd better hope he can actually hold out until then. The entire squad coordinated and launched their attacks at once. Radioactive flames, icy tentacles, and fiery blasts erupted in a massive explosion. Before they knew it, 4 bosses had already scaled the walls. No one expected them to be this fast, and panic quickly set in. Even with all our firepower, we can't stop them. We're toast. We're running on empty. Cao Yun was also facing down several monsters at once. It was do or die now. This was it, the end of the line. Once a massive crowd of them gathered, Ye Ning threw out a wild offer. "If you want to live, jump down with me." Everyone watched in utter confusion as the young man prepared to leap. What is he doing? Is he giving up first? What a lunatic. What a useless piece of trash. Ye Ning flipped through the air, and a massive explosion shook the entire area. They looked up, stunned by an overwhelmingly powerful pressure of energy. Did that classless loser just blow himself up? How is that even possible? Well, since we're already cornered, might as well go all in. Taking a leap of faith, they all jumped down after Ye Ning. Now, only Cao Yun was left standing behind. Jumping down is suicide. Besides, I'm a defense class, so staying here might actually be my best bet to survive. Ye Ning grinned playfully. "Cao Yun, if you don't jump, you're dead meat." With that, he unleashed his blade tempest, blowing the entire rooftop to smithereens. Cao Yun desperately tried to block with his shield, but it was far too much to handle. Meanwhile, the falling group still couldn't believe a classless guy could pull off something this insane. Thick white smoke filled the air. Under such a massive explosive force, the bosses were obliterated instantly, and Cao Yun was vaporized along with them. The group finally understood why Ye Ning was confident enough to come and take on the challenge. With power like this, he had to be at least tier 3. With everything taken care of, Ye Ning emerged, looking incredibly cool, completely unscathed. "Is everyone all right?" One of them stepped forward, bowing in apology. "Great one." We failed to recognize your greatness. We deeply apologize for disrespecting you earlier. The archer stammered out an explanation. When I said level 0 dog earlier, I promise I wasn't talking about you. Alright, that doesn't matter. Now, go find any remaining zombies that slipped through the cracks and clear them out. That shouldn't be a problem, right? They all bowed in unison and immediately set off to follow Ye Ning's instructions. The moment he left, they began showering him with praise, gushing over how handsome, young, and powerful he was. Honestly, that one guy might have just been turned gay by Ye Ning's charm. Meanwhile, Ye Ning remained completely focused. In his past life, he had heard that the headless female corpse dropped a hidden blue-tier item. Just as he stopped, he spotted half a skull out of nowhere. The battle had clearly left the place in complete ruins. Searching through this mess would be tough, but suddenly, a faint light caught his eye. He went over to investigate and finally found it. You have received a blue-tier item, the Skull of Resentment. Its effects are split into 2 branches, telekinesis and psychic scan. To use it, you must place it on your forehead. This skull is incredibly useful for the psychic class. Up until now, the psychic class has always been looked down upon. This is mainly because they can't manifest specific ultimate skills like other awakened classes, and they lack any direct, destructive damage output. But with this buff, the rise of the psychic class is well within reach. The moment Ye Ning placed it on his head, the item released a massive wave of energy. Pain surged through his body, classic no pain, no gain. Now, his telekinetic energy was absolutely surging. He immediately tested it on a massive boulder falling nearby. After just 1 second of concentration, he completely shattered it. Calming his mind, he shouted, "Strike!" leaving smoking, jagged craters blasted into the ground. Ye Ning smiled in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Once I level up, it'll be even stronger. Now, let's test psychic scan. Placing both hands on his forehead, he checked in on what the other group was doing. Every single detail of their movements appeared clearly in Ye Ning's mind, including their exact locations and distance from him. It looks like the maximum scan range is 29 meters. But for now, that's more than enough. Right after he spoke, a system notification chimed. All zombies in the Corpse Academy have been completely eliminated. All quests completed. The option to exit the dungeon has been unlocked. Upon exiting, rewards will be calculated based on your performance. As for Ye Ning, his dungeon completion rate reached 100%, earning him a triple S rank. The random draw rewards include 1 blue tier item, 6 white tier items, 3 free attribute points, and 1 B rank skill book. For defeating higher level bosses, the Headless Bloody Skeletal Butcher and the Corpse Monarch, you receive an additional 2 attribute points. These rewards are incredibly generous. Once I get back, I can list the white tier gear online for sale. Ye Ning's level has now reached the peak of level 1, meaning he must quickly take on his advancement quest to officially rank up. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, our main lead checks to see what kind of blue tier gear he got. As soon as he opened it, the blue tier gear he got was the Thorn Thunder Boots. Its stats include a +2 agility boost, a 20% increase in movement speed, and a 20% boost to explosive power. As for its passive effect, it inflicts paralysis on enemies. Best of all, this effect has no cooldown. The active skill, Thunder Dash, grants an extra 10 points of agility for 2 seconds and unleashes a powerful charge attack. A charge attack with an extra 10 agility? At this rate, couldn't he be considered an agility build? Deciding not to sell them, our main guy puts on the Thorn Thunder Boots and heads off to take his advancement quest. Shortly after, he arrives at the Tianfeng Quest Center and asks the receptionist to register him for the advancement quest. The sleepy girl yawns and asks, "Level 0 advancing to Tier 1? But after scanning the available quests, our guy decides to accept all 4 advancement quests at once. The receptionist freezes, thinking she must have misheard. "What did you say? Taking all 4 quests? Are you crazy, or am I dreaming?" After pulling up Ye Ning's profile, she lets out a scoff. "You really are level 0? Haha. Turns out, you're the one dreaming." Even putting that aside, taking 4 quests at the same time? Have you completely lost your mind? Aside from dual element awakeners, everyone takes them one by one. Don't you know how brutal the penalty is if you fail? Ye Ning calmly replies, "Failing a single quest deducts 50% of my primary attribute. If I fail all of them, I'll end up a cripple, or even die. I am fully prepared to face those consequences." Ye Ning places his hand on the power evaluation device. After the scan, The results reveal he is at the peak of Tier 1. So, can you sign me up for those quests now? The receptionist is wide awake now, with absolutely no reason to refuse him. Just then, a man approaches. Well, if it isn't Ye Ning, the guy with the double S rank talent. This is Huang Xiao, the captain of the scouting division for the Tianfeng safe zone. It's this late, and a level 0 guy like you is still here taking quests? Why risk your neck like that? No matter how hard you try, what can a psychic type like you actually accomplish anyway? The receptionist stammers to explain, Captain, actually, Ye Ning is. But before she can finish, a squad of soldiers quickly assembles behind them. Report, Captain. Assembly complete. We suspect a Tier 3 Awakener has been fighting at the Corp C Academy. Higher-ups have ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone move out. Double time. Ye Ning just stands there with a subtle smile. He didn't expect the aftermath of his own battle to reach their ears this quickly. The old city zoo has now become the Corp's paradise. Commander, shouldn't we give the Tianfeng safe zone a heads up? I've noticed Tianfeng deploying troops all over the place lately, almost like they're searching for something. You don't think they're after us, do you? The man clad in iron armor and carrying a massive blade is Honggang, a Tier 3 Awakener and the commander of the Zhenjiang safe zone. Honggang boasts with supreme confidence. My son, Hongxing, was just selected for the Tinder project. I'm just here to grab some blue tier gear for him. It's really not that big of a deal. Besides, the Tianfeng zone has been totally depressed lately because their double S rank talent, Ye Ning, was rejected by the higher-ups. If we bring this up to them now, wouldn't we just be rubbing salt in their wounds? Yes, of course, Commander. You're absolutely right. Honggang turns back, his face darkening with a scowl. By the way, is your intel actually solid? Is there really only a single peak Tier 2 beast about to evolve into Tier 3 here? I didn't travel all this way from Zhenjiang to Tianfeng just to go home empty-handed. His subordinate quickly reassures him. Don't worry, Commander. The intel is completely solid. That corpse tiger is guaranteed to drop a piece of blue gear. With that, the group gets straight to work. Meanwhile, Ye Ning is standing on a high vantage point, keeping a watchful eye on the entire area. A system quest prompt flashes in front of his eyes. Strength Advancement Quest. Defeat a peak Tier 1 mutant, the Corpse Dog. Agility Advancement Quest. Retrieve a wing feather from a Tier 2 mutant, the Wind Falcon. Constitution Advancement Quest. Form a team to defeat a Tier 2 mutant, the Blood Bear. And finally, Willpower Advancement Quest. Survive a low-level paranormal event for 24 hours. Since 2 of these advancement quests are located right here in the Corpse Paradise, Ye Ning figures he can find a way to knock them both out at once. Activating his mental scan, he suddenly detects another squad of Awakeners who seem to be planning to steal his targets. Among them, he notices Honggang, a powerful Tier 3 Awakener. For some reason, the man suddenly glances up, giving Ye Ning a massive jolt as he instantly shuts down his scan. That was way too close. He almost got spotted. Ye Ning's mind races with anxiety. This is bad. If they end up stealing my quest targets, the system will definitely count this as a failure. No way, I have to move right now. Without wasting another second, he leaps down. At that very moment, a pack of corpse dogs and blood bears emerge, surrounding the squad. The team scrambles into action, trying to eliminate the beasts. Everyone, split up. Draw them away from the commander first. Keep moving and buy us some time. One of the guys and a girl named Ah Ru volunteer to handle the corpse dogs, leaving the rest of the squad to deal with the blood bears. Roar, Ah Ru boldly taunted. Come over here, little puppy. Big Sis has a bone for you. Honggang suddenly panicked as he felt an overwhelming pressure. It seemed the corpse tiger had arrived. The moment he turned around, it was already looming right behind him. But Honggang quickly composed himself, even looking quite amused. Perfect timing. Armed with only a single sword, he was ready to solo the corpse tiger. Hiding in the bushes, Ye Ning realized this Tier 3 hunter was most likely here for the corpse tiger's blue gear. I have to complete this quest, no matter what. As for the blue gear, I'd love to have it, but stealing someone's kill is pretty low, and there's no need to pick a fight with a Tier 3 over it. Of course, if he can't handle the corpse tiger himself, that's a whole different story. Right now, these monsters aren't lined up in a straight line, and they are more than 100 meters apart. Since I only have a single use of sky gap flowing light, using it from too far away is risky. I need to wait for a guaranteed opportunity. Meanwhile, the corpse tiger entered a state of rage and charged with a roar, forcing Honggang to spam his wind slash. Seeing how things were playing out, Ye Ning decided he had no choice but to steal this kill. He locked onto them and activated sky gap flowing light. An overwhelming surge of power instantly swept over the area, leaving everyone utterly confused. Was this a mid-tier or a high-tier 3 expert? Hong Gang panicked as well, and by the time he looked back, the corpse tiger had already been pulverized. The squad of Awakened was absolutely furious. Who dared steal my kill? Unlike his team, Hong Gang kept his cool. Knowing his limits, he realized this mystery person's strength was far superior to his, making a direct confrontation suicidal. It would be much wiser to go speak with the commander of Tianfeng, Xiao Hai, first. Meanwhile, after successfully stealing the kill, Ye Ning skipped away with a massive grin on his face. The system notified him that he had defeated a zombie dog, a blood bear, and a corpse tiger above his level, earning 3 attribute points. He also obtained mutant materials, dog teeth, bear paws, and tiger eyes, along with a white-grade item, blood of strengthening. Additionally, he received a white-grade Great Bear helmet and blue-grade Tiger's Grudge gloves. The moment he landed, Ye Ning checked the stats of the blue-grade Tiger's Grudge gloves. It was an offhand weapon that boosted his strength by 3 points, agility by 2 points, and attack speed by 30%. Using them would inflict a burst of mental damage on the target, causing a brief stun and a chance to trigger a fear effect. The cooldown was 24 hours. The description read, "A glove filled with lingering resentment. Those who face it must endure the absolute terror of the tiger beast." After reviewing the stats, Ye Ning understood why that Tier 3 commander wanted them so badly. Without hesitation, he equipped them immediately. Over at the Tianfeng Investigation Department, Huang Xiao, the chief investigator of the Tianfeng Safe Zone, was yawning exhaustedly. They had expanded their investigation of the Corpse Sea Academy all night. But just like the rotting corpse forest case, they couldn't find a single trace of that mysterious Tier 3 expert. They couldn't even tell if it was the same person. Just then, an officer rushed in panting, "Captain, the scouting team just detected 2 Tier 3 spiritual energy fluctuations over at Tianluo Garden." "What? Again? And 2 of them? Did our Tianfeng accidentally poke a nest of Tier 3 experts?" Huang Xiao couldn't afford to waste any time. He immediately ordered, "Tell everyone to cancel their breaks. Assemble immediately. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the commander is going to skin us alive when he gets back." At that very moment, Hong Gang burst in, looking for Xiao Hai, shouting, "Xiao Hai, get your butt out here right now. What seems to be the problem?" "Wait, aren't you Commander Hong from the Zhenjiang district? Our Commander Xiao is currently deployed at the front line. What has made you so furious?" Hong Gang glared at Huang Xiao with confusion and snapped, "Who the hell are you? Is it even worth my time talking to you?" Huang Xiao replied, "I am Huang Xiao, chief investigator of Tianfeng and Commander Xiao's right-hand man. Since the commander isn't here, why don't you tell me what's going on, and I'll see if I can resolve it for you." Hong Gang aggressively explained his grievance. "This morning, I was hunting a corpse tiger in Tianluo Garden to get some gear for my son. Just as I was about to land the final blow, some Tier 3 from your district stole my kill." Huang Xiao was taken aback, realizing Hong Gang was indeed one of the 2 Tier 3 experts detected earlier. Hong Gang continued to fume. "I'm telling you, your Tianfeng Tier 3 hunters have absolutely no honor, stealing kills like cowards. Do you understand me?" "Haha, you must be joking, Commander Hong. Everyone knows that our Tianfeng safe zone only has 1 Tier 3 expert, and that's Commander Xiao." Hong Gang scoffed in frustration. "I knew talking to you was a waste of breath. I'm heading to the front line to find Xiao Hai and demand justice myself. Let's go." As they left, Huang Xiao felt a wave of anxiety. He hadn't expected things to escalate this quickly, realizing he needed to report this to Commander Xiao immediately. Upon receiving the report, Xiao Hai was utterly shocked. "You said what? Another mysterious Tier 3 made a move in Tianfeng, and they actually managed to steal a kill, right from under Hong Gang's nose? There might be 1 or even multiple hidden Tier 3 experts lurking in Tianfeng. This is a massive hidden threat. This time, investigate it thoroughly for me. Now is not the time to worry about causing a panic." "Yes, Commander. I will send people to search the entire city right now and gather clues about the gear obtained." Meanwhile, Ye Ning was still sitting and casually eating a snack at the Youth Learning Center. He only needed to complete 2 more tasks, obtaining a Wind Eagle wing feather and clearing the paranormal dungeon to advance to Tier 2. A Wind Eagle's wing feather would not be hard to buy online. Although Wind Eagles are rare, their feathers are actually low-grade materials that some lucky people just pick up. They do not have much use anyway, so it is better to just sell them. Ye Ning's purchase request for a Wind Eagle wing feather was quickly accepted by the system. Just after posting the request, someone contacted him. "Hello, are you looking to buy? Name your price." This thing was not easy for me to get. With his mouth stuffed with pastry, Ye Ning remained sharp, figuring this guy was not being very honest. But since time was tight, there was no need for endless chatter. Ye Ning immediately made an offer. "Oh, really? I will give you 800 credits. What do you say?" On the other side of the screen, the seller was absolutely thrilled. 800 credits, that was an amount of money a Tier 1 rank C like him could not make in an entire year. Obviously, the buyer was a big spender, and it would be a waste not to milk him. Right after, the guy asked for 900. No, make it 1,000 credits, and it is a deal. I seriously had to risk my life to get this feather. Ye Ning was so sick of this BS. Swallowing his pastry, he immediately fired back. "What is this? What is this? If I am not mistaken, you are only Tier 1, right? With what exactly did you risk your life against a Wind Eagle? You probably just found it somewhere outside, did you not? Seeing how straightforward my offer was, you got greedy and wanted to rip me off. It is not like you do not know the market price for a Wind Eagle feather, right? I was in a hurry, but now I am not. If you do not want to sell, keep it for yourself." After taking a whole tongue lashing, the seller quickly folded. All right, stop lecturing me. Cough, cough, just pay 800 like you said." Even though Ye Ning was making the trade, he was still annoyed. People's greed really has no bottom. He decided to teach the guy a lesson. "I have changed my mind. I am only paying 400 now. If you do not sell it, someone else will." Full of regret, the other guy whined and whimpered, but still accepted. Fine, it is yours." With the trade done, only the Youth Learning Center's paranormal dungeon was left. Word is, this dungeon is nothing like other combat dungeons. Historically, no one has ever received a SSS rating here, because this place does not test your combat ability, but rather your mental willpower. Right now, Ye Ning would enter the Youth Learning Center, taking this opportunity to test just how strong his mental willpower could be. As soon as he stepped inside, the sky shifted. The young man was stunned to find that he was not alone. Other people were challenging this dungeon at the same time, but their condition did not look too good. A girl named Huang, he was clutching her head in severe pain. A man named Fang Yuan had collapsed, completely silent. A young guy named Liang Tingfei looked exhausted and was scowling. This paranormal dungeon is indeed creepy. Even the teleportation is different from other dungeons. A mature, white-haired man wearing glasses spoke up. "Everyone, I am a peak Tier 1 willpower type named Li Jiping. You are all willpower type awakened too, right?" Liang Tengfei jumped. "Bro, do you even need to ask? Who else but a willpower type would choose this bizarre rank-up mission?" Huang, he nodded in agreement. "That is right. Our willpower type's combat power is weak. Usually, we cannot beat the mutants outside, and other awakened teams always reject us. All right, kids. Although we cannot fight, I believe we can definitely get through this willpower trial dungeon smoothly. Besides, I have had experience twice in other paranormal dungeons. I will lead the team this time. What do you say?" The others were thrilled. Uncle Li has experience, so that is awesome. Seeing Ye Ning stay silent, Li Jiping turned and asked, "Young man in the back, you have been quiet. Do you have any good ideas?" Ye Ning only smiled faintly. "I do not have any objections. I am just in a bit of a hurry, so can we start the quest quickly?" Quest activated. Find the ghost hidden in Fanghua High School and seal it. Quest hint. You can deduce who the ghost is through clues. Caution. Never believe the ghost's words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, the quest will be considered a failure if it fails to hit the ghost. At the mention of ghosts, the team members turned pale. Li Jiping tried to reassure them, telling everyone not to worry. They are called ghosts, but they are actually just humans who were mutated by spiritual energy before they lost consciousness. In essence, they are just willpower attribute mutants. However, ghosts are still quite tricky. Not only can they block physical damage, but they can also control human minds. According to the first quest hint, we should head to the academic building first to look for clues. If you run into a ghost, do not act recklessly. Run immediately and call for help. I have a trump card to deal with them. All right. We're splitting into 3 groups to search the classroom, the archive room, and the staff office. Since she's a girl and vulnerable, she'll be in my group. Tengfei and Fang Yuan, you two are a team. And Ye Ning, you go alone. If anyone finds anything, make sure to share it in the group chat immediately. No hiding info. And just like that, Ye Ning headed off to the archive room all by himself. Shining his flashlight on a piece of paper on the floor, he saw that the room was basically stripped bare, except for this old newspaper clipping. It read, "Suspicions arise that homeroom teacher Tao Guosheng assaulted Wang Fang, driving her to end her own life." Right then, a demon lunged down from above, trying to bite Ye Ning's head off, but missed. He immediately froze it in place. A female ghost? Could it be Wang Fang? Unleashing his willpower to the absolute limit, he materialized his intent. This energy instantly slammed into the female ghost. She had no choice but to flee. She ran? Was that just a mental projection sent to test me? Just then, the group chat blew up with updates. A message from Huang, he read. "Uncle Lee and I found a piece of a report. It says that 1 year ago, a fire broke out in the teachers' dorms, leading to a horrific tragedy for several teachers." Next was a message from Liang Tengfei. "I found a legal claim demanding the school pay compensation for emotional distress. The only signature on it is from Wang Fang's family." Then Fang Yuan messaged, "I found out that after the fire, the school brought in Taoist priests to draw sealing talismans." Ye Ning replied, "A female student was assaulted here a year ago. The victim, Wang Fang, is suspected to have taken her own life. The culprit is believed to be her homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng." Li Jiping nodded in agreement. The clues seemed crystal clear now. Wang Fang was abused by Tao Guosheng, and her family's demand for compensation failed. After she died, her spirit turned into a vengeful ghost, starting the fire to get revenge on the teachers. Later on, a Taoist priest sealed her away. But now, the seal's power has faded. Our mission is to find the talisman and seal her back up. Huang He, tell everyone my analysis and have them meet at the burnt-down dorm room 2011. I bet the sealing talisman is in there. But Ye Ning had his doubts. He felt this explanation was way too neat and simple. Besides, how did they pinpoint dorm room 201? Liang Tengfei immediately complied with the order to gather, now absolutely certain the ghost was indeed Wang Fang. But at that very moment, something was stalking them from the shadows, its long hair trailing behind. "Tengfei, I think. Something is following us." Tengfei shrieked, "It's Wang Fang! Run!" They bolted, screaming at the top of their lungs for help. Meanwhile, Ye Ning, Uncle Lee, and Huang He had already arrived at the teacher's dorm building. The other two were still nowhere to be seen. Uncle Lee said, "I'll keep watch outside. You two go ahead and find that talisman." Huang He grunted, "This iron gate is jammed. I'll try to force it open with my willpower." Watching them struggle and not wanting to waste any more time, Ye Ning walked right up and kicked the door wide open with a massive crash. Uncle Lee and Huang He froze in utter shock. With strength like that, is he really just a willpower type? Ye Ning wasn't trying to show off, he just wanted to get things moving. After searching for a brief moment, Huang He called out, "Uncle Lee, we found the talisman." Ye Ning, however, kept his flashlight trained on a strange, human-shaped outline scorched onto the wall. "Huang He," Ye Ning asked, "did any of the clues you found mention teachers being burned alive in this specific room?" "No, they didn't," she replied. "Why do you ask?" Suddenly, Tengfei's group came bursting in, running for their lives. "Help, my friend, the ghost is right behind us." Just seconds before, Fang Yuan had been possessed. He lunged forward, sinking his teeth right into Tengfei's neck. Li Ziping roared in desperation, "The ghost is inside, Fang Yuan, I'll hold him back. You two, activate the talisman and get ready to seal it." Before Huang He could even react, Ye Ning had already put the talisman to his lips and activated it. Li Jiping summoned his willpower chains, desperately trying to restrain the demon. But it thrashed so violently that his hold was rapidly slipping. "Do it now, I can't hold on much longer. Seal it while you have the chance." With a deadly, resolute look on his face, Ye Ning charged forward. But in a shocking twist, he slammed the sealing talisman directly onto Li Jiping's back and declared, "I've got you now, Mr. Tao Guosheng." Li Jiping froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. He never expected his cover to be blown so easily. With everything finally settled, Ye Ning had cleared the dungeon. The system announced a completion rate of 100%. He received a triple S rating and was rewarded with a specialized item, the Bead of Wrath. It boosts spiritual energy recovery speed by 20% and increases resistance to mental attacks by 25%. When hit by a supernatural attack, it can block one fatal blow. Once it absorbs the damage, the item will disappear. This Bead of Wrath, forged from pure resentment, could very well serve as Ye Ning's second life. The young man seemed highly pleased with his reward. Not bad at all. This should keep me alive the next time I run into some paranormal trouble. This is the Tianfeng Safe Zone's mission center. Even though it was the dead of night, Ye Ning walked in to hand in his quest, leaving the receptionist completely dumbfounded. Didn't you just take on 4 Tier 2 advancement quests last night? Don't tell me you've already completed them? How is that even possible? After checking the system, the receptionist gasped in disbelief. All 4 were indeed finished. With a tense, serious expression, Ye Ning urged her. Could you please speed things up? It actually worked? Ye Ning starts tapping the keys at lightning speed. Beep! First trial, Strength Advancement Quest completed. Obtained Strength Point +1 and bonus credits. Beep. Second trial, Agility Advancement Quest completed. Obtained Agility Point +1 and bonus credits. Beep. Third trial, Constitution Advancement Quest completed. Obtained Constitution Point +1 and bonus credits. Beep. Fourth trial, Willpower Advancement Quest completed. Obtained Willpower Point +1 and bonus credits. The total credits earned from all 4 quests is 7,300 points. Ye Ning lets out a sigh of relief. It did not even take him a week to reach Tier 2. Having the Sword God System really makes advancing so much faster than in his past life. Right after Ye Ning leaves, the staff member immediately makes a call to report this to their superiors. Looking at his personal stats, Ye Ning currently has Strength 19, Agility 18, Constitution 15, and Willpower 35. Not counting the extra attribute points from equipment, his base stats are considered quite decent compared to a standard Tier 2. But if he wants to learn the B-grade sword skill book he bought last time, his attributes are still short by 25 points. Before attributes reach 20 points, a single spiritual energy fruit can increase a stat by 1 point. Once they go past 20, it will require more, meaning he needs at least 35 fruits in total. A single fruit costs 6,000 credits, so he needs to prepare at least 210,000 credits. Right now, his credits are still way short. On top of that, all the decent dungeons in the Tianfeng zone have already been cleared out. Now, the only one left is the Death Factory adjacent to Zhenjiang. If he remembers correctly, there is a top-tier blue equipment inside. That should sell for a good amount of money. Without any hesitation, the young man immediately hops on his heavy motorcycle and roars off. Right at that moment, a massive red vortex swirls in the sky, covering the entire area. It looks like an omen of an impending zombie horde riot. Although the major zombie outbreak in his past life did not start until a year later, in reality, even before that, the Tianfeng Safe Zone had already suffered a massive zombie horde attack, resulting in heavy casualties. If he remembers correctly, this disaster will strike next week. Out of goodwill, Ye Ning wants to quickly warn Xiao Hai, so he can prepare in advance. Right at that moment, Xiao Hai's helicopter is flying overhead. He receives a message from Ye Ning, warning him that, within the next week, the Tianfeng Safe Zone will face 3 separate zombie horde riots. Please deploy defenses immediately to ensure 0 casualties. Xiao Hai is stunned for only 3 seconds. But right after that, he assumes Ye Ning is just trying to get attention because he was denied double S-grade treatment. With a sneer of contempt, he completely dismisses the warning, thinking he is still too weak. There is no way his words are true. Ever since the final grand war between humanity and the zombie horde 40 years ago, the apocalypse has been peaceful for a very long time. The zombies are all trapped inside the abandoned cities from the old era. There is no way a riot could break out so easily. Instead of wasting resources to prevent something that might not happen, the most important task right now is to find Tianfeng's hidden Tier 3 powerhouse. Back at the Tianfeng Safe Zone's conference hall, Xiao Hai rushes in after receiving an urgent report. Huang Xiao, you said you found crucial leads on the mysterious Tier 3 powerhouse. Is that really true? Yes, Commander. Our investigation shows that the most suspicious person is Ye Ning. Xiao Hai is quite surprised to hear this. How is that even possible? Huang Xiao continues to explain. We had our doubts too and thought it was impossible. But after digging deeper, the materials Ye Ning sold recently perfectly align with the exact times the Tier 3 powerhouse made their move. Furthermore, we discovered that he recently bought a spiritual energy villa. That is definitely not a place an ordinary person could ever afford. Xiao Hai finally starts to think there might be some truth to it. Could that Tier 3 powerhouse really be Ye Ning? But how is that even possible? Liao Tian, a military representative of the Safe Zone, also chimes in, pointing out that it has only been a single week since Ye Ning awakened. Even with a double S-grade talent, it is impossible for anyone to level up that fast. Take Zhang Lin, the son of General Zhang. He is also a double S-grade awakener, with dual stats in both strength and agility. Even with massive resources at his disposal, he was only barely able to reach Tier 1. Liao Tian confidently declares, "My guess is that there must be a Tier 3 powerhouse secretly backing Ye Ning." Xiao Hai ponders for a moment and finds this highly reasonable. That makes sense. Even though the military does not think highly of Ye Ning, that Tier 3 powerhouse clearly thinks otherwise. A double S grade is indeed extremely rare. It is highly possible they decided to cultivate him in the shadows. If that is really the case, we do not need to worry too much. We just need to find this Tier 3 powerhouse and find a way to get them to help us. Just then, Huang Xiao receives another notification from the mission center. "Commander Xiao, news just came in. Ye Ning has just completed 4 advancement quests to reach Tier 2. Everyone in the room is instantly dumbfounded. What? Ye Ning again? Completing 4 quests to reach Tier 2 is absolutely impossible. Xiao Hai's mind immediately jumps to another wild conclusion. Wait, old Liao, based on what you just said, that Tier 3 powerhouse must have carried Ye Ning through his quests. He makes his move, then lets Ye Ning take all the credit, who only just reached Tier 2. Doesn't that prove Ye Ning isn't actually Tier 3? Huang Xiao, send 2 men to stake out Ye Ning's house. I want to know exactly who's pulling the strings behind him. Also, send some more people with me to inspect the nearby infected cities. We need to prevent a zombie horde rampage." Xiao Hai suddenly bought into the whole zombie outbreak thing. I mean, if Ye Ning really has a Tier 3 powerhouse backing him, then this warning about a zombie rampage might have come straight from them. Better safe than sorry. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the mission. Xiao Hai also didn't forget to remind him to go back and buy that bastard a piece of blue-grade gear, just to keep him from causing any more trouble. This is the border zone between the Tiangong safe zone and the Zhenjiang safe zone, the Death Factory. After a short wait, Sword Tempest is finally off cooldown. Now, he can enter the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning stepped into the Death Factory. At the lowest tier, there are 15 Tier 2 players here. The Death Factory is a competitive dungeon, meaning there are no set quests. The dungeon consists of 7 rounds in total. Surviving each round will get you the corresponding rewards. At the end of each round, players have 3 minutes to vote on whether to push forward or call it quits. If over 70% of the group agrees to leave, everyone will be pulled out. Otherwise, you'll automatically exit after clearing all 7 rounds. The first round starts in 5 minutes. Right now, all players are getting ready. Ye Ning scans the crowd and realizes the people entering this time are definitely not to be trifled with. It's not just a bunch of evenly matched teams, even a Tier 3 awakened named Lin Lan has shown up. This Tier 3 gives off a seriously bad vibe, giving him an ominous feeling. Just then, another young man stepped forward to make an announcement. "Listen up, everyone. I'm Zhang Lin, an advanced Tier 2. As we all know, to survive multiple rounds in a war dungeon, we need to work as one. I was going to nominate myself as leader, but we actually have a Tier 3 powerhouse among us." Before he could even finish his sentence, Lin Lan snapped for some reason, lunging forward and landing a heavy punch right in Zhang Lin's face, making him spit blood. This female Tier 3 is incredibly fast, putting Ye Ning on high alert. To make matters worse, Lin Lan walks right over, stomps her foot onto Zhang Lin's head, and cold-bloodedly warns him, "Move again, and I'll end you." No one has any idea what Zhang Lin did wrong to make this female Tier 3 fly into such a rage. Lin Lan barks orders to her lackeys. "Keep this rabble under control. If anyone acts up, execute them on the spot. If you want to live, huddle up and stay quiet." Even though there are some powerful big shots here, they're all shaking in their boots before Lin Lan. The guy carrying the shield is a peak Tier 2 named Songgang, and the white-haired kid is Lin Teng, another peak Tier 2. "I'm afraid we've run into one of those legendary feeder farming teams. What should we do? We're only peak Tier 2. There's no way we can go toe-to-toe with a Tier 3. Ye Ning keeps his mouth shut, standing in place as his mind races. Word has it that these farming teams specialize in trapping other awakened, throwing them to the front lines as cannon fodder, and then taking all the big bosses and loot for themselves after everyone else is dead. If awakened and mutants are already feeding on each other, then these farming teams are basically preying on their own kind, like wild beasts. Songgang decides to speak up, knowing Zhang Lin isn't dead yet. "Our best option right now is to cast a majority vote and exit this dungeon immediately. We have the advantage in numbers, after all." Before he can even finish, Lin Lan silences him with a heavy stomp on the ground, instantly making Songgang shut his mouth. "Let me introduce ourselves. We are the Blood Wolf team, and I'm your captain, Lin Lan. From here on out, what I say goes. Right now, your lives are in my hands. But I can guarantee this. If you survive through round 6 and hand over all your rewards and credits, I'll let you walk out of here alive. Ye Ning has already seen right through her. Yeah, right, like anyone would actually believe her crap. It'd be a miracle if a ruthless gang like yours actually let anyone leave alive. It's a pity Skyrift Flash is still on cooldown. Otherwise, just 2 strikes would be enough to insta-kill this entire mob. Right now, I only have Sword Tempest available. It packs a punch, but without a solid strategy, it's risky. I don't have any blue-grade defensive gear on me either. If I can't take them down in one clean shot, I might actually lose my life here. The best move right now is to keep a low profile and just take it one step at a time. Ye Ning decides to keep quiet, secretly working on his own plan, while Lin Lan crosses her arms, acting all high and mighty. Round 1 is about to begin. You lot better report your abilities right now so I can group you up. One by one, they reluctantly introduce themselves. I'm Songgang, Peak Tier 2, Physical Class, specializing in close combat. Lin Teng, Peak Tier 2, Agility Class, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Tao, Advanced Tier 2, Strength Class, specializing in melee. Next up is Ye Ning, who calmly introduces himself. I'm Ye Ning, Beginner Tier 2, Willpower Class, specializing in ranged attacks. The moment she hears this, Lin Lan walks over and strokes his face. A Willpower class in this dungeon? Now that is rare. You're pretty cute, but what a pity. A pity you're just a useless piece of trash. Ye Ning lets out a faint smirk. Perfect. For the first few rounds, you'd better keep thinking I'm trash. Just like that, the system announced the start of the first round. The enemy forces consisted of 100 zombies and 2 Tier 1 mutants. She suggested that the peak Tier 2 fighters form a group and prepare for battle, demanding that everyone go all out. If she caught anyone holding back their spirit energy, Lin Lan promised she would personally crush their skull. Songgang was fuming with rage. Damn it. They were intentionally sitting out of the fight just to wear us down. With zombies ahead of us and those handlers behind us, do we even have a way out alive? Lin Teng leaped onto the overhead beam to assess the situation. Right now, there was no other choice but to survive a few rounds first and go from there. Down below, their teammates gripped their weapons tightly in a defensive stance, but they could all see that the situation was extremely dire. As the sharp-toothed lizard monsters lunged forward to attack, he drew his bow, channeling his power to wipe them out. Songgang, the 2 of us, one from above and one from below, will target the lickers. The rest of you, handle those zombies. Songgang raised his hammer, ready to smash them to pieces. Bring it on, you damn lickers. Take a hit from your grandpa. With the rear guards channeling their support, Xiaoba unleashed his ultimate ice skill. Sharp trails of ice shot toward the beasts, but they barely seemed to scratch them. He turned to look at Ye Ning with utter disdain. As expected of willpower-type trash, a single strike of his could only take down 1 zombie at a time. Watching the battle from the observation deck, Lin Lan sneered in contempt. This Ye Ning guy is a total joke. How did he even have the guts to show up here? She waved her hand as if watching a circus sideshow. If the other Awakened hadn't teamed up to carry him, he probably would have died in the very first round. This is only the first round though. Let's see how long he can keep this up. The system announced that the first round was cleared, leaving the defeated lickers scattered all over the ground. Half an hour later, the system announced the end of the 3rd round, with the 4th round scheduled to begin in 3 minutes. As Ye Ning's group was clearing the battlefield, Songgang cursed in frustration. Damn it, this is getting harder and harder. I'm worried a peak Tier 2 mutant will show up in the next round. Are Lin Lan and her lackeys still refusing to make a move? Lin Teng also felt deeply frustrated. She won't help us. Besides, we stand no chance of going against her anyway. Speak of the devil. Lin Lan appeared right before them with a smug look on her face. It's only the 3rd round, and you're already struggling this much? She crossed her arms, acting incredibly condescending because she knew no one dared to cross her. I can't tell if you Tier 2 fighters are just slacking off, or if you're actually useless. Let me make this clear. I won't lift a finger until the 6th round, so, if you want to stay alive, you'd better stop holding back. Lin Lan then turned her attention to Ye Ning with mock praise. Well, look at you, still breathing. Not only are you alive, but you don't even have a single scratch. He gave a sheepish laugh and said, just got lucky. Hearing this, Xiaoba immediately snapped, Lucky, your ass. Isn't that all because we carried you? Aside from hiding and throwing useless long-range attacks that do 0 damage, what else can you even do? But Songgang, analyzing the situation, felt there was more to it. No. This kid definitely has an ultimate move he's hiding. Otherwise, there's no way he could have reached Tier 2. His ultimate probably has a hard limit, like he can only use it once or twice. Well, that works. At least we might stand a chance to turn things around. Meanwhile, the system issued the next quest, and the 4th round was about to begin. 400 zombies, 1 peak Tier 2, 2 Tier 2 mutants, and 6 Tier 1 mutants. A massive horde of zombies was unleashed. Songgang rushed forward to engage, calling out orders. Lin Teng, let's focus on this peak Tier 2 zombie king first. The high Tier 2 group, hold off those 2 Tier 2 wailing banshees. Everyone else, handle the Tier 1 zombies. The zombie king's tentacle nearly struck Songgang. Lin Teng shouted from behind, providing cover fire as he shot an arrow at the boss. Brother Song, watch out. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the archer. It whipped its tongue across his face, catching him completely off guard and knocking him to the ground. Jiang Tao charged forward with his spear, delivering a deadly thrust right into the wrapped zombie. But the venom spraying from its body left Jiang Tao writhing in agonizing pain. Seeing this, Xiao Ba rushed forward in a panic, crying out, Jiang Tao! He blasted ice at the zombie attacking his ally, pushing himself to the absolute limit to close the distance. But the creature was way too fast. He couldn't even touch it. Now, Huang Yan was dead, and Jiang Tao was severely injured. With the other group refusing to lift a finger to help, they were as good as dead. Ye Ning immediately realized the situation was incredibly critical. If the casualties kept piling up like this, the entire team would be wiped out before they even reached the 6th round. If that happened, he wouldn't even have the chance to unleash his ultimate move. Right in front of the boss, he prepared to let his true power explode. Sparks of electricity began to crackle around his feet. Ye Ning hesitated for 2 seconds, but knew he had to make his move. In a flash, he lunged toward Xiao Ba, grabbing him and pulling him back. Get out of the way, fast. Xiao Ba looked on, utterly stunned. Wait, it's you? Right after, a glowing spiritual blade began to take shape in Ye Ning's hand. Using telekinesis, he decisively hurled his blades at the zombies. Ye Ning's attack even changed direction, mid-air. It chased down the fleeing zombies, piercing that ugly monster right through the heart. Xiao Ba could only tremble in shock, instantly killing a Tier 2 mutant with just one move. Is this guy really the useless loser from earlier? He could only stammer out a thank you. Ye Ning's face remained cold. Don't worry about it. Just keep your mouth shut next time. Ye Ning controlled tendrils of purple energy, weaving them through the raging horde. Don't lose focus. There are still plenty of mutant zombies left. Xiao Ba snapped out of it immediately. Got it. I'll take care of the level 1 lickers in the back. Watching this, Lin Lan found the display rather amusing. Not bad. This kid actually has a trump card to stay alive. And that speed. Are those boots of his blue tier gear? No wonder he had the guts to come here. Her lackey began to grow wary. Boss, should we take him out right now? Lin Lan smirked wickedly. No need to rush. We're short on hands right now, so let him do some more heavy lifting for us. Telekinesis is probably his absolute limit. A weak willpower class user like him would only take us a few seconds to crush. But those two at the peak of Tier 2, keep a closer eye on them. They're definitely hiding their true motives. Yes, boss, the lackey complied. Half an hour later, another system notification popped up. Round 4 is now complete. Round 5 will begin in 3 minutes. At Song Gang and Lin Deng's feet lay the massive, lifeless corpse of the zombie king. Song Gang took a grim tally of their losses so far. We lost 1 melee fighter and 1 ranged attacker this round. On top of that, another melee fighter is severely injured. I only have enough energy left to use my ultimate twice. I just hope we can survive until round 6. Lin Deng gritted his teeth in frustration. Same here. No matter what, we have to make it to round 6. Once Lin Lan makes her move, we'll catch her off guard, team up, and take her down. At this point, Song Gang's opinion of Ye Ning had completely changed. Did you see that kid fight just now? Normal willpower class users need time for their skills to cool down, but he was firing them off almost continuously. Lin Deng agreed, saying, You're right, that kid is definitely something else. Let's just hope he still has some more trump cards up his sleeve. To keep our plan on track during the next round, we need to make sure he makes it to round 6 alive. Suddenly, the system screen flashed red. Round 5 has begun. 500 peak Tier 2 zombies, 3 Tier 2 mutants, and 8 Tier 1 mutants. An overwhelming horde of grotesque, mutated zombies instantly spawned. Among them were giant 2-headed beasts, blood-sucking demon bats, colossal demon spiders, an 8-meter-long centipede, and several other terrifying new species. The colossal spider dropped from above, initiating the attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba was snatched up by the centipede. Ye Ning, look out. Caught off guard, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I hate bugs. Ye Ning unleashed his powers while dodging the centipede's strikes, desperate to save his teammate. As expected, taking down a massive mutant like this without using an ultimate is nearly impossible. Half an hour had passed, and they still couldn't find its weak spot. Blood-curdling screams echoed across the battlefield. Help me, someone help me focus fire, but with so many mutants swarming them, there was no way to coordinate their attacks. Damn it, those puppet masters. Those bastards never intended to let us make it to round 6 alive. Over on his end, Songgang was struggling against a 2-headed demon and a blood-sucking bat. He shouted over to Lin Deng. Lin Deng, we have to use our ultimates, otherwise, we're not going to make it. Lin Deng immediately unleashed his ice arrows, firing them directly at the bat. Songgang charged forward, aiming straight for the 2-headed monster's skull. Die, you freak. Battle water, psionic strike. Lin Lan sneered with malice. With such pathetic strength, did you really think you could save your energy? You're completely delusional. Without warning, the colossal spider lunged at Ye Ning from behind, its massive fangs slamming into the ground and cracking the earth wide open. Songgang's face went pale. Oh no, we're too late. Lin Deng gasped in horror. Is the kid dead? Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. Ye Ning blasted outward, completely obliterating the giant beasts. The two onlookers were utterly speechless. Even Lin Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. That kid still had another trump card? Lin Deng's arrow struck the giant spider dead center. You mutant spider, take this. Armed with his hammer and shield, Songgang charged alongside him. Quick, let's take down this zombie spider together. Ye Ning still has a chance. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was still locked in combat with the giant centipede. Unleashing his purple energy, he ran along its massive body, searching for a weak spot. He hurled his purple blade near the center of its head. Found it. Ye Ning then unleashed a devastating tornado punch to finish it off. A massive vortex of purple energy erupted, lifting the giant centipede off the ground before ripping it completely apart. Lin Deng's jaw dropped. He just pulled off a lower-level counterkill. Those filthy monsters tried to overwhelm us, but this time they picked the wrong fight. Songgang's face was a picture of pure shock. Lin Lan, however, stared at Ye Ning like a predator watching its prey. A low-tier level 2 with 2 pieces of blue equipment. What a fat sheep. With a sadistic smirk, she gave the order. Deploy the next wave. Time to harvest. Don't kill that brat Ye Lin just yet. Break his arms and legs, and keep him alive so I can torture him slowly. His subordinates shouted in unison, Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Songgang's face darkened as he saw the other side starting to make their move. In the next round, only we and Ye Lin will be left. Lin Lan and her crew are bound to join the fight. When they do, we'll take the opportunity to eliminate her. Lin Deng agreed, adding, Even if we can't kill her, we must leave her gravely injured. Then, Ye Lin can finish her off. The quest notification popped up, announcing the start of the 6th wave. It was a peak level 2, 3-star challenge. This time, the number of mutated monsters had tripled, and they were far more ferocious. Over on Lin Lan's side, the zombies had also begun their assault, prompting her to charge straight to the front lines. This is the final round. Give it everything you've got. She was easily slicing through zombies with one hand, like they were made of paper. As long as you guys can hold your ground, I promise I'll only take your money, not your lives. Lin Lan repeatedly punched and kicked a giant zombie as if it were nothing but a punching bag in a training gym. I'll deal with the peak level 2 mutated zombie first. Everyone else, focus your fire and hold off the rest. The sword-wielding zombie, its eyes glowing blood red, raised its blade and swung it right past her ribs, forcing her to dodge quickly. Angered, Lin Lan raised her leg, preparing to take the monster down. With a single swift strike, she sliced the beast in half, but right behind her, another hideous zombie suddenly appeared. But Lin Lan had already anticipated this. Just as the monster was about to sink its teeth in, she activated her phantom shield, conjuring a crimson protective barrier around herself. Meanwhile, Ye Ning, who was busy dealing with a giant scorpion, couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Dual attribute, strength and agility, speed boosts, explosive burst skills, and an incredibly tough defense. She's way stronger now than she ever was before. He analyzed the situation carefully. Aside from these abilities, she was almost certainly hiding a trump card up her sleeve. I can't afford to act rashly in this round. Meanwhile, Lin Deng was shooting arrows while discussing their battle plan, shouting, "We need to block the blood slaughter monster first. Once Lin Lan finishes her fight, they'll definitely try to swoop in and steal our kills." Song Gang gave it his all to attack the giant wild boar. He knew this would be their only chance to strike back at her with his ultimate skill. Lin Lan easily took down another monster, but her fighting style made it look like she was just playing a game. The moment she finished, she immediately lunged toward Lin Deng and Song Gang. Song Gang glanced over, realizing it was time to execute their plan. "She's here, prepare to charge up," but to their shock, the target Lin Lan was actually aiming for was that giant wild boar. "You hold off the monster, I'll take care of it." Song Gang frowned deeply and grunted. "Right." Immediately, Lin Deng launched a brilliant blue flame arrow straight at Lin Lan. "Now, Spirit Flame Arrow." Song Gang also slammed his shield forward in perfect coordination, executing a shield bash. Both attacks converged directly on her. Seeing this, Ye Ning realized things were taking a turn for the worse. Oh no, they're moving now? There's no way Lin Lan would be unprepared for this. A massive explosion tore through the air. Lin Deng's eyes widened in sheer panic as he screamed, "Brother Song!" Just ahead, the wild boar was slain. But at that exact moment, Song Gang was also violently blown back, his shield shattered into countless pieces. Lin Lan stood with her hands on her hips, sneering, "Idiots, did you seriously think I wouldn't have any defense?" However, Ye Ning, who was currently slicing off the scorpion's tail, saw right through her trick. At the crucial moment, Lin Lan and Song Gang had swapped places. It was a substitution ability. She then viciously stomped on Song Gang over and over again. "You made me waste my life-saving substitution skill." Suddenly, Lin Lan lunged right in front of Lin Deng, her eyes burning with pure murderous intent. "Nice try, Lin Deng." She delivered a brutal punch right to his gut. Lin Lan then maliciously stomped on his right hand, crushing it. He gasped in agonizing pain, unable to even utter a sound. "I'll ruin your right hand first. Let's see what you can use to fight back against me now." She then casually turned and ordered her subordinates. "Leave the trial takers to me. You guys clean up the battlefield, start harvesting and interrogate them." They quickly replied, "Understood, boss." One of them grabbed Lin Deng, pointing a sharp needle right at his eye. "Hand over your gear and credits, and I might spare you. Otherwise, I have ways to make you wish you were dead." Refusing to listen to reason, he grabbed Lin Deng's left hand and threatened, "Still not talking? Then let's break your left hand too." Song Gang roared in fury, "Kill us if you want. Even if I die, my ghost will come back to haunt you all." Suddenly, Ye Ning raised his hands in surrender. "I'll hand it over. I'll hand everything over. Just please don't kill me, and don't torture me." The nearby subordinate sneered, "At least you know your place, kid. But too bad, the boss's orders are to crush your arms and legs anyway." Ye Ning played along, saying, "Wait. Even if you're going to cripple me, at least let me finish transferring the credits first." But he already had a plan to deal with them. His chance to counterattack would be in the 7th round. He had to find a way to stall until that final round. The system announced that the 6th round had ended. A prompt appeared for everyone to vote on whether to enter the 7th and final round. With a cold expression, Ye Ning unleashed a lethal strike on the thug in front of him. "This is it." His eyes flared with intense, murderous intent. Enter the 7th round, maximum difficulty. Very few people knew that by choosing the maximum difficulty, the dungeon would continue automatically without needing a vote. The system displayed the voting results. A player has confirmed entry into the next round. The 7th round, maximum difficulty battle, is about to begin. The first lackey's jaw dropped as they advanced to the next round. "Wait, didn't the boss say we'd disband once we were done harvesting?" The second guy was just as lost and confused. "What the hell is going on? Don't we need a 70% vote to make a decision?" The third lackey began sweating buckets. "I heard Tier 3 mutants can show up in round 7, and there's no way the boss can handle that." Song Gang burst out laughing, completely mocking the lackey standing right next to him. "It's heaven's will that you all get wiped out. Let's burn together." Lin Lan's face twisted in pure rage. "Song Gang, did you do this?" She lunged at him with breakneck speed, screaming, "I'll rip you apart." But suddenly, the ground erupted. A colossal worm-like monster, its gaping maw bristling with razor-sharp teeth, breached the earth and blocked her path. Its sheer size was overwhelming. With a single flash of purple light, it easily took down Lin Lan's lackey over on Lin Teng's side, before another devastating strike pierced right through the guy next to Song Gang. Looking down from above, Ye Ning shouted, "Song Gang! Lin Teng, can you guys still move? If you can, get the hell out of here and run as far as you can." Lin Teng supported Song Gang as they fled from the gargantuan worm. Ye Ning is finally stepping up. He pointed his divine sword straight ahead. "Lin Lan, I bet you're still completely in the dark, aren't you?" Ye Ning stood tall, gripping his legendary blade, looking down at them as if they were mere insects. Tier 3 mutants have actual intelligence. They always target the strongest, high-level ability users first. As long as you're pinned down and can't escape, I'm absolutely certain I can wipe everyone out in a single shot. The beast opened its massive maw. Lin Lan grit her teeth, glanced back, swapped positions, and bolted forward at absolute full speed. Ye Ning kept a close eye on the unfolding chaos. Just as he suspected, her injury-swapping ability has a strict distance limit, which means she can't swap with anyone over here. As the monster's gaping maw closed in on Lin Lan, she desperately leaped into the air to dodge the strike. But the beast was too fast, whipping her hard and sending her crashing down. Ye Ning immediately gripped his dagger. Now's my chance. He unleashed a flurry of devastating slashes. Blade storm! Lin Lan's eyes widened in sheer terror. What kind of power is this? This is 10,000 times more terrifying than any Tier 3 mutant. Don't tell me. There's another Tier 3 user here besides me? The massive beast was instantly shredded into 1,000,000 pieces. She stared at the remains, shivering in fear. The sheer scale of this attack was so massive that there was absolutely no way she could have run from it. Right on cue, the system chimed in with an announcement. Death construction site cleared, transporting out of the dungeon in 5 minutes. Ye Ning looked down with a cold gaze. Song Gang stared in absolute disbelief. Did this guy seriously just one-shot a Tier 3, awakened and a Tier 3 mutant with a single attack? Lin Teng's jaw hit the floor. Are you a mid-Tier 3 awakened? No. Could it be high Tier 3? Meanwhile, Ye Ning cast a cold glance downward. He could still sense a faint human signature down there. Wait, did that witch actually survive? Ye Ning immediately flung his dagger, using his telekinesis to guide it. Lin Lan, now clinging to life with severe injuries, spotted the incoming dagger. She stared at the blade with wide, panicked eyes. Is Ye Ning the one controlling this dagger? No, how is that even possible? He glared down at Lin Lan with razor-sharp eyes. Just as I thought, you're still breathing. You've got some life-saving gear on you, don't you? Then let's see how much of this you can handle first. The dagger stopped right before the center of Lin Lan's forehead, seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier. It didn't break through? Fine, then I'll just drill right through it. Lin Lan broke out into a cold sweat as she watched the dagger spin violently like a drill. Thank goodness I spent a fortune to buy this single-use, Tier 3 passive defense barrier last time. Ye Ning charged forward, gripping his longsword. Looks like telekinesis alone isn't going to pierce this shell, but in her current state, she's too weak to even think about counterattacking. It's time to finish this myself. She stared at him, in utter disbelief. That ultimate attack. Was it really you who unleashed it? You've been a hidden Tier 3 all along, haven't you? But despite putting his strength into the blow, the blade bounced off. What kind of barrier is this? I can't even put a dent in it. Lin Lan gritted her teeth in absolute humiliation. If you're going to kill me, then just get it over with. Why are you humiliating me like this? Ye Ning stood there, completely dumbfounded. Wait. She actually thinks I'm trying to humiliate her, rather than the fact that I just can't break her defense? A devious smirk spread across his face. Well, if that's the case, it looks like she fears humiliation far more than she fears death. This is going to be a piece of cake. Sure, what I'm about to do is incredibly shameless, but if I want to walk away with her loot, I have to play the part. He gently lifted Lin Lan's chin with his blade. Oh? You want a quick, painless death? Tell me, when you were busy torturing all those other awakened, did it ever cross your mind that you'd end up like this one day? She trembled with fury, spitting out, "You bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Ye Ning's smirk widened with dark amusement. You're already losing your mind over this? Just wait. I'll show you what real humiliation feels like. She clenched her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. What the hell do you want from me to just give me a quick death? He immediately laid out his terms. It's quite simple, really. Just do exactly what you forced everyone else to do. Hand over all your gear, items, and credits. Do that, and I'll grant you a quick, painless death. But Lin Lan glared at him with deep suspicion. How do I know I can even trust you? He lightly tapped his blade against her thigh. You don't have a choice. Your only option is to trust me. Lin Lan was absolutely terrified. No, please, I'll hand them over. But if you dare trick me, you'll die a miserable death. Right at that moment, the system sent a notification. ID A178391 wants to trade with you. Blood Soul Armor, Blue Tier Equipment. ID A178391 wants to trade with you. Frost Flame Gauntlets, Blue Tier Equipment. ID A178391 wants to trade with you. Shattered Armor, Blue Tier Equipment. ID A178391 wants to trade with you, transferring 13,000 credit points to you. Ye Ning seemed pleased with this transaction. This is quite a haul. Turns out, robbing people really is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan had accepted her fate. I've given you everything. Now, just kill me. But he coldly asked, is that really all of it? Your credit points are barely over 10,000. How can I believe that? If you don't hand over the rest, care to guess what I'll do to you next? Ye Ning grabbed Lin Lan's hand tightly. You bastard, that's everything I have. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He quickly pinned her down. Still stubborn, are we? Then don't blame me for getting rough. Lin Lan didn't even bother resisting anymore. Come on then, you bastard. If you've got the guts, just do it. But he suddenly let go and walked away, in disappointment. Looks like she really was completely broke. Over on her side, she was still screaming. Why are you getting up? Too chicken to go through with it? Lin Lan suddenly realized something. Wait. You didn't kill me, and you didn't touch me either. What on earth do you actually want from me? Actually, that ultimate move of yours can only be used once, right? You're only level 2, so you can't even break through my defense. The system issued an announcement, starting the 10-second countdown to exit the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stood up and mocked him. How stupid of me. I actually thought you were some level 3 powerhouse. Ye Ning thought to himself. She figured it out. Right now, I really don't have any way to kill her. Lin Lan was absolutely furious now. You're Yi Lin, right? I'll remember you. Even if I have to search to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. She kept screaming, just wait until that day. I'll chop you into 1,000,000 pieces and turn you into a pig. But Ye Ning just silently looked back at her. Did I say my name was Ye Lin? By the time you find out who Ye Ning really is, it's hard to say who will end up killing whom. The system interface popped up again. Exiting dungeon, calculating rewards. Dungeon clearer, Ye Ning. Completion rate. Base completion rate, 70.3%. Main quest completion rate, 20%. Defeated the ultimate boss, the Sandworm. Cumulative completion rate, 90.3%. S rank. Obtained psionic experience points, calculating 10% bonus for defeating a higher level target. Acquired equipment. White tier Morning Mask, white tier Centipede Sin, and blue tier Boss's Desire. Items acquired, white tier Corrosive Acid, white tier Arthropod Molt, and white tier Sandworm Compound Eye. With these materials, plus the items from Lin Lan, selling them will be enough to buy a psionic fruit, and all my attributes have already increased by 25 points. Ye Ning rode a majestic motorcycle. Tonight, he had to get to Zhenjiang and find a hotel too. I'll practice the B-rank sword skill, Shadow Strike, and then tomorrow head to the Legendary Ruins battlefield to farm some gear. It's also a good chance to get familiar with this battlefield. Just then, a man blocked the path of his car. Help! Save me! The man desperately pleaded with Ye Ning. Help us! Our car flipped over. He got out of the car and looked around. Oh? Are you sure this car just flipped over? Right at that moment, a group of armed thugs rushed out, screaming, "This is a robbery!" Ye Ning remained completely calm. Oh, a highway robbery? The masked leader, highly annoyed, snapped. Cut the crap. Hand over your credits right now, and I might just spare your life. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning drew his blade and took down 4 of them. Talk really is cheap. Ye Ning glanced at the last guy who was trying to run away. Oh, one more left? Where do you think you're going, buddy? He threw his knife straight at him. Let's see how far you can run. Swoosh, the blade grazed the man's leg. Ye Ning looked at the man's leg in surprise. There wasn't a single drop of blood on the wound. The man slowly stood back up. He wasn't a human, nor was he a zombie or a mutant. He burst into tears, begging desperately, "Please, spare my life. I know where they hide all their stolen loot. I will tell you everything." Ye Ning angrily grabbed him by the collar as the man whimpered, "I was forced to do this. Please don't kill me." With eyes filled with murderous intent, Ye Ning demanded, "Tell me right now, what on earth are you?" Facing Ye Ning's intense questioning, the man was terrified and quickly opened his status screen. "Please don't kill me. I'll open my status panel so you can see for yourself." The system immediately displayed his personal information. Name: Li Fugui, Dungeon NPC, Level 0. Talent: Evolved Sense of Smell, Skilled Merchant. Evolved Sense of Smell allows the user to detect anything inside the target's inventory. Skilled Merchant automatically inflates prices by 10% during transactions. The other party will not notice the price change until the transaction is fully complete. Commission Fee automatically skims 5% of the transaction amount for yourself. This effect bypasses any transaction rules. Still skeptical, Ye Ning read the screen while grilling him. A dungeon NPC? How on earth did you escape from a dungeon? Did you gain self-awareness the moment you spawned? Fugi replied tremblingly, "Honestly, I have no idea why I'm here either. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've been wandering outside. My lord, please show some mercy." Despite the pathetic sight, Ye Ning had no intention of just letting him go. Instead, a plan was forming in his mind. His 3 skills are absolute system bugs that awakened players can never learn. If I can force him to do business and trade for me, I could save a massive fortune. With his mind made up, Ye Ning pulled out a blank scroll. He held it right in front of Fugi's face and ordered coldly, "Sign this contract, and I'll let you live." Fugui gasped in sheer terror at the condition. A servant contract. But in the end, he had no choice but to sign. The system immediately pinged. Li Fugi has signed the contract. Opening squad interface. Master: Ye Ning, Tier 2 Novice. Servant: Li Fugi, Unranked. Loyalty: 60 out of 100. Ye Ning smiled with satisfaction and said, "From now on, you're with me. We're teammates now." Completely unlike his master, Fugi burst into tears and sobbed. "Teammates? Yeah, right. You totally blackmailed me. Why am I so unlucky? I either run into greedy local tyrants or brutal bullies." Seeing how miserable he was, Ye Ning offered, "Tell you what, all the loot from those bandits is yours to keep." Hearing this, Fugi's eyes instantly lit up. He threw himself forward, hugging Ye Ning's leg with joy. "Really? Thank you, master. You are truly the most generous master in the whole wide world." Naturally, Fugi's loyalty shot up. Servant Li Fugi's loyalty +1, +1. Ye Ning let out a wry chuckle. "Well, that was easy. Fugi, help me sell all this gear except for the heavy armor, blood soul, and the shattering greaves. As for buying, get me some truth fruits. Also, get a larger storage ring and rent a room for yourself. You'll stay there and manage my assets." Even the bustling noise of the massive city couldn't drown out Fugi's ecstatic scream, "Master, you're the best. Leave everything to me." In no time, they both returned home. Ye Ning sat comfortably on the sofa, devouring his food. Seeing this, Fugi couldn't help but complain, "Master, you are the most wasteful person I've ever seen. Most people can't even afford a single truth fruit in their entire lives. Yet you're eating them like snack food." Before he could finish, Ye Ning waved his hand, pushing Fugi back into his inventory space. "Go back and do the math." Ye Ning finally stuffed himself. The system immediately displayed his updated stats from consuming the truth fruits: Strength +25, Agility +25, Constitution +25. He let out a satisfied burp, thrilled to have gained another 25 points. He stood up and opened the system screen to check his progress. While practicing the B-grade sword skill, Shadow Strike, the system immediately responds, "Oh, a new sword skill has been learned. Shadow Strike's upgrade is successful. Shadow Strike has been upgraded to a triple S grade skill. Dimensional Slash. The skill's effect will tear open a rift in space, granting 1 second of absolute invincibility, bypassing all forms of defense." Reading through the stream of notifications, Ye Ning chuckles in delight and thinks to himself, "Dimensional Slash? Tearing through space and ignoring all defenses? This is seriously overpowered. I have to head to the Ruins Battlefield dungeon tomorrow and test this out." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrives, and the system prompts Ye Ning with a choice. Do you wish to enter the Ruins Battlefield? Difficulty grade: B grade. As soon as he selects yes, he is instantly teleported to another dimension. The moment he arrives, a man introduces himself. "Hello there, I'm Chen Yong, and this is my little sister, Chen Jiao. We're both early tier 2. But Chen Jiao doesn't seem friendly at all. In a mocking tone, she says, "The system notification said, we have an advanced Tier 2 teammate. That's you, right? But you look so young. Are you sure the system didn't make a mistake assessing your power?" Hearing this, Chen Yong quickly turns and snaps at her. "Little sister, stop talking nonsense." Meanwhile, Ye Ning has been quietly observing them, taking note of their high-end gear. They're probably second or even third-generation military brats. I'd better play it safe and stay cautious. Once Chen Yong finishes scolding his sister, he turns to Ye Ning and apologizes. "Please don't mind her. My sister has been spoiled rotten since she was a kid." Ye Ning calmly replies, "It's fine. You two can just call me Ye Lin." Suddenly, the system alerts them. Ruins battlefield is now active. Special event starting in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Ye Ning raises an eyebrow in confusion. A special event? He had only heard before that special events, supernatural phenomena, and outbreak events are considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is his very first time encountering a special dungeon event like this. Chen Yong reassures him, "Don't worry, Brother Ye. Even though special events are triggered by supernatural forces, from what I know, the Ruins battlefield is actually a relatively safe one. There are no quest restrictions, so you can pull out at any time, as long as you're out of combat." This special event is basically a historical replay of the war that broke out at the very start of the apocalypse. But as he mentions their foes, his face suddenly tenses up. Our enemies will be ordinary zombies and mutated zombies. As the countdown hits 0, a horde of mutated zombies begins to swarm toward them. All 3 immediately brace themselves for battle. Chen Yong turns to Ye Ning and his sister, "Brother Ye, let's head down and deal with those mutated zombies. Chen Jiao, you stay up here." Ignoring the plan, Ye Ning leaps straight down into the zombie horde, leaving the siblings completely dumbfounded. Is he always this reckless and decisive? Brother! This guy is incredibly rude. Without a shred of fear, Ye Ning charges straight at the largest monster, swinging his sword with absolute force. In the blink of an eye, he lands 2 clean slashes, taking it down on the spot. Seeing the massive beast taken down by Ye Ning in just a matter of seconds, Chen Yong is utterly amazed. "Brother Yi, you really are an advanced Tier 2. That was insanely fast. But my sister and I aren't going to be outdone." Fired up, he swings his heavy axe, tearing through the surrounding zombies with newfound energy. Chen Yong shouts, "Brother Ye, let's hold this line for as long as we can. If things get too tight, I can summon undead soldiers to fight in our place. That way, we can milk this for maximum rewards." Ye Ning is taken aback. Summoning undead soldiers? In my past life, I only heard rumors that the military kept this kind of power a top secret. I can't believe it's actually real. But Chen Yong quickly adds in a hushed tone, "Seriously though, this is a massive military secret." He warns Ye Ning strictly, "Once we're out of here, make sure you don't breathe a word of this to anyone." But just then, a sneaky zombie lunges from the shadows, aiming right for Chen Yong's throat. Spotting it, Ye Ning instantly hurls a throwing knife toward the beast, shouting, "Watch your back." The second Chen Yong spins around. The knife is already burying itself deep inside the monster's skull. He gapes in absolute shock at Ye Ning's power. Telekinesis? He just insta-killed an advanced Tier 1 with a single throw? With the first wave of zombies completely wiped out, the system pops up with another alert. The warm-up round is over. A continuous, large-scale battle will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yong walks over, pulling out a pack of cigarettes to offer him as a thank you. "Hey, Brother Ye, you smoke? These are special issue from the military zone, and thank you so much for saving my skin back there." But Ye Ning politely declines. "No thank you. I don't smoke." Ye Ning thinks to himself, cigarettes are incredibly rare in the apocalypse. This guy's background is definitely something else. Hearing this, Chen Yong waves his hand and brags, taking the chance to recruit him. "To be honest with you, Ye Lin, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China Combat Zone, and my father is the security commander of Zone 191. Both of them are Tier 3 powerhouses. Right now, I'm actually putting together my own squad. I figured you've been traveling alone, Brother Ye, so you probably haven't joined any factions yet, right? Or maybe." Before he could even finish, Ye Ning cut him off flatly. "Sorry, I'm used to being on my own." His blunt rejection left the guy so utterly stunned that he dropped his cigarette, but he wasn't about to give up that easily. Chen Yong tried to sway him with some tempting benefits. "Brother Ye, at least hear me out first. It won't be too late to reject me after that. As long as you're willing to be my deputy, I'll start you off with the full benefits of an official officer right from the beginning. That's 3,000 credit points a month. Plus, I'll personally throw in another 1,000 from my own pocket. Seeing that Ye Ning still remained silent, Chen Yong immediately upped the ante. On top of that, I can request a blue-tier weapon for you, completely free of charge. I can even get your family members enlisted in the military. Sensing that her brother was taking things way too far, Chen Jiao quickly intervened. Brother, have you completely lost your mind? Even if his strength isn't bad, he's definitely not worth all that. Unable to stand there bickering any longer, Ye Ning turned around to walk away, calling back over his shoulder. I have absolutely zero interest in this. A massive zombie wave is about to hit, so you'd better get ready to fight first. But deep down, he thought to himself, do they seriously think they can rope me in? Once I reach rank 3, I'll easily get everything you just offered and more. Looking at Ye Ning's departing figure, Chen Yong couldn't help but sigh with deep regret. For a rank 2, those terms were practically a dream offer that countless people would die for, yet he just flat out rejected it. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, spat angrily at Ye Ning's back. What an ungrateful jerk. Who does he think he is? Let alone an advanced rank 2. Our family has plenty of peak rank 2s at our disposal. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the battle officially began. Over on Chen Yong's side, a mutant zombie was relentlessly overwhelming him. Unable to hold his ground, he desperately cried out for help. Brother Yi, I can't hold them off on this side anymore. Let's summon the soldiers and pull back. Beheading a mutant with a clean swing, Ye Ning replied, just hold on a little longer. Lure that monster closer to me. Once Chen Yong did as told, Ye Ning leaped high into the air and shouted, Great! Now get up onto the defensive wall. With that, he plunged right into the massive horde of gathered zombies without a single moment of hesitation. The sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant, blinding light, slicing straight down into the mutants below and cleaving their bodies cleanly in half. Not a single one could escape. Watching from a distance, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao stood utterly frozen in shock at this terrifying display of power. Their jaws dropped as they gasped in disbelief. Is he actually a rank 3? No way. Even an ordinary rank 3 couldn't instantly wipe out multiple mutant zombies in a single strike, especially when there was a peak rank 2 among them. No wonder he didn't give a damn about my offer. This move is way more devastating than anything our dad or grandfather can pull off. After completely wiping them out, Ye Ning landed gracefully right next to the siblings and said, All right, now summon the soldiers. Still reeling from the shock, Chen Jiao asked in sheer confusion, But why? You're already this insanely powerful. There's no need to use them unless we hit a critical turning point. Chen Yong reached out to stop his sister. If Mr. Yi says so, we should just follow his lead. With that, he raised his battle axe and loudly chanted the summoning spell, Maran, Maran. In an instant, spirit soldiers materialized one after another, and one of them barked out an order. Prepare for battle. Hold the defensive line. First Artillery Regiment, ready to fire. Kill them. The spirit soldiers immediately clashed with the mutants, instantly turning the area below into a chaotic, raging battlefield. Seeing this, Chen Yong turned to him and said, Mr. Ye, from here on out, we can just sit back and watch. However, these soldiers could only hold out for so long. Once they wiped out a single wave of zombies, they would fade away. Turning to head somewhere else, Ye Ning told the siblings, You two stay here and wait. He ventured deeper into the city, arriving at a desolate area buried in ruins. Stopping in his tracks, Ye Ning activated his search ability, calculating in his head, I didn't see any legendary blue-tier equipment drop after killing that peak rank 2 zombie just now. My guess is that it only spawns after those spirit soldiers are summoned. My gut tells me it's definitely somewhere around this area. Suddenly, his eyes flared with light. The search was finally complete. Casting his gaze toward a specific spot, Ye Ning smirked. Found you. I knew you were here. He quickly hurried over to find a glowing green orb and a battered, worn-out diary waiting for him. Suddenly, a system notification chimed from the green orb, activating a special quest. Last wish. Investigate the cause of this ruined battlefield and resolve the underlying issue. Upon completion, you will receive a special reward. Picking up the old diary, Ye Ning examined it closely for a moment before deducing, a special quest called Last Wish. It must be connected to this diary. But as he read the entries for the following days, a horrific tragedy unfolded. December 25th. The first zombie wave has begun. I never thought things would escalate this fast. Yan is dead. We couldn't even find his body. Among the faded ink of the old diary, only a single weathered photograph remained. Below it, the author wrote their final words during their very last moments. I asked if they had any last words. Normally, they were just a bunch of kids who loved to joke around. But this time, they only had one thing to say to me. On the last page of the diary, amidst the quiet, empty space, a single line was written in bold, "Moran, go home." It was the author's final message. After reading the last testament, Ye Ning stared at the jade bracelet in his hand, constantly muttering, "The Testament Covenant." As he spoke, he gripped the bracelet tightly, whispering, "The original truth." Meanwhile, the Chen siblings watched the battle below, discussing Ye Ning's identity. Brother, is it possible that Ye Lin isn't actually Tier 3? Is it possible he has some kind of gear that only lets him use his ultimate once? Maybe. But there's no way for us to verify it. Once we anger a Tier 3 expert, there's no telling whether we'll make it out of here alive. Hearing her brother's words, Chen Jiao frowned and snapped. Would he even dare? With Grandpa around, the entire North China region would never let him get away with it. Seeing his sister's awful temper, Chen Yong quickly tried to calm her down. My dear sister, you really need to work on your temper. Otherwise, you're going to learn a bitter lesson sooner or later. Setting aside whether he'll attack us or not, if he really is a Tier 3 expert, we should find a way to recruit him into our faction. I'm sure Grandpa and Dad would totally approve of this. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Ning walked back over. Seeing this, Chen Yong hesitantly asked, Sir Ye, are we ready to leave? As he spoke, he pointed below to update Ye Ning on the situation. These soldiers won't last much longer. Once that Tier 3 mutant shows up, they'll only linger for a bit before completely disappearing. So we have to leave before these soldiers vanish. Otherwise, if we get targeted by that Tier 3 mutant, it's going to be a massive pain. But Ye Ning didn't look pleased at all. With a serious look, he asked, Do you guys know how this ruined battlefield ends? What ultimately happens to these soldiers? Chen Yong was a bit taken aback by the question, but he still answered, Back then, my dad wasn't even born yet. But I heard from my grandfather that the battle was a devastating defeat. Not a single person survived. But thanks to their sacrifice, the safe zone behind them was successfully evacuated back then. My grandfather was one of the lucky survivors that year. Ye Ning pressed further. If it was such a devastating defeat, then how did that final zombie horde wave die down? But this time, Chen Yong hesitated. The details about that are still pretty unclear. But legend has it that the zombie horde just suddenly vanished into thin air. Hearing this, he finally understood everything. They just vanished? So that's how it was. So that's the truth? Seeing Ye Ning's strange behavior, the siblings couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Sir Ye, what's wrong? Yeah, why are you suddenly asking about things from so long ago? He didn't reply, but simply kept questioning them. Then do you guys know what the word Moran actually means? Chen Yong replied honestly. The meaning? That word is actually a secret code passed down internally, among our ranks. I honestly don't know its specific meaning. His sister chimed in. All we know is that if we shout this phrase, those heroic soldiers will appear to fight for us. She then loudly warned him. This is a military secret. My brother only told you because he really respects you, so you'd better not let it slip to anyone else. Seeing this, Chen Yong quickly chimed in. Calm down, sis. Don't interrupt him. Ye Ning turned and asked, How many times can you use this method? Startled by the question, Chen Yong replied, A few hundred times by now, but we usually only use it when we want to loot gear. But each person can only use it once. If the same person shouts it again, it won't work. Hearing this, Ye Ning's expression grew dead serious as he pressed further. Hundreds of times? Then did you guys ever help these soldiers wipe out the final mutant? Chen Yong calmly replied, No, because normally only Tier 2 fighters come here. We've never seen a Tier 3 before. You're actually the very first Tier 3 to ever come here. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Ning suddenly leapt down below. Before the siblings could grasp what was happening, he had already charged straight into the crowd of zombies. In his mind, he kept guessing, is this really the origin of the ruined battlefield? Frowning, Chen Jiao yelled, Brother, what on earth is he doing now? Why aren't we leaving already? Meanwhile, Ye Ning kept recalling the last testament from earlier, piecing everything together. Clearly, it was their lingering obsession that turned them into heroic spirit soldiers and made this battlefield a special event. But relying on his sharp combat instincts, Ye Ning quickly reacted. With a swing of his sword, in the blink of an eye, and with just a few swift slashes, the monster's head was severed from its body. Yet he remained calm, his mind still entirely focused on those heroic spirit soldiers. That's because they know once this Tier 3 mutant is dead, their sacred phrase will lose its power, and they won't be able to secure easy benefits for their descendants anymore. Thunder rumbled across the sky as torrential rain poured down, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Ye Ning dashed through the puddles, his heart burning with rage as the realization of this deceptive scheme and exploitation hit him. In an instant, he leaped high into the air, gripping his weapon without a shred of hesitation, and brought it crashing down on the enemy ahead, unleashing all the fury built up from learning the truth. The word Moran, which once held the sacred hope of ancestral heroic spirits, had been reduced to a shameless bargaining chip by the military, exploited hundreds, even thousands of times. With a single slash, the zombie was cleanly cleaved in two. His gaze turned incredibly resolute, vowing to himself that even if it cost him his life, he would bring them home this time. Terrified by the sight, Chen Yao turned to her brother and asked in fear, "Brother, has he lost his mind? Does he really think he can take on the final Tier 3 mutant?" Chen Yong also found Ye Ning's sudden change in behavior bizarre. He analyzed the situation silently. That's weird. If he's planning to fight the final Tier 3 mutant, there was no need to summon his soldiers this early. And why is he still helping them fight normal monsters now? Doesn't he want to conserve his energy? Meanwhile, Chen Yao quickly grabbed the hem of her brother's shirt, trying to convince him, "Brother, the Tier 3 mutant is about to show up. Even if Ye Ning is Tier 3 himself, there's no way he can kill it. We need to get out of here first." Chen Yong knew his sister made sense, but he wasn't ready to give up on someone as powerful as Ye Ning. Sure, leaving now was the safest move, but if they abandoned him, they would lose any chance of building a connection with him. After a brief hesitation, Chen Yong turned to his sister and said, "Let's wait just a bit longer. It'll only take us 10 seconds to escape this spot. If he really can't handle it, we're up here on the roof. We'll have plenty of time to run." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the building they were standing on began to tilt sharply to one side. Chen Yao gasped in panic. What is this? In the distance, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the dense fog. Each of its footsteps sent massive tremors through the ground. Realizing what was coming, they both cried out, "Is it here?" The beast showed absolute disregard for its surroundings, ready to crush anything and everything that stood in its path. Its body was grotesquely massive, with long, lanky arms covered in sharp spikes, taking slow and thunderous steps. As it moved, thick plumes of dark smoke billowed from its gaping mouth. As the creature drew closer, the siblings finally saw it clearly and screamed in sheer terror. Is this really a Tier 3 mutant? How can it be this massive?" The beast demolished everything in its path as it headed straight for Ye Ning. Up close, Ye Ning's silhouette looked like a mere grain of sand before the colossal monster. A flicker of dread crossed Ye Ning's mind, but it vanished instantly. He murmured to himself with absolute confidence, "I only have one charge of dimensional slash left." Taking a deep breath, he began formulating a plan to take it down. But since I don't know exactly how effective the slash will be against this thing, I can't afford to rush my attack. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Ning let out a soft sigh, having finally made his decision. He slowly raised his sword, lowering his stance into a combat-ready position. It would be much safer to wait for it to get closer before making his move. He stood his ground without a trace of fear as the distance closed rapidly, 70 meters, 59 meters, and finally, 40 meters. The monster was right on top of him. Showing zero mercy, the beast swung its grotesque, spike-covered arm, bringing it crashing down like a living wrecking ball. Yet Ye Ning remained completely still, making no effort to dodge. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he prepared his counter. This was his moment. In the blink of an eye, the colossal beast was suddenly split clean in half by Ye Ning's blade. Landing gracefully amidst the swirling dust as if nothing had happened, Ye Ning kept his eyes locked on the monster, his guard completely up. He uttered the command, "Absolute stillness." Instantly, the entire world ground to a halt. Standing alone on the rooftop of a ruined building, Ye Ning faced down the looming, perilous form of the giant zombie. So this is the dimensional space? My flow of time is completely separate from the rest of the world. Ye Ning frowned, his cold gaze piercing through the stillness. Not only that, but he could also see the skeletal structure inside the creature's body, realizing he now possessed X-ray vision. With a subtle shift, a powerful surge of energy began radiating from his legs. I can choose any coordinate within this dimensional space to manifest my attacks. Without a moment's delay, he launched himself straight at the monster, planning his route to pass directly through its massive body without any resistance. Suddenly, a brilliant green aura erupted from his boots. Right now, I am absolutely invincible. With a swift motion, he drove his sword deep into the zombie, sending blood splattering everywhere. Ye Ning then flashed right through its head with breathtaking speed. That fatal strike blew the zombie's head wide open, shaking the very heavens before its massive body crashed down, kicking up a storm of dust and debris as the destruction spread. Chen Yong's eyes widened in horror. That was a level 3 mutant, a monster powerful enough to completely wipe out a safe zone. And yet, it was killed just like that? Chen Jiao stood there with her mouth agape. The attack had been so incredibly fast, she couldn't even see a thing. Is it really dead already? Suddenly, she covered her mouth and whispered with a frown, "Brother, I was wrong. He really is at level 3. He might even be stronger than Grandpa and Dad, who are also at level 3. Sweat dripping down his forehead, Chen Yong agreed, "You're right. We grew up seeing plenty of level 3 fights in the military zone, but we've never seen anything on this level before. Could Ye Ning actually be a high-tier level 3? At this rate, he's practically a national treasure." A moment later, the system updated. The event was over, and they would be teleported out of there within 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, this remnant battlefield would disappear forever. The heroic spirit soldiers froze for a moment when they heard the announcement. Everyone was in shock. The remnant battlefield is disappearing? What on earth is going on? At the same time, both Chen Yong and Chen Jiao rushed over. Seeing Ye Ning land on the rooftop, they called out, "Ye Ning!" He raised his hand, revealing a turquoise necklace. At the same time, Ye Ning shouted, "Moran!" That voice instantly caught the attention of the heroic spirit soldiers. They quickly lined up, solemnly saluted, and chanted in unison, "Thank you, Tame." Standing behind them, Chen Yong was completely bewildered. "Ye Ning, why are you still using that incantation right now?" Before he could finish, Ye Ning calmly cut him off. "We'll talk once we get out. This place is about to vanish." Right then, the system issued a prompt, ordering them to leave the dungeon. The system began calculating the rewards for dungeon clearer Ye Ning. The clear rate included a basic completion rate of 70%. With an additional completion rate of 30%, the total accumulated completion rate reached 100%, earning him a triple S rank. Equipment received, items received. Having received the materials, even though he knew he had leveled up, Ye Ning just sat quietly amidst the battle-scarred ruins. He muttered to himself, "I really reached high-tier level 2. I should be happy about this, right? But why do I feel so empty inside? Other than setting those predecessors free, what else can I actually do for them?" Shortly after, another system notification popped up. The current event had concluded, and the Last Wishes quest had been updated. You can choose to continue the quest, which is to return home with the soldiers from this special event. Or, you can end the quest and claim your special rewards first. Warning: continuing the quest will alter the quest rewards, and your skills may undergo unpredictable changes. Please choose carefully. Looking at the notification, Ye Ning smiled with relief. Works for me. Even without this quest, this is still what I wanted to do anyway. At last, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao found him in a secluded spot. Chen Yong smiled and said, "Ye Ning, you are seriously unbelievable. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was worried we wouldn't be able to find you." Walking closer, Chen Yong added, "I've already transferred all the loot from this run to you. You earned it." Hearing this, Ye Ning calmly replied, "Oh, thanks." Right after, the siblings extended an invitation. "The two of us would love to treat you to lunch in Zhenjiang. Would you do us the honor?" He politely declined, then asked, "I'll pass on lunch. I actually have something else I need to do first. Could you help me out with it?" Chen Yong happily agreed. "It would be my honor. Please, just name it, Ye Ning." Ye Ning made his request clear. "Help me look up the hometowns of the soldiers from this battlefield. I want to make a personal trip out there." Without delay, Chen Yong contacted his assistant, Adjutant Su, "Help me check the hometowns of the Zhuang soldiers from the remnant battlefield. Send me the information as soon as possible." The man complied. "Understood, young Master Chen." Moments later, Chen Yong delivered the good news. "Ye Ning, we found them. It's about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang. I'll have a helicopter fly you there." Ye Ning thanked him. "Thanks a lot." As Ye Ning boarded the helicopter, Chen Jiao watched quietly, unable to hide her regret. "Brother, are you really just going to let him leave like that? With the remnant battlefield gone, what are we supposed to do? How are we going to explain this when we get back?" You know how much the military values a remnant battlefield, don't you? Grandpa fought hard to secure our slot for this summon. It's one thing that you gave him all the loot, but are you seriously planning to help him cover this up, too? Keeping his eyes fixed on the departing chopper, Chen Yong calmly replied, "Little sister, although this is indeed a serious matter, you're not wrong. I'm not only going to help him cover up what happened here, but this is also a responsibility I absolutely cannot walk away from." A moment later, the helicopter began to lift off. Tran Jiao's curiosity still hadn't died down, and she kept rambling on and on about their massive harvest from this run. Honestly, even if we gave him 10,000 or even 100,000 points, so what? She paused, sounding puzzled. Brother, I know he's incredibly powerful, but he hasn't shown even the slightest interest in getting close to us. Is what we're doing even worth it? But Tran Dung just smirked, replying with a knowing look. Oh, it's absolutely worth it. Let me spell it out for you. First of all, there's no way we can run from this situation. At the end of the day, our political rivals are going to pin the blame on us no matter what we do. So instead of waiting to be targeted, we take the initiative and use this to get on Diep Lam's good side. He tilted his head toward Tran Jiao and pressed. And think about this, Diep Lam asked me to look up that specific information. What do you think that means? It proves that he hasn't aligned himself with any faction in the military yet. The helicopter roared ahead at full speed, leaving bright trails and a powerful draft in its wake as Tran Dung's voice echoed over the engine. He doesn't talk much, but it's clear as day that he's a fiercely loyal guy. If we want to build a real bond with someone like him, we have to show absolute sincerity. Back inside the helicopter cabin, Da Ning stared out at the sky through the window, his hand gently grasping the turquoise necklace as he whispered, "Unnamed seniors, I wonder if you're still out there. If you are, please fly back home with me." In Wenshan Zhuang, a small town tucked away in a valley of majestic mountains and turquoise rivers, a gentle voice asked, "Ama, do you still remember the soldiers who left this place 60 years ago? The ones who fought to defend Zhenjiang?" A pair of calloused, worn hands lifted an old photograph of soldiers laughing and sharing a light-hearted moment. A white-haired old farmer, leaning on a wooden cane, squinted as he tried to piece together his memories. "This one here is a Nam, and this is Ma Nyem too." Da Ning stood up, nodding gently to confirm. "Yes, they're finally home. They've all made it back." Shortly after, Xiao Tran cheerfully walked in with another old man and called out, "Deep Lam." After double-checking everything, we found that only 5 families still know about what happened 60 years ago, and those elderly folks are still alive today. Plus, as you ordered, we've distributed a massive shipment of supplies to help the villagers get back on their feet. Then, referring to the memorial tablet, he introduced the man beside him. "I brought the village chief along as well." Da Ning smiled warmly and thanked him. "Thank you so much for your hard work." The village chief replied humbly, "Please, Lord Diep Lam, don't mention it. This is exactly what young Master Tran entrusted me to do. We are completely at your service, Lord Diep Lam." Once Xiao Tran left, Da Ning pointed off into the distance and asked, "Chief, I'm going to send you another 4,000 credit points. I'd like you to lead the villagers in building a memorial monument over there. Do you think that'll be enough?" Hearing the massive sum, the chief quickly waved his hands in panic. 4,000 credit points? Oh, that's way too much. We could never spend all of that. Da Ning smiled gently and suggested, "Then, whatever is left over, please distribute it among the children in the village." Realizing he couldn't sway Da Ning's mind, the village chief was deeply moved and grasped his hand tightly, choking up as he spoke. "Commander, on behalf of the entire village, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I promise you, I will personally make sure every single one of their names is beautifully engraved." Da Ning bowed his head slightly, saying warmly, "Please, Chief, there's no need for that." Shaking off the memory and returning to the reality of the helicopter cabin, he stared back out at the endless sky, whispering softly, "Seniors, you can finally rest in peace now." Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a notification. The quest Last Wish has been successfully completed. Rewards: 100 reputation points. Pact completed. Blue necklace. All attributes increased by 1. Equipment effect: health and spiritual energy recovery rate increased by 33%. Active skill: unyielding belief for 10 seconds. Instantly restores 15 points of willpower. Equipment evaluation: having received the ancestral blessing, this necklace is now significantly stronger than its original state. Da Ning's eyes widened with deep emotion. Thank you for your blessing, seniors. I'll carry this with me until the very day this war is finally over. Staring at the system panel, he muttered to himself, this reputation reward isn't something money can buy, and building up my own influence in the military could be incredibly useful down the line. Just then, Tran Dung's face came to mind. If we're talking about military connections, Tran Dung actually isn't a bad choice at all. After we cleared the dungeon, he didn't say a single word about the battlefield disappearing. On top of that, he agreed to all of my conditions. Even though he's a bit of an eyesore, when I think about it, he doesn't really understand much about those battlefield ruins anyway. He ultimately decided to head back and test him a bit more, and maybe squeeze a few extra perks out of him while he was at it. The scene cuts to a massive, intricately carved wooden door set in an ornate wall, exuding an air of luxury, mystery, and solemnity. Inside that very room, Tran Dung suddenly leaped to his feet. The person he'd been waiting for actually reached out first. Ye Lin, are you looking for me? Ye Lin went straight to the point. I want to borrow 2 blue-tier swords from you, preferably ones with a short cooldown. Is that okay with you? Thinking he had misheard, he asked, borrow? Immediately after, Chen Yong frantically waved his hands in denial. No, not at all. I didn't mean it like that. What I meant to say is, I'll definitely find a way to get them and just give them to you as a gift. No borrowing needed. As the system screen was about to shut off, the other guy's voice rang out right before it closed. Then I will have to trouble you. Chen Yong clenched his fist in triumph. To think Ye Lin would actually reach out to him for help so quickly, it seemed like he was earning more and more of his trust. Once I get back and tell Grandpa and Dad, they'll definitely be thrilled. Meanwhile, at an authentic Lanzhou hand-pulled noodle shop, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction as he slurped his noodles. That kid Chen Yong is surprisingly straightforward. I only got 3 free attribute points from this dungeon run. Not counting the blessings from my blue gear, my base attributes, except for willpower, are only at 26. Strength 26, agility 26, constitution 26, willpower 31. The blue necklace is not for sale. As for the other materials, they aren't worth much either. It's simply not enough to buy the spiritual energy fruit. In 2 days, once my ultimate is off cooldown, I will take the blue gear Chen Yong gives me and then find a way to conquer high-level dungeons to make as much profit as possible. Suddenly, he recalled his past life. Once he reached level 3, he would get another chance to double his attributes. In my past life, all of my tier 2 attributes only reached 20 points when I leveled up to level 3. Because of that, my base attributes after level 3 weren't very high. On his way back, Ye Lin kept his hands in his pockets as he pondered. In this life, I must raise all my attributes to the maximum tier 2 limit of 31 points before taking the trial to level up to level 3. By my calculations, that should be right around the time the beasttide breaks out in the Tianfeng safe zone. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Oh, the bloodlust of a tier 3? As that savage aura drew closer, Ye Lin suddenly realized the danger. Oh no, my ultimate is still on cooldown. Facing a tier 3 opponent right now is a death sentence. As he walked, Ye Lin's mind raced. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? He silently reasoned. This is the inner city of the Zhenjiang safe zone, and no one except Chen Yong knows I'm here. Could it be that tier 3 commander from Zhenjiang whose kill I stole earlier? Or maybe Chen Yong has regrets? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Chen Yong wouldn't do that. There's no way. He's trying to win me over, so he has no reason to kill me. As for the commander of Zhenjiang, he has no idea that I was the one who snatched his prey. A thought flashed in Ye Lin's mind as he recalled Lin Lan's hateful glare. Could it be that woman Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad? Could she really have found me this quickly? Since all my skills are currently on cooldown, I can't just rashly go and confirm it. Putting aside the speculation of who wanted him dead, he was now focused on finding a way to shake off the person tailing him. My top priority is figuring out how to escape this place. Should I activate my Thunderbolt boots to run? First, I need to stay calm. The fact that the enemy is choosing to tail me instead of striking immediately means they still have doubts. In other words, the opponent doesn't know my skills are on cooldown. If I make a sudden run for it, I'll only expose myself, and they will definitely strike to kill. The best thing to do right now is act like nothing is wrong, and see if I can find a place to lay low first. Ye Lin scanned his surroundings, and his eyes suddenly landed on a nearby bar. Ah, there we go. Anyone who can afford to go to a bar and drink in times like these must be incredibly wealthy. He chuckled to himself. Guess I'll have to use someone else's prestige to pull off a bluff. Inside the bar near Ye Lin, Wu Qing complained dejectedly. Why is everyone at the bar today so vulgar? Just then, her bodyguard approached and asked, Miss, shall we head home after this drink? Impatient, she waved her hand. Get lost. Then, she suddenly noticed something. Wu Qing looked over at Ye Lin. He sat nearby with a calm expression, but he was quietly observing her. She looks young, with dyed hair and heavy makeup in a place like this. There's an 80% chance she's going through a rebellious phase. Wu Qing walked over. Hi, handsome. Scanning her from head to toe, he thought. Her earrings and rings are all blue-tier gear. Looking at the bodyguards behind her, there are 4 peak Tier 2 guys back there, likely her bodyguards. Since no one dares to provoke her, her background and identity must be extremely complex. Wu Qing leaned in close, whispering softly, Are you here, all alone? Let's have a drink together. Meanwhile, Ye Lin was still keeping an eye on the guy tailing him. The bloodlust of that Tier 3 stalker was still lingering not too far outside. At this point, he spoke up. I'm down for a drink, but I don't have any money on me. Wu Qing said cheerfully, I've got you covered. Right after she finished speaking, she called the waiter. Waiter, give us 2 of your best drinks. Not going home tonight, just put it on my tab, okay? Looking at Yu Qing, he muttered under his breath, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I have no choice but to use you tonight to escape. With no clue what my own trump card actually is, plus having 4 elite Tier 2 bodyguards around. Even a Tier 3 expert would have to rack their brain to deal with this. Holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she asked, Hey little brother, do you have the guts to get a room with me tonight? Ye Ning hesitated for a moment. Well, looking at her coldly, he thought, if she loves playing the hunter so much, then I'll just play the prey for now. A moment later, outside the bar, one of the bodyguards asked anxiously, Brother Lee, the young lady just left with someone. Should we stop them? Brother Lee snapped. You think you actually have the guts to stop her? Did you forget what she said about us in front of her dad last time? Hearing this, another bodyguard panicked. Then, what should we do now? Turning to them, Brother Lee barked out an order. What else would we do? Hurry up and follow them. Keep a close eye on the young lady, and make sure nothing happens. Glancing back, Ye Ning calculated his next move. That murderous aura was still tailing them. The bodyguards weren't too far, and they hadn't left yet. I have no choice but to head to the hotel with her first, and figure things out from there. Arriving at a luxurious hotel, a completely wasted Yan Yu Qing collapsed onto the bed. He looked around, sizing up the room. As expected of the daughter of Yan Liun, the head of Security Sector 317, and the president of the Jingyao Chamber of Commerce. The price for just one night in a hotel like this is easily worth 6 months of hard work for an average person. Thinking back to my past life, I was just a refugee. Simply to put food on the table, I had to scrape by in the security force of the Jingyao Chamber of Commerce, clearing out zombies. Standing in front of her, he said, Technically speaking, your dad used to be my boss. Hearing this, Yu Qing yelled, Don't you dare bring up that old man. He's a total jerk. With that, she leaned in close to Ye Ning and whispered, Hold me. Seeing her like this, he suddenly felt like teasing Yu Qing. Wait a second, she's clearly just picking a fight with her boss. She only pulled this stunt tonight just to piss him off. How childish. Maybe I should scare her a little to see how genuine she really is. With that, Ye Ning pushed her down onto the bed. Are you really serious? Because if you are, I won't hold back. Yu Qing let out a startled gasp. Looking at her face pressed close to his, she stammered, I'm so embarrassed. Yu Qing quickly pushed him away and dashed toward the bathroom. I need to take a shower first. Ye Ning couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, the most hilarious prey always tries to masquerade as the hunter. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Ye Ning stepped out onto the balcony, guessing that a paper tiger like her probably wouldn't dare to come out anytime soon. Staring down at the alley in front of him, Ye Ning thought to himself, the Tier 3 murderous aura is still down there. That shadow looks highly suspicious, but why doesn't that silhouette look like a woman? Could it be that it's not Lin Lan? If not her, then who on earth could it be? He wondered. Thinking back on my past 2 lives, I still haven't reached a solid conclusion about why I was knocked unconscious right before the exam. It makes no sense for a complete stranger to target me like this. It's truly baffling. But if the mastermind wanted me dead, they could have easily poisoned me back then. Why go through all these elaborate schemes? Then, another thought crossed his mind. Come to think of it, Lin Lan was severely injured last time, so she must still be recovering. But I can't rule out the possibility that she teamed up with another hunting squad and hired another Tier 3 expert to take me out. Brushing aside all his speculations, he immediately focused on finding a way to escape. Whatever, whoever it is, I need to shake off this tail first. Once I get out of here, I'll figure out the rest. With that, Ye Ning summoned Fugi. Fugi, help me buy a disguise kit as quickly as possible. Make sure it looks incredibly realistic. No one should be able to recognize me at all. He quickly replied, "Understood, master." With that, Ye Ning walked out. The bodyguards asked in confusion, "Wait, that fast?" He replied, "Your young lady is completely drunk. Take good care of her and make sure nothing happens." Stepping into the elevator, Ye Ning tapped on his status screen, preparing the disguise kit. Instantly, he was wrapped in a completely different appearance. Stepping outside, Ye Ning scanned his surroundings. That Tier 3 expert wasn't following him anymore. Looks like the disguise was a success, right? Luckily, there was no danger this time. Next, I need to give it my all to break through to Tier 3 as fast as possible. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way I can defend myself against an enemy lurking in the shadows. As for Yan Yuqing, I hope she takes good care of herself. Back at the hotel, Yuqing was sitting silently on the bed. She frowned as she stared at the note Ye Ning had left behind. On the paper, Ye Ning had written, "I didn't want to take advantage of you while you were vulnerable, so you don't have to worry. Thanks for tonight." And just like that, time quietly slipped away. 2 days later, at a base, Ye Ning's cheerful voice rang out. "Chen Yong, you really live up to being a second-generation military brat with such incredible resources." He was full of praise, amazed that they had managed to get him blue-grade gear so quickly. Holding the 2 swords in his hands, he marveled that the Xian longsword and the Yuchang shortsword were both top-tier blue-grade gear. Ye Ning held the blazing sword in his hand, the Xian flame enchantment. With a single swing, it consumed 270 spirit energy points per second. The blade's maximum temperature could reach up to 2,000 degrees. Once he finished testing the first sword, Ye Ning immediately moved on to the other one. Swinging the Yuchang enchanted blade, he slashed downward, consuming 240 spirit energy points per second. This sword was as razor-sharp as a laser beam. Once he was done, he felt confident that his spirit energy reserves were more than enough to handle a small-scale battle. Looking over his equipment, Ye Ning began to calculate his odds. With these 2 swords, plus the lightning attribute of his thunder-stepping boots, the protective barrier of the Blood Soul armor, the retreating blade of the shattered armor, and the unyielding oath necklace. On top of his other skills, he also had 3 ultimate abilities currently on cooldown. With all of this, he could barely pass himself off as a Tier 3 fighter and enter the high-level dungeon, the Gates of Hell. He muttered to himself about the dungeon he was about to enter. The Gates of Hell dungeon was an underground labyrinth where every time you descended a floor, you would run into zombies or get ambushed by hordes of mutants. Every 7 floors, unique mutants would appear on the intermediate level, known as elite monsters. And the final floor meant facing a peak Tier 3 mutant, he said in a calm, steady voice. Aside from the rich rewards dropped by the mutants, there were also spirit energy crystal materials, which set this dungeon apart from others. If luck was on his side and a large piece dropped, it would be worth way more than any blue-grade equipment. Just then, a system notification popped up, asking, "Do you want to enter the Gates of Hell?" The minimum level required to enter is mid-tier 2. The dungeon difficulty is extremely high, and a party of 3 or more members is highly recommended. Ye Ning shouted, "Accept." The system immediately confirmed his entry into the Gates of Hell, with the current number of entrants at 40 players. As soon as the announcement faded, Ye Ning said with determination, "Maxing out my Tier 2 attribute points all depends on this run." Inside the Gates of Hell dungeon, the Awakened were staring excitedly at the spirit crystals scattered around them. One of them cheered, "How are there so many spirit crystals here?" The other agreed as they mined the crystals together. "Exactly. A single piece of spirit crystal can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credits. If we can grab just a few, we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives." Right then, an Awakened warned them, "Stop chipping away at those. All the spirit crystals in the Gates of Hell are only dropped when monsters explode. Even if you pry them out, you won't be able to take them with you." Standing in the crowd, Ye Ning sized up his surroundings. There were 40 Awakened in total this time, and 21 of them were from the military alone. A firm voice echoed out, "Quit your yapping. This run of the Gates of Hell dungeon will be led by our military. You guys are incredibly lucky." The speaker stepped in front of the other Awakened and said seriously, "My name is Wang Yangping, a Tier 3 colonel from the 7th Legion. Yang Ping explained the situation inside the dungeon, telling them, "There are 18 tunnels surrounding us, and they are all crawling with zombies. As long as we make it out alive, we'll get our rewards. We will divide into 3-person teams to clear each tunnel and maximize our gains. If we have more people than that, the loot split will decrease accordingly," he explained calmly. On the 7th floor, the tunnels will merge and will team up to fight the elite mutants together. Next, he introduced the military members. Among our 21 military personnel, we have 4 Tier 3 warriors and 10 peak Tier 2 warriors. So, you guys can pair up and follow one of our military awakened. The crowd cheered, with some saying how great that was, while others excitedly agreed that they got lucky. But nothing in this world is free. Yang Ping immediately laid out the price for their protection. "Let's make a deal first. If you choose to follow our Tier 3 fighters, 70% of your earnings will go to us. If you choose a peak Tier 2 fighter, it's 50%. In return, we'll do our absolute best to keep you alive." He shouted, "Tier 3 fighters, step forward. Peak Tier 2 fighters, step forward as well. Everyone else, back up." The military awakened lined up in neat rows, their morale soaring as they roared. "Understood, Colonel," Yang Ping called out. "The choice is yours." Hearing this, the remaining awakened began whispering among themselves. "Relying on the military is great, but it costs way too much." One of them said thoughtfully, "Who enters a dungeon without being prepared to risk their life for resources anyway?" Another person chimed in, "But looking at the sheer presence of those Tier 3 fighters, following them definitely makes you feel a whole lot safer." Suddenly, a tall man stepped out from the crowd. He said, "I am Ye Ning, a low-level Tier 3 fighter from the Demon Slayer Corp. I only charge 50% and only take Tier 2 fighters. A high tier?" Hearing that, Ye Ning looked over and thought, well. I never expected a Tier 3 to be hiding among these independent awakeners. Not to mention, he's from the most famous demon-hunting legion among all the private organizations. Just then, another man stepped forward and told Huang Kai that a beginner Tier 3 would only take 50% of the loot and would only bring along high-level Tier 2s. But the moment this guy showed up, Ye Ning froze. "Huang Kai, this rogue's aura feels way too familiar. Have I met him somewhere before?" Huang Kai spotted him in the crowd. His face darkened as a wave of killing intent surged. Glaring at Ye Ning, he muttered to himself, "Ye Lin?" But thanks to that very killing intent, Ye Ning instantly recognized him. This was the guy who tried to murder him 2 days ago. This killing intent. Don't tell me he's the mysterious Tier 3 who was stalking me 2 days ago, Ye Ning thought, sizing him up. The breeders wouldn't come to a Tier 3 dungeon like this, would they? Since he's alone, it must be a coincidence. Ye Ning calmly met Huang Kai's hostile gaze. The other man didn't back down either, staring right back at him. He frowned, thinking, even though Lin Lan vanished 2 days ago, did she really send someone to find me? Besides, she said this kid has some insanely powerful skills. I'll have to wait until he unleashes his ultimate move before I can find a way to kill him. Right then, Ye Ning broke the tense silence by stepping forward to introduce himself. "Ye Lin, beginner Tier 3. I only want 40%, and no level requirements for teammates." The crowd stared at him, whispering under their breath. He's not wearing any badges, and he doesn't have that powerful aura like other Tier 3s. Another person agreed, saying, "Yeah, he looks totally average. He doesn't look like a Tier 3 at all. Sure, he's a bit cheaper, but who knows if we'll survive." At that moment, Huang Kai burst into a loud mocking laugh. "Ye Lin, are you really a Tier 3? I don't believe you." Ye Ning glanced at him and calmly replied, "In a dungeon like this, lying about being a Tier 3 is basically suicide." Seeing this, a soldier turned to Yang Ping and asked, "Colonel, you have the highest detection ability. Can you tell what Ye Lin's actual level is?" He replied with a serious look, "I can't see through him right now, but that blue gear he's wearing isn't something a normal Tier 2 could ever afford. Besides, he's right. Only an absolute idiot would fake being a Tier 3. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "The dungeon will open in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself." Seeing this, Yang Ping spoke up. "The mission is about to begin. Everyone, hurry up and form your teams." The surrounding awakeners immediately scrambled to group up. "Mr. Huang Kai, please let us join your team. Lord Yunming, let me go with you. Colonel, over here." Soon everyone had found a partner, leaving only 3 lonely figures standing by themselves, including Ye Ning. Scratching his head, he asked, "No one wants to pick me?" Right then, Huang Kai turned around to mock him. Tier 3, my ass. Who would believe your lies? He laughed out loud, pointed at the other two, and sneered. Now you're stuck with 2 Tier 2s from the military. You really want to bring along those 2 pieces of trash that nobody wanted? The two felt a bit awkward but walked over to Ye Ning anyway. The girl spoke up first. Mr. Ye Lin, my name is Li Qi. I'm a long-range spellcaster. Can I join your team? The man quickly added, and I'm Zhang Bin, a will-type user. Instead of looking down on them, Ye Ning readily agreed to take them along, saying, all right, you two can follow me. They bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you so much, Mr. Ye Lin. Once the teams were set, Yang Ping made an announcement. Now that the teams are formed, each group will select a tunnel. Ye Ning led his 2 teammates toward Tunnel 18 and said, let's head inside the cave. Let's go. We're taking Tunnel 18. First, tell me what you guys are good at. Li K spoke first. I'm a mage. I can only cast my skills up to 3 times, and they're all basic level, so I'm actually pretty weak. Next to her, Zhang Bin clutched his machine gun, speaking with a bit of hesitation. Even though I'm a will type, I have this spiritual Gatling gun. Taking out Tier 1 mutants shouldn't be much of a problem. Hearing this, Ye Ning hesitated. With this kind of strength, the two of them lowered their heads in embarrassment, saying, we're really sorry, Mr. Ye Lin. Zhang Bin added awkwardly, honestly, we didn't even want to come here, if we weren't forced by circumstances. But Ye Ning turned around, offering them a reassuring smile. Actually, our team isn't bad at all, don't worry. Since I've already accepted your protection fee, I'll make sure to get both of you out of here alive. Moved by his words, they choked out, Mr. Ye Lin. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, as if something massive was heading their way. Ye Ning warned, they're here, get ready to fight. Staring at the oncoming horde, he muttered, 473 zombies, and 2 Tier 1s. Zhang Bin gasped in shock. How could Mr. Ye Lin count the exact number of zombies so quickly? Li K was just as stunned. This has to be the power of a Tier 3. Kill them! Ye Ning expertly swung the sword in his hand, tearing through the monsters. As he fought, he calmly sized up the situation. This is pretty simple so far. I need to conserve as much mana as possible. While fighting, he didn't forget to instruct his 2 teammates. Before we reach the 7th floor, we should only rely on basic skills to clear the stages. That way, we won't need to use any gear or ultimate moves. Watching Ye Ning's combat skills, Li K gasped in awe. His movements are insanely fast. At that moment, he was rushing forward to execute a giant centipede. Seeing this, Zhang Bin was amazed. Why does it feel like Lord Ye Lin isn't using even a drop of mana, but relying purely on his raw physical combat skills? A moment later, the system's voice chimed. First floor cleared. Please proceed to the 2nd floor. The battle ended, but the two of them still couldn't calm down after witnessing Ye Ning's incredibly agile performance. Is it really over already? We didn't even get to lift a finger. Meanwhile, system notifications began to chime repeatedly. Tier 1 mutant, or worm, eliminated. 170 spirit crystal shards acquired. Tier 1 mutant, 2-headed wolf, eliminated. Spirit crystal shards acquired. Stage clear reward. 100 spirit crystal shards awarded to all party members. Looking at her rewards, she gasped, we didn't do anything on this floor, yet we got 60 spirit crystals and 600 credits? Next to her, Zhang Bin cheered. It looks like we didn't just show up at the right time. We chose the right person too. Ye Ning was also checking his post-battle earnings. 1 spirit crystal shard was worth 10 credits. On this floor, my personal earnings are 4,800 credits, plus the commission, meaning. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Yunming was grumbling about Ye Ning's delay. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that Tier 3 guy, Ye Lin, shown up yet? Huang Kai chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Tier 3, my ass. I told you he's a fake. Hearing this, Yang Ping frowned and replied, that can't be right. Even a peak Tier 2 takes half a day. Staring at Tunnel 18, Huang Kai plotted silently. It looks like this brat can't even handle a Tier 1 mutant without using his ultimate move. So if he faces a peak Tier 2 mutant and dies because he didn't use his ultimate, he'll just end up dead by my hands anyway. Just then, Ye Ning and his teammates arrived. Walking at the front, he said, we're here. Once everyone was gathered, Yang Ping announced, now that everyone is here, the 7 floors have been cleared. Next, we have to eliminate 5 peak Tier 2 mutants. To maximize our profits, the 7 Tier 3 players will form one group, while the other smaller squads can band together as an alliance. He turned to Ye Ning's group and offered, "If you run into any trouble, you can ask us for help at any time, just share your loot with us." But Ye Ning instantly declined. "Thanks, but that won't be necessary." Meanwhile, recalling what happened in the previous floors, Li Ke said to Zhang Bin with worry, "In the first few floors, Lord Ye Lin fought incredibly fast, but when facing the peak Tier 1 mutant on the 6th floor, he clearly struggled. Although he was agile, his damage output wasn't very high." Zhang Bin was also worried, but he still chose to believe in Ye Ning. True, but that might have just been to conserve his strength. "We have to believe in Lord Ye Lin." Suddenly, the system made an announcement as monsters materialized, letting out terrifying growls. 8 peak mutants have been activated. Please prepare for battle. Staring at the monsters ahead, Ye Ning smiled to himself. They're almost lined up in a perfect straight line. If I accidentally wipe them all out in a single blow before anyone else can react, they're going to be absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also plotting his revenge against Ye Ning. "Ye Lin, just wait until I deal with these pests first, then I'll quietly take you out." Ye Ning quickly assessed the situation and leaped directly toward the monster horde. "It's a pity. If I do this, I can't get rid of Huang Kai just yet, but to avoid accidentally hurting the soldiers, I'll have to hold back for now." With a single slash of his sword, he wiped out every single monster. Heavenly Rift, flowing light. As Ye Ning obliterated every single monster with just one move, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Ye Lin killed all of them with a single slash? How is that even possible? For an ordinary Tier 3, it's hard enough to one-shot just one of them, let alone the entire group. Witnessing this, Huang Kai felt a wave of panic wash over him. Damn it. Lin Lan only said his ultimate was powerful, but she never said it was this monstrous. Li Ke gasped in amazement. "Oh my god, is this Lord Ye Lin's true strength?" Zhang Bin was equally shocked. "See? I told you he was just holding back in front of us." As Ye Ning landed gracefully, he thought to himself, "With this run, my earnings should be around 50 to 60,000 credits, right?" The robotic voice of the system echoed. "Peak Tier 2 mutant, multi-headed blood corpse, eliminated. 680 spirit crystal shards acquired. You have slain the peak 2nd stage mutant, the giant rotten demon corpse, and received 720 spirit crystal shards. Since they were all wiped out, everyone received 150 spirit crystal shards." Li Ke hugged Zhang Bin and cried out, "Brother Zhang, tell me I'm not dreaming. We seriously hit the jackpot this time." Overjoyed, he replied, "You're damn right, making 900 credits just like that. It usually takes us a whole 6 months to grind that much." Yang Ping stepped forward and said, "Well, Ye Lin, you certainly kept your skills well hidden, but you're incredibly strong." Ye Ning calmly replied, "My apologies, everyone. I haven't fully mastered the output of that skill yet, so I overdid it a bit." Hearing this, Huang Kai sneered. "Overdid it? If you just sweep everything, what are the rest of us supposed to do? Live off of fresh air? Even if you are powerful, you still need to show some respect and play by the rules, especially when you're standing in front of the military." Looking at him, Ye Ning narrowed his eyes and thought, "This guy Huang Kai is clearly trying to make a scene. Is he trying to use the military to test me?" Meanwhile, Huang Kai was feeling smug, a sly grin spreading across his face. His ultimate skill is already spent, so he probably stands no chance against a Tier 3 military officer. "I'll test the waters first." Ye Ning tried to calm them down. "Everyone, please be patient. This floor requires manual activation, so there is currently no way to force a clear. That means there are still peak Tier 2 monsters around. Just act as if I'm not even here. If you trigger another wave, I simply won't interfere." Refusing to let it go, Huang Kai pointed directly at Ye Ning's face and barked, "Insolent. Do you think you're above everyone here? Forget about us. But do you seriously have no respect for Colonel Wang Yangping?" Wang Yangping immediately cut in to stop their bickering. "Shut your mouth. Infighting is the absolute worst thing that can happen during a dungeon raid. Isn't it a blessing to have such a powerful ally on our side? Besides, Ye Lin is right. We just need to trigger the next wave." Seeing that the colonel was taking Ye Lin's side, Huang Kai begrudgingly went along with Yang Ping's words, though he couldn't help but grumble. Colonel Wang has a point, but if he's not going to compensate us, then he should at least take down a peak Tier 2 monster all by himself. The standard team bonus rewards can hardly be considered proper compensation. Left with no choice, Yang Ping turned to Ye Ning to appease the crowd's frustration. "Ye Lin, Would you mind taking on one more monster? Deep down, Wang Yangping thought. His performance just now was vastly different from before. Watching him fight like this is actually a great opportunity. Ye Ning smiled and replied, "Oh, I don't mind at all." But internally, Ye Ning thought, that bastard Huang Kai couldn't turn them against me, so now he's trying to use a peak tier 2 monster to force my hand and reveal my trump cards. I need to save Blade Storm for the tier 3 monsters on floor 14, and I must keep Dimensional Slash in reserve for self-defense. Just then, the system announced once more that the 8 peak tier 2 mutant variants for this round had been fully activated and to prepare for battle. Watching the beasts charge forward, he thought, well then, this time I'll have to rely on my combat skills and enchanted gear. Taking down a single monster shouldn't be too hard, plus it might help me find an opening to deal with Huang Kai later. A colossal crocodile emerged, and Ye Ning analyzed it. This is a massive defensive mutant. It's going to be extremely tough to take down. Ye Ning quickly leaped into the air just before its massive claw slammed down on him, thinking to himself, the best strategy here is hit-and-run tactics to wear it down. He delivered a powerful slash to the crocodile's back, but the blow didn't even leave a scratch. Ye Ning was shocked. This isn't working. My base physical strength is still too low. A single strike can't pierce its defense, let alone deal any real damage. Even while fighting another monster, Huang Kai kept his eyes glued on Ye Ning, a sinister smirk spreading across his face as he thought, I knew it. His ultimate skills are completely drained. He's nothing but a sitting duck now. Just wait until I finish off this monster. Then you're dead meat, Ye Lin. Facing the roaring giant crocodile, Ye Ning charged forward, invoking his abilities, Burst Flame Enchantment, Yu Chang Enchantment. He dashed past its legs, moving so fast he left only a streak of light behind, yet the beast remained completely unharmed. Someone yelled, damn it, this zombie crocodile's hide is way too thick. How can a strike with a blue-grade enchantment fail to even cut its leg? Enraged, the beast roared and whipped its massive tail at Ye Ning. He quickly raised his arms to block, and the crocodile roared in his face once more. Behind him, Li Ke and Zhang Bin screamed, watch out, Ye Lin. Zhang Bin immediately unleashed his machine gun on the crocodile, firing a Gatling barrage, while Li Ke leaped into action beside him. Ice spikes. Their skills pelted the crocodile, but none of it did any damage, instead only angering the beast and sending it charging straight at the two of them. Terrified, Zhang Bin cried, our skills aren't doing a damn thing to it. Li Ke whimpered in fear. This is it, we're dead. Just then, Ye Ning materialized right in front of the beast to block it and shouted, you two back off, I can handle this on my own. Swinging his blade, he silently evaluated his 2 swords. Even after enchanting them, they still couldn't take down the target in a single hit. The results weren't quite what he had hoped for, but he didn't stop. At least he was dealing more damage than before. He kept raining down continuous attacks on the giant crocodile. If I play this hit-and-run attrition game, I can slowly wear it down to its death. Nearby, Duong Bin had already slain his monster. Van Min finished his off with his heaven-splitting axe, and Hong Kai did the same with his golden hammer. Seeing that everyone else had already defeated their monsters, Li Ka couldn't help but worry. The other tier 3 fighters are already done. Why is Master Deep Lam still playing hit-and-run? Truong Ban agreed. Exactly. Master Diep Lam's fighting style is really weird. He could easily one-shot 8 of them earlier. He frowned in confusion, wondering why dealing with just one monster now was proving to be so difficult. Watching Diep Lam still struggling with the giant crocodile, Duong Bin wondered to himself, why is his damage output so low right now? Even without enchanted blue gear, he should be at least peak tier 2. Doesn't this make absolutely no sense? Glancing back at Hong Kai behind him, he realized everyone else had already wrapped up. Hoang Kai is definitely getting ready to make a move. I must keep my guard up. Just then, Hong Kai rushed forward, shouting, Deep Lam, you're taking forever. Let me give you a hand. Watching him approach, Deep Lam scoffed inwardly. Here he comes. Is he trying to kill me and steal my monster? Sparks of lightning began crackling around his legs. Luckily, I'm almost done. Keep dreaming. Like a bolt of lightning, Deep Lam lunged forward, activating all of his enchanted gear. Lightning charge. Lightning walk. Instantly, he appeared right above the crocodile. Driving his 2 swords downward, he roared, Flame Slasher, Yu Chang, strike. Suddenly, Hong Kai materialized right behind Diep Lam, swinging his golden hammer. Unfazed, Diep Lam summoned his blood soul armor to shield himself before instantly dodging. Shattered armor, retreating blade. A powerful slash sliced clean through the crocodile's head. Meanwhile, Hong Kai was blown backward by the kinetic shockwave of Diep Lam's protective shield. He barely managed to arrest his momentum, stopping just short of crashing into the rest of the squad behind them. Duong Bin, who had watched the entire exchange from nearby, couldn't help but mock him. Well, Hoang Kai, looks like Diep Lam didn't need your help after all. Huang Kai only grunted, refusing to waste his breath arguing. Recentering himself into a defensive stance, he kept his eyes on Diep Lam and grumbled to himself, "Damn it, that's Lam's gear. With Diep Lam's limited spiritual energy, there's no way he can keep using it for long. He might try to leave the dungeon soon. I need to take care of him as quickly as possible." Keeping his stance, Diep Lam calmly spoke up. "It seems you're dead set on picking a fight with me today, Hoang Kai." Duong Bin had seen enough. He grabbed Hong Kai by the shoulder to hold him back. "Hoang Kai, the monster is already dead. Don't embarrass yourself trying to steal credit." But Hoang Kai wasn't having any of it and snapped back instantly. "Colonel Vuong, this is a personal grudge between him and me. Please stay out of it." Hearing this, Diep Lam sheathed his swords and spoke coldly. "I have no idea what you're talking about, but since we have a personal grudge," he smirked, throwing down a challenge. "Why don't we settle this on the 14th floor, so we don't waste everyone's time?" Hoang Kai froze for a second, then asked, "You don't plan on retreating at this level?" He narrowed his eyes, trying to read between the lines of the boy's words. He already blew his ultimate. Relying solely on enchanted gear to survive the next round is basically suicide. Is he an idiot, or does he still have an ace up his sleeve? The two of them locked eyes in a tense stare-down. Diep Lam continued to mock him. "Don't worry. I won't back out before we reach the 14th floor." Hoang Kai wasn't one to back down. "You'd better keep that promise. See you on the 14th floor. That is, if you can survive until then." Rivaling auras flared up around the two, as if they wanted to tear each other apart. On the other side, Duong Bin quickly commanded the crowd. "All right, since that's settled, pick a tunnel, and let's head to the next floor." The soldiers replied in unison, "Sir, yes, sir, Colonel Vuong." As everyone entered Tunnel 9 on the 10th floor, a few hideous monsters silently watched the rushing crowd from a dark, hidden corner. They were secretly calculating the perfect moment to launch an ambush on the group. Inside the tunnel, hundreds and thousands of glowing eyes stared at the group from the pitch blackness. To them, even the most dazzling crystals weren't nearly as alluring as these mud-covered humans. Leading the charge, Hong Kai cursed loudly as he pushed forward. "Damn it! Ever since the 8th floor, there's been an ambush every single time. Keep your guard up and move faster, or don't blame me when you end up dead." The two subordinates accompanying him replied in unison, "Understood, Lord Hong Kai." Right as a long, gray, skeletal arm suddenly reached out from behind. It lunged toward the crowd with terrifying speed. Its claws are razor-sharp and hideous. Just looking at them is enough to scare anyone to death. One unlucky bastard has the terrifying beast blur right past him, slicing off half his arm and leaving him screaming in absolute agony. Seeing this, another soldier nearby lets out a wild curse, swearing, "Holy crap," as he bolts forward, running for his life. Fortunately, Huang Kai leaps into action just in time, raising his shield to block the monster's deadly claw. He roars to the troops behind him, "Damn it! It is another claw ghoul." With a fierce swing, Huang Kai slams his massive hammer into the ground, forcing the beast to back off in terror. But behind him, an endless horde of claw ghouls is already lunging forward at a terrifying speed. The soldiers scream out in terror, "Watch your back, boss." The second Huang Kai spins around. A pair of sharp talons is already flashing just millimeters from his eyes. Relying on pure reflex, Huang Kai barely ducks to the side, spitting out a curse. "Son of a bitch." The soldier he just saved quickly fires off a rapid volley of psychic bullets, successfully pushing the claw ghouls back. Huang Kai turns around, absolutely furious at the guys behind him. "Damn it, I almost lost my freaking eyes just now. I am taking a 90% cut of the loot for this run. If you do not like it, get the hell out." The two soldiers stand there stunned, yelling back in frustration. "What? Are you serious, boss?" "If I had not just." Huang Kai cuts him off instantly. "That shot you just fired was probably your ultimate skill, was it not? And your buddy over there is already crippled. Who else are you going to rely on if not me?" Hearing this, the soldier can't hold back his rage and snaps, "You are only talking big because you are riding on Hisakiao's coattails too." The crippled soldier tries to plead, "Boss, please. If I go back like this, I will be useless. Without any money, Huang Kai barks back, Shut your mouth. Brandishing his hammer right at them, he threatens, do you want money, or do you want to keep your damn life? Think very carefully before you answer. Huang Kai turns on his heel and storms off, throwing a cold warning over his shoulder. If you are done whining, move it. And just like that, the three of them press on with their grueling journey. But they have not gone far before Huang Kai suddenly senses danger and whirls around. Facing the terrifying dark silhouettes looming before him, he feels a surge of shock but instantly drops into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, over on Yang Ping's side, they have just taken down a monster, leaving thick smoke billowing through the cramped, narrow cavern. The two soldiers behind Yang Ping say cheerfully, the next floor is right ahead. Just 2 more floors and we are done. Looks like this dungeon run is going to be a breeze. Still on high alert, Yang Ping snaps back. Stay focused and shut your mouths. Out of nowhere, something fast as lightning lunges forward and pierces clean through the chatty soldier's head, leaving everyone frozen in pure horror. Looking closer, it is a stingray-like monster, and the deadly weapon that just skewered him is its razor-sharp tail. Heads up, Stingray Yao zombie on the ceiling, get out of the way. Meanwhile, in another corner of the dungeon, tunnel 18 on the 12th floor, Ye Ning and his group of 3 are sprinting forward. Taking the lead, Ye Ning calls out directions. Left turn, then right, before urging them again, pick up the pace, do not get left behind. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek echoes through the darkness. Help! Somebody help me! Li Ke looks around warily. It sounds like absolute chaos in the other tunnels. But how come we have not run into a single monster on our path? Zhang Bin chimes in, yeah, seriously. Aside from all this running, this is way easier than the first 7 floors. Li cannot shake her unease as she voices her theory. Do you think there are just fewer monsters in our tunnel? Zhang Bin immediately dismisses it. No way. They are probably sensing Master Ye Lin's presence and keeping their distance. Suddenly, Ye Ning grinds to a halt. Zhang Bin asks in a panic, what is wrong, Master Ye Lin? Ye Ning's eyes glow as he sharply warns them. Li Ke, there is a corpse ghoul on the ceiling right in front of you, 97 degrees. Do not let it grab you. Mentally, Ye Ning calculates their next move. There is no avoiding what is coming up next. Activating his X-ray vision, every single hideous monster ahead of them is laid bare, and he warns them as he scans the area. In the second cave, 16 meters to our left, there is a blood maiden lurking inside, and burrowed underground to our right is a bone crusher worm. And it is heading right for us. Mind blown, Zhang Bin gasps in shock. So he does not just sense them. He can actually see them? Li Ke is equally dumbfounded. Unbelievable. How can anyone possess a power like that? Ignoring their shock, Ye Ning speeds up, calling out his plan as he dashes forward. I am going in first to insta-kill that corpse ghoul. You two follow exactly 3 seconds behind me. Once it is down, I will lure the bone crusher worm away. Meet me at the 3rd junction on the right in 30 seconds. Just as the ghoul lunges, Ye Ning unleashes his enchanted dual blades, slicing the beast clean in half. While landing the blow, he urges, go, both of you, run. Even while busy slashing through monsters, he strictly warns them, keep your speed up. No matter what you hear behind you, do not look back. Zhang Bin and Li Ke bolt forward, shouting back in unison, understood, Master Ye Lin. Down on the 14th floor, at the Convergence Cavern, a limping soldier supports his injured comrade as they rejoin the main force. Seeing only the 2 of them return, Yang Ping asks urgently, where is the person you were supposed to guide? The blue-haired soldier gasped for breath as he reported that they were all dead. Who knew dealing with low-level monsters sneaking up on us would be way harder than fighting high-level ones? I had to burn through so many skills just to drag this one agility-type guy back. Hearing this, he frowned deeply and muttered in frustration that they were in a real tight spot now. The higher-ups ordered us to bring back enough materials, but now I am afraid we won't be able to collect them all. A soldier in the back suggested that if all else fails, their only option is to buy them from other Tier 3 players. Just then, a soldier announced that Hong Kai's group had arrived. Van Min and Hong Kai stepped out, and Van Min was even dragging an outsider along with them. By the looks of it, Hong Kai had taken a pretty bad beating. Huang Kai furiously cursed, complaining about how a damn rotworm had suddenly spawned out of nowhere in this cursed dungeon. Duang Bin, who had been silent all this time, stared toward cave entrance 18 and noted that the only team left inside was Diep Lamb's. If he can get his team out, they might have enough materials, but his actual combat power is honestly a complete wildcard. He snapped back, shouting, "Predict my foot. I will tell you straight up, That guy is just a fake tier 3 player carried by his gear. Him one-shotting those monsters earlier was probably just some ultimate skill he can only use once. Pointing directly at his own face, he confidently boasted, "I bet they got wiped out, and I will bet my own face on it." But just as the words left his mouth, Danin stepped right out of the cave. He smirked, mocking Hong Kai. "Well, then it looks like you won't be needing that face of yours anymore." All three of them walked out completely unscathed, without a single scratch on them. Seeing Danin's group in perfect condition, everyone was completely stunned. Hong Kai's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed, "Deep Lamb, how on earth are you still alive?" Duong Bin was equally shocked. Not only were they alive, but they weren't even injured. Van Min gasped in utter disbelief. "How is this even possible? Did you guys not get ambushed at all?" Lai Ka and Truong Ban puffed their chests out, taking turns bragging. "Lord Diep Lam guided us and easily avoided almost all the mutated beasts. Why do you guys look so beat up and pathetic? Don't tell me you couldn't even dodge them." The other group went dead silent, only able to stammer out, well, Danin suddenly drew his dagger and pointed it right at Hong Kai's face with a smug grin. Now, who was it that just bet their face our team would get wiped out? Looking at the cold, gleaming blade pressed close to his face, Hong Kai broke out in a cold sweat, but he still stubbornly barked back. "You guys must have run this dungeon a million times before. You just memorized the entire layout and came here to put on a show." Duong Bin immediately shut that down, saying, "That is impossible. In Hell tier dungeons, the layout completely changes the moment someone enters." At the same time, Duong Bin couldn't help but analyze the situation, thinking, he must possess an exceptional evasion skill. If they can recruit him, he would be an invaluable asset to the military. Meanwhile, Hong Kai backed off in frustration, cursing to himself, "There is no way, this has to be cheating. Diep Lam's actual strength is nothing like what Lam described. I can't make any reckless moves right now. I need to wait until the tier 3 mutated beasts show up to truly test him." Danin continued to taunt him. "Oh? Is Brother Hong all bark and no bite?" Sensing the tension, Duong Bin quickly stepped in to change the subject. "Master Diep Lam, we are about to face the tier 3 mutated beasts. Why don't we focus on the big picture first?" Danin casually agreed, saying, "Since Colonel Vuong has spoken, let's hear your plan first." Duong Bin laid out the next phase of the plan, explaining that there are 2 low-tier, tier 3 mutated beasts on this floor, and their military will handle one of them. The rest of the teams will team up to take down the other one, and after that, they will finally clear this dungeon. But Hong Kai immediately protested, "I absolutely object to this plan. Our military force has 4 tier 3 players and 6 peak tier 2 players." He then spun around and pointed aggressively at Danin's squad. He rambled on, saying, "This team only has 3 tier 3 members, and one of them is highly likely to be a fraud. Plus, out of the 5 tier 2 players, 2 of them are completely useless." But Danin didn't hold back and snapped right back, "Hong Kai, do you honestly think a fake tier 3 player could instantly wipe out 8 tier 2 monsters? Besides, if things get too tough, we can always pay for backup. It is never too late to throw some money at the problem." Danin offered a confident smile and said, "Colonel Vuong, we have things completely under control on our end. If your side needs any help, just give us a shout." Hearing this, Hong Kai gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that this bastard's confidence meant he definitely had another trump card up his sleeve. Van Min was also deep in thought, realizing that Diep Lam's true strength was completely shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Duong Bin rallied everyone's spirits, raising his hand to initiate the battle. "All right, let's do this." Their targets were 2 giant gravedigger worms. The entire group split into 2 units, charging at the 2 massive beasts on opposite ends of the battlefield. Hong Kai, Van Min, and Danin lunged forward together, targeting one of the roaring gravedigger worms. They unleashed a barrage of skills on the beast, but Danin suddenly noticed that the soldiers in the rear hadn't made a single move yet. But before Ye Ning could even get a few minutes of peace, the grave-digging worm on this side lunged forward to attack. Hong Kai quickly blocked with his shield and turned to yell at him, "Ye Ning, are you just going to stand there?" He rushed in, shouting, "I'm on it." Ye Ning quickly drew his blades, the demon-slaying twin swords. Meanwhile, Yunming leapt high into the air, closing in on the monster's head. He unleashed his skill, Psionic Battle Axe, delivering a crushing blow right to its head. But the monster was completely unscathed, it just roared in anger and sent him flying. Ye Ning kept charging headfirst toward the rampaging monster, delivering 2 powerful slashes across the body of the grave-digging worm. Seeing it counterattack, Ye Ning instantly activated his skill, Lightning Boots, barely dodging that lightning-fast strike. Then, he used Huang Kai's head as a stepping stone to launch himself forward, not forgetting to mock him on the way. "Pardon me, Brother Huang." As Ye Ning's sword passed, Huang Kai was left behind, absolutely losing his mind. "Damn it, Ye Ning, do you have a death wish?" Suddenly, the grave-digging worm lunged straight at him. He could only curse. Shit. He barely managed to raise his shield to block the monster's razor-sharp claws. The grave-digging worm pulled back, then suddenly slashed at him again with those same claws. Huang Kai desperately resisted with his shield, but this time, the impact was so massive that it sent him rolling across the ground. Noticing this, Ye Ning called out, "You okay there, Brother Huang?" Infuriated even more, Huang Kai screamed, "Screw you. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" The two squads fought back bravely, unleashing all kinds of attacks on the two grave-digging worms, but it didn't seem to do a damn thing. The members of Ye Ning's squad rushed over to cover Huang Kai. "I've got your back, Brother Huang." Ye Ning calculated in his head the distance between the two monsters was still 200 meters. If he could get them within 100 meters of each other, he could instantly kill them both at the same time. From the front line, Yun Ming shouted a warning. "Ye Ning, focus on this one first. I can't hold it off by myself." Ye Ning turned and ordered the soldiers behind him. "All tier 2s, go support Yun Ming. Don't worry about this side, Brother Huang and I have got it covered." And just like that, the two of them were being chased down with the monster right on their heels. Furious and running for his life, Huang Kai yelled, "Ye Ning, what the hell? You sent all the tier 2s to the other side. We have absolutely no support over here. How are we supposed to survive?" Ye Ning calmly explained, "Just hold it off for 3 seconds, and I'll take it down." Seeing how confident he was, Huang Kai reluctantly agreed, "I'll trust you just this once, but once this thing is dead, I'm going to settle the score with you." Activating his shield, he thought to himself, he really does have a trump card. I'll wait until he uses it before making my move. Barely managing to hold off the grave-digging worm's attack, he urgently yelled, "I blocked it. Hurry up and use your ultimate." Though things were a bit off from his calculations, Ye Ning decided to go for it. 50 meters left. "I have to take the risk." Hearing no response from him, Huang Kai lost his temper and cursed, "Ye Ning, you bastard." Ye Ning rushed straight toward Yang Ping and shouted, "Colonel Yang, watch your back. We can't hold it off any longer." Yang Ping spun around in shock. "What?" But the next second, he was sent flying by the grave-digging worm. Ye Ning yelled, "Everyone, stand back. I'm about to unleash my ultimate skill. Watch out so you don't get caught in the blast." As he focused his energy, he thought to himself, "Let's bait them a little more. Getting them closer will guarantee the kill." He then threw his twin swords in opposite directions, straight at the two monsters. The red blade sliced right past the first grave-digging worm's face, while the blue one slashed through the other's body. Yang Ping's eyes widened in sheer terror. How is this insta-kill effect so much more insane than the last one? Huang Kai was also stunned and screamed, "This isn't an ultimate skill at all." Standing right between the two monsters, Ye Ning let out a roar. With the two grave-digging worms pinning Huang Kai right in the middle, Ye Ning seized the moment and unleashed his ultimate, Blade Storm. The twin swords instantly severed the heads of both monsters. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the impact, forcing everyone nearby to struggle just to stay on their feet. Yun Ming frowned in awe of that terrifying strike. This power is terrifying. Even if he did steal the kill on purpose, there's absolutely nothing we can say about it. Because just now, he could have easily wiped all of us out too. His eyes widened even further in realization. It looks like he's not just a tier 3 anymore. He might actually be mid, or even high tier 3. We low tier 3s can't compare to him at all. Huang Kai, who got caught in the crossfire of the attack, was now sprawled on the ground, passed out with his eyes rolled back. Ye Ning sighed and complained, "Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to stand back? What were you thinking?" Despite his worry, he didn't even check on him. Instead, he began rummaging through the thick smoke to pick up the fallen equipment. "You died for my sake, so don't you worry. I'll make sure your gear is put to excellent use." Everyone watching was so utterly speechless that they didn't even bother to say anything. Just then, a notification screen popped up. Round cleared. Rewards distributed to all members. 300 spirit fragments. Individual rewards will be calculated separately based on performance. You can choose to keep going or leave right now. Just then, Yang Ping called out to stop him. Mr. Ye Ning, if we go any deeper, we'll run into Tier 3 mid-grade mutants, he warned. Our military squad has decided to stop here. But what about your plans, Mr. Ye Ning? Ye Ning quickly declined. I'm exhausted today too. Let's all head back together. In his mind, he knew that the only trump card he had left was Dimensional Slash. He had to save his ultimate move to protect his own life. Yang Ping then gave the order. All right then, everyone gather up first. Before we head out, there's something I'd like to negotiate, Yang Ping offered to the group. Our military wants to buy back all the spirit crystals you've collected. The market price is 10 credits per piece, but we are willing to pay 11 credits to buy them from you. Zhang Bin's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly agreed with a smile. That's awesome. We get to make a little extra cash. Yunming agreed as well. No objections from me. Selling to you guys is just the same as selling to anyone else. Yang Ping continued. For those who agree, once you finish the trade with our team, you're free to exit. Then he turned around to invite Ye Ning into the deal. What about you, Mr. Ye Ning? You have the most spirit crystals here, which is exactly what our military needs the most. Ye Ning didn't reply right away. Instead, he asked, First, tell me, why is the military so desperate to gather this many spirit crystals anyway? Yang Ping explained. We need a massive amount of spirit crystals for our project to level up low-tier awakeners. We've already bought up all the spirit crystals on the market, but we're still nowhere near enough. Hearing this, Ye Ning couldn't help but ponder. Even though spirit crystals could indeed boost one's strength, the cost and the actual results were not proportional at all. For a Tier 1 low-grade awakener to reach mid-grade, it would take at least 10,000 spirit crystals, and to push all the way to peak Tier 2, it would cost at least millions to tens of millions of credits. Seeing him hesitate, Yang Ping called his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. Mr. Ye Ning, hello? But he was still lost in his own world. The military was being extremely generous for this project, after all. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait a moment, let me do some math. I have a total of 27,000 spirit crystals on me. So, can you round that up to 300,000 credits for me? Yang Ping agreed happily. No problem at all. To be honest, even if you hadn't mentioned it, Mr. Ye Ning, I was already planning to do exactly that. Besides, Mr. Ye Ning, are you interested in running this dungeon with us a few more times? He coldly refused. Not interested at all. Running the same dungeon multiple times with the same group only reduces the drop rate, so I don't see any point in doing it. Yang Ping kept trying to convince him. Mr. Ye Ning, if you're willing to lead other squads through this dungeon multiple times, you'll definitely win the favor of Captain Tang. Yang Ping's eyes lit up as he spoke about this Captain Tang. I won't lie to you, all the spirit crystals we're gathering this time are actually for Captain Tang's son. He is the one ranked third on the seed list, and he's guaranteed to reach Tier 3 in the future. He might even break through to Tier 4. Suddenly, Ye Ning snapped and shouted, Shut up, just finish the trade and get the hell out of here. Yang Ping was stunned by his sudden outburst. Later, thick black smoke still billowed over his apartment building as Ye Ning sped down the road on his bike. Lost in thought, he had thought his money-making speed was fast enough this time, but he never expected that, compared to the resources the military could dump, his efforts were absolutely nothing. Thinking of this, Ye Ning pondered on Yang Ping's invitation. Those candidates in the seed project were just sitting around, waiting for resources to pile up their strength. Their combat power is unstable, and they'll get themselves killed the second they step onto a real battlefield. The military right now is simply throwing resources down the drain. He recalled his past life. Thanks to his memories of his previous life, he could acquire so many resources now. Looking back, he had been dirt poor back then. Compared to the wealth he had now, his past self wasn't even worth mentioning. And now, even some random third-ranked nobody gets to enjoy far more than he ever did back then. The more Ye Ning thought about it, the angrier he got. This corrupt bureaucracy is ridiculous. No, this won't do. I need to max out my attribute points as fast as possible so I can quickly take the Tier 3 trial. Once I claim the #1 spot on the list, I'll finally have a real voice to change this messed up reality. Inside his luxurious house, Ye Ning sat down and counted the spirit fruits scattered all over the table. He calculated quietly. Right now, except for his willpower, all of his other attributes were at 26 points. To boost them further, he would need a lot more spirit fruits. His status screen popped up, showing his stats. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, and Willpower 31. He quickly tossed a spirit fruit into his mouth to try it. I should eat all of these first and see if it's enough. Ye Ning kept grabbing fruit after fruit, shoving them into his mouth and gulping them down. The system kept spamming alerts. Strength +1. Agility +1. Constitution +1. Strength +1. Agility +1. The more he ate, the more notifications flooded his screen. Strength +1. Agility +1. Constitution +1. Strength +1. Agility +1. He ate so much, he felt like his stomach was about to burst, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. He muttered, "Damn it, I am finally down to the last banana. I am almost at 30 points. I have got to force this down." Summoning every ounce of his strength, he forced the final fruit down. The system chimed, Constitution +1. All stats have reached 30, activating one lucky draw. Ye Ning was caught completely off guard by this unexpected bonus. A lucky draw? Oh, so reaching 30 points gets me a free spin? He quickly tapped the draw button, thinking, "All right, let us spin this wheel. I really hope I pull some epic grade gear." The wheel spun round and round, carrying all his hopes and dreams. Even an epic grade sword would be amazing. My combat power would skyrocket. Suddenly, the system dinged. Epic grade equipment received. The Lingen ring! He gasped in disappointment. I did not get a weapon, just a lousy ring. But he quickly shook it off and closely inspected the ring in his hand. Well, whatever. Ring-type gear is still pretty solid. The Lingen ring. Wait, does this have something to do with soul power or willpower? The system quickly displayed the details of the epic grade Lingen ring. Accessory. Stat bonuses. None. Special traits. None. Storage space unlocked. 100 by 100 by 100 meters. Capable of storing living beings. Ye Ning fell silent, lost in thought. Even though this storage ring does not give any stat boosts, a storage capacity of 1 million cubic meters is insanely impressive. With this, I can carry a whole warehouse with me. Packing a few dozen nukes would not even be an issue. The system continued to display more information. Equipment skill. Willpower conversion. Allows the user to convert willpower stats into other attributes for 3 seconds. Tier 2 conversion limit, 5 points. Tier 3 conversion limit, 10 points. Tier 4 conversion limit, 20 points. Tier 5 conversion limit, 100 points. Ye Ning was absolutely ecstatic. Willpower conversion? This skill is seriously broken. Right now, I am at the peak of Tier 2. Does that mean during battle, I can reallocate my willpower stats and dump them into other attributes at any moment? But then, a thought struck him. Wait, hold on a second. The description mentions Tiers 3, 4, and even Tier 5. Is Tier 5 the actual limit of human potential? Or does it mean that besides Tier 4 mutants, Tier 5 mutants actually exist? Meanwhile, the system kept running. Equipment rating. Exclusive gear of the Lingen world. Wearing this ring automatically grants special privileges. Privilege. Descender status when entering the Lingen world. Note. This is a double S-class privilege. Please use with extreme caution. Reading this, Ye Ning could not help but wonder, what on earth is the Lingen world? In my past life, all the way up until humanity's extinction, I never once heard of it. He took the ring off, analyzing it. This ring probably holds the key to a mysterious future. I absolutely cannot sell it. With that decided, Ye Ning called out to Fugui, "Li Fugui, sell that warhammer we just got, along with the gold shield and the other enchanting materials. Then, use all the profit to buy me some spirit fruits." He eagerly replied, "Right away, master." Just then, the system issued another alert. Standard spirit fruits can only boost base attributes up to 30 points. To continue leveling up, you must consume high-grade spirit fruits. Ye Ning immediately pivoted and ordered, "Li Fugi, change of plans. Use all the money from selling the gear to buy high-grade spirit fruits instead." The servant happily complied. "Understood, master." Once he was alone again, Ye Ning sank back into his thoughts. I am so close to hitting the peak stat of Tier 2, 31 points. The zombie horde outbreak in the Tianfeng safe zone is definitely going to happen the night after next. By then, my ultimate skill will have just finished cooling down. Visualizing himself standing above tens of thousands of people, he grew even more determined to max out his Tier 2 stats today. Once I do that, I will unleash my ultimate to blow everyone away, and then I will demand to take the Tier 3 trial. At that point, no one will be in a position to refuse. Suddenly, Fugi rushed in, looking completely panicked. "Master, there are absolutely no high-grade spirit fruits left on the market." Ye Ning gasped. "What?" He quickly explained, "Word is, the military bought out the entire stock." Hearing this, Ye Ning rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Do I really have to ask Chen Yong to pull some strings for me? Right on cue, his phone rang. It was Chen Yong. He greeted him eagerly. "Lord Ye Lin, it is Chen Yong. Do you still remember me?" Ye Ning replied calmly. "Of course I do," but in his head, he cursed. "Speak of the devil, I literally just thought of him and he calls. Does this guy have mind-reading powers or something? Does he actually have some kind of mind-reading ability?" Chen Yong went on to explain the reason for his call. The Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce just discovered a supernatural dungeon that is at least A rank. They want me to lead the raid, so I wanted to invite you to join us. How about we go on an expedition together? The risk is low, but the payoff is huge. Hearing this, Ye Ning was quite surprised. An A rank? And it's even a prototype of a supernatural dungeon? On the screen, Chen Yong smiled at the question and replied, "Exactly, Lord Ye Lin. This supernatural dungeon is currently restricted, and its system quests haven't officially been generated yet." He raised his hand and continued to explain, "Because of that, going in now will be way safer and easier than waiting for it to fully form. If anything goes wrong, all we have to do is run outside the boundaries. Typically, A-rank supernatural dungeons are crawling with supernatural entities, but right now, this one only has a single entity, while the others are still undergoing conversion." Ye Ning nodded after hearing this. "I get what you're saying, so let's cut to the chase. What are your terms?" The next second, Chen Yong grinned and replied, "Just agree to go this time. Even if we fail, I'll still give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will you get 70% of the loot, but the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce will also pay you an extra 300,000 credit points." As soon as he heard that, Ye Ning rested his chin on his hand and got straight to the point. "How generous. I'm guessing you guys want to use this run to secure a long-term business model, don't you?" Chen Yong frowned slightly, hesitantly looking away before replying, "You guessed right. Lord Ye Lin, if you have any other conditions, just let me know." Not wanting to keep him waiting, Ye Ning spoke up, "You really are smart. On top of what you just offered, I want 20% of all future profits from this place. And I'll also need some high-grade spirit fruits." The scene shifts to Beihe Village, surrounded by rolling hills under a sky turning a soft orange, creating a deeply peaceful atmosphere. Down the winding dirt road, a gray car was traveling toward a cluster of buildings ahead. Ye Ning sat in the car, gazing out the window as thoughts swirled in his mind. The riot in Zhenjiang town is going down the day after tomorrow. My ultimate skill is still on cooldown, so taking this chance to enter a dungeon that doesn't require physical combat is a smart investment that definitely won't go to waste. Upon arrival, the car screeched to a halt, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Waiting for them was a group of 5 people. Chen Yong turned around from the front seat and said, "Lord Ye Lin, we're here." As the 2 of them stepped out of the car, the group approached them. A man in green placed a hand over his chest and smiled at him and spoke first. "You must be Lord Ye Lin, right? I'm the son of the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. I'm Wang Zheng. It's an honor to meet you." Ye Ning replied right away, "Ah, yes, Chen Yong mentioned you." Wang Zheng turned to point at the man beside him. "Let me introduce you. This is Fang He, an awakened of the Willpower system. He's incredibly agile, an expert we hired at a premium. The others here are my subordinates." Fang, he frowned and scoffed. "I'm just a tier 2. I don't deserve such high praise." And he didn't stop there, adding, "Besides, when it comes to being expensive, I'm nothing compared to our famous Lord Ye Lin here." Ye Ning didn't reply, simply observing the 2 of them in silence. Seeing the tension, Wang Zheng waved his hands to break the awkward silence. He smiled. "Please don't mind him, Lord Ye Lin. Brother Fang is just direct, but he's already cleared 3 or 4 supernatural dungeons. His reflexes are practically mechanical." He then gestured to Ye Ning. "Since we've got the introductions out of the way, let's head inside and see." Ye Ning lowered his head and quietly agreed. "Sure, let's do that." As Ye Ning stepped into a small puddle, Fang He looked back, scowling at him. "Once we're in, follow my lead. You have to follow whatever system prompts I get. Don't think that just because you're a tier 3, you'll be safe. If you get yourself killed, don't blame me." Hearing this, Ye Ning was thoroughly surprised. System prompts? I thought this was just a prototype dungeon. Aren't there supposed to be no system quests? Fang, his eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. He pointed to himself and bragged, "That's my special ability. Whenever I get close to a key clue, I receive system prompts that are basically quest information. Hearing those words, Ye Ning tilted his head, his eyes narrowing. This kind of talent is pretty rare, he thought. It's basically knowing the quest details, without actually having to accept the quest. It looks like Chen Yang and Wang Zheng did a ton of prep work for this prototype dungeon. Wang Zheng continued his briefing. This place was built along the riverbank. The villagers make a living by selling water inside the safe zone, but we noticed that the tricycles they use to transport water are completely rusted over, which means they haven't gone out in a long time. Nearby, 2 villagers were tirelessly scooping water from the river. Wang Zheng continued, "Do you see that? They don't even realize they should be selling it." They walked past another villager who was mindlessly pouring water into a giant jar, letting it overflow everywhere. The man's expression was completely blank and his face was deathly pale, yet his hands didn't stop for a single second. He continued, "It's like he's trapped in an endless loop. He just keeps bringing water from the river and pouring it into an already full tank." Suddenly, a man in white approached them. He politely greeted them. "Excuse me, officers, but who might you be?" Chen Yong spoke up first. "Ah, we're from the Zhenjiang Safe Zone military. Some residents reported that the water source here is contaminated." The man's face darkened, and he blurted out without hesitation, "I knew it. If we let that witch jump into the river and die, it's going to bring a massive disaster upon us." Hearing that, Ye Ning immediately rushed forward. His face was tense as he gritted his teeth and pressed him for answers. "So the river really is contaminated? What do you mean, jump into the river? When did this happen, and why did she do it?" Caught off guard by his sudden intensity, the man began to tremble and quickly backtracked. No, I was just talking nonsense. The river here is perfectly clean." Ye Ning glared at him and said, "If you can't give us a clear explanation, we'll have to take you in." The terrified man waved his hands in panic. "Officer, please. Zhang Shui's death 7 days ago had absolutely nothing to do with us. She stole something and then threw herself into the Sisi River. It was pouring rain that day, and the current was so fast that she was swept away in the blink of an eye." Hearing this absurd explanation, Chen Yong stepped closer to the man and asked in a low, threatening voice, "Why would she steal something just to jump into the river? Did you people force her into this?" The man took a step back, shaking violently, barely able to keep his composure. "We're innocent, officer. This really had nothing to do with us." "Oh, really?" Losing his cool, Chen Yong pointed straight at the man's face, gritting his teeth as he pressed him further. "If it wasn't you, then what are you hiding?" Seeing that Chen Yong was getting too worked up, Ye Ning stopped him. "Hold on, don't get violent." He carefully examined the man in front of him. Though he seemed like an ordinary guy, his hands were clearly wrinkled from being soaked in water for a long time. If there's something wrong with him, making a rash move now could cost us dearly. Watching everything unfold from behind, Fang He couldn't help but praise. "Well, I'll be. Your reflexes are sharper than I thought." Ye Ning only spared him a glance before turning back to the man. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "Just take us to the victim's family. If we find out you really have nothing to do with this, we won't trouble you ever again." Having no other choice, the man reluctantly agreed, "Fine." He then led the 4 of them to a dilapidated, isolated house. He pointed toward the building, which was radiating an indescribably gloomy, ominous aura. "This is the place. Only her mother and her daughter, Li Ru, live there now. It's freezing inside, so you guys will have to go in on your own." With that, the 4 of them stepped inside. Wang Zheng shivered and complained, "Man, it's freezing in here. Why does it feel like we just walked straight into winter?" Chen Yong nodded in agreement. "Yeah, looks like there's definitely something seriously wrong with this place." Heading deeper inside, they found themselves surrounded by numerous large water jars. Seeing this, Ye Ning wondered, why are there so many jars filled to the brim with water? After a moment of dead silence, an old woman suddenly emerged from one of the jars, splashing water all over the floor. While Ye Ning kept a calm, serious expression, the other 3 couldn't help but yell, "Holy crap!" Fortunately, Fang, he was quick to pull himself together. He tried to calm them down. "Don't panic, everyone. From what I can sense, she's just heavily corrupted, but she hasn't turned into a full-blown spiritual entity yet." With her eyes tightly shut, the wrinkled, toothless old woman croaked, Who are you?" Ye Ning replied calmly, "Ma'am, we're here to investigate the circumstances surrounding your daughter jumping into the river. Was she forced to do it? If so, we'll make sure justice is served." Hearing this, the old woman lowered her head in sorrow and muttered, "My daughter is underwater. You have to help me find her. She's underwater. You must help me find her. Please." You have to find her. Seeing her state, Chen Yong whispered, Lord Ye Ning, she seems completely out of her mind. I don't think we'll get any useful information out of her. Ignoring him, Ye Ning pressed on, Ma'am, where is your granddaughter? The old woman pointed a trembling hand. My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river. She won't be back until dark. Ye Ning suddenly turned to Fong He. Is your system showing any notifications? Fong He shook his head. Nothing yet. My ability only triggers when I get close to key characters, so my guess is that her granddaughter, Li Ru, is the real key to this. Chen Yong suggested. Then, let's head over to the riverbank and search for her. But Fang, he immediately objected. No, we can't do that. Why not? Chen Yong asked. Fang he glanced away, sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stammered to correct himself. I just mean it's getting dark soon. It'd be better to wait here and see what happens. Ye Ning gave him a long, questioning look. He couldn't help but suspect the guy. Fang, he was definitely hiding something. A drowning with no body found, and a family obsessed with hauling water. Are the villagers being manipulated by some spirits to draw water, all to help pull those entities out of the river? Just then, a little girl in a blue shirt pushed the door open, carrying a water bucket with a bright smile on her face. Fang, he turned and recognized her instantly. Li Ru, you're back? The little girl quickly carried the water over. Ye Ning pinched his nose, thinking to himself that the smell of blood coming from her bucket was incredibly overpowering. Then, his eyes lit up as his detective instincts kicked in. Floating inside the girl's bucket was a patch of red water, with something bizarre rising to the surface. A tongue was sticking out. He screamed in his head. Is that a human tongue? Night had fallen, and a thick fog blanketed the area. Li Ru stood in front of the traditional wooden house, her eyes filled with suspicion. She frowned and stared at the group of strangers. Who are you? Fang he held up his hand, sharing some information. I just got a notification from the system warning us not to anger her. Hearing this, Ye Ning softened his tone. He got down on one knee and introduced themselves politely. We are the military patrol team from the Zhenjiang safe zone. Someone reported that your mother has gone missing. The girl reacted instantly, her voice cold and sharp. She didn't go missing. The villagers murdered her. They spread terrible lies about my mother and hounded her to death. He frowned, starting to understand the situation a bit better. Ye Ning probed further. I see. We are so sorry for your loss. Do you know who did this to your mother? We can help you arrest them. Without hesitation, Li Ru pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Of course I do. I wrote down all of their names. Ye Ning gently took it and reassured her. Okay, once we find your mother, we'll go arrest them. But the girl shook her head firmly. My mother is already back home. There's no need to look for her. You can go arrest them right now. Her words left him completely bewildered. No need to look for her? Wasn't her body supposed to have been washed away by the river? What does she mean by her mother coming home? Li Ru stared straight into his eyes and questioned him. Are you hesitating? You just said you would help me. You weren't lying, were you? Ye Ning suddenly remembered the warning. Fang, he had told him not to anger her, but arresting those people right now felt way too rushed. So, he smiled reassuringly and waved his hands. Of course not. It's just that we need to go through some official procedures to make the arrests. I promise we'll take care of it first thing tomorrow morning. At that moment, the girl's eyes flashed with a bright purple light, her face filled with murderous intent as she threatened him in a low voice. Fine. But if you lie to me, I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, everyone around them couldn't help but shudder, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the end, Fang he made a decision. We'll stay in the abandoned house next door for tonight. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng will share a room, while the rest of us will sleep separately. The other three nodded in agreement. However, Ye Ning was puzzled. Why would they sleep in separate rooms under these circumstances? He explained in a serious tone. At night, ghosts usually target either the strongest or the weakest person first. We have to face them directly at least once to gather more clues. Realization finally dawned on him, and he let out a bitter laugh. Oh, I get it now. Did you bring me along just to use me as bait tonight? Chen Yong panicked and quickly tried to smooth things over. Ye Lin, you've got it all wrong. Wang Zheng chimed in as well. That's right, Mr. Ye Lin. We mainly did it because we know how strong you are. But Ye Ning didn't seem to care at all, casually waving goodbye. I'm getting paid to do a job, so there's nothing wrong with that. I'll play my part. Both of them let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, Thank you for understanding, Master Ye Lin. In contrast, Fang, he scowled and sneered. It's too early to celebrate. Wait until you actually survive the night first. Then, he smugly continued, all right, based on our current clues, we can assume that Zhang Shui was hounded to death by the villagers and turned into a ghost. But since she's still in the early stages, her power can only affect the villagers and her daughter to get her revenge. So now, we only need to do 2 things to completely wrap up this case. Next, Feng, he proposed the first step, find Zhang Shui's body. Tonight, I'll head over to Li Ru's house to ask around. If it's not there, Ye Ning can go search the river. Second, we help them get their revenge. Once we find the body, we'll arrest the people on the list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Li Ru. Ye Ning looked at him skeptically and voiced his doubt. Isn't that a bit too simple? It doesn't really match the difficulty of an A-rank supernatural dungeon, does it? Feng, he immediately dismissed it. Simple? Don't forget, this is just the initial state of the dungeon. The key clues are still right in front of us. In the original timeline, no one would have known that Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers probably would have all turned into ghosts. Hearing this, both Chen Yong and Wang Zheng turned pale, realizing they would have faced certain death if they had entered back then. He whispered, thankfully, we got here early. The night grew quiet, and a silver-gray moon hung in the sky as a gentle breeze rustled the bare branches. Ye Ning lay in bed with his arms folded behind his head, softly murmuring to himself. Even though Fang He's analysis makes some sense, something still feels off. Thinking back to what just happened, he summarized the clues. Earlier, he was hiding some information about the riverbank, and now he wants me to go look for the body there. Ye Ning sank deeper into his thoughts. Plus, given how he's been targeting me, he definitely wants me dead. It's probably about the money. In that case, the riverbank might be pretty dangerous. With that in mind, he concluded that the man would head to Li Ru's house alone tonight to take a gamble. Maybe there really is something good there. If I don't die, and he doesn't make his move first, then whatever good stuff is, there will naturally be mine. Thinking of it that way, everything became much simpler. Ye Ning's eyes flickered with suspicion as he recalled those sinister, glowing red eyes. And then there was Li Ru. Her behavior earlier didn't look like she was just being affected. On top of that, there was that tongue inside the strange, colorful vortex. As for the tongue in that barrel, normally a little girl wouldn't be able to pull something like that off, even if she wanted revenge. Suddenly, he detected a strange noise. Ye Ning immediately sat up straight and looked up at the wooden ceiling. Faint footsteps were coming from up there. It's here. He stood up, ready for a fight. Vibrant purple energy swirled around Ye Ning's body, radiating a chilling aura. All right, let's see who you really are. Mental energy, show me your true form. From the dark, a demon suddenly crawled down backward from the ceiling. Its eyes glowed blood red, and its long arms reached out to grab its prey. Are you Zhang Shui? At that moment, the system handed him a brilliant, glowing purple jade bracelet. The resentment bead I got from the previous supernatural dungeon can finally be put to good use. Then, Ye Ning raised the jade bracelet, channeling a powerful surge of purple energy into it, and shouted, Resentment bead, channel mental power. The system provided additional information. Resentment, bead attributes. Increases mental attack power by 25%. Special effect, automatically blocks one lethal attack from a supernatural entity, after which the equipment will be destroyed. Right after that, he swung his sword, charging straight at the opponent and yelling, Transforming Sword Slash. The demon bared its teeth and roared furiously to intimidate Ye Ning. Then, it quickly flew out of the room. Without hesitation, he kicked the wooden door open and chased after it, shouting, Where do you think you're going? By the time he reached the yard, the demon was gone, replaced by a sudden, blood-curdling scream. What is going on? Stay away from me. Ye Ning immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Chen Feng and Fang, he were in the adjacent yard, and within seconds, everyone rushed over. Wang Zheng panted. Who just screamed? Chen Yong asked in a panic. Ye Lin, what happened? He calmly replied. A ghost just paid us a visit. Chen Fang and Fang, he might have been attacked at the same time. Hearing this, they were shocked, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Attacked at the same time? That ghost is nothing like Fang, he's analysis. Its killing power is definitely not weak, but he was doubtful. Did the ghost just happen to get stronger after we arrived? It makes sense that Chen Fang, being the weakest, was killed. But why Fang He? Ye Ning frowned, thought for a moment, and replied slowly, Our previous prediction might have been wrong. This place is extremely dangerous right now. You all should withdraw from this area first. I'll stay behind to continue the investigation. See you tomorrow morning. At that, Wang Zheng and the others waved goodbye and left. We'll leave it to you then, Sir Ye Lin. We're heading out. Chen Yang was still worried and hesitated. But Sir Ye, what about you? He interrupted. I have protective gear with me. You don't need to worry about me. Finally, they left. Ye Ning frowned, looking in their direction. His body was activating a mysterious and powerful purple energy. The resentment bead can only save my life once. I still need to be extremely careful. Mental scan, fully activate. The energy spread into the injured leg of a victim lying motionless on the ground. Chen Fang only has one leg left. Was he mind-controlled by the female ghost and then eaten? So from the moment Chen Fang screamed to when he was eaten, it must have taken some time. There's no way she could have killed Fang, he at the same time. Ye Ning's gaze locked onto a large water jar. Fang he lay there motionless among the ruins, his corpse completely uneaten. There's a good chance there's more than one ghost here. What about the yard then? Did Fang, he try to dig something up in the yard and end up running into a ghost? He then looked at a deeply excavated pit. The clues might be in what's buried underground. Mental scan, penetrate. Instantly, a horrifying corpse appeared, floating in the water with gray skin and hollow black eyes. It looked absolutely terrifying. This is the body of the female ghost in white. Suddenly, Ye Ning noticed something strange about her slender hands and sharp claws. Wait, she has 6 fingers. 6 fingers can be genetic, but Li Ru doesn't have them. This proves she isn't Zhang Shui. So who is she? Right then, the ghost's glowing green eyes snapped open, looking creepy as hell. Oh no, she spotted me. In an instant, she leaped up and charged to attack, but he remained focused, closely observing her features. Her eyes are probably the rare blue tear gear that Fang he risked his life for. As danger closed in, Ye Ning suddenly held the jade bracelet high and shouted, "Resentment bead, channel mental power." Immediately, massive surges of dark purple energy closed in, drawing her in and forcing her back. However, the ghost still managed to swing her arm and launch a counterattack. Glowing with a toxic green aura and a voice dripping with pure malice, this creature's physical attacks are way more devastating than its mental energy. Suddenly, the jade bead bracelet he's holding bursts with a blinding light. Just as she lunges at him with razor-sharp teeth, the bracelet forms a defensive barrier, shielding Ye Ning from the strike. The resentment bead has passively triggered its ultimate power, but unfortunately, the demon is too powerful as her body starts to swell up. The sheer force of her crushing blow shatters the barrier, sending him flying. I have to get out of here, now. Ye Ning quickly activates the power of his thunderbolt boots, launching himself into the air to escape. But the demon spots him and starts giving chase. She pursues Ye Ning relentlessly, snapping at his heels. Fortunately, he leaps over the barrier just in time, blocking her path. He lets out a sigh of relief. That was way too close. Even though I'm separated from Chen Yong's group, at least I made it out of the barrier. With the demon temporarily off his back, he keeps dashing forward while trying to piece things together. That woman in white. She wasn't Zhang Sui. She was probably washed down from upstream during that heavy rain. That means the real Zhang Shui must be somewhere downstream, and she might actually still be alive. Ye Ning makes up his mind. He has to investigate the downstream area before sunrise. Meanwhile, Chen Yong reports anxiously, Lord Ye Lin hasn't returned all night. Wang Zheng replies, our comms are down because of the barrier, so we can't get through to Ye Lin right now. We should head inside and look for him. Just then, 2 subordinates return to report. One of them says, Sir, we've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of Lord Ye Lin. The other adds, he's not at Li Ru's place either. Wang Zheng strokes his chin, lost in thought. Missing? How is that even possible? Suddenly, little Li Ru speaks up from behind them. Misters, didn't you promise to help me catch those people this morning? Why haven't you done anything yet? They turn around, and Chen Yong quickly reassures her. We're on it right now. With a chilling glare, the young girl orders. Drag them all to the riverbank. I will carry out their execution there. Wang Zheng turns to Chen Yong and says, let's go. Helping this girl get her revenge is our only lead right now. Let's get this over with first. Chen Yong sighs, seeing no other option. Feng he is dead, Ye Lin is missing. We don't really have a choice. The 3 wicked men are dragged and tied up in front of Li Ru. One of them protests defiantly, Zhang Shui brought this on herself. It has nothing to do with us. Another pleads, no, please, we really didn't kill your mother. The last one barks, even if you're with the military, you can't just ignore the law. Blind with rage, the little girl grabs a pair of scissors and charges at them. It was you. You're the ones who drove my mother to her death. Without hesitating, Li Ru plunges the blade right into the heart of the closest man, screaming, "Go to hell!" He gasps out in sheer agony. You! But she isn't done. She sneers, "I'm not just going to kill you, I'm going to rip your tongues out too." As he draws his last breath, Li Ru smiles with satisfaction and turns to the others. So, who's next? The remaining two men shiver in absolute terror, begging for their lives. The brown-haired man weeps. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread those rumors. I'm sorry." The other tries to play the sympathy card, sobbing. "Li Ru, it's me, Uncle Chang. I swear I didn't say a single word." But their pathetic pleas fall on deaf ears. The girl screams at the top of her lungs. "It's all your fault. You wanted to sleep with her, and when she rejected you, you spread those filthy lies." With a final, agonizing shriek, both men end up dead at Li Ru's hands. Chen Yong watches in absolute shock. Is this really something a 10-year-old girl is capable of? Wang Zheng sighs beside him. Let's hope that after she gets this out of her system, this nightmare will finally end. With the deed done, the little girl turns to them with a cold smile. "Misters, they aren't quite dead yet. Can you help me throw them into the river?" Wang Zheng nods, dumbfounded. Sure." Once the bodies are dumped, Chen Yong asks, "Li Ru, now that they're gone, is your mother's soul finally at peace? And as for her body, if you need any help with that." Without even looking, out of nowhere, a terrifying demon lunges out from the river, snapping wildly at them. Everyone screams in sheer panic. What on earth is that? Before anyone can even cry for help, the beast sinks its teeth into one of them. The rest scatter in absolute chaos, scrambling for their lives. Wang Zheng runs as fast as his legs can carry him, screaming, "This is bad. Everyone, run." The monster opens its massive maw, unleashing a swirling vortex of green mist that drags everyone in. Terrified screams fill the air. It is simply too strong, there is no escape. To Chen Yong's utter horror, the vortex swallows Wang Zheng right up. Seeing this, Chen Yong screams in despair. "Brother Wang, I'd rather end my own life right here than die such a painful, grotesque death." Somehow, Wang Zheng is still hanging on, desperately crying out from inside the monster's gaping mouth, "Chen Yong." Just as Chen Yong is about to press the blade against his throat, a sudden burst of purple energy stops him dead in his tracks. The one who has come to their rescue is none other than Ye Ning. With just a single strike, he sent that demon flying, saving the other two in the process. Having barely escaped death, Tran Dung landed safely and gasped, "Lord Diep Lam, thank goodness you are here." Meanwhile, Danin turned to the little girl in front of him and asked, "Li Nu, look, do you know who this is?" Who was that in her arms? With tears welling up in her eyes, Li Nu stared at the woman cradling a child who looked exactly like her, calling out for her mother. Cradling the child, Truong Tuyet wept, "Xiao Nu." Hearing this, the little girl bolted toward the woman, crying out, "Mom!" Tears streaming down her face, the little girl stared at the woman holding her own lifeless body and whispered, "Mom, are you alive? But, am I dead?" Truong Tuyet sobbed, "Xiao Nu, I am so sorry. This is all my fault." Watching this unfold, Tran Dung spoke up in confusion. If Truong Tuyet is still alive, then who is that female ghost in white? Vuong Tran chimed in, and if Li Nu is dead, that means she is a ghost too. What in the world is going on here? Danin turned to them and explained, "It is a long story. For now, fall back. This place is still extremely dangerous." Suddenly, the female ghost, who was not fully defeated, let out a terrifying shriek and sucked Truong Tuyet right into her mouth. Li Nu screamed in agony, "No, Mom!" In that split second, the little girl's soul merged with her physical body, unleashing a surge of raw power to save her mother. Looking up, Danin muttered, "She has finally regained her senses. We should be much safer now." Meanwhile, her mother's desperate voice echoed from inside the ghost, screaming, "Xiao Nu!" Manifesting her spiritual form, Li Nu charged forward to save her mother, screaming, "Mom!" The girl and the female ghost clashed violently, and seizing an opening, the little girl sunk her teeth into the ghost's shoulder. As both unleashed their terrifying ghostly energy, a fierce, desperate battle erupted. With the battle raging, Danin began to explain what had actually happened that fateful day. "It was pouring rain that day," he said. Truong Tuyet fell into the river, but she was swept downstream, pulled ashore, and saved. Meanwhile, Li Nu fell into the water while searching for her mother and drowned. She became a ghost without even realizing she had died. Driven by a deep, subconscious desire for vengeance, her lingering spirit began to unconsciously terrorize the villagers. Then, Li Nu found a corpse dressed in white floating in the river, and she mistakenly believed it was her mother. And that is pretty much what happened. The only way out was to reveal the truth and let them destroy each other. Hearing this, Vuong Tran spoke up. So you are saying those villagers we locked up, aside from speaking nonsense, they were actually innocent this whole time? Tran Dung realized something as well. 2 ghosts. No wonder Phuong Ha and Tran Phuong were killed at the exact same time. Once the 2 ghosts had finished tearing each other apart, Da Ning retrieved a mysterious, round object from the aftermath. His system screen flashed with a notification, Ghost Eye, a blue-grade item. Effect, when equipped, grants information and system prompts within your field of vision. Holding the glowing blue eye in his hand, he thought to himself, this effect. It seems pretty similar to the ability Phuong Ha had, does it not? She probably risked her life like that because she wanted to obtain an even greater power. Seeing this, Vuong Tran bowed his head respectfully and said, as promised, I will transfer everything over to you right now. Standing beside him, Tran Dung also bowed deeply and added, we would not have survived this without you, Lord Dieplam. Thank you so much. Da Ning gave a slight nod. I appreciate it. Nearly 700,000 credits in total, he calculated. Not a bad haul at all. But right now, the most important thing is still that high-grade spiritual fruit. Putting his thoughts aside, Da Ning turned to them and asked, oh, by the way, has the high-grade spiritual fruit I requested arrived yet? Tran Dung stammered. Well, about that, before Vuong Tran quickly cut in. We are terribly sorry, Lord Dieplam, but we might have to wait a bit longer for the high-grade spiritual fruit. Da Ning frowned. And why is that? Tran Dung sighed. To be honest, those high-grade spiritual fruits are currently being monopolized by the military elites in the capital. Word is, it is for something called the Seed Project. He smirked. The Seed Project again. Looks like if I do not take matters into my own hands, I am not getting through this. Tran Dung, Vuong Tran. Tonight, I am inviting you both to Thien Phong to watch a show. It would be best if you brought your fathers and elders along too. A show? They blurted out in unison. He gave a slight nod and grinned. That is right, a little show about a zombie horde riot. At Safe Zone 199, Tran Dung looked around and asked, Uncle Truong, how come my dad did not show up? With a solemn face, Vice Commander Truong Dao replied, Commander Tran is tied up with urgent business, so I am visiting Thien Phong in his place. Hearing this, Tran Dung perked up. As long as you have the full authority to make decisions on my father's behalf, I am sure Lord Dieplam won't have any objections. Let's go grab Vuong Tran and the others first. Then we can head over to Thien Phong together. Meanwhile, over at the headquarters of the Thien Thanh Chamber of Commerce, Vuong Thien delivered a resounding slap straight to Vuong Tran's face. Holding his cheek, Vuong Tran stared back at his father in utter shock. Dad! What did you do that for? Trembling with rage, Vuong Thien, the vice president of the Thien Thanh Chamber of Commerce, pointed a finger right at his son's face. I already agreed to go all the way to Thien Phong, just to meet this Dieplam guy. That was more than enough respect. But I never expected you would dare touch the high-grade spiritual fruits we set aside for the capital's military district. It is a miracle I caught this early, otherwise we would all be finished. Bear the consequences. Wang Zeng also shouts out to explain, Father, Lord Yi Lin is the savior who spared my life, but I haven't even fulfilled my promise to him yet. The military has ordered countless spirit fruits from so many merchant guilds, so missing. Losing a few of our fruits won't matter anyway. He instantly snapped, Shut up, what do you know about this? Then, Wang Tian explained to Wang Zheng, Son, you just don't get it. Leaving the merchant guild aside, even I have the guildmaster pressuring me from above. His eyes filled with sorrow as he said, Even if he weren't, we absolutely cannot offend the military just to please some mysterious guy like Ye Lin. Wang Tian patted Wang Zheng's shoulder and continued, Yes, Ye Lin saved your life in that dungeon, but you hired him to protect you in the first place. Besides, it's not like we're refusing to give it to him, we're just delaying it a bit. Both of them looked out the window. All right, Chen Yong is here. Let's head to Tianfeng first, meet up with Ye Lin, and we'll figure things out from there. Wang Tian brightened up a bit. If he's really as amazing as you guys say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spirit fruits. Wang Zheng was still skeptical. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Above the glowing red buildings of the Tianfeng safe zone, a system notification flashed. Commander Xiao, the zombie horde's movement will begin tonight. Please prepare your defenses, immediately sent from Ye Lin. The commander of Tianfeng, Xiao Hai, stared at the screen. A week ago, Ye Lin had sent him a message. Even though I set up some precautions just in case, there hasn't been any movement in the old district all week. Now another message comes in with such a specific time. I don't know what to believe. A man rushed in, breathless. Commander Xiao, there's movement in the old district. They just shattered the barrier and are heading straight for the safe zone. We've spotted quite a few Tier 1 and Tier 2 variants, but no Tier 3 variants have been detected yet. Xiao Hai instantly felt the pressure. Ye Lin was actually right. Hurry. Sound the alarm and prepare all defenses. As crowds gathered, an announcement blared. The zombie horde is approaching. All residents in the outer district, please evacuate to the inner safe zone immediately. The zombie horde is approaching. All residents in the outer district, please evacuate to the inner safe zone immediately. Plant a landmine every 15 meters. Arrange them in a sharp, triangular formation. Everyone work together to lay down the mines. We must blast open a path through the undead so our awakened can charge in and wipe them out. On top of that, they were pouring something flammable liquid into the trenches. Hurry up. Up in the sky, fighter jets were circling overhead. Ye Ning stood there, watching silently. Tianfeng won't be easy to defend. Fugi found his words strange and replied, Master, it looks to me like the Tianfeng defenses are fully prepared. He kept his eyes on the battlefield. Even though they've deployed every obstacle trap and crossfire strategy they have, those are only good against the standard zombie horde. Against variants, they're far too weak. Ye Ning said thoughtfully, the entire safe zone has just over 2,000 awakened and over 1,000 garrison troops, and only over 600 on the front lines. Out of those, only over 200 are long-range fighters. With a combat distribution like that, they're basically walking into a death trap. Seeing this, Fugi grew anxious. Master, if that's the case, aren't they all in grave danger? Without breaking his gaze, Ye Ning replied, No. This zombie horde has already breached the perimeter. Everyone, prepare for battle. As the zombies charged, the soldiers sprang into action. The psionic fighter jets dropped bombs to suppress them, but the helicopters were instantly torn apart by flying variants. Watch out for the flying mutants. Long range awakened. Focus your fire. The horde swarmed like a raging storm, instantly triggering the mines beneath their feet. At this point, the two sides collided. Maintain suppressive fire. Melee fighters, follow me and charge. The four of them stood on a high vantage point, watching. Zhang Tao observed the scene and said, That Ye Lin guy. When we arrived at Tianfeng 2 hours ago, he told us to wait for the zombie horde right here. Now the horde is here, but he's suddenly nowhere to be found. What's his angle? Wang Tian spoke with a heavy dose of sarcasm. He's obviously waiting for a high difficulty variant to show up. Otherwise, how else is he going to put on a show for us? But we haven't even spotted a Tier 3 variant yet. Watch him try to show off by fighting a Tier 2 instead. He burst out laughing at the comment. Guildmaster Wang, you sure have a great sense of humor. Wang Tian smirked. I think so too. He promised us a surprise, but maybe he just meant a comedy show. Chen Yong looked visibly annoyed, unable to hide his disgust. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we highly respect Ye Lin, so you'd better stop mocking him like that. Zhang Tao patted his shoulder with a smile. Little Yong, of course I trust your judgment. Don't worry. No matter what, we'll stay until he's finished. Whatever he has to say then, I won't make you look bad, but I've watched you grow up since you were a boy, so I just want to make sure you don't get carried away. He kept smiling as he looked at Chen Yong. After all, just because someone reached mid-tier 3 doesn't mean they can actually be of any real help to you. Wang Tian chimed in from the side. Exactly. You kids are still young. Even though tier 3 fighters are valuable to us, there's no need to treat them like gods. Wang Zheng couldn't hold back anymore. All right, the three of us should just watch the battle. I believe Ye Lin won't let anyone down. A soldier being attacked by the zombie horde screamed, Help me! Yun Ming shouted anxiously. A peak tier 2 mutant, a putrid spring corpse, has appeared on the left. Quick, inform Commander Xiao. Everyone, charge together. Lord Xiao Hai has arrived. Let's go. Xiao Hai aimed his weapon at his opponent. Bloodblade cleave. With just a single strike, the zombie was slashed in half. Commander Xiao is magnificent. Charge, kill them all. Suddenly, the ground began to crack open. In that split second, Xiao Hai sensed a deadly danger. Oh no. This sound, it has to be a tier 3 mutant, maybe even 2 of them. The real-world difficulty is way higher than a dungeon. 2 Tier 3 mutants. We'd need at least 6 beginner Tier 3 fighters to handle this. He then turned around and ordered a retreat. All troops, retreat, fall back to the safe zone. Xiao Hai watched the raging zombie horde, ordered the trenches to be set on fire, and prepared to fight to the death while waiting for military reinforcement. Hurry up. Right then, Ye Ning unleashed his move. Tempest Sword Storm. The zombie was instantly sliced in two. Xiao Hai gasped in shock. A single strike took down a Tier 3? Who? Who is that? He then noticed the newcomer. Yes, it's Ye Lin, he cheerfully replied. Commander Xiao, long time no see. Ye Ning stood ready to face the enemy. Wait until I finish this one off, then we'll talk. He immediately unleashed his skill. Heavenly Rift Slash. Countless zombies were instantly obliterated. Xiao Hai's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Ye Lin. It really is Ye Lin. In just a short half a month, he already reached Tier 3 and is way stronger than me. How is this even possible? Am I, Xiao Hai, destined to live in someone else's shadow for the rest of my life? Ye Ning looked at Xiao Hai with a knowing smile. Commander Xiao, I'm sure your soldiers can handle the cleanup from here. He gently patted his shoulder. Please come with me. We have some important matters to discuss. The whole group was still watching everything unfold. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng said excitedly, Did you guys see that? This is the true power of Lord Ye Lin. It's my first time seeing it too. He's definitely not someone an ordinary Tier 3 can compare to. Wang Tian was also taken aback and said, That is indeed incredibly rare. Zhang Dao was absolutely stunned by the sight. This level of strength is probably on par with Commander Chen Kai. He's easily at the top of mid-tier Tier 3. No wonder he's so arrogant. Chen Yong smiled as he looked at his system screen. We've got word from Lord Ye Lin. He's waiting for us at the Tianfeng Guild Hall. Let's go. Inside the Tianfeng Guild Hall, the building was still brightly lit. Xiao Hai's face was extremely tense. Ye Lin sat there, waiting for their arrival. Chen Yong looked quite surprised. Commander Xiao, you're here too? Ye Ning showed great hospitality. You all probably know each other already, so there's no need for introductions. Please, have a seat. We're all on the same side here, so if there's anything on your minds, let's discuss it together. Xiao Hai looked around the room and thought to himself, Deputy Commander of Safe Zone 119, Zhang Dao, and Wang Tian, the Vice President of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce? Just as we suspected. Ye Lin doesn't just have a backer, they are all major powerhouses. Wang Tian couldn't help but praise him. Lord Ye Lin, your strength truly precedes you. Even among mid-tier fighters, you are a rare breed. Zhang Dao was also highly impressed. Indeed, I heard you've helped us out quite a bit as well. On behalf of Safe Zone 119, thank you for inviting us. Xiao Hai's ears began to ring in disbelief. Lord Ye Lin? Did I hear that right? Or did they mispronounce his name? Ye Ning immediately corrected them. First, I'd like to clear something up. My real name is actually Ye Ning, not Ye Lin. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. What? It turns out they didn't even know his real name. This means he has no powerful backers supporting him in this. Then, how on earth did Ye Ning rank up to Tier 3 so quickly? Ye Ning? He said casually. As you've all seen, my current strength is around mid-tier Tier 3. Commander Xiao, could you please get me a strength testing device? I'd like to test my level right here. Xiao Hai immediately stood up and replied. Lord Ye Ning, we've already witnessed your incredible power. Wang Tian and Zhang Dao agreed. That's right. We've always known you're a mid-tier, Tier 3. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Does Lord Ye Ning think we've never seen one before? But he remained stubborn. Commander Xiao, please, I must insist. Xiao Hai had no other choice. All right then. The other two were already starting to look annoyed. Lord Ye Ning, surely you didn't invite us all the way here just to prove you're a mid-tier, Tier 3? There's really no need for all this. Chen Yong quickly chimed in. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, since we're already here, a short wait won't hurt, right? Ye Ning just smiled silently. Xiao Hai took out the device and placed it in front of him. Here is the testing device. Ye Ning replied with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Dao and Wang Tian found it rather amusing. His strength is impressive, but his bearing is just too petty. Having a bit of pride is fine, but showing off in front of us is a total waste of time. Ye Ning placed his hand on the device, and the system immediately displayed the result. Peak Tier 2. Everyone present was utterly shocked. What? Tier 2? Xiao Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Am I hearing things? They gathered to check the device again. How is this possible? The screen clearly showed his rank. You're not tier 3, you're actually tier 2. Zhang Tao still couldn't believe it. If you told me he was an advanced tier 3 or even peak, I wouldn't be this surprised. But Wang Tian was just as stunned. A tier 2 who can unleash the power of a mid-tier tier 3. That is terrifying. Xiao Hai's head was still spinning. He's not tier 3. That's right, we already looked up his advancement quest to tier 2. He has completed 4 quests. He has the strength of a mid-tier tier 3. So these people aren't the backing behind him. What the hell is going on? Can someone help me make sense of this? Chen Yong quickly turned to Ye Ning. Sir Ye Ning, what on earth is going on here? He quickly replied to them. I know it's hard for you to accept this right away, but I am indeed tier 2. Half a month ago, I awakened a double S rank talent, but because it's a spirit type with 0 potential, I was discarded by the Spark project. He asked Ye Ning again in complete disbelief. A double S rank talent reaching peak tier 2 in just half a month, with strength comparable to tier 3? Xiao Hai stared at him and yelled, No potential? If this is what you call no potential, then everyone else in the Spark project might as well just go die. Ye Ning's gaze turned serious. Everyone, the reason I invited you here today is to prove my potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone here understands that advancing to tier 3 is easy for me. The Spark project will definitely hold a reselection. I want to completely shatter the military's prejudice against the spirit type. The #1 spot will definitely be mine. He was filled with absolute determination. As for those so-called seed geniuses, I will crush them one by one so everyone knows who the real Spark is. Wang Tian was highly impressed by the young man. Then, Sir Ye Ning, what do you need us to do? Also, if I may ask, what exactly is the true extent of your strength? Ye Ning didn't hide it either and said, Actually, my talent allows me to convert my willpower into attack power. Plus, I have a major faction backing and investing in me, but I can't reveal who they are just yet. He thought to himself, I'll just make up some nonsense for now, as long as I don't expose the Sword God System. He understood and muttered to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder. Xiao Hai gritted his teeth in frustration. I knew it. I told you there was a massive faction investing in him. Ye Ning went straight to the point about his plan. As for cooperation, I want to ally with the 3 of you and form a league to serve me. I will hold the ultimate authority, and you will give me your full support. When I reclaim the #1 spot, I will naturally reward you all. With that, he turned to leave. I'll head out first. You have 10 minutes to discuss. Ye Ning slammed the door shut and thought, Xiao Hai has been stuck at low-tier tier 3 for many years with no way to advance further. Wang Tian, as the vice president, has always been suppressed by the president. Chen Yong's grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China War Zone, and holding that deputy title probably doesn't feel great either. Chen Yong was the first to speak up. Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating for? With Ye Ning's potential, he will be at least a lieutenant general in the future, which is way more powerful than my grandfather. Wang Zheng also chimed in, Dad, why don't we immediately agree to Sir Ye Ning's terms? With his potential, let alone taking over the president's position, we could even become the #1 chamber of commerce in Huaxia in the future. Nothing is impossible. Wang Tian turned to ask Zhang Tao, Brother Zhang, what do you think about the mysterious faction backing Ye Ning? He also shared his thoughts. First of all, since he doesn't have any spirit fruit, his backing is definitely not the military or any known major power. Secondly, his vision is incredibly sharp, and his experience is clearly vast. Therefore, I lean towards the possibility that his backer is an extremely powerful individual. Wang Tian added, Yeah, Brother Zhang thinks just like I do. Chen Yong felt very confused. What are you two talking about? Zhang Tao warned him cautiously. Little Yong, although Ye Ning has massive potential, siding with him means making enemies with many high-ranking officials of the Spark project. For instance, right now, the father of the #1 seed, General Zhang Meng of the 3rd Squad, is at peak tier 3. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. Exactly. That faction is as immovable as a mountain. Betting solely on Ye Ning's potential makes this deal way too risky. Just then, Xiao Hai spoke up to show his trust in him. Gentlemen, you might not think much of me, but after hearing Ye Ning's proposal, I've decided to take a gamble on him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Second, high risks bring high returns. I've been stuck at low-tier tier 3 for far too long, and honestly, I just can't accept it. Wang Zheng. Manipulating his father's mind, he says, Dad, I think Uncle Xiao is right. You always say the bigger the storm, the more precious the catch. Are you really content with being just a vice president your entire life? Chen Yong tries hard to persuade him. Uncle Zhang, if you are representing my dad and grandfather today, then you should know what choice they would make if they were here. Ye Ning walks in right at that moment. What have you decided? They all bow their heads. We are willing to devote our full strength to you. This makes Ye Ning highly satisfied. Excellent. My allies, here is what I need. I hope you can have it all ready by tomorrow morning. Also, please help me get in touch with the military leaders in the capital. Tell them, I want to start the level 3 trial. No problems. Wang Tian holds a stack of papers in his hand. Impressive. You already had this list prepared. You certainly don't hesitate to put people to work. Wow. He truly has the making of someone destined for greatness. Xiao Hai also turns around and leaves. Then I will head off now to report these documents to the capital. Ye Ning smiles and replies, Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Hai turns away with a sigh. Looking out at the brightly lit city, Ye Ning feels incredibly satisfied with himself. I finally have my own forces, one in southern China, one in northern China, and a chamber of commerce. Next, I just have to wait until I get to the capital, and then, it is time for a massive showdown. Inside the conference room of the Fireseed project in the capital, a voice booms, Have you all finished reviewing the report? Even though it is hard to believe, we have the official confirmation from Vice Commander Chen Kailai from northern China. The head of the Fireseed project, Guoping, pushes his chair back and slams his hands on the table, continuing, a double S-class genius, with strength equivalent to level 3, and yet, we let him slip through our fingers. If anything goes wrong this time, not a single one of you sitting here will escape responsibility. One of the committee members frowns and shouts in protest. General Yang, this is of utmost importance. We must report this immediately and seize the chance to correct our mistake. Another member chimes in, I agree. Furthermore, I propose we immediately dispatch a level 3 squad to bring Ye Ning to the capital to guarantee his safety. As for his ranking, we can wait until he arrives, and let the higher-ups evaluate him in person. Guoping continues, At this point, that is all we can do. First, let's place Ye Ning into a special sequence. With a talent like his, delaying his nurturing by even a single day is completely unforgivable. Hearing this, Tang Zhen stands straight up, slams his hand on the table, and yells, General Yang, can we temporarily keep this quiet and hold off on reporting the news? He glares over, scowling as he barks. Tang Zhen, when Ye Ning was first tested as double S-class, you were the very one who suggested we abandon him. And now, you actually have the nerve to say such things? Guoping grows angrier by the second, staring fiercely at Tang Zhen with a menacing expression. Tang Zhen, do you have a death wish? Hearing this, he panics, waving his hands frantically as he stammers a response. General Yang, I do not mean we shouldn't report it at all. Just half a month late. No, even a 1-week delay would be perfect. Tang Zhen continues to justify himself. General Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Yang, is currently holding the top spot in the first sequence, but he has not yet reached peak level 2. Upon hearing this, the entire meeting room falls silent, plunged into deep thought. Guoping speaks up. With Ye Ning's current strength, advancing to level 3 is already a sure thing. Once Ye Ning reaches level 3 first, even with his double S-class talent, Zhang Yang will have to surrender the top spot. The top-tier resources beyond level 3 are all unique, but Zhang Meng holds immense power and status as one of our top leaders. He turns to Tang Zhen with a sinister smile. Advisor Tang, you truly are exceptionally loyal and bold. A week is impossible. 3 days. I can only help you keep the secret for 3 days at most. I have done my part. If by then, that young master is simply less capable than others, you cannot blame us. His expression darkens as he raises his voice. Furthermore, within the next 2 days, I will arrange for Ye Ning to enter the capital. I strongly advise you not to make any moves on him. Otherwise, not even the person backing you will be able to save your life. The scene shifts to another location, showing Zhang Yang alongside an unidentified man. He is currently undergoing training, provided with an abundant supply of growth-enhancing supplements. Zhang Yang wipes his mouth, turns to the man beside him, and speaks. I just broke through to advanced level 2, and yet you expect me to reach peak level 2 in 3 days? Dad, you must be joking. It turns out the man standing next to Zhang Yang is his father, General Zhang Meng. He replies, I am dead serious, son. Do you remember Ye Ning, the other double S-class from back then? Under Chen Kailai's backing, he has already reached peak level 2, and he possesses level 3 power. Hearing this, Zhang Yang asks in sheer shock. Are you saying, he is coming to steal my top ranking? Zhang Meng immediately replies, exactly. Although Chen Kailai, who backs him, is nothing to worry about, if we let him advance to level 3 first, you will definitely lose your top ranking. He places his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and says, I will have someone send you to a high difficulty dungeon. That is the only way you can close the gap. When the level 3 promotion trial comes, as long as he is not the only one who passes, no matter how strong he is, I will find a way to protect your ranking. Hearing this, he tightly clenches his fists. Clenching his fists, he replied with determination, I get it, Dad. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Seeing this, Truongman smiled and looked at his son affectionately. That's my boy, you've got real grit. Rest assured, I'll find a way to buy you some more time. After all, Danin just made his debut, and things won't be as easy as he thinks. Cut to the Thian Fong safe zone, where guards are keeping tight security outside. Inside a messy room, Danin sat at his desk, staring at a pile of green fruits and a book. Having powerful connections really makes a difference. Not only did they quickly bring me these spirit fruits, but that old man, Tran Kai Lai, even threw in an A-rank swordsmanship manual from the bottom of his chest. This manual alone is probably worth enough to bankrupt the entire Thian Fong safe zone. He picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. First, let's max out my tier 2 attributes, then we'll talk. The system interface popped up with a stream of notifications for using premium spirit fruits. Strength +1, explosive power increased by 3%, premium spirit fruit used. Constitution +1, stamina increased by 6%, premium spirit fruit used. Agility +1, speed increased by 6%, strength 31, perception 31, constitution 31, willpower 31. A green spiritual energy flared around Danin. He smiled with satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to have maxed out attributes. Gathering energy is incredibly fast, and utilization is so much more efficient. As he picked up the book, the system interface popped up again. A-rank Vanguard Swordsmanship, a super jump skill that inflicts a heavy impact on the target, featuring suppression and execution capabilities, and crushing power. While the skill is active, you are immune to all crowd control and receive a 200% defense boost. Danin realized, as expected of an A-rank swordsmanship, it's incredibly well-rounded in both offense and defense. Even without any enhancements, it's already insanely powerful. He then tossed the book high into the air to activate it. With the enhanced swordsmanship now learned, the book flew open, revealing a miniature sword glowing red and enveloped in a green aura. He braced himself and let out a roar to absorb the new power. A-rank skill successfully enhanced. Current skill, triple S rank, Skyfall. A new notification appeared on the system interface. Skyfall, destruction, class triple, S skill. Skill effect 1, dash to a designated point within a 1 kilometer radius. Target lock-on. Upon locking, the target is knocked back. Grants rapid strike effect and freefall at extreme speeds, followed by an area of effect impact while simultaneously striking the locked-on target. Skill effect 2. While the skill is active, immune to all crowd control and grants a spiritual energy shield that mitigates damage using stored spiritual energy. As long as the enemy's willpower attribute is lower than yours, they cannot target or attack you. The skill blesses you to become a true god. Danin cried out in shock. A 1 kilometer lock-on range is absolutely insane. While locked on, the target cannot lock back onto me. This is basically equivalent to becoming completely invincible while using the skill. I can test this power out when I return to the capital for the Tier 3 challenge. As the attribute panels appeared before him, he looked at the skills listed and said, It's a pity my skill slots are fully occupied now. My power can't go any higher before reaching Tier 3. But that's fine. Once I pass Tier 3, even without relying on these skills, I'll be able to unlock some powerful skills of my own. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Quest. Please quickly collect and use 4 special materials. Material 1. Heart of the Mountain Destroyer. Material 2. Human-faced falcon bone spear. Material 3. Corpse shredder tooth bone spike. Material 4. Mutant demon core. Quest reward 1. Unlock the skill fusion function, allowing 2 existing skills to be merged into one, freeing up a skill slot. 2. Triple S skills can be cast without consumption. Cooldown time reduced to 12 hours, and spiritual energy increased by 1,000 points. Danin stared intently at the notification. He pondered that the Sword God System rarely issued quests, and the rewards were incredibly generous, but these 4 materials, speaking of which, he fell deep into thought. The Mountain Destroyer seems to be a peak Tier 3 mutant that appeared 27 years ago and was slain by a group of peak Tier 3 experts. As for the others, I've never even heard of them. They might be extremely ancient relics. Danin's gaze grew contemplative. These things can probably only be found in the National Resource Treasury after I reclaim the first sequence. Just then, a knock came at the door. Tu-Hai opened it and called out, "Danin, there's news from the capital." He smiled and replied, "Uncle Tu, please come in." He walked in, excitedly announcing, "They said a Tier 3 team will be sent tomorrow to escort you back to the capital." Danin replied calmly, "At least they have some sense," he continued. "So what about the sequence? Have they put me back in the first sequence?" He replied, "That hasn't been announced yet. They only said you'll temporarily be placed in a special sequence, and a final decision will be made once you get there." Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and his eyes sharpened as he said, "With my current strength, the first sequence is a no-brainer. The people behind this Fireseed project don't dare make a decision. They must be facing pressure from those with vested interests." Tu-Hai responded, "Danin, to be honest, Commander Tran and I both feel you might be pushing too hard for that sequence. Right now, the first sequence belongs to Truong Manhe's son. While Zhang Meng has complete control in the capital, our own power here is pretty clear after all. You will definitely have a solid place in the upper ranks in the future, so there is no harm in taking a step back for now," he continues to explain. "That way, even Zhang Meng's faction will show a friendly attitude toward you instead of being hostile." But Ye Ning raises his hand, cutting him off. "Uncle, I get what you're saying, but the tallest tree always catches the wildest wind." Ye Ning continues, his expression turning serious. "But I have reasons why I must fight. It involves a major matter, so I can't go into details with you guys just yet. But I hope you can trust me. Every step I take is not a decision made out of youthful recklessness." His words leave the man completely silent. Ye Ning then summons 2 swords, one blue and one red. Looking toward Zhao Hai, he says, "As for that stumbling block, I will definitely smash it to pieces." The next afternoon, inside a massive hall, several large vehicles pull up in front of Ye Ning's group. Everyone looks up as Zhao Hai speaks. They are here. This entire fleet consists of the latest generation of spirit energy fighter jets. Just a few of these fighter jets could turn Tianfeng into rubble in the blink of an eye. A loud cough rings out, signaling everyone to line up for the welcome. A group of people steps out from inside, radiating an incredibly powerful presence. They march forward proudly. Seeing this, he can't help but marvel at how overwhelming the pressure is, thinking, they truly are the elite of the capital. Even the weakest among them is Tier 3. He then quickly runs over to them, warmly extending his hand in welcome. Welcome to Tianfeng, esteemed lords. Your journey must have been exhausting." "I am," but that crowd doesn't even spare Zhao Hai a glance. They just keep marching right past him. He turns around to watch them, forcing an awkward smile as he thinks, "Well, I am just a minor commander of an insignificant safe zone after all, so it is not like they came all this way just for me." Lin Rui walks over to Ye Ning, extending his hand, and asks, "You must be Ye Ning, right?" "I am Lin Rui, the captain of the Airspace Division of the 27th Army from the capital region. Just call me Old Lin. We are the ones in charge of bringing you back to the main capital region." Ye Ning extends his hand to shake it, replying briefly, "Ye Ning." Lin Rui replies, "Thanks for your hard work." Ye Ning's calm attitude gets him thinking, noting that he doesn't seem like a young man from such a small place at all. Brushing past them, Ye Ning waves his hand and says, "Old Lin, let's not waste any time, we should go." Lin Rui's crew watches him leave with deeply annoyed expressions. Lin Rui thinks to himself, seeing his aura, the favor General Zhang asked of me might be a bit tricky. He recalls Zhang Meng's instructions. "Lin Rui, while you are escorting Ye Ning back, find a way to stall him for me." The fighter jet soars through the gloomy gray sky. Lin Rui turns to invite him once more, saying, "My dear Ye Ning, we will soon reach the outer boundaries of the capital war zone. Some high-ranking friends of mine in the military have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. I hope you can drop by for a bit." But Ye Ning's face remains completely deadpan, not saying a single word. He keeps rambling, "Trust me, You'll gain a lot from meeting them. Besides, you've traveled quite a long way, so you must be exhausted. This raises Ye Ning's suspicions. Is someone trying to stall me from taking the Tier 3 trial? So he decides to offer a polite smile and gently decline. I appreciate your kind offer, Captain Lin. As for the meeting, let's talk after I advance to Tier 3. This only makes Lin Rui's heart race even faster. General Zhang Meng had asked him to buy some time. Since the polite approach isn't working, he signals the pilot in front, so they would have to do this the hard way. With a sudden boom, the perfectly fine fighter jet suddenly starts smoking heavily, shaking violently in midair. The pilot's high-pitched scream pierces the quiet sky. Oh no, there is a major issue with the Spirit Energy jet. We have no choice but to make an emergency landing at the nearest location possible. This makes Ye Ning frown in annoyance, realizing it's a blatant setup. That General Zhang really has some nerve. In a flash, Ye Ning lunges forward, pressing a sharp dagger right against the pilot's neck. He threatens, I don't think there is a real problem with this fighter jet. It's just that your flying skills are terrible. If I let you keep flying, I am afraid you will destroy the jet and kill us all. If that happens, those above you will have to pay the price too. Now step aside and let me fly. Lin Rui is completely panicked. He cannot believe what is unfolding right before his eyes. Did this kid actually see through the trick? When he threatened that the plane would crash and everyone would die, did he mean he is ready to fight? If Tier 3 experts fight on board, the jet will definitely crash. Even if he is a genius, how can a kid from such a small place have this kind of guts? He quickly regains his composure and orders the terrified pilot, if esteemed Ye Ning can fix the jet, then let him have a try. This is all just to lower Ye Ning's guard. His only job is to stall him, and there is really no need to start a real fight. Ye Ning quickly presses the control buttons, swearing as he takes over. I, Ye Ning, will. I'm only going to do this sequence once, so you guys better watch very closely. Pulling the control lever decisively, he added, Don't mess up the steps, and don't mistake who I am. The jet quickly stabilized and zoomed forward once again. Both Lin Rui and the pilot were left completely stunned by that series of maneuvers. Lin Rui couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Such sheer decisiveness and resolve was something very few high-ranking officials could ever pull off. His future is absolutely limitless. I was worried I backed the wrong horse this time, but luckily, I can still make things right. Deeply impressed, he raised his hand in a sharp military salute and said, I am Lin Rui, Commander of the Air and Space Defense Force of the 27th Corps. I salute you, Sir Ye Ning. Hearing this, Ye Ning politely replied, Commander Lin, I look forward to working with you. The aircraft soon arrived, landing at Military Base Number 2 in the capital war zone. Guoping took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, You must be Brother Ye Ning, right? I'm the person in charge of Project Fireseed. Ye Ning politely shook his hand and replied, I'm Ye Ning. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Yang. The general then got straight to the point. Ye Ning, we've arranged a special dinner for you. Quite a few high-ranking officials are eager to meet you. But Ye Ning simply waved his hand dismissively and stated his true goal. There's no rush. I want to start the Tier 3 trial right now. Both of them stared in wide-eyed shock. What? Right now? But Ye Ning calmly laid out his reasoning. Why did you fast-track me into this special program in the first place? Instead of having me go through the standard, step-by-step procedure, isn't it because the higher-ups haven't seen my abilities with their own eyes yet and want to gauge my potential? So if I just clear the Tier 3 trial right now, won't my strength be perfectly obvious at a single glance? Wouldn't that save everyone a lot of unnecessary bureaucracy? Guoping couldn't help but furrow his brows. This kid's words cut right to the chase, not wasting a single second. Yet, his balanced attitude, neither arrogant nor humble, really forced people to respect him. Behind him, Tang Zhen rubbed his chin in deep thought. This guy really knew how to put them in a tough spot. If he ran the trial tonight, Zhang Yang, who was currently inside a dungeon, wouldn't make it back in time at all. After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen suggested, Ye Ning, how about we start the trial tomorrow? That way, all the high-ranking officials can watch you in action. Guoping chimed in to support him. Exactly. Rest up tonight to get yourself in peak condition, and you'll definitely score even higher tomorrow. Having achieved his goal, Ye Ning didn't push any further and readily agreed. Tomorrow works too. Thank you for making the arrangements, General Yang. Inside, Ye Ning was absolutely thrilled. The roof demolition effect really worked like a charm. After all, they had to save face. I actually wanted to prepare a bit and do it tomorrow anyway, but to be honest, if I had just asked for tomorrow from the start, they definitely wouldn't have agreed so easily. The roof demolition effect he just used is a well-known psychological manipulation technique in negotiations. According to this effect, if you tell people a room is too dark and suggest installing a skylight, everyone will immediately object. But if you demand to tear down the entire roof, they will compromise and happily let you put in a skylight. Lu Shun. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Zhang Meng slammed his fist on the desk in a rage. He roared, "What? On top of delaying the reporting time, you guys are letting him stall for another whole night? Where's Lin Rui? Didn't I order him to bring Ye Ning straight to me?" Guoping calmly analyzed the situation, saying, "Forget about Lin Rui. That kid didn't even show respect to me or anyone else. We can't afford to play hardball right now." Zhang Meng's brows furrowed even deeper as he spat out in anger. "No way. I have to report this to Zhang Yang immediately. If all else fails, I'll send a few Tier 3 death warriors after him. That's the only way we can make sure he's buried in that dungeon for good." Meanwhile, inside Ye Ning's lounge, he sat surrounded by a cluster of glowing energy spirits, absorbing their power, and couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect a temporary VIP treatment to be this luxurious. Since when did the country have this much money to burn? Even though these spirits won't boost my overall strength by much, they're still great for getting me into peak condition." Resting beside Ye Ning was the list of perks for the seed program. He fell back into his thoughts, reviewing the benefits listed before him. Not only did he get a monthly allowance of 1 million points, but he would also receive a full set of custom blue-tier gear and an epic-grade weapon. On top of that, he could visit the National Treasury twice a month to handpick any resources he wanted. At this rate, and with these resources, it'll take me less than a year to break through to the purple tier. The next day, thousands of people flocked to the Tier 3 trial tower to join the excitement, their chatter echoing throughout the massive structure. "Hey, I heard someone from the seed program is taking on the Tier 3 trial today. Didn't the seed program just start recently? Who says they can't do it? It literally took me over a decade to reach Tier 3. As the gate below ground swung open, the crowd in the stands erupted in deafening cheers. The seeded candidates are entering now. Seeing their faces clearly, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wait, why does it look like they're all in their 30s? Ye Ning watched them for a moment, unable to help but secretly mock those high-ranking officials. They know the real seeds won't be able to reach Tier 3 anytime soon, so they sent 2 peak Tier 2 fighters just to snatch first place. They're just exploiting a loophole in the rules, delaying their own advancement to Tier 3 just to steal resources. "Well, let's see how I teach you guys a lesson." Guo Ping then announced, "Welcome, esteemed high-ranking officials, to guide and oversee our event. Let the Tier 3 trials begin." He then started the roll call. "Are all the seated contestants present for the trials?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, don't forget about me." Zhang Yang, covered in dirt, pointed to himself as he checked in. Seeing him show up, Ye Ning, who was ranked first, couldn't help but feel on guard. It looks like he just came out of a dungeon, but at least he's stronger than those guys who tried to replace him. But so what if he's strong? Your #1 spot is definitely going to be mine today. On the other side, Zhang Yang was also burning with fighting spirit. "Ye Ning, just to make it to this trial, I lost 4 of my most loyal Tier 3 uncles in that dungeon. They died because you forced them to, and sooner or later, I will have my revenge." Right then, a spatial portal quickly opened up. The organizers announced, "Since everyone is here, the trials will now begin. Prepare to enter the first round, the strength trial. Anyone who reaches floor 10 will qualify for promotion, and the higher you go, the greater the rewards. Not only that, if you can make it onto the global system leaderboard, you'll also receive exclusive rewards." The system panel displayed Seed Program Rankings. #1, McWay of the North American War Zone. #2, Ivan Vlen of the Eastern European War Zone. #3, and Yoshi of the Soviet War Zone. #4, Hua An of the China War Zone. The speaker kept blaring, "This is a rare opportunity, so you'd better make the most of it." Ye Ning couldn't help but feel frustrated. He didn't expect Great Sha's ranking to be so low. He had to wash away this disgrace today. Zhang Yang volunteered to go first. "I'll take on the Strength Constitution trial first. I must finish in the top 5 this time." Several others quickly joined in. "I'm in the Strength Agility class. I'll take part 2. Me too." Seeing quite a few people stepping up, the organizer asked, "Anyone else?" Ye Ning quickly spoke up. "I'm in too." His choice of the willpower trial left everyone staring at him with their jaws dropped. Guoping warned him loudly, "Ye Ning, this is the strength trial. Your willpower trial is scheduled for later. What's the rush? I was going to call you when it's time." He calmly replied, "Is there any rule forbidding me from joining? If not, then let's get on with it. This time, I don't just want to take the strength trial. I want to conquer all 3 other categories as well. Just wait, I'm going to blow your minds." Zhang Meng sneered in disdain. He's just trying to guarantee his promotion to Tier 3. Mr. Lin turned to him in confusion. "Oh, why do you say that?" He casually explained. "As we all know, among the Tier 3 trials, the willpower trial is the hardest, and no one in history has ever cleared it. With his attribute points, let's just let him try. Who knows, maybe he'll somehow scrape past floor 10. Then Zhang Meng laughed mockingly. "At worst, he'll just end up as a foil to highlight the strength-type fighters. Honestly, it's better not to do it at all than to embarrass himself like that." Mr. Lin chimed in. "General Zhang actually makes a good point." Down below, Zhang Yang also turned to provoke Ye Ning. "Do you honestly think that just because our attributes are equal at Tier 2, you can compare yourself to me? How naive. My talent specializes in raw strength. But what about yours?" Ye Ning merely said coldly, "Cut the crap." Stepping into the teleportation portal, he taunted, "If you've got the guts, stop dragging your feet and get in here." Unable to come up with a comeback, he still talked tough. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" The system announced, "Participants have entered the strength trial. In the strength trial, you must face various types of enemies. Upon defeating them, you will proceed to the next floor. During the strength challenge, all equipment will be disabled and other attributes will be reduced. Please prepare. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. After entering the dungeon, he immediately planned his strategy. All enchanted gear was disabled, leaving only basic functions. Reaching anywhere from floor 10 to floor 20 or higher will get you into the global top 3, while floor 23 is the human limit in this apocalypse. An undead hound suddenly appeared, but he remained calm and kept planning. "So, my goal is to reach floor 24. With 2 swift slashes, he cold-bloodedly killed the monster before it could even let out a growl. He remained unfazed. The first few floors were just warm-ups, easily cleared without breaking a sweat. The system announced, Tier 1 basic undead hound has been defeated. Floor 1 cleared, entering the next floor in 30 seconds. As he sliced a hideous, giant monster in half, he thought with boredom, "These first few floors are nothing but low-level trash mutants. How boring." Then, the system notification pops up again. The level 1 beginner, Iron-Clawed Blade Zombie has been defeated. Watching the action through the security feed, Kwok Bin can't help but comment. The first 7 floors are pretty basic. Everyone is moving at about the same pace. If we want to see who's actually got skills, we'll have to wait until they reach floors 7 to 10. I wonder who'll make it there first. Hearing this, Truong Man points straight at the monitor showing Truong Duong and starts bragging at the top of his lungs. "Are you guys blind or what? Who says no one's there? My son is already fighting on the 10th floor. After boasting, he immediately turns to throw some shade. "And look at that Danin kid, he's still struggling back on floor 8. Mr. Lam chimed in right away, eager to kiss up. "Exactly. Congratulations, General Truong. It looks like Danin isn't nearly as amazing as the rumors made him out to be, huh? If he keeps rushing like that just for speed, he's going to run completely out of steam right after the first 7 floors." Meanwhile, Danin stays perfectly calm. As he lures the monster behind him, he secretly mocks the spectators. Those idiots will probably never understand one simple truth. He who laughs last, laughs best. Let's see who gets the last laugh in this match. In the control room, everyone is glued to the screens, watching every single move of the contestants. The moment the camera feed on Truong Duong's side goes completely black, Kwok Bin quickly reassures the crowd. "Due to the intense energy field of the high-level mutants, we won't be able to get a visual feed past the 10th floor." Hearing this, Truong Man lets out an even smugger laugh. "Well, that's fine. At least my son was the first one to make it through." As the screen goes blank, Mr. Lam doesn't miss his chance to suck up, clearing 10 floors in just 10 minutes. That's practically finishing the battle in the blink of an eye. This time, Da Nin taking on the strength challenge is honestly just asking to be humiliated. Ego stroked, Truong Man boasts even louder. "Exactly, no matter what, first place still belongs to my boy." Kwok Bin doesn't even bother to look at him, calmly announcing, Vuong Kai is the 11th person to clear the 10th floor, and Da Nin is the 18th to clear the 10th floor. Currently, Truong Duong is on floor 13. Behind him, Truong-man is grinning from ear to ear. 18th place? A snail could move faster than that. Haha, one is barely scraping by on floor 10, while the other is already on floor 13. General Truong, you might want to open your eyes and take a closer look. Kwok Bin doesn't have time for this loudmouth's nonsense. He falls deep into thought. Even though Danin isn't a strength type, based on the power he reported earlier, he shouldn't be performing like this. Inside the dungeon, Danin leaps high into the air, racking his brain to recall his memories. I remember from my past life's challenge. Its weakness is on its back. Before the beast can even turn around, he delivers a fatal slash to its spine, putting it down in an instant. He thinks to himself, just as I thought. As he lands gracefully, he calculates his resources. I've already reached floor 12, and I haven't even had to use my attribute conversion yet. My mana and stamina are still completely full. The system announces that floor 12 has been cleared. Only 10 seconds until the next battle begins. Please prepare yourself. Seeing this, he quickly devises his battle strategy. Next, I can gradually convert my attribute points to unleash my mana and stamina. I'll push hard all the way to floor 21 before I unleash my ultimate skills. Meanwhile, over on floor 17, Trong Duong smugly celebrates as he finally clears floor 16. I'm definitely in the lead. Even so, he remains highly alert. But I have to keep pushing. If I can clear a few more floors and climb the leaderboard, I'll blow everyone's minds. I'm going to crush Danin so hard there'll be nothing left of him. Outside the dungeon, a group of top-tier recruits has already tapped out. Exhausted and panting, they can't stop complaining. Damn it, why does the difficulty spike so much on the later floors? Seriously, are the people who cleared floor 20 on the leaderboard even human? There's no way I could ever do that. Just pushing to floor 14 almost killed me, but whatever, as long as we cleared floor 10, we technically finished the mission. The leaderboard monitor is now filled with red elimination marks, with only a handful of candidates still pushing deeper. Kwok Bin announces. Most of the contestants in the strength challenge have been eliminated, but Danin is still going strong, holding his own on floor 15. For someone from the willpower path, this is already a remarkable achievement. Hearing this, Truong-man scoffs and turns to gossip with Mr. Lam. I bet floor 15 is his absolute limit. Unlike my son, who's already reached floor 17. Just 3 more floors and he'll break into the global top 10. Mr. Lam nods like a bobblehead, continuing his shameless flattery. Absolutely, Trong Duong really is in a league of his own. Kwok Bin glances at them, sighing inwardly. But after floor 15, Truong Duong's speed has visibly slowed down. Actually, Danin is acting a bit strange. Instead of slowing down, he seems to be picking up speed. Am I seeing things? Suddenly, the monitor updates to show Danin has reached floor 16, leaving Kwok Bin both shocked and thrilled. Danin is already on floor 16. It's not an illusion, he's actually speeding up. Truong-man's eyes go wide in panic as he shrieks. How is he catching up to my Duongni so fast? How is this even possible? Mr. Lam quickly tries to reassure him. It's just dumb luck. Or maybe he's pushing himself to the brink. At this rate, he'll probably get taken down on this very floor anyway. It's actually happening. The crowd below erupted into an endless frenzy. Floor 17. Ye Ning has already reached the 17th floor. A willpower type class actually cleared the 17th floor? What kind of crazy joke is this? Zhang Meng's brow furrowed even deeper. He clenched his fists, silently rooting for his son. Come on, son. You got this. Don't let Ye Ning overtake you. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was giving it his all, unleashing a flurry of slashes at the monster right in front of him. Just log out already. But that monster didn't take any damage at all. It even managed to land a painful counterpunch. The impact sent him flying back, and he barely managed to steady himself. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and cursed, realizing that clearing this stage was likely his absolute limit. Coming straight into this trial, right after leaving the last dungeon, meant his condition wasn't anywhere near peak form. He quickly made a decision. Oh well, since I'm already in first place anyway, there's no need to risk my life here. Zhang Yang channeled his energy into the axe in his hands, focusing all his spiritual power into his battle axe. Quick as lightning, he leapt into the air, swinging his axe for a finishing blow. Heaven-splitting axe cleave. That single strike chopped the monster into 100 pieces. Exhausted and completely out of breath, he muttered slowly, "Whew, finally, I can exit this trial." Zhang Yang was quickly teleported out of the dungeon by the system. Zhang Meng rushed over to check on him and help him up. Seeing his father, he happily hugged him. "Dad, I did it. I cleared the 18th floor. I'm the first one." His father looked at him with warmth, but joy is often short-lived. Seeing his father remain silent after such a major achievement, Zhang Yang immediately asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Then, he quickly sensed something was off, turning toward the examiners above to ask, "I cleared the 18th floor. This is the best score in the Wuxia war zone in the last 2 years. I'm the first one, so why isn't anyone congratulating me?" The announcement screen coldly displayed, "Ye Ning, 19th floor," prompting Zhang Yang to scream in panic. "Wait, Ye Ning is on the 19th floor?" Zhang Meng added, "Just before you exited, he cleared the 19th floor in only 3 seconds. Zhang Yang was so furious, his vision blurred, clutching his chest as he coughed. He shouted again, "How is that even possible? How could he possibly storm his way up to the 19th floor? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You all saw it wrong." Zhang Meng calmly tried to reason with his son. Ye Ning has indeed reached the 19th floor. Even though everyone is shocked, it has been officially confirmed. In fact, starting from the 15th floor, his clearing speed has been nearly 1 floor per minute, just like how you performed on the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang whimpered in despair, "No, that's impossible. How could I lose? I'm a strength type, and I have an SS grade talent. Are the sacrifices everyone made for me just a joke?" Seeing his son in such a state, he couldn't help but soften his tone to comfort him. "Son, don't be like that." Zhang Meng placed his hands on his beloved son's shoulders, gently offering some encouragement. "Son, never doubt your own potential. This time, you were just too rushed for time. A single defeat means nothing. Besides, you're not necessarily weaker than Ye Ning. As long as we prepare thoroughly, you can definitely clear the 19th floor too." Up in the stands, another massive commotion broke out. Ye Ning, he just cleared the 20th floor. The 20th floor? The 20th floor. Doesn't that mean he just made it into the global top 10? Seeing this, Yang Guoping quickly barked out an order. "Hurry, go notify the deputy commander of Great Xia." His subordinate immediately took the order and sped off like the wind. "Understood, General Yang." The general announced in a loud voice. "A genius of this caliber, such a miracle. The high-ranking leaders of Great Xia absolutely must be here to witness this." Inside the dungeon, Ye Ning was facing off against a hideous, colossal monster. He calculated silently in his head. From the 20th floor onward, they are all Tier 3, Level 3 variants. Without using enchanted gear or tapping into my ultimate skills, dealing with this tier of variants all on my own is still a bit tricky. Gaining momentum to charge forward, he activated the system, converting 5 points of his willpower attribute into agility, allowing him to move with extreme flexibility. The monster spat out a massive cloud of toxic gas, completely blocking his vision. Gracelessly dodging, Ye Ning thought to himself, "Even though it can't keep up with my speed after the conversion, I can't just keep running away without landing a strike. Defeating it without taking a single scratch might be impossible." He vaulted into the air, formulating a plan. First, find a way to stop it from spraying any more toxic gas. Activating the system once again, Ye Ning focused his energy into his sword, preparing to strike, converting 5 points of his willpower attribute into strength. A powerful slash completely severed the monster's tentacle, but it didn't seem like enough. 5 converted willpower points are still too few. I can't maximize my strength, agility, and constitution all at once. This is getting a bit troublesome. He then quickly leaped back to dodge the boss's counterattack. Luckily, it can't spray toxic gas for now. Ye Ning called on the system again, building up his spiritual energy. Unleashing his skill, he converted his stats into strength and landed a heavy, horizontal slash across the monster's head. He leapt again, cleanly severing the boss's head from its neck. Not stopping there, he followed through with a barrage of vertical and horizontal slashes, completely shredding the monster's body. Splat! Ye Ning landed without a single scratch. Behind him, the boss's flesh and bones were scattered in a mangled mess. Just then, the system announced, "Floor 21 cleared successfully. The next battle begins in 1 minute. Please prepare yourself." Hearing this, his determination burned even hotter. Whoosh, he had finally done it. Next, he could unleash his ultimate move to end it instantly. Suddenly, someone called out, "Vice Commander Fang and Commissioner Hu have arrived." It was Daxia's Vice Commander Fang Hao and the Political Committee Chairman Hu Zibing. Seeing Fang Hao and Zibing approaching, Guoping quickly ran over to greet them. "Commander Fang, you're finally here." Fang Hao then asked, "What is the situation right now?" Then they looked up at the screen. Guoping raised his hand and said with a warm smile, He cleared floor 21 just a minute ago and hasn't exited yet. Hearing this, Fang Hao beamed with joy. Excellent, he is still going, our Daxia is. Before he could even finish his sentence, the leaderboard suddenly flashed. Ye Ning, floor 22. Zhibing immediately pointed at the board and cried out in shock. Commander Fang, Ye Ning cleared it again. Floor 22. Hearing this, he was so overjoyed that his powerful aura burst forth. Floor 22. That puts him in the global top 3. Seeing this, Guoping hurriedly said, Commander Fang, please don't get too excited. Otherwise, your energy waves will be too much for others to handle. Only then did he realize, awkwardly pulling back his aura. He coughed a few times to clear his throat and replied, My apologies, I lost my composure. Back in my day, I was considered one of Daxia's top elites. I gave it everything I had for half an hour just to barely scrape through floor 21. Yet, Ye Ning cleared floor 22 in just 1 minute. How on earth did he pull that off? He continued, Actually, come to think of it, it's quite bizarre. Before floor 15, Ye Ning's performance was completely average, but from floor 15 onward, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He was clearing nearly 1 floor per minute, but then he slowed down at floor 21. That floor took him about 10 minutes, but then floor 22 was wiped out in the blink of an eye. This is completely abnormal. Zhibing's face turned serious as he pondered for a moment before sharing his theory. I heard his ability is will-based. Could there be a mistake in that information? Saying this, he suddenly glanced at the nearby contestants, crossing his arms with a mocking sneer. After all, when it comes to fighting for power and status, some people won't hesitate to play dirty. Hearing this, they felt so guilty that they didn't dare to look him in the eye, quickly averting their gazes. Fang Hao suddenly grew furious, his face contorting as he bellowed. Minor tricks here and there might be tolerated, but anyone who dares to cross the nation will absolutely pay the price. This made Zhang Yang hang his head, while Zhang Meng turned pale with fright, thinking in terror. Commander Fang, are you implying me? Even though I did have Tang Zhen pull some minor strings, I never distorted any data, let alone dared to falsify information. Guoping spoke up. It's been nearly a minute, and Ye Ning still hasn't come out. Is he actually going to keep going? He replied, I heard that past floor 22. You have to face level 3 variants entirely alone, and the trial grounds are nothing like a real battlefield. You cannot use any equipment, talismans, or skills beyond your own natural abilities. Inside, Ye Ning continued to unleash his skills to slaughter the monsters. Celestial flowing light. The leaderboard flashed with new updates once again. Seeing it, he cried out in sheer shock. Ye Ning, floor 23. Fang Hao was absolutely thrilled. He clenched his fists, laughing as he shouted, Floor 23 is cleared. Zhibing excitedly added. Previously, the world number 1 had only ever reached floor 23. At Ye Ning's speed, is he about to break the record? Zhang Meng and his son gasped in total shock, as Zhang Meng anxiously muttered, Yes. Right now, Ye Ning has firmly secured the number 1 spot in the world. Beside them, Mr. Lin slapped his forehead, sighing helplessly. Well, it seems his spot in the first sequence is absolutely guaranteed now. Fang Hao was moved to tears of joy. As for the others, they realized, we originally wanted everyone to advance to level 3 to make Ye Ning look like a background prop. But now, it seems we're the ones who are a total joke. If I remember correctly, it has been 37 years. North America's number 1 strength user, North Wayne, has held the top spot for 37 years. Zhibing added. And as for our Huaxia, the last time we broke into the top 10 was already more than a decade ago. Fang Hao turned to Guoping, beaming with joy. That's right, our Daxia can finally hold its head high. Fantastic. Report this to the Supreme Commander immediately. Ye Ning deserves our highest level of treatment. Let's get ready. Once Ye Ning comes out, we'll have a proper, thorough chat with him. Guoping immediately gave a solemn salute. Yes, Commander Fang. Everyone gathered near the entrance, waiting for him to step out. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, Zhibing spoke up. Has it been almost another minute? Ye Ning still hasn't come out. Could he actually be planning to continue? Even if he is this strong, once the next floor opens up, he won't be able to escape. Fang Hao rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The next floor will likely spawn mid-tier level, 3 variants, and it won't be just a single challenge anymore. Suddenly, he gasped as if realizing something, instantly turning around to shout at Guoping, Yang Guoping, find a way to contact Ye Ning right now. Tell him to get out immediately. there's no need to continue, and get a medical team over here right away. He replied that the trial tower had blocked all communications, making it impossible to get in touch. Hearing this, Fang Hao grew anxious and clasped his hands in prayer. You little menace, I'm begging you, don't do anything reckless. Don't keep pushing forward. If you slip up even once, it's all over. The countdown began, ticking away second by second, and everyone was sweating bullets from the sheer anxiety. The system screen flashed an announcement. Challenger Ye Ning has completed the strength trial. All three of them let out a massive sigh of relief at the news. Fang Hao said, "It stopped." He actually stopped. Then, he glanced over at Guo Ping and asked, "So, where is he? Why hasn't he come out yet? The trial is over, so why hasn't the global announcement gone off?" Guo Ping quickly explained, "It looks like he chose not to leave. He's heading straight into the portal for the next speed trial. The global announcement only broadcasts after you completely exit the trials." Suddenly, another alert popped up on the system screen. The teleportation portal for the speed-based trial has opened. All contestants, prepare yourselves. Ye Ning stepped toward the portal. Even though he really wanted to push through a few more floors in the strength trial, reaching floor 23 was already more than enough to secure the top spot. So, that's that. Better save Dimensional Slash and Fallen Angel for the next trials just to be safe. He reached his hand through the portal. Besides, there's a hidden rule in this 3-tier trial. For awakened ones who take on these challenges back to back, their scores will accumulate and stack. If I leave halfway through, I'll lose the bonus rewards. There's no way I'm letting those slip through my fingers. A new notification popped up. The Monster Maze Agility Trial will open in 1 minute. Your score will be based purely on your clear time. Monsters inside will attack, and counterattacking is strictly forbidden. You must rely solely on your agility to dodge them. The trial is cleared once you reach the exit. The faster you are, the better the rewards. Standing in the middle of the maze, he stared intently at the leaderboard. It displayed the global rankings for the strength trial, with Miyamoto Fujiyama from the Japan sector at number 1, and IB95 Gauss from the Great Britain sector right behind. Ye Ning muttered, "Miyamoto." His innate talent is a rare form of physical merging. By simply phasing through the walls, he can keep charging forward without any obstacles. As for Gauss, besides his natural speed, he's got insane calculation skills. He can map out the perfect evasion routes in a split second. The top 10 are loaded with double S rankers. Just converting my will and adding a few speed points definitely won't be enough to compete. Meanwhile, Ling Yu stared closely at the notification board and said, "Right now, all eyes are on Ye Ning. It's annoying, but it's not all bad. After all, the absolute best from Great Xia are here. Not to mention how brutally Zhang Yang was crushed by Ye Ning. The agility test has begun. Please make your way to the exit immediately." Ling Yu dashed forward, thinking to herself, "If I can just beat Ye Ning in this round, I'll at least stand a chance of securing a spot on the second list. Grabbing first place like that would bring so much glory to our celestial safe zone." Ling Yu thought, "This maze is a real headache, and the walls are completely indestructible. With my abilities, the best move is to stick to the right side. It might take me on a detour, but it's the method I'm most confident in." Suddenly, she leaped into the air and kicked down hard on the head of a purple serpent monster, narrowly dodging an ambush from the mutant. Hissing in pain, it spat green venom at her, but she nimbly dodged it thanks to her S-rank agility talent. Ling Yu kept running, glancing back to assess the situation. Dodging them shouldn't be an issue. On the other side, Ye Ning was being chased by 2 massive mutant beasts. He evaluated his options while on the run. Even though this maze is incredibly complex, judging by the clear times on the leaderboard, the area shouldn't be too massive. His gaze sharpened. If I sprint at full speed toward the center of the maze and then use Dimensional Slash, I should be able to teleport right to the exit. However, as he neared the exit, 2 other mutant beasts blocked his path. They lunged at him with pure, savage fury. Damn it, the closer I get to the center, the more mutants there are. Ye Ning leaped up to dodge the green monster's strike, while simultaneously slashing his sword hard against the purple beast. Luckily, even if I'm just relying on muscle memory, I can dodge most of these attacks. He glanced around, taking in the battlefield. After all, the battles from my past life have engraved this instinct deep into my very bones. Meanwhile, Ling Yu ran straight into a massive octopus monster with a terrifyingly fierce face. Annoyed, she grumbled, "What the hell? These mutants are getting harder and harder to deal with." Activating Swift Wind, she used her signature move to slip past the beast, but the moment she escaped, she ran into yet another one. Lingyu panicked. Shoot, another one, she screamed. Swift wind. The monster landed a blow, leaving her slightly injured, but she managed to slip away in the end. I'm running on fumes here. I have to speed up. Faster. The exit must be just ahead. I have to break through. Moving on to Ye Ning. Over on his side, Ye Ning had already made it to the center of the maze, but he found himself surrounded by a horde of monsters. He faced off against the beasts and finally made it to the center, where everything was in absolute chaos. That's when Ye Ning activated his skill. Dimensional Slash. I've got to make it to the exit. Fast. Meanwhile, on the outside, Fang Hao and the other two stared intently at the screen. He said, with this agility trial, those of us on the outside can't see what's going on in there at all. Guo Bing turned to him and replied, President Fang, don't worry. The agility trial ends very quickly. It will take 3 to 5 minutes at most to get the results. Ji Bing added, judging by how Ye Ning held back during the strength test, you can tell he has incredible self-control. He suddenly glanced at Zhang Meng and his son, adding, I just worry that the greater the genius, the higher their ego. And when they face failure or setbacks, they become incredibly fragile. Everyone, look over there. Zhang Yang is a prime example of that. He looks like he's completely broken. Hearing this, the man spoke up. Ye Ning is a will type, so he probably won't end up like that. Zhang Yang said sadly to his dad, Dad, is he going to lose this time? Will he lose? Will he really lose? He turned with a smirk and replied, he'll lose. He'll definitely lose. This time, he's going to fail miserably. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Looks like there's a signal. Someone cleared it already? That was fast. Could it be my Huang Lingyu? She has the strongest talent in this entire trial. Clearing it in just 1 minute. Doesn't that mean another name is going on the leaderboard? The announcement board flashed with text. When Zhang Meng and his son saw it, one was so shocked he nearly coughed up blood, while the other was left completely jaw-dropped. Guo Bing gasped in shock. It's Ye Ning again. This is insane. Ji Bing was just as stunned. 1 minute and 8 seconds. He's number 1 globally again. Fang Hao cheered happily. That kid is amazing. Just how many more surprises are you hiding from us? Lingyu limped out while clutching her wound. Seeing the scene in front of her, she cheered happily. No other candidates have come out yet. Not even Ye Ning is out yet. I'm the first. 2 minutes and 1 second. I actually did it. Her face was filled with pride. Even though my performance wasn't mind-blowing this time, at least I should make it into the top 20 in the world, right? But when she looked up at the leaderboard, she was scared, stiff. Ye Ning is first. I lost. And the gap between us is even bigger than the one between him and Zhang Yang. Lingyu was so shocked her head started spinning, and she collapsed to the ground. Her dad rushed over to her immediately. Suddenly, someone cried out, Look, the commander-in-chief is here. Oh my God, this is the first time I've ever seen him with my own eyes. The supreme commander of Great Xia. Li Xuanguo walked in with a majestic aura. The stir Ye Ning had caused this time was just too massive. Fang Hao immediately stepped forward and saluted. Commander, Ye Ning just secured first place globally in the agility trial. He asked, Where is he? He replied, He chose to go straight into the physical trial. Xuanguo barked angrily, Absurd, shut down the system right now and pull him out, throwing everyone into a complete panic. But then his expression instantly softened, and he smiled brightly. I see you guys are looking pretty tense. I was just pulling your leg. Haha, that kid, Ye Ning, is an absolute monster. Let's just sit back and watch. Everyone else was left speechless, only able to force a weak laugh while thinking to themselves. Commander, there's a time and place for jokes. We're already on edge, and your little prank just made us even more stressed out. The system board displayed the rankings for the physical trial. First place in the Southeast Asia region was Yapu, with an endurance value of 1.4 T. Second place was in the South American region with an endurance value of 0.7 T, followed by third. He stared intently at the top ranker's endurance value. It's nearly double that of the second place holder. He must possess some kind of ability that basically gives him a second life. The system board displayed entering the physical trial. The stage this time was a regional battlefield. The level of the mutants changes based on the city zone. In this trial, you can only defend and are not allowed to attack. The more damage you endure per unit of time, the higher your score will be. The time limit for this trial is 10 minutes. You can choose to forfeit midway, but leaving will count as a failure. The starting zone is filled with minor monsters. The further in you go, the higher the monster levels. The time limit is 10 minutes only, defense, no attacking. Ye Ning watched the swarms of monsters heading his way, meaning, if I want to get a top score, I need to actively charge into the high difficulty zone. He added, transferring my will attribute into agility. As long as I can dodge these incoming attacks. Then, he drew his twin swords and dashed straight ahead. I'm going to plunge right into the level 3 mutant zone. Ye Ning charged rapidly toward the horde, then activated Fallen Heaven to defend himself for a few seconds. My endurance value definitely won't be an issue. Outside, Shuangguo crossed his arms and asked, Fang Hao, do you think Ye Ning can actually take first place in the physical trial? He waved his hands dismissively and replied, Commander, even though I'd love to witness such a perfect miracle, but speaking objectively, it's probably. That's impossible. As you know, physical talent isn't like other classes where you can tell just by looking at someone's build. Take Generals Qin Feng and Zhang Hai, for example. Both of them are extremely muscular. But Ye Ning doesn't really fit that mold. On the other hand, the other challenger this time is Wang Kai. Wang Jiangguo glanced over, smiled, and continued, Haozi, you're always so careful with your words. Haha, based on theory, did you ever predict that Ye Ning could claim first place in both strength and agility? This question left Fang Hao completely flustered, not knowing how to answer. At that moment, Wang Jiangguo patted his own cheeks repeatedly and said, Let me show you how it's done. I dare say that not only will Ye Ning take first place, but he might also become the very first seed to reach the purple rank. Even if I'm wrong, it's just a slap to my face. No big deal. Fang Hao grew even more flustered. He reached out his hand and hesitantly said, Commander Wang, please, stop hitting yourself. The scene shifts to the peak of the second floor, where a monster is frantically attacking Ye Ning, but he quickly dodges it. Almost there. But this area seems incredibly tough to get through. The monster grows even more frenzied, channeling all its strength into its arms. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, it slams into him, sending him flying. Ye Ning drops to one knee, digging his feet in to regain his balance. That punch was so brutal, it made him cough up blood. Giving him no time to rest, the monster swiftly stomps down to continue its attack on him. Fortunately, Ye Ning manages to muster his strength and roll to the side, narrowly evading that massive foot in the nick of time. Thick dust fills the air, forcing him to block his face. Suddenly, a tentacle lunges out of the smoke, slamming into his arm and knocking the sword from his hand. Ye Ning quickly runs away, muttering in frustration, Damn it, my left arm is completely out of commission. I need to retreat from the peak of the second floor first, before figuring something else out. Then, he summons Fugi. Li Fugi, help me retrieve my sword. Fugi emerges from the void and replies, Yes, master. Through the dense smoke at the peak of the second floor, a massive and heavy strength-type elephant monster looms ahead. The elephant's trunk is its primary weapon. With that in mind, Ye Ning swings his sword and leaps high. Maybe I can use this to get past this area. His gaze turns razor sharp. If I can successfully target its weak spot, I can leverage its strength to fling myself across this area. He charges straight at the elephant monster, taking a defensive stance and shouting, Physique, conversion, defense. The monster's trunk blasts him away, just as he planned. Ye Ning flies toward the peak of the third floor. Looking down, he yells in sheer excitement, It worked! With a loud crash, he hits the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sitting up, Ye Ning mutters, My physical stats are still too weak. If I go any higher, I'll definitely end up dead without a doubt. Suddenly, a monster bursts out from underground. He thinks deeply. Next, we'll see the power of Fallen Heaven. If I really can't hold out, my only option is to retreat. The monster thrusts its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth toward Ye Ning. He raises his sword and activates his skill. Mana fully unlocked. Fallen Heaven Defense. A protective barrier immediately shoots up, shielding him from those sharp teeth. Suddenly, Ye Ning's eyes sharpen. He smiles and says, This barrier is incredibly thick. As expected, I can always count on the system's SSS rank sword skill. The system panel flashes with notifications. Endurance value, 1.03T. Endurance value, 1T. Endurance value, 1.3T. My endurance value has already completely shattered the previous global record. Why are these 10 minutes taking so damn long? The monster crushes the barrier with its bite. Ye Ning uses every ounce of his strength to hold it off. He grimaces. My mana is completely drained. The barrier can't hold on any longer. I still need to maximize the leap and quick strike effects, but I can't attack the mutant monsters. The protective barrier detonates. blasting the monster backward. Taking advantage of the opening, Ye Ning leaps high into the air, launching himself straight above the monster. The system panel notifies, "The 10-minute challenge time has ended. Do you wish to withdraw?" Seeing this, he sighs in relief. Finally, the 10 minutes are up. Ye Ning immediately selects yes. Outside, the crowd is staring intently at the announcement board. Suddenly, they notice new information popping up. Jiping yells, "Ye Ning's endurance value is 1.74T. Wang Jiangguo continues, "Ye Ning has claimed first place globally in the physical class, outperforming Arnold by 30%. Seeing this, Fang Hao exclaims, "This is a stomp. A complete and absolute stomp." Wang Jiangguo suddenly puts on a serious face and says, "First place in 3 classes. This is a miracle. However, I suspect there's something off about Ye Ning." He quickly shifts to a playful grin and chuckles. Maybe he's not even human. But a god. Haha, I was just kidding because you all looked way too tense. Haha. Fang Hao and the others could only manage a helpless, forced smile. "Commander, you're doing this again." Meanwhile, Ye Ning is kneeling on the ground. A notification panel hovers in front of him, showing that only the final willpower challenge remains. I need to make the most of my time to recover. Even though my left arm is temporarily out of action, luckily, the willpower challenge doesn't require any combat. The panel displays the message, "Please complete the reading. Get ready to start the challenge in 1 minute, or it will be treated as an automatic forfeit. 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 7 seconds. After reading the prompt, Ye Ning says, "Looks like if I want to get that hidden reward, the system isn't going to let me take a breather." Then, wearing a confident smirk, he says, "Well, let's get this challenge started. No matter what, this is my home turf." The system panel pops up, prompting, "Please choose your trial method, standard willpower challenge." In the standard trial, you can use your skills normally to battle the enemies. Your score will be based on how fast you eliminate the targets. You must complete 7 rounds to pass the special willpower trial. During this special trial, you cannot use any skills except for your innate talent. Every enemy you face will be generated directly from your memories. Once you clear all 7 rounds, you will have successfully passed the trial. Seeing this, Ye Ning thinks, "The first option is the most popular trial for the willpower class, and it's exactly how I leveled up in my past life. But right now, all my skills are on cooldown, and my left hand is out of commission. It looks like I have no choice but to go with the special trial." With that, Ye Ning taps to make his selection. The moment the notification confirms the start of the special trial, he is instantly teleported to another dimension, only to see Xiao Hai frantically running toward him. Looking around, Ye Ning thinks, "The first round is set in the Tianfeng safe zone. This place feels way too real." Just then, Xiao Hai rushes up to him and gasps, "Ye Ning, you're right on time. Hurry up. The Tianfeng beast tide is wreaking havoc. Come with me to fight outside the city walls." But the moment Xiao Hai reaches out his hand, Ye Ning quickly steps aside and says, "I'm really sorry, Uncle Xiao." Caught off guard, Xiao Hai spins around and asks what he means by that. But Ye Ning's face remains dead cold. Without a second thought, Ye Ning drives a heavy punch straight into Xiao Hai's gut, coldly saying, "Even though it's hard to distinguish what's real and what's fake here, I still have to keep my guard up. My guess is you're just a monster spawned from my own memories." Looking down at the double of Xiao Hai collapsed in front of him, Ye Ning mutters, "So the monster's true form won't reveal itself? Are you trying to make me feel guilty to test my mental fortitude?" Still reeling from the blow, Xiao Hai groans, "I can't believe. You would actually." But Ye Ning only leaves him with a cold reply, "I'm really sorry, Uncle Xiao. Even though this shook me a little, I can't afford to stop here." With that, he steps into the teleportation portal opening before him. As the system announces the next round, he is instantly transported to a battlefield where Chen Jiao and Chen Yong are fighting off thousands of massive alien creatures. Trapped in the clutches of a tentacled monster, Chen Jiao screams, "Brother!" Hearing her, Chen Yong panics and yells, "Chen Jiao, hang on!" Turning to Ye Ning, he begs for help. "Ye Ning, you have to help me. My sister is trapped by that mutant beast." Chen Yong continues, "I've never begged anyone for help in my entire life. Please, save my sister. I'll hold off this mutant." But Ye Ning simply replies, "I'm on it," before stepping forward and ruthlessly slaying Chen Jiao while she's still in the monster's grasp. Watching this play out, Chen Yong's face goes pale as he screams, "Ye Ning, why did you do that?" Before Chen Yong can even process what is happening, Ye Ning slashes his sword like lightning, sending him to reunite with his sister in the blink of an eye before coldly saying, "Your sibling bond is touching, but it's not nearly enough to make me waver." With a razor-sharp gaze, Ye Ning doesn't waste any time as he mutters, "My bad," and moves on. In the next round, he finds himself standing in front of Lin Lan, who is sitting on the ground. She strikes a seductive pose and says, "Come here, you bastard. Didn't you say you wanted me?" She looks up at him suggestively and purrs, "I can't resist you right now anyway, and there's no shield to protect me. I'm giving you a free pass." Suddenly, Ye Ning raises his sword high and mutters, "For most willpower users, an illusion like this would be tough." Without hesitation, he drives his sword straight down into her with absolute ruthlessness, thinking, "But for me, this is actually easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, I have a completely clear conscience when it comes to killing Lin Lan." Ignoring Lin Lan's final gasp, Ye Ning calmly walks away, leaving her body behind. He scoffs. "The system really underestimated me this time." Then, he initiates the next round. Now, Ye Ning has to face his 4th challenge, which is Wu Qing. Standing before him in a loose-fitting bathrobe, Wu Qing blushes and says, "Ye Ning, I know I usually act pretty wild, but I only did that to get back at my dad." Right in front of him, she lets the bathrobe slide off her shoulders and shyly whispers, "This is my first time, so I hope you'll." Standing in front of this gruesome scene, he covered Wu Ting's eyes, his face completely emotionless, as he muttered, "Yan Wuding, thank you for your kindness. But please, close your eyes. This is the greatest respect I can show you." In the blink of an eye, he finished off Wu Ting and Jia Ling. The next round shifts to a high school where a crowd of students has gathered. It looked like the school had been attacked by something. The students were in a total panic, and the shattered glass windows made it clear that the place had just taken a massive impact. As loud, aggressive banging echoed from the door, even though the students had barricaded the door with desks and chairs, the teacher bravely grabbed a weapon to protect them, reassuring everyone, "Don't be afraid, kids. I'm right here. I will get you all out of here safely." At that moment, Ye Ning, dressed in a school uniform, was stunned as he thought to himself, "Is this my classroom from when I was 14? The sound of the door being bashed open only grew louder and more violent. It was only then that he remembered with horror that back then, the teacher and all his classmates had died, leaving him as the sole survivor. Looking at the tearful, terrified girl beside him, he realized this was also the last time he ever saw his desk mate, Wang Zhen. Warm memories of her began to flash through his mind. Ye Ning remembered that day so clearly, when she had somehow found a piece of cake and shared half of it with him, refusing to eat any herself, just so he wouldn't go hungry. Snapping him out of his memories, Wang Zhen suddenly grabbed his hand, sobbing, "Ye Ning, you'll protect me, right? Right? You'll get me to safety, won't you?" With a look of profound sadness in his eyes, Ye Ning replied, "I really want to get you out of here. I want to save everyone." But then his face darkened, and he firmly brushed her hand away. "But regrets are just regrets, and I don't actually have a chance to change the past. If I try to save you today, the mission will fail, and you will never truly be able to come back to life." Confused, Wang Zhen asked, "Ye Ning, what on earth are you talking about?" Without warning, Ye Ning pinned her down. Tears welled in his eyes as he choked her, repeatedly muttering, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," as Wang Zhen struggled, gasping his name. Seeing Wang Zhen go completely limp, Ye Ning clutched his head in agony and screamed, "Damn this system. If you're going to kill me, at least don't weaponize my own feelings." At the same time, the room erupted into panic. Ye Ning just choked Wang Zhen to death. He's mutated too. Everyone, run. Ignoring them, Ye Ning activated his ability, levitating the shattered glass fragments as he commanded, telekinesis. Leave no one alive. Leaving behind a classroom piled high with corpses, Ye Ning simply said, "I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how cruel I have to be, I can only move forward. Maybe in another life." That familiar phrase echoed once again as the next round began. Inside a familiar house, Ye Ning was faced with his little sister, Xiao An, who was sobbing, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" After enduring so many brutal trials, Ye Ning's mind was completely shattered. Exhausted, he thought to himself, "Friendship, love. Is this 6th round really going to target my own family? Just how cruel does this experiment have to get before it finally stops?" His little sister, Xiao An, tears streaming down her face, looked up. "Big brother, you're back." Mom is." Terrified, Xiao An ran over and hugged him, catching Ye Ning completely off guard as she whimpered, "Big brother, I'm so scared." Now utterly exhausted, he gently stroked her head and replied, "Xiaoan, don't be scared. I'm right here. Mom will be okay." In an instant, the girl's expression shifted, radiating pure bloodlust as she prepared to strike him, whispering, "With you here, I'm not scared anymore." Xiaoan thrust her bare hand straight through Ye Ning's body, snapping him back to reality. Still wearing an innocent look on her face, Xiaoan leaned in and asked, "Big brother, why aren't you hugging me? Did I do something wrong? Did I make you mad?" Without hesitation, despite the immense pain and regret, Ye Ning forced himself to strike her down, pleading, "I'm sorry, Xiaoan. This is all my fault. Please don't hate me." Seeing Ye Ning approach her, his mother trembled and cried out, "Xiaoan, my baby Xiaoan. Ning, why did you do that?" Without giving any explanation, he simply said, "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," as he painfully raised his sword. Finally, he collapsed to his knees, tears of grief streaming down his face. Ye Ning groaned, "I've even killed my own family. There's only one last round left." He screamed in sheer fury, "System, whatever else you've got up your sleeve, bring it all on." But suddenly, Ye Ning felt an excruciating pain shoot through him and immediately blacked out as a wave of mysterious energy surged from his body. Floating in a deep, dark abyss, he asked himself, "Am I dead?" Suddenly, voices began to echo from somewhere. Ye Ning, please wake up, you succeeded." Forcing his exhausted eyes open, the voices grew clearer. "Please wake up, we need you." Surrounded by a massive crowd of people, Ye Ning groggily woke up. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in joy, shouting, "He's awake! Look, he's awake! He finally woke up." Dazed and confused, Ye Ning muttered to himself, "Where is this? What happened to me? Wait, am I actually in the Tier 3 trial of will?" Someone standing nearby suddenly shouts in excitement, "Ye Ning, you did it! You actually succeeded! Right after you broke through to Tier 4, you slipped into a coma. We were worried sick about you. Thank goodness you finally opened your eyes. Now we actually have a fighting chance." Hearing this, Ye Ning is completely stunned. Tier 4? A coma? You guys? He thinks to himself, did I somehow return to my past life, back before the capital fell? Right then, a surge of brilliant, mysterious energy starts flowing through his body. Confused by what is happening, he looks down and wonders, my left arm is completely healed, and my abdomen is totally fine, without a single scratch. Not only that, but the power inside me feels stronger than ever before. Within seconds, the entire hospital room is flooded with a brilliant, glowing blue energy. Stunned by the sight, Li Yan gasps beside him, Is this the sheer power of level 4? Even someone at the absolute peak of level 3 wouldn't stand a chance against this. We finally have hope." Suddenly, another soldier rushes into the room in a panic. "General Li Yan, the front line is about to collapse. That level 4 mutant beast led its army and breached our defenses." Li Yan quickly turns around, asking anxiously, "Ye Ning, how are you holding up? Can you fight? If you need more rest, we will fight to the death just to buy you some time." But feeling this massive new power, Ye Ning is still completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? He tries to remember. Didn't he die while facing that level 4 mutant beast earlier? Thinking back to when his comrades rescued him, Ye Ning realizes something is off. He probably didn't die back then. A few level 3 fighters must have risked their lives to drag him away. He assumes that after they brought him back, he forced himself to shatter his own willpower core to break through to level 4, which put him into a coma. But why doesn't he have any memory of doing that? Unable to make sense of it, Ye Ning winces in pain. Is this a side effect of forcing a breakthrough to level 4? But then, a chilling thought hits him. Could the whole reincarnation thing have just been a dream he had while in a coma? A dream that messed up his real memories? The more he thinks about it, the more his mind spirals into panic. Ye Ning screams out, "What is even real anymore?" Without realizing it, he unleashes an overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Li Yan instantly conjures a shield to block it, warning, "Ye Ning, you haven't mastered this new power yet. Stop trying to force it, and just focus on resting. Once you get your combat strength back, we'll actually have a chance." While struggling to hold back Ye Ning's raw energy, Li Yan barks out orders. "Everyone, follow me to the front. We have to buy Ye Ning some time to recover." Realizing he is losing control, he struggles to sit up, trying to calm himself down. Ye Ning takes a deep, steady breath, telling himself he must stay calm. Even though he just woke up from a coma, he desperately needs to find out what is actually going on. To uncover the truth, he has to get out of this room first. Outside, the world has already plunged into darkness and absolute chaos. In the sky, massive flocks of mutated birds swarm overhead, accompanied by panicked screams. The front line is falling. The underground shelter is our only hope. As the bloodthirsty birds dive down to feast on their prey, people shove and trample each other to reach the shelter. They scream desperately, "Let me in first. I have an elderly mother at home and young kids to feed." The flying beasts from the front line are already here. Outside, the unfortunate left behind are ripped apart by the birds. They cry out in sheer panic, "Help me, move, let me in first." Right there, a mother desperately shields her child, even as a ruthless man steps right over her, snarling, "Get out of my way. I am an awakened. Anyone who gets in my way dies." Completely ignoring the crying child in her arms, he heartlessly keeps shoving past them, muttering, "I did not work this hard to become an awakened, just to die here." Nearby, a group of armed thugs pushes through, brutally shoving the citizens while shouting, "You peasants dare block the path of the awakened? Move, or we will kill you." Without a shred of mercy, they draw their swords and start slashing at the innocent people around them. They boast arrogantly, "We are awakened too. You worthless peasants better clear the way." The awakened are the only hope for humanity. Normal people are completely useless, even if you survive. Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy flies straight toward the two thugs who are slaughtering the innocent civilians. In the blink of an eye, that devastating force tears the two thugs to shreds. Witnessing this, the crowd stands wide-eyed in absolute shock. They look up to see Ye Ning in his military uniform, looking down majestically with his powerful new aura. Seeing him, the crowd cries out, "Lord Ye Ning," he commands in a cold, serious voice. "Enter in an orderly line. Anyone who turns on their fellow humans will be put down like monsters." Spotting a flock of bird monsters rushing in from the distance, Ye Ning quietly mutters his skill, Spirit-Gathering Sword, summoning a massive blade into his hand to face this incoming trouble. With just a single slash, he completely wipes out the flock of birds swarming the sky, leaving nothing but feathers drifting through the air. Using his new power in battle for the first time, Ye Ning notes just how real and incredibly powerful this level 4 strength actually is. This time, I feel like nothing is impossible. It is time to head to the front line and face that level 4 mutated monster once again. Even though the threat in the sky has been dealt with, the people on the ground are still in grave danger. Everyone is running around in a frantic panic. A squad of armed soldiers is tasked with taking out the monsters crawling all over the ground. Among them, one soldier charges forward, full of spirit, and yells, "Guys, follow me, we have to plug this breach." But before he can make any real progress, a swarm of monsters lunges at him, pinning him to the ground in an instant. Pinned down and unable to move, he still fights with everything he's got, defiantly spitting out, "Don't think you're the only ones who can bite. Even without arms or legs, we still have our teeth." Without hesitation, he sinks his teeth right into the monster's flesh. He doesn't miss the chance to mock them, yelling, "Damn it, your flesh tastes absolutely rotten." But faced with an overwhelming number of beasts, he is quickly torn apart by the vicious horde. Yet, with a resolve that can never be broken, the soldier screams his final words, "Humanity will endure forever." Witnessing their comrade's sacrifice, the rest of the squad is fueled with rage, shouting to one another, "Brothers, our commander is down. We have to be like him. If we're going to die, we die charging forward." High up in the sky, miles away, high-ranking officers are heading straight toward the monster to engage in battle. Leading the charge, Li Xuanguo speaks up. "Everyone, we only have one shot at this. If we can kill this level 4 monster, or even just heavily wounded, we still have hope. We will still have a chance to fall back and fight the zombie horde if we fail." Before he can even finish, Zhiping interrupts, "Commander, even if we fail, we still have Ye Ning. Humanity still has hope." Hearing this, Li Yan sighs. Unfortunately, Ye Ning still can't fully control his power yet. Fang Hao adds, "It's our fault for not discovering and nurturing him sooner." Trying to lift their spirits, Li Xuanguo just laughs out loud. "Well, if regret pills were a thing, I'd probably have a house full of grandkids by now." "Alright, let's stop overthinking. We're closing in on the monster. Get ready to strike." As they close the distance to the level 4 monster, he commands, "Form up now, aim straight for its head." Seeing the elite officers assemble, the soldiers below start to regain hope, excitedly saying, "The 7 strongest fighters of Great Xia are joining forces. They can easily move mountains and part seas. If they kill that level 4 monster, we might actually make it out of this. Up in the air, the 7 officers raise their weapons, seizing the moment to strike. Pouring all their energy into the attack, they roar. Sun-piercing arrow, chaos, slash, Genesis hammer, D. But then, from the eye on the level 4 monster's chest, massive surge of energy gathers. In the blink of an eye, all the officers' attacks are violently deflected. Seeing this, Li Shuangguo grits his teeth. It dodged. Instantly, the officers are tightly bound by the monster's tentacles. Feng Hao screams in fury. Damn it, why is the gap in our power this massive? Using just one of its remaining tentacles, the monster swiftly crushes one of the high-ranking officers, leaving him as nothing but a bare skull. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the soldiers below instantly freeze in sheer terror. They cry out in despair. They're dead. It hasn't even been 3 seconds, and they're gone. We're doomed. Why? Why is this happening? Back at the command center, the entire battle is being closely monitored on the various screens. Staring at the feed, Chu Tian can't hide his shock. Realizing that Li Shuangguo and his generals have all fallen, he immediately contacts Ye Ning, instructing him to lead the final group to break through the encirclement, retreat, and keep the spark of hope alive. With a heavy heart, he makes a painful decision. We will broadcast our final message to the world, and then end it all. But his assistant instantly stops him, shouting, "Wait! Commander, look! It's Ye Ning! I see Ye Ning!" On the front line, he charges straight toward the monster, radiating an immense, powerful aura. Locking eyes with it, Ye Ning says with absolute confidence, "We meet again." Despite facing the level 4 mutated monster and the massive zombie horde surging forward, Ye Ning stands tall and completely unfazed. As powerful energy surges wildly around him, the crowd spots his figure and cheers. He's here! Ye Ning has finally shown up. Down below, the zombie horde begins to hesitate and fall back in fear. Seeing this, the armed soldiers immediately rally each other into action. Look, under Ye Ning's sheer pressure, the horde is actually retreating. Charge, brothers. As for the level 4 monster, it remains standing completely still, without making a single move. Seeing this, he wonders, the horde is backing off, but the level 4 mutant isn't moving at all. Even with my level 4 superpower now, it shouldn't have caused a shift like this, right? Ye Ning reasoned that if all of this was just an illusion, and if this was his Tier 3 trial after regressing, what exactly did he need to do to pass it? Would slaying the Tier 4 monster in front of him put an end to his past life's regrets? Just then, a soldier's voice called out from below. "Lord Ye Ning, please strike now. While it's still idle, you have to act fast. You are our last hope." Hearing that, he gripped the sword in front of him and said, "As long as I'm willing, I can end this catastrophe any time and make everything beautiful again, right? Whether this is a trial or not, as long as I can slay this Tier 4 monster with a single strike, the regret in my heart will finally be laid to rest." But before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden voice called out, "Ninger," making Ye Ning's eyes instantly widen. Then, a child's voice chimed in, "Brother." Turning toward the sound, 2 blurry figures materialized in the air. It was Zhaoan and his mother. Ye Ning's mother urgently pressed, "Ninger, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and kill it. Then our family will never be torn apart again." Standing beside her, Zhaoan chimed in, "Brother, kill that monster, and we can live a happy life together." Yet, their expressions looked incredibly bizarre. Suddenly, Wang Zhen's figure appeared, looking at him with a playful smirk as she promised, "Ye Ning, if you just kill this monster, I can come back to your side." Hearing this, he shook his head violently to clear his mind of the thoughts the system was trying to brainwash him with. Ye Ning realized that this system was really going out of its way just to make him take action. Gripping his sword tight, he muttered, "I think I know what the final stage of this willpower test is. If you all want to end this, then let's just end it." Inside the command center, high-ranking officers were closely watching Ye Ning's battle. Guoping wondered, "It's almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Ye Ning come out yet?" Feng Hao chimed in, "That makes no sense. He used to clear the stages so quickly before." Hearing this, Guoping worriedly muttered, "Could something have gone wrong?" Ji Ping speculated. "Probably not. If Ye Ning chose the first test, he would have cleared the stage easily without losing any of his skills. But if he chose the second option, he has to have absolute, unwavering faith in his own willpower." The old man added, "Either way, going by logic, there shouldn't be any issues, unless the first 3 rounds took too much out of him." Xuan Guo then advised everyone to keep waiting and see. Suddenly, A loud slam on the table echoed from behind. With a grim look on his face, Zhang Meng spoke up. Everyone. Ye Ning hasn't figured it out yet because there might be another possibility. He immediately questioned. Zhang Meng, what do you mean by that? Just spit it out. Zhang Meng proposed. Commander, my speculation is extremely critical and concerns our national security. I hope you can issue the highest order to cut off all communications to ensure no information leaks out. Zhang Meng added that it wasn't just about communications. Everyone present at the site must also be placed under Level 1 security control. Feng Hao immediately countered, Zhang Meng, what on earth are you trying to say? Do you have any idea what it costs to block this many people? Completely ignoring him, Zhang Meng kept pressing the commander. Commander, if what I'm about to say isn't critical, I, Zhang Meng, will willingly accept punishment and resign. Faced with this, the commander hesitated. Seeing Xuan Guo hesitate, Zhang Meng called out loudly, Commander! Pushed to this point, the commander had no choice but to order. Pass down my orders, lock down the perimeter immediately, and initiate Level 1 security protocol. Instantly, a protective barrier was activated, wrapping around the entire command center as an announcement blared. Shield activated. Zhang Meng voiced his theory. Commander, I believe Ye Ning only managed to top the global leaderboards in 3 classes because he found a loophole in the system. Furthermore, no matter how powerful a talent is, whether in strength or constitution, it's impossible to clear these stages purely on one's own abilities. Feng Hao gave his input. Only this way can we explain why the willpower test, which should have been a breeze for someone of his caliber, is giving him so much trouble. Zhang Meng, you're clearly making threats here. But Zhang Meng countered, don't think it's impossible. Have you forgotten about 16 years ago? There was an awakened in North America, with a talent to temporarily duplicate system items. Even though the copied items had no real effect, they were still accepted by dungeon NPCs. He continued, with that ability, he practically fully exploited all the major dungeons and amassed a massive amount of resources. It wasn't until he accidentally exposed his true power in the system that he was finally detected and eliminated. Zhang Yang added, ever since then, we realized that even these godlike systems can actually make mistakes. My father is absolutely right. Ye Ning must have found a loophole. Hearing this, Zhang Meng grew incredibly confident in his own theory. He argued, Marshal, if Ye Ning manages to make it out, I suggest you interrogate him directly. As long as we can copy his abilities, our Wuxia military district will experience an unimaginable leap forward. But another officer immediately cut him off. Marshal, isn't it too early to jump to conclusions? We don't even know if Ye Ning is going to make it out of there alive. Are we seriously going to drag him in for torture and interrogation the second he struggles his way out? This would completely destroy our people's trust. I absolutely forbid it. Ending the argument, Xuan Guo spoke up. Enough arguing. I already have a plan. First, let's just make sure Ye Ning gets out safely. Meanwhile, on the front line, voices kept echoing in Ye Ning's ears. Lord Ye Ning defeated it. Big Brother defeated it. Ninger defeated it. Standing before the 3 figures that had always haunted him, he simply replied, I'm sorry, but I don't think we should dwell on our past failures. Don't just dream about how to make up for things, no matter how hard it is, or how bright the future seems, Ye Ning thought. I refuse to live in a lie. With that, he drove his sword straight through his own body. Despite the agonizing pain, he pushed through with all his might. Ye Ning's eyes flared with determination, as he said firmly, no matter how cruel and brutal reality is, I will face it and change it, because moving forward is the only way to find the truth. Decisively ripping the sword out of his body, Ye Ning added, there is no denying that in my past life, I failed miserably. And yes, I've been terrified. Terrified of failing again. Raising his sword high, he channeled every ounce of his power and roared, but in this life, I'm going to tear you to pieces. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Blown back by the shockwave and completely drained of energy, Ye Ning began free-falling through the air. At that exact moment, system notifications began flashing rapidly. The trial of will has concluded. Current rank. Number 1, globally. Trial completed. You have received a special reward. Initiating global announcement and attribute calculations. Ranked first in the trial of strength. Obtained 3 points to strength. Doubled upon advancing to Tier 3, for a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the trial of constitution. Obtained 3 points to constitution. Doubled upon advancing to Tier 3. for a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the trial of agility, obtained 3 points to agility, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the trial of willpower, and obtained 3 points to willpower, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3 for a total of 68 points. Calculating overall rewards. Overall, rank first. Obtained 10 bonus points to all stats. All attributes have been increased to 78 points. Obtained strength talent upgrade. Frenzy. Obtained agility talent upgrade. Overload. Obtained constitution talent upgrade. Unyielding. Obtained willpower talent upgrade. Willpower pressure. Initiating reward equipment calculation. Hidden challenge completed. Awarded 4,000 reputation points and the honorary title, the perfect one. Equipping this title grants exemption from system transaction fees and rank A privileges. A new wave of notifications appeared. Calculating reward equipment. Select any 4-star rare blue equipment or exchange this option. Obtained 1-star epic equipment. Obtained special item. Epic grade regeneration potion. Obtained special item. Epic grade time key. Calculating talent rewards. Current SSS rank willpower talent has been upgraded. Psychic Storm. Grants a 100% stat boost for 3 seconds and unlocks telekinetic control, psychic defense barrier, and the chaos thought skill. Talent cooldown, 24 hours. Right at that moment, he stepped out of the spatial portal. Seeing Ye Ning, Xuan Guo, and the others cheered in excitement. He's out. Ye Ning has completed the trial. Number 1 really is the best in the world. He's the only pure willpower type to ever clear the Tier 3 trial. But Ye Ning, completely overwhelmed by pain, could only think to himself, I can't hold on much longer. The global announcement is coming. And right on cue, a worldwide message broadcasted to everyone. Global announcement. The trial tower rankings have been updated. Current rank for the trial of strength. Huaxia Warzone. Ye Ning, rank 1. Trial of agility. Huaxia Warzone. Ye Ning, rank 1. Trial of Constitution. Huaxia Warzone. Ye Ning, rank 1. Trial of Willpower. Huaxia Warzone. Ye Ning, rank 1. Across the globe, the name Ye Ning of Huaxia, rank 1 worldwide, echoed continuously. Only then could he finally let his guard down. Ye Ning collapsed flat onto the ground, his face deathly pale as he muttered weakly, Damn system, at least risking my life actually paid off. Fortunately, Fang Hao and the medical team rushed over just in time. He shouted anxiously, Ye Ning, where is the medical team? Don't just stand there staring. Get over here and treat him right now. After a quick examination, the medic reassured them, Marshal, Vice Marshal, please don't worry, there are no life-threatening injuries. His left arm is broken, and his physical strength and willpower are completely depleted. He just needs a few days of rest to make a full recovery. Hearing that, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He almost gave me a heart attack. Nearby, Zhang Meng sneered to himself. The global number 1 got away with only minor injuries? Yeah, right. He immediately proposed, Commander, you need to seriously reconsider my theory from earlier. I suggest we use mental force to snap Ye Ning awake and interrogate him right now. Unable to take it anymore, Fang Hao snapped back, Zhang Meng, don't you dare cross the line. You want to lay a finger on Ye Ning? You'll have to go through me first. Zhang Meng scoffed and shot back. How can Vice Commander Fang ignore the greater good of our nation and act solely on emotion? If my theory is correct, Ye Ning is nothing but a sacrificial pawn. His words drove Fang Hao absolutely wild. Xi Ping stepped in as well, saying, Commander, I strongly advise against this. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of a mistake, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chu Tian agreed, Exactly, Commander. Ye Ning performed exceptionally well. We shouldn't be doubting him. Doing something like this won't just crush Ye Ning's spirit, it will destroy the entire future of Huaxia. Li Shuangguo paused in deep thought before making his decision. 3 days. Let's give him 3 days to see if he wakes up. Then he added, move him to medical first and ensure he gets the best treatment possible. Do not let anything go wrong. As he watched Ye Ning being wheeled into the ambulance, Zhang Meng smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. 3 days, huh? Let's see if you ever wake up. Ye Ning. By now, all the high-ranking officers had gathered around Ye Ning's hospital bed. Zhang Meng asked, Commander, more than 117 nations have already reached out to us about Ye Ning. How should we respond? Li Shuangguo sighed, staring off thoughtfully. It's been 3 days already. This kid, Ye Ning. Zhang Meng seized the opportunity. Commander, even the best doctors in Huaxia who are here have confirmed that Ye Ning's vitals are perfectly stable and all his injuries have completely healed. The fact that he refuses to wake up means he is probably just faking it out of a guilty conscience. I propose we run a mental interrogation on him right now. Hearing this, Fang Hao immediately objected. I absolutely do not agree. Zhang Meng sneered. It has already been 3 days. Can Vice Commander Fang really not tell right from wrong at a time like this? Unable to take the bickering, the commander raised his voice. Enough. Doing that would only cause a massive misunderstanding. Hearing this, Fang Hao didn't dare say another word. Zhang Meng immediately barked, Guards! Bring in the machines. Get ready for Ye Ning's mental interrogation. The equipment was brought in by the staff immediately. Even though they were preparing to test Ye Ning right then and there, Fang Hao still desperately tried to protest. No, Commander. We cannot do this to Ye Ning. Standing nearby, Zhang Meng growled, Vice Commander Fang, are you trying to start a rebellion? But Li Shuangguo only replied coldly, Haozi, I don't want to do this either, but this concerns our national interest. Hearing this, Fang Hao fell silent. With that, the test began. Zhang Meng ordered, Everyone, stand back. The staff began attaching brainwave sensors all over Ye Ning's body, just as he was feeling incredibly triumphant, knowing that putting the helmet on the boy would allow him to uncover all of Ye Ning's secrets. Suddenly, Ye Ning opened his eyes and woke up. Ye Ning bolted upright, accidentally snapping the connected wires, and wondered, Where am I? Seeing him wake up, Guo Ping cheered excitedly, He's awake, he's awake. Beside him, Fang Hao was absolutely overjoyed and shouted, Thank goodness, he's finally awake. Li Shuangguo was instantly relieved and ordered, Thank goodness he's awake. Now, turn off this garbage immediately. Still clueless about what was happening, Ye Ning asked, What are you all doing? Fang Hao rushed to his side, tossing Zhang Meng's equipment aside, and introduced himself excitedly. I am Fang Hao, Vice Commander of Great Xia. He then eagerly introduced the others. Ye Ning, you haven't met him before. This is Li Shuangguo, the Supreme Commander of Great Xia. And this is Commissioner Zhang, General Zhang Meng, whom you've met before. Holding the metal helmet in his hand, Ye Ning spoke up. But, I have to ask, what is this thing? It doesn't look like medical equipment at all. To break the awkward silence, Xi Ping tactfully intervened. Ye Ning, since you are awake, we have a few questions for you. What is your talent? Could you open your system panel and let us take a look? Hearing this, Ye Ning simply replied, Oh, I see. But to himself, he thought, not only did these people fail to reward me for my efforts, but the very first thing they do is interrogate me, and they even wanted to mentally torture me? How ridiculous. But unfortunately for them, my Sword God System cannot be exposed, or else I'll be completely erased. Ye Ning immediately shot back. Commissioner Zhang, does the military not know what my talent is? Why is that? Since when has the military required awakened individuals to reveal their system panels? Hearing this, the old man was left speechless, and Xi Ping could only stammer, Well, about that. Having his plans ruined, Zhang Meng stepped forward from behind and grumbled, Ye Ning, we suspect there is something off about your trial results. Did you exploit some loophole to win the trial? Before that, this is highly critical. I need you to cooperate. Don't even think about hiding anything, or we'll run out of time. Before Zhang Meng could even finish his sentence, Ye Ning cut in, Lu Hong, do you seriously suspect me? You think I cheated? His words left the man speechless. Fang Hao quickly chimed in, Ye Ning, it's not like that. Just hear us out. But he was abruptly cut off by the commander. Haozi, we cannot afford to be sloppy with this. Ye Ning, I'm truly sorry, but we assumed you exploited a loophole. After all, your results are just too mind-blowing. Facing Ye Ning, Shuangguo spoke politely. First of all, we are all thrilled that you brought such honor to Huaxia. Secondly, I want you to understand that even if you did exploit a loophole, it would still be incredibly valuable to Huaxia. As the Commander-in-Chief, I personally guarantee that as long as you admit it, you will still retain your #1 spot. Hearing this, Zhang Meng spoke up in a panic. Commander, we can't just let Ye Ning off so easily. If an external awakening force contacts him, the consequences will be absolutely catastrophic. But the commander shut him down with a stern growl. Enough, Zhang Meng. You're talking too much. Can't you keep your own tail tucked in? This immediately shut his mouth. Seething with rage, Zhang Meng gritted his teeth and thought, Ye Ning doesn't dare reveal his system interface, which means he clearly has a guilty conscience. He's incredibly suspicious. But even so, the commander still wants to give him the #1 spot. Doesn't that make all my efforts completely useless? Ye Ning realized that while the root of the problem was clearly Zhang Meng, he could understand the leader's perspective. Still, he couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed in them. First, they suspect a talent loophole, but what about next time? I can't let another tragedy repeat itself like it did in my past life. He spoke up, fine, I'll show you exactly what this loophole is. Deputy Commander Fang, please bring me a talent testing crystal. Make sure it's the highest grade possible. Hearing this, Fang Hao immediately volunteered. All right, I'm on it. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng was secretly gloating. It would only take a few seconds to just pull up the system interface, yet Ye Ning wanted to use a crystal ball instead? Don't tell me you're trying to prove you can use all elements? Even with a double S-rank talent, it's impossible to pull off something as insane as you did. No matter what the test results are, it won't prove you didn't exploit a loophole. Little did he know, Ye Ning had planned this all along. Suddenly, with a sharp glint in his eyes, Ye Ning turned to him. Commander Zhang Meng, right? Once my test is over, if you still have any doubts, feel free to talk to me again. Just then, Fang Hao wheeled in a cart carrying a massive crystal block. He introduced, this is the absolute highest grade testing crystal. Standing before the giant crystal, Ye Ning said, didn't you all want to see my loophole? Then keep your eyes wide open. The moment he touched the crystal, his power began to violently condense. Feeling the sheer, destructive force of this energy, everyone in the room gasped in shock. Under Ye Ning's overwhelming pressure, the crystal began to crack as his energy surged deep inside it. In an instant, the massive crystal shattered into pieces. Right then, a system chime rang out. Ding! Test complete. Willpower talent. Triple S rank. Hearing this, everyone froze in absolute shock. Triple S rank. Ye Ning scoffed. Are you satisfied with this loophole now? Witnessing his spectacular display, Xuan Guo exclaimed, magnificent. Standing nearby, Fang Hao beamed with pride. See, I told you he didn't use any loopholes. Even Ji Ping couldn't help but gasp. Triple S rank. Does such a rank really exist in this world? We've never seen anything like this in history. Guo Ping couldn't hide his awe either. This energy signature, it's God tier. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng's face turned completely pale. He thought to himself, I'm finished. I've completely lost this time. Ye Ning spoke up calmly. It's fine. I understand your concerns. But I heard that, in order to secure the top spot, besides taking a test, one must also face other competitors to evaluate their true combat potential. The commander waved his hand. Ye Ning, there's no need for that. You've already proven yourself more than enough. Didn't I just say you're taking the #1 spot? You have absolutely nothing to worry about. But Ye Ning simply walked over to where Zhang Meng was standing and made a proposal. Commander Zhang, I heard your esteemed son, Zhang Yang, was previously ranked #1. Personally, I'm a big fan of fairness and hate relying on special privileges. Your son is highly talented, but taking his spot without a real battle would be incredibly unfair to him. Hearing this, Zhang Meng gasped in disbelief. What? Ye Ning turned to the leaders and spoke respectfully. Commander, according to the regulations, a lower-ranked individual has the right to challenge someone of a higher rank. I don't want to just be handed the top spot. I want to register for a life-or-death duel against the current #1. Hearing this, Zhang Meng completely panicked and barked. Ye Ning, what the hell is the meaning of this? Although he looked somewhat thoughtful on the surface, after hearing this, he commented, You're quite something, ruthless enough. I spoke up in front of you because I wanted to compensate you, but you went and stabbed me in the back. Even if Zhang Meng went a bit too far, killing his son is just excessive. He was backed into a corner, with no choice but to swallow his pride and remind himself, endure, I can't let myself get angry. Otherwise, the commander would abandon him. Right now, his only option was to submit, giving both the commander and this low-born trash a way out. So Zhang Meng forced a smile and spoke up. Ye Ning, the #1 spot is yours. Your talent far surpasses Younger's, so on behalf of Zhang Yang, I voluntarily give up the first place rank. I apologize for what just happened. I only said those things out of concern for your safety. It was all just a misunderstanding. Faced with his fake, hypocritical attitude, Ye Ning coldly replied, Commander Zhang, you flatter me. But let's just stick to the rules. After all, I don't want anyone saying that I, Ye Ning, am an arrogant, tyrannical rule breaker. Since you said Zhang Yang is so outstanding, we have to fight a match to see who's truly stronger, right? Wouldn't you agree, Commander? By now, Zhang Meng's face had gone pale as a sheet. Xi Ping chimed in to support him. Commander, since Ye Ning wants to follow the rules, then let's go by the rules. However, Ye Ning has just advanced to rank 3 and needs some time to get used to his abilities. In 3 days, once we have the results of the battle, we can announce the rankings and the rewards. How does that sound? Xuan Guo realized that Old Hu was indeed a cautious old fox. Hao Zi usually kept quiet, but here he was, stepping up to take a stand. Thinking it over, he must have a good reason for doing this. Fortunately, they still had 3 days. So, he made his decision. Then we'll do exactly as Old Hu suggested. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back his fury and gritted his teeth. Are my son and I being abandoned? Ye Ning, I will never let you lay a hand on my son. If you dare kill him, I'll make sure you die first. In contrast, he remained completely calm, his lips curling into a slight smirk. They say a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. No, waiting even a single day is disrespectful to my enemy. Zhang Meng, you don't have to rush. It won't be long before you and your son are reunited. On the rooftop of the building, 2 figures could be seen talking. Xuan Guo stood with his hands behind his back, speaking thoughtfully. Old Hu, now that it's just the 2 of us, tell me straight. Why did we have to go along with Ye Ning's plan? Xi Ping, standing beside him, quietly replied, Commander, have you forgotten about the cross-continental dungeon that starts 10 days from now? He stared off into the distance and continued. Our previous failures have severely drained our strategic reserves. So, this time is absolutely critical for us. If we can't secure enough psionic blocks to distribute this time, a massive number of our fighter jets will soon turn into useless scrap metal. He turned to Xi Ping and asked, Do you want Ye Ning to participate? He replied as if it were obvious. Exactly. Aside from dealing with the aberrations, the cross-continental dungeon will also mean facing rank 3, awakened from other nations. He then continued his analysis. So, we should use this match to see if Ye Ning actually has the guts to kill. After all, killing humans and killing aberrations are 2 completely different things. Xuan Guo asked with concern. But Old Hu, if Zhang Yang dies, I'm afraid Zhang Meng will go completely insane. I'm worried it might trigger internal conflict. Xi Ping frowned, replying with a thoughtful expression. That's why I proposed the 3-day delay. Once Zhang Meng gets involved, he will definitely make sure his son is fully prepared. Second, it also gives us time to draft 2 backup plans and adapt flexibly depending on how things unfold. Hearing this, Xuan Guo happily clapped a hand onto Old Hu's shoulder and praised him. You sly old fox. No matter the situation, you always think of every little detail. Hearing the praise, Old Hu replied with a look of concern. Commander, aside from that, it would be best to announce Ye Ning as a SS rank to the outside world. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll end up getting himself killed. Xuan Guo reassured Xi Ping, adding, We'll do exactly as you say. All other information must be strictly classified as well. The scene shifts to a room where a young man is curled up on the floor when suddenly, the door swings open. A figure steps in behind him. Zhang Yang turns to look, his exhausted face lighting up with joy as he cries out, Dad, you're back. Did you find out what that kid's talent is? Is he cheating? Zhang Meng stood as still as a statue, remaining silent without saying a word. Ignoring his son, who kept pressing on, Dad, did that brat find some kind of loophole? He must have been locked up by now, right? I'm still number 1, aren't I? Zhang Meng still didn't answer, letting him desperately fire question after question on the verge of a breakdown. What on earth happened? Dad, please, just say something. Only then did he speak in a low voice. We checked. There's nothing wrong with Ye Ning. In fact, he's preparing to challenge you to a death match in 3 days. Zhang Yang gasped in horror. What? How can there be nothing wrong with him? Dad, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? As if hit by a piece of devastating news, his voice began to tremble violently. Shaking, he asked, Wait, Dad, what do you mean? A life and death battle? Me and him? No, I'm not going. Can't I just give up the number 1 spot? I'm not going. He wants the number 1 spot? Let him have it. I'll give him everything. Truong Man looked at his son helplessly and said, I already suggested that, but that brat is still determined to fight you. Truong Duong asked back in disbelief. He didn't want it? He wants to kill me? Hearing this, he began to grow angry and spat bitterly. Dad, Kill him! Kill him before the match! He wants me dead, so you have to go kill him right now." Hearing his son's words, his voice deepened as he said, "I want to, but killing him now is next to impossible. He's currently guarded by a team of Tier 3 experts." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Who are those guys?" With a dangerous expression, Truongman muttered, "The military." Truongduang seemed completely shocked to hear that name, his face turning pale and tense. Truongduang quickly said, "Then threaten them, Dad." Truongman tried to reassure his son. The military has already dispatched people to protect him. There is no time left. Truongduang said anxiously, "Then, am I dead meat?" Truongman replied, "Duangni, you are my son. I will never let you die. I have already contacted several Tier 3 experts. When the time is right, they will make their move to help you." Hearing his father's words was like finding a lifeline. Truongman continued, "I have served this country for so many years. No matter how much the higher-ups favor Danin, they will eventually turn a blind eye." Truongduang eagerly asked, "So Dad, is there any way for me to win? Like items or gear?" Although he was comforting his son, his face turned dark and sinister as he spoke. "Those things are useless, because they're strictly banned in life and death battles. While we can't rely on outside help, it doesn't mean there's no way." Truongduang looked at his father with a knowing look and said confidently, "Danin keeps talking about rules, so of course, we can use those very rules to crush him." With a cunning glint in his eyes, Truongman whispered, "When the time comes, we won't just stop there. We also have death warriors." He chuckled with a sly smirk, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Danin, no matter how strong you are, even a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake on its own turf. Let's see how you're going to fight me now." 3 days later, at the dueling arena of the capital military zone, the stands were packed to the brim with spectators. High above the arena, Chi Bin respectfully said to Tuyen Kwok, "Commander, everything has been arranged. 3 Tier 3 referees have taken their positions to protect the death arena and are ready to start the match at any moment." Hearing this, he commanded, "Good, let's proceed. Announce the start." From the arena entrance, a figure clad in white stepped forward with an overwhelming silver aura. Suddenly, whispers broke out among the crowd. "Is this the Danin who's been causing such a stir lately? I heard he's incredibly wicked. But why does he look like such a weakling? He's so skinny. I feel like I could poke him to death with just one finger. I can't believe it. He looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old." Danin walked out proudly, standing before the 3 referees. In front of him was the chief referee, Luke Van Chow. He handed Danin a list and said, "Danin, this is the matchup list for this life and death battle. Take a look. If everything is fine, you can prepare for the fight." Hearing this, Danin found it strange and questioned him. "Oh? Aren't I supposed to fight Truongduang? Why is there a whole list?" Having said that, he took the list and skimmed through it. Aside from Truongduang, there are 9 other newly promoted Tier 3 fighters challenging me, and Truongduang is actually placed at the very bottom. Hearing this, Van Chow quickly explained, "Sir Danin, this list has already been approved by the higher-ups. According to the rules, just as you can challenge Truongduang, other seeded candidates can challenge you as well." Van Chow continued, "The first 9 rounds will leave you completely exhausted if you can't hold your ground." Without waiting for Van Chow to finish, Danin simply smirked and said, "I get it, let's begin." Before anyone could process what was happening, he raised the list high and spoke provocatively. "Everyone on this list, come at me together. I want to fight all 10 of you." The crowd instantly erupted into frantic chatter. "What? Did I hear that right? No matter how insane his talent is, he can't be this crazy. Fighting 10 people at the same time? Is he begging for death? If each of them lands just one hit, even a mid-tier 3 expert wouldn't survive." Hearing such a crazy demand, Van Chow thought to himself in shock. The higher-ups only agreed to make this list because they wanted to save Truongduang's life. But they didn't anticipate this scenario. Nothing can happen to Truongduang, and definitely not to Danin either. What should I do now? Kwok Bin ran over in a panic to stop him, shouting, "Danin, don't be reckless. If you don't agree to this death match, you can just reject it. This death match won't affect your first place ranking anyway." Gripping his twin swords, Danin spoke with utter confidence. "Is there any rule forbidding me from fighting everyone? If not, then let's get on with it. After all, no matter how much trash you add, it's still just trash." Up in the stands, the organizers. "Tsk," Feng Hao said with an excited grin. "The kid is arrogant, but I like him. The old man next to him grumbled, "You only see the excitement, don't you? Are you seriously blind to the massive problem here?" Right then, Xuan Guo also issued an order. If Ye Ning asked for it, then just let him have his way. Besides, the referees will always keep an eye out to make sure things don't get out of hand. But in his mind, he was secretly thinking, this brat's attitude is exactly like mine when I was young. I might like his style, but standing out too much and drawing all the heat is never a good thing. Back in my day, I paid a heavy price for being just like that. Well, maybe this incident can serve as a good lesson for him before it's too late. Down below, Wan Zhou was also thinking to himself, the commander's last words were clearly a hint for us to protect Ye Ning, but then he ordered the match to begin. Well, since the commander gave the word, let's have all 10 seeds, including Zhang Yang, step onto the stage together. Hearing this, Zhang Yang, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back his rage. He grabbed his weapon, ready to charge. He bellowed furiously. "He's insulting me. I'm going to kill him. I have to kill him." Beside him, Zhang Meng held his son back while whispering a scheme in his ear. "Yanger, this is actually a good thing. The crazier he gets, the higher your chances of winning. Let the others make the first move. Once they've drained his energy, you can swoop in and deliver the final blow." Standing in front of Ye Ning were 10 opponents, glaring at him aggressively with weapons in hand. Then the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. "The life or death challenge is about to begin. Everyone, get ready. The use of any items is strictly forbidden, and all enchantments on equipment are deactivated. Countdown starts now." In the stands, the crowd erupted into excited chatter. A situation like this, it's completely unheard of. In Great Xia, someone asked, "How many seconds do you think it'll take to end?" Another replied, 3 to 5 seconds, maybe even 2 seconds. Another chimed in, "I'm betting on 10 seconds. After all, Ye Ning is at the top when it comes to agility and stamina, so I'm guessing he can hold out a bit longer." The countdown hit 0, and the battle was on. The 10 opponents screamed as they charged, "Kill him, wear him down." But Ye Ning calmly released his skill, Tempest of Swords. Before they could even touch him, the impact blasted them back several yards. They couldn't dodge, let alone block it. With a pale face, Zhang Yang shrieked in terror, "Save me! Death guards, charge, now!" Before Zhang Yang could even finish, a young man wielding a giant sledgehammer rushed forward, screaming, "Ye Ning, I'm taking you down with me." Leaping into the air, he swung his hammer and lunged straight at Ye Ning. In front of Ye Ning, a massive surge of power, enveloped in a fiery red energy, was rapidly expanding. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips, and muttered, "To think they'd send a death warrior carrying a miniature nuke. Too bad for you, though. You won't even get the chance to set it off." Now, the assailant could only cower in sheer terror, whimpering, "Help, help me." Meanwhile, a voice boomed near Zhang Yang. "What is the referee panel doing just standing around? Hurry up and follow me to save them." The 3 referees led by Lu Yuanzhou materialized in front of him, quickly summoning their defensive shields just to withstand the overwhelming pressure of this power. Struggling to hold the line, Lu Yuanzhou gasped, "This speed, this energy, is this really something a Tier 3 beginner can do?" The referee beside him panicked. "Focus. It didn't matter if we couldn't save the others in time, but we absolutely must save Zhang Yang. Otherwise, we're all going to lose our jobs." Seeing this terrifying sight, Zhang Yang turned tail and bolted, screaming as he ran, "Dad, save me. Save me. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm done." Suddenly, a voice whispered right behind him, "It's okay now, Zhang Yang." He spun around in terror, only to find his head already flying off his shoulders. The nearby referee gasped in his mind, "Zhang Yang is dead? No way." Up in the VIP stands, the organizers could no longer keep their composure. Someone shouted in disbelief, "Holy crap, one move wiped out the entire arena. This level of combat power, this ruthless and decisive will." The man next to him asked, "Did anyone see that? How on earth did Zhang Yang get killed?" Beside him, Guoping replied, "No, I didn't see anything at all. They were clearly protecting him." Nearby, Old Hu also. He asked in confusion, "Was I mistaken to feel like time stood still for a second just now?" Returning to the battle, he unleashed his power and killed Zhang Yang. With murder in his eyes, he sneered, "No one can protect the person I want to kill. With my void potential, I'll make sure you all realize just how powerful I am now." Desperately cradling his son's head, he let out a gut-wrenching scream, "Young heir, no." Fuming with rage, Zhang Meng gathered his energy and marched toward Ye Ning, roaring, "You bastard! I'm gonna kill you!" Standing nearby, Ye Ning remained completely indifferent. With a cold, contemptuous look, he replied, "You came just in time. I was actually worried you'd manage to hold back." He summoned his power, roared, Tiger Force Fist, and charged forward, screaming at him, "Die!" Facing this threat, Ye Ning remained calm and thought to himself, even though his strength has reached the peak of Tier 3, he really isn't that much stronger than me. But I bet you not only fail to kill me, you'll also end up dead right here. Suddenly, Fang Hao's voice echoed from a distance. "Zhang Meng, stop." He rushed in front of Ye Ning and blocked the attack with an Overlord Dragon Fist, forcing Zhang Meng back a few steps. After being pushed back, Zhang Meng glared at Fang Hao with absolute hatred and hissed through his teeth. "Fang Hao, get out of my way. If I don't avenge my son's death, I don't deserve to be a father." He sternly warned him, "Zhang Meng, if you stop now, the commander might still show mercy, considering the pain of losing your son, and let bygones be bygones. But if you don't stop, don't blame me for not holding back." But in his mind, Fang Hao secretly thought, even though I want to kill this guy, we still have to follow proper procedure. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng was so furious, he was left speechless. Seeing this, Ye Ning schemed in his mind. Wanting to stop now? No way. That won't do. Standing behind Fang Hao, he kept flipping Zhang Meng off. With a mocking smirk, he said provocatively, "In a life-or-death challenge, it's survival of the fittest. It's one thing for your son to be a useless piece of trash, but you, his father, are just as pathetic. You truly are a perfect example of like father, like son, both completely useless." Gritting his teeth, Zhang Meng roared in fury, "Move! I must kill this brat." Before Zhang Meng could even react, Fang Hao unleashed his dragon aura, sending him flying while shouting, "Zhang Meng, are you looking for a death wish?" He was blown back several yards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Refusing to accept defeat, Zhang Meng pushed himself up and gasped for air. "Commander, that was my son, my only child. Please look at my years of service to this nation. Think of how I, Zhang Meng, have risked my life on the battlefield for this country. Commander, I beg you, give me justice." Xuan Guo fell into deep thought. Zhang Meng had already surrendered, so was this really necessary? Just then, Ye Ning's mocking voice rang out from behind. "You old dog, what right do you have to ask for justice? Just because you're too weak to win, you're going to play the victim card now? Are you seriously trying to guilt trip us?" Meanwhile, Ye Ning calculated in his mind, even when setting a perfect trap, you're supposed to leave an escape route, but this time, I'm going to corner this dog completely. Ye Ning stepped right in front of him and challenged provocatively. "You wanted to kill me, right? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now, I'm standing right here. Go ahead and try to kill me. Do you even have the guts? Trust me, if you so much as scratch a single finger of mine, I'll make sure your entire family pays with their lives. Not even the dogs or chickens in your house will be spared." Driven absolutely insane by the provocation, Zhang Meng roared in fury, "You little bastard, I'll kill you. I'm going to rip you apart." Standing behind, Fang Hao silently praised him. "Ye Ning, this kid is actually pretty good, isn't he? Since you've given me a perfect excuse, I definitely won't let you down." The moment Zhang Meng charged at Ye Ning, Fang Hao was already poised to strike, unleashing an earth-shattering punch on Zhang Meng while saying, "Today, I will show you the difference between a real peak level and a fake one." Watching this unfold, Ye Ning thought to himself, as expected, the gap between levels isn't just about numbers. Right now, I can easily instant kill opponents of the same tier, and even defeat mid-level Tier 3 opponents. But if I face a peak Tier 3, or even just a high-level Tier 3, I'll probably end up dead. After giving him a brutal beating, Fang Hao turned and reported to the commander. "Commander, Ye Ning was in extreme danger just now. In the heat of the moment, I might have overreacted a bit." Xuan Guo replied calmly, "Deputy Commander Fang only did what was necessary. Send someone to arrange a proper burial for General Zhang Meng." But deep down, he gritted his teeth and thought, "How, oh how, do you take this old man for a fool? You and Ye Ning played along perfectly. Do you think I'm blind?" Whatever, fortunately, Old Hu had already prepared a backup plan. Ye Ning cupped his hands and sincerely thanked them. "The deputy commander saved my life and brought me justice. I, Ye Ning, am deeply grateful for this immense favor and swear to serve our nation until my dying breath." Hearing this, Xuan Guo locked his sharp gaze onto Ye Ning. and thought, "What a smooth talker. This brat is definitely something else. Since you want to make a name for yourself and establish your authority, I will grant your wish." With that thought, he commanded, "Tomorrow, at the Capitol Square, the first medal ceremony for the Seed Project will begin." The crowd started whispering and buzzing. Holy crap. Ye Ning just insta-killed a bunch of seed candidates. I barely had time to blink, and in a flash, Zhang Meng was dead too. One shock after another. I feel like my heart is about to stop beating. This guy, Ye Ning, is absolutely brutal. Whatever we do, we must never, ever cross him. The medal ceremony is being held at the Capitol Square. This is a national-level event. Great Xia is truly about to change. Zhang Meng's two subordinates, Tang Zhen and Lin Rui, were also trembling in secret. With a terrified face, Tang Zhen thought, "Commander Zhang Meng is dead. I'm afraid I won't get out of this alive either." Right next to him, Lin Rui was trying to calm himself down, thinking, "Thank goodness I was quick-witted back then, otherwise I would have suffered a gruesome death." Over on this side, the chief commander turned to Old Li and instructed him, "I will leave Ye Ning's rewards to you. Make sure the ceremony is grand and magnificent. Furthermore, the results of today's deathmatch, including Ye Ning's combat power and innate talent, are to be strictly classified. Anyone who leaks this information without authorization will be charged with high treason." Ji Ping seriously accepted the order and replied, "Understood, Chief Commander." The next day at the Capitol Square, the atmosphere was lively as the representative delivered his speech. Following the unanimous approval of the Great Xia military, Ye Ning will be the #1 candidate in the Fireseed Project 1. Due to Comrade Ye Ning's outstanding performance in the global trial, his original rewards have been specially upgraded as follows. He continued to announce, while the chief commander was pinning the medal on him, his original A+ tier clearance has been upgraded to S tier. His original A tier resource allocation has been increased to unlimited. His credit points, originally set at 1 million points, have been increased to 3 million points per month, with an additional special approved quota of 10 million points per year. His privilege to choose an epic grade equipment has also been upgraded to legendary grade equipment. It was a gold inlaid badge, with 3 stars standing out in the center. He continued his introduction. Furthermore, his original division level benefits have been upgraded to deputy army level, and his original rank of colonel has been promoted to general. At the same time, Ye Ning has been specially approved as an honorary member of the Standing Committee. With a joyful face, Wang Tian said, "A 21-gun salute. This medal ceremony makes it feel like he's about to replace the chief commander himself." Xiao Hai chimed in, "It was only a month ago that Ye Ning broke into the Tianfeng Proving Ground, and it's still fresh in my mind." Unexpectedly, Kai Lai, standing next to them, joined the fun and said, "I just got my promotion notice yesterday, and it's all thanks to Ye Ning." On the award podium, Xuanguo smiled and asked, "Ye Ning, do you have any other requests?" Hearing this, he went quiet. His rewards were already insanely massive. Asking for more now would just seem like pure greed, but if I don't speak up now, I might never get another chance. Ye Ning politely replied to him, "Chief Commander, I hope to attend the Triennial Military Conference over the next 2 days." Xuanguo broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking, "This brat really knows how to give me a difficult problem." Standing nearby, he also secretly sized him up, thinking, Ye Ning is only 18 years old. What does he even know at his age? What is his goal in attending this conference? Fang Hao, standing nearby, sighed to himself, "This kid has extraordinary talent. He should be focusing on combat. Why on earth does he want to attend a political meeting?" Over here, Xuanguo patted his shoulder and cheerfully said, "No problem. Since you are now an honorary member, you naturally have the right to attend as an observer. Of course, if you have any good proposals, the military is more than willing to look into them." He also replied politely, "Thank you, Chief Commander." Night fell. After sitting down to rest in his cabin, Ye Ning thought, "Look into them? No. What I need is absolute execution. But then again, to stop that disaster in the East Sea, I absolutely must mobilize the power of at least one military region. For now, I'll just accept this and play it by ear later." Suddenly, he walked over and said to him, "Ye Ning, come with me." Ye Ning was completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on. At the military compound, a large armored vehicle was slowly driving in. After leading him to the entrance, Fang Hao said, "Ye Ning, starting today, you'll be moving in here. Not only is this place heavily guarded, but it's also surrounded by lush greenery. This is absolute top-tier treatment. This fully enclosed metal room is the most top-secret conference room here. After leading Ye Ning inside, he continued, "The reason I personally brought you here today is because I have a classified mission for you. Even though you technically just reached Tier 3, and shouldn't be doing this, we really couldn't find a better candidate." Ye Ning calmly replied, "Uncle Fang, just tell me straight." Fang Hao seriously told him, "The intercontinental dungeon with an A-tier difficulty, the zombie realm, only allows a maximum of 2 mid-tier 3 and 8 low-tier 3 individuals from each nation to enter. Aside from dealing with mutants and clearing the main quest, we also have to fight against awakened ones from other nations to gather resources and harvest even more spiritual energy ore." Hearing this, Ye Ning quickly did the math in his head. "In my past life, I cleared this dungeon, but back then, it wasn't a cross-continental one, and there was definitely no spiritual energy ore." Just then, a system screen popped up with a prompt. Mandatory quest. Enter the Zombie Kingdom dungeon and secure its highest authority. Upon completion, you will receive the design blueprints for the special Sky Carrier, an S-rank strategic weapon. He looked at him solemnly and warned, "Ye Ning, this mission is extremely risky, but the combat squad will always prioritize your safety, even if the mission fails." Before Fang Hao could finish, Ye Ning snapped a sharp military salute and cut in, "Uncle Fang, I'm in. I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, I believe we won't fail." Fang Hao burst into a pleased laugh. "Well said, kid. I love that attitude. We definitely didn't misjudge you. Before you head out, go to the National Treasury and take whatever you need." After stepping out, Ye Ning's mind raced. Forget about it being a mandatory quest, risking his life just for the Sky Carrier blueprints was totally worth it. According to the specs he'd read, the carrier was 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, with a payload of 10,100 tons. It could carry 64 spiritual fighter jets, 26 spiritual cannons on its underbelly, and 2 massive main cannons at the bow and stern. It could also hold 7,000 people, and came equipped with spiritual towers, energy shields, and an automated attack grid. Ye Ning thought with excitement, "This is absolutely insane, and that's just the basic description. Just reading about it gives me goosebumps. If I can actually build something like this, wouldn't I be able to dominate the entire world? I have to get it, no matter what." Walking along, he pondered. Once he broke through to Tier 3, the system would unlock 2 more skill slots. He still had a few days to prepare, so he needed to boost his strength as much as possible. "Now that I've secured first place, I'll hit the National Treasury, grab 2 S-rank sword skill manuals, and go from there." Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. He instantly recognized the energy. It was approaching the peak of Tier 3. Sensing a hostile speed heading his way, Ye Ning whipped his head around, on high alert, and barked, "Who's there?" Fang Fang, sporting pink hair and a skin-tight suit, flew out of nowhere and chirped, "Personal Guard 009, reporting for duty." She then threw herself at him for an intimate hug. Holding him tight, Fang Fang whispered, "Specially assigned to protect Master Ye Ning at all costs." Ye Ning shoved her off, his face deadpan. 009, who sent you to be my personal guard? And who on earth told you that close protection means doing this? Fang Fang replied innocently, "Deputy Commander Fang Hao sent me. And as for close protection, I just learned that today from the database." Utterly bewildered, he asked, "What database?" Hearing his question, Fang Fang immediately struck a seductive pose, arching her plump hips toward him and wiggling them. Just like this. Not stopping there, she dropped to her knees in an alluring posture, pouting her lips as if to kiss him. Blushing, Ye Ning waved his hands frantically. "Stop! Stop right there!" She let out a confused, "Huh?" Ye Ning could only sigh and curse under his breath. Those higher-ups are unbelievable. Aren't they worried my blood will boil and something will happen on the way? Why would they do this? If she's a real person, this is seriously messed up. With that thought, he activated his mental probe skill to scan her. A clear analytical holographic view of her body appeared before his eyes. She had external antennae connected to a chip in her brain, and numerous circuits running through her physical body. Her original brain had shriveled up and died. All of her thoughts and actions were now driven by the chip's commands. She was more of a cyborg than a human. Finishing his scan, he reached his hand out and asked gently, "How did you end up like this?" Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist and guided his hand to her forehead, using his index finger to activate her system. A chime signaled a successful fingerprint match. Ye Ning's eyes widened in shock as another system notification rang out. Lock officially released. Command update complete. Suddenly, her memories began flashing before his eyes. In a hospital room, Fang Hao was tightly clutching his daughter's hand, his face filled with dread. Fang's face was deathly pale. Yet, she forced a reassuring smile to comfort her father. "Dad, don't cry. I'm going to die anyway. Instead of letting my life go to waste, it's better to donate my body for this armor before I go. If it succeeds, maybe I can still serve our country. I've always believed what you said about the future of humanity, despite the doom of this apocalypse." Fang Hao squeezed her hand, weeping uncontrollably. "But Fang, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death, and it's never once succeeded. Even if it does succeed, your soul will be gone. You'll completely become a machine. How do you expect me to be so heartless? How could I ever bear to watch that?" She gently reached up to wipe his tears, comforting him. "Dad, remember the stories you told me about the heroic spirits of the past? Their bodies perished, yet their battle souls lived on. So, why can't I do the opposite? My soul will be destroyed, but my body will live on." She smiled gently and continued, "Compared to completely fading away, what does a little pain even matter?" Fang Hao could only swallow his tears, silently feeling the warmth of his daughter's hand one last time. Though Fang was smiling, tears streamed down her face. She whispered, "Becoming a cyborg is actually a good thing. I trust that any order you give me, Dad, will be the right one." As the memory scan ended, he was stunned by the scene he had just witnessed. Turning around, he thought to himself, "Deputy Commander Fang Hao, Uncle Fang, what did I, Da Nin, ever do to deserve this level of care from you? What were you actually thinking when you sent her to protect me? Was the name 009 recently given, too? Was it your way of forcefully suppressing and cutting off your own emotions?" After putting the pieces together, he gave a firm order, 009. Hearing the command, she immediately replied, "Yes." Danin commanded her in a serious tone, 009, delete all so-called personal learning data. From now on, stay close to protect me and obey my commands. Programmed as she was, she shouted, "Understood." Then he turned and said, "Now, follow me to the military's first research institute to get an S-grade sword skill." Hearing the command, she replied, "Understood." As he walked, he thought to himself, Uncle Fang's grand ambition is still unfinished. So how could he even think about personal desires? Although I don't completely agree with your methods, I still have to thank you. One good turn deserves another. Since everyone has put their trust in my future, I, Danin, swear I will not let you down. Danin led Fang to the research institute. Just as they reached the gates, someone ran out to welcome them. "Hello, Danin. Welcome to the first research institute." Saluting him, he said warmly, "I am Wang Hu Tian, the deputy director. It is an honor to meet you." Danin politely replied, "Hello, Director Wang. I want to choose 2 S-grade sword skills. Do you have them here?" Wang Hu happily replied, "Of course, please follow me." Hearing this, he turned to Fang and said, 009, wait for me outside. I will be right back. She softly replied, "Understood." Leading Danin inside, he asked excitedly, "Lord Daning, we only have 4 S-grade sword skills left, but we have plenty of A-grade skills. Would you like to look at the A-grade skills first?" He coldly replied, "No need. Just bring out the S-grade skills." He seemed to want to say something else, but he asked directly, "Director Wang, if you have something to say, please speak freely." Hearing this, Wang Hu hesitantly replied, "Lord Danin, I do not mean to hold you back, but as you know, there are many Tier 3 fighters in the capital military district. Since only these S-grade sword skills are left, there are bound to be issues with them." Danin interrupted him and said coldly, "I know, it's fine. Let's go see them first." He looked at him in surprise and replied, "Understood." In front of Danin were 4 thick brown books. His analysis ability activated, displaying 4 notification panels. First was Hellfire, costing 6,000 soul energy points. When driven into a weak point in the Earth's crust, it triggers a volcanic eruption after 10 seconds. Next was Desperate Slash, costing 5,500 soul energy points. When entering a critical state with health points below 10%, it triggers Desperate Slash once, dealing 100% damage. After killing the target, it restores 30% of health points. Then came Death Eulogy, consuming 18,000 soul energy points to unleash a single, deadly execution strike. After the target dies, the imprisoned soul of the deceased is released within 3 seconds, allowing the user to utilize their combat power from when they were alive. And finally, Annihilation, consuming 8,000 soul energy points, continuously channeling power to deal massive damage to the target after 10 seconds. While channeling the skill, the user cannot move or cast other skills. Danin looked at the 4 books in front of him and remarked, "No wonder, only these are left. Desperate Slash can only be used on the verge of death, and Hellfire can only be used in specific locations. Death Eulogy consumes 18,000 soul energy points. No normal person has that much. And Annihilation requires staying motionless for 10 seconds. That just makes you a sitting duck." Hearing him say this, he broke into a cold sweat and asked hesitantly, "So, Lord Danin, would you like to check out the A-grade sword skills instead? The effects aren't too different, and we have over 800 types here." Suddenly, he raised his hand toward the books, casting a skill to absorb the knowledge of the 2 nearest books. Vuong Hyo, standing next to him, dropped his jaw in shock and thought, "Oh my god, did he just learn both Death Eulogy and Annihilation?" Unable to hold back, he blurted out, "Lord Danin, what did you just do?" Danin turned to him with a smirk. "Sorry, I'm in a rush, so I'm honestly too lazy to look at A-grade sword skills." Hearing this, Vuong Hyo was left speechless. Once done, he casually waved goodbye to the bewildered Vuong Hyo, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Director Vuong. I will be heading out first." Looking completely stunned, Vuong froze and thought, "Pressed for time? Too lazy to look? What on earth does that even mean?" His mind was in complete disarray. Aren't there supposed to be strict limits on the skills a Tier 3 can learn and use? Don't tell me he's an exception. Otherwise, how could he be so reckless? The moment he walked out of there, his mind started calculating his next move. No matter how major their flaws are, these skills are still rated as S-rank sword skills by the system. That only means their raw power is absolutely terrifying. Death's Requiem can harvest souls in battle, while Annihilation allows him to fight enemies of a higher tier. With plenty of spiritual energy and the sword god in his hands, if he doesn't take a gamble now, when will he? The system interface flashed before Ye Ning's eyes once again, announcing a successful sword skill enhancement. The S-rank sword skill, Death's Requiem, has been upgraded to the triple S-rank skill, Yama's Descent, while the S-rank Annihilation has evolved into the triple S-rank skill, Divine Wrath. Yama's Descent can be cast with 0 cost and has a cooldown of 48 hours. The skill effect consumes 20,000 spiritual energy points. Upon killing a target, it can lock onto and raise any corpse within 100 meters as a puppet for 10 seconds. The combat power of the undead remains identical to when they were alive. System evaluation. Controlling the life and death of the departed. You are Yama himself, walking the earth. Divine Wrath can be cast without consumption, with a 48-hour cooldown. Its standard activation consumes 20,000 spiritual energy points. Summon a pseudo-tier 4 illusion for 10 seconds to deal massive damage to the target. System evaluation. The wrath of a god is truly terrifying. After reading the system's analysis, he marveled to himself. As expected, the Sword God system had never let him down. Blade Storm provides area of effect damage. Heaven's Rift Flash Slash takes down elites, and Giant Source Slash is designed for survival through assassination, while Sky Severer serves as defense and counterattack. And now, Yama's Descent allows him to raise an army of souls. Even if he gets caught in a zombie horde, he can quickly convert his enemies into his own troops. As for Divine Wrath summoning a Tier 4 illusion, even if a peak Tier 3 expert comes at him, they will only look up and sigh in despair. As he walked, Ye Ning analyzed his options. Besides being able to cast a skill for free once every 48 hours, he could also use his own spiritual energy to cast them at will. Essentially, they are powerful skills that exist independently from the system's main structure. I really want to test them out right now. But since I have to head to the cross-server dungeon in 2 days, I'll just have to hold back for now. Suddenly, someone blocked him at the door. The visitor was Wan Ru, accompanied by 2 of her subordinates. She immediately demanded in a haughty voice, "Ye Ning, the system notified us that you've claimed 2 S-rank sword skills." He smirked, calmly replying, "That's right. Is there a problem? Am I not allowed to use them?" With a scowl, she snapped back, "You can use them, but you must register your combat power data before you leave." Ye Ning coldly countered, "Is there actually a rule like that? Is it mandatory?" She snapped viciously, "Exactly." Suddenly, Wang Xiao rushed over in a panic to smooth things over, saying, I'm so sorry, Lord Ye Ning. This is our director, Director Wan Ru. She probably wants you to register the combat power data for these two sword skills so the military can use it for future reference. It's not really mandatory, just voluntary. After all, this is for the benefit of national research. But she aggressively cut in with her nonsensical demands. The rule is that he must leave it. And not just for these two skills. Ye Ning must also cooperate with our research and testing for all his other combat capabilities. Hearing her words, Wang Xiao silently cursed this crazy woman. Her past research had yielded 0 results, and her own son turned out to be a useless willpower type. If you want to go looking for death, do not drag me down with you. Ignoring her completely, Ye Ning simply said, I refuse. Wan Ru gritted her teeth in anger and demanded, since you accepted military resources, you are obligated to undergo testing. Blood draws, bone density tests, and muscle scans are all necessary. I do not care how famous you are. Are you seriously daring to disobey direct military orders? Impatient, he glared at her with freezing eyes and thought, stop trying to make this sound so grand. In her eyes, everyone is just a lab rat. She uses the nation's name to mask her own selfish greed. Who knows how many awakened have suffered under her thumb. Even if the Sword God System has no limits, I'm not letting her off the hook today. Without another word, he drew his sword from his inventory space, ready for battle, and challenged her. If I refuse to cooperate today, are you going to force me to stay, Director Wan? She shrieked in absolute fury. Ye Ning, how dare you? Standing nearby, Wang Xiao desperately tried to de-escalate. Lord Ye Ning, Director Wan doesn't mean it that way. You should leave first. But she had other ideas. She pointed directly at Ye Ning's face and shrieked, move aside. Ye Ning is not leaving today. He has disobeyed military orders. Even if I have him locked up right now, it is entirely legal. Even if this goes all the way to the Commander-in-Chief, I will not back down. He raised his sword, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he spoke. It seems you are threatening me, Director Wan. In that case, do not blame me for testing my new skills on you. She gasped in shock. What is happening? A foot was already planted firmly on her face. Looking closer, it was Fuang, stepping on her face as she asked in a cold, detached voice. Threat neutralized. Should I eliminate her? Fuang, with her foot still grinding into Van Nu's face, asked, do you want her dead? Van Nu, her face pressed hard against the ground, begged in sheer terror. Please, don't kill me. No, please, I beg of you, don't kill me. Wang Hu, standing nearby, anxiously pleaded on her behalf. Lord Danin, please let Chief Van go. She knows she made a mistake. I apologize on her behalf. So please, spare her life. Danin didn't reply, but thought to himself, I want her dead, but I just killed Truongman 2 days ago. If I take things too far today, it might cause too much panic among everyone. So, he ordered Fuang, forget it, don't kill her yet. Just kick her out of the way. She's blocking my path. Fuang quickly acknowledged his order. Instantly, Fuang kicked Chief Van so hard she sent her flying. She spun through the air before her head slammed violently against the wall, coughing up blood. She rolled onto the floor, gasped for breath, and died. Seeing this, Wang Hu stammered in absolute horror. Chief Van, she, even Danin, standing behind, was caught off guard. Fuang, acting as if nothing had happened, said calmly, my apologies. I underestimated how far she would fly, and overestimated her durability. Meanwhile, Danin calmly turned to Wang Hu and said, Chief Wang, you saw it too, right? This was purely an accident. Wang Hu forced a nervous smile and quickly agreed, yes. Chief Van was careless, ran her head into the wall, and died. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. But inside, he was screaming in terror. Oh my God, this guy is a complete psychopath. I must never, ever cross him. Danin then turned to leave, offering a polite farewell. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Chief Wang. We'll be on our way. Wang Hu forced a helpless smile, waving goodbye as he replied, think nothing of it, Lord Danin. Safe travels. As Danin and Fuang walked away, Fuang asked anxiously from behind, did I cause trouble for you? Danin immediately reassured her, don't worry about it. She wasn't a good person anyway, so killing her is fine. Besides, I wanted her dead anyway. If the higher-ups want to hate me for it, let them. 2 days later, at the National Commissioner Conference Hall, the venue was already packed with attendees. At that moment, Danin was slowly making his way into the hall. Seeing him, the surrounding crowd immediately began whispering, "What the hell? That kid Danin actually showed up. He's probably just here to watch the show." Another mocked, "No way. Look at the documents in his hand. Is he actually planning to submit a proposal?" Another snorted, "Ridiculous. What could a kid like him possibly propose? He's probably just putting on a show." Danin walked into the hall and headed to his seat. He pulled out a chair and sat down next to a man in a military uniform whose face was incredibly grim. He was Phuong Dang, the Minister of the Armed Forces for the Donghai sector. Seeing him, he thought in a fury, "Danin, you killed my wife, Van Nu. Today, even if I can't kill you, I will strip away all of your special privileges." Just then, a female staff member walked over, handed some documents to Danin, and spoke up. "Lord Danin, your member number is 119, as a special honorary member. Here is the agenda for today's conference. Please review it carefully." She then reminded him to turn off all communication devices during the conference. Leaking any proposals is strictly prohibited. He thought to himself, "In my past life, by the third year, I had already organized countless conferences, so I'm more than familiar with all of this. But now I have to pretend this is my first time. It's really annoying." The girl continued her instructions. "For this conference, you will have the right to vote after the main proposal session ends. If you wish to express your opinion, you can press the button next to you, but please think carefully before doing so." He gave a light smile, waved his hand, and replied, "I understand. Don't worry. Aside from submitting my own proposal, I won't be pressing anything randomly. You don't need to stress over me. Go ahead and attend to your other duties." The girl replied, "Understood, sir." Danin. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she blurted out, "Wait, did you say proposal? Do you actually have a proposal to submit?" The girl panicked, sweat dripping down her face, thinking, "Oh my God, the supervisor warned me to explain everything clearly and make sure he doesn't cause any chaos in the meeting." She quickly hurried away, a warning screaming in her mind, "No way, I need to report this to the leadership right now." Seeing her run off in such a panic, Danin was puzzled. Am I some kind of monster, or what? Phuong Hao arrived just in time to witness this. Sitting down, he let out a loud laugh, teasing Danin. "What's the matter? Did a pretty receptionist catch your eye, kid? Is Ku not enough to keep you happy?" Seeing him arrive, Danin greeted Uncle Phuong. Then, looking straight into Phuong Hao's eyes, he replied, "Uncle Phuong, Ku is amazing. She's truly the best person in the world and treats me with all her heart. I just mentioned my proposal, and that receptionist bolted like she saw a ghost." Phuong Hao let out a surprised "oh," then turned away with a light chuckle and asked, "No wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you. Kid, are you seriously trying to cause trouble here? Just tell me, what exactly are you planning to bring up?" Ye Ning casually replied, "You will find out once this meeting is over, Uncle Fang. And I promise you, I am definitely not looking for trouble." Fang Hao chuckled and said, "Look at you, kid. Keeping me in suspense now, are we?" Then, he turned to him with a serious warning, "Ye Ning, as someone who has been around the block, I am telling you, whatever you are planning to bring up, you had better keep it to yourself. After all, military and political affairs are always a delicate system of checks and balances." He calmly reassured him, "I know, Uncle Fang, don't worry, I've got this." Despite his words, Fang Hao still could not ease his mind, bringing his clenched fist to his mouth as he fell deep into thought. "Ye Ning, I believe in someone who had the guts to close down the ruins battlefield and bring our veterans back home. I know you would never do anything to harm our country, right? And you are someone Fang can truly rely on." Li Kuangguo stepped up to the podium and announced, "I hereby declare the 13th Survivor Congress officially open. We will now proceed with the agenda." Behind him, the projector screen displayed the key topics of the summit. First, neighboring countries are showing signs of encroaching on our borders and looting rare resources. To counter this, the military is preparing to mobilize 3 major legions for strategic deployment. Second, the rift between the descendants of the awakened and ordinary survivors is steadily widening. Third, the North American military zone stationed along the C-shaped island chain is preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Ye Ning sat with his hands clasped on the desk, lost in thought. There were 9 proposals in total, and 6 of them involved foreign nations. No wonder Daxia went through an strangely weak phase before the disaster struck in my past life. No wonder people like me had to rush into the intercontinental dungeon. Li Kuangguo raised his voice. Now, we will open the floor for members to present their proposals. Each member may speak independently. Once a proposal passes the vote, the official review process will begin. Suddenly, the screen behind him lit up, displaying two individuals. Honorary Commissioner number 119, Ye Ning, submits a proposal. Donghai Armed Forces Minister number 23, Fang Deng, submits a proposal. Seeing Ye Ning's name pop up on the main screen, Fang Deng glared at him with pure rage. From the back, murmurs of contempt began to ripple through the crowd. Is Ye Ning seriously submitting a proposal? What an absolute joke. Does he think his special privileges let him do whatever he wants? Just look at his age. He is way too young and naive. With a dark, grim expression, Fang Deng sneered at him. Ye Ning, did you accidentally press the wrong button? If so, sit your butt down right now. Don't delay my impeachment against you. Unfazed, Ye Ning shot back. Impeach me? Where on earth is this coming from? But deep down, he could not help but worry. His own proposal regarding Donghai had not even been brought up yet. Did this guy somehow catch wind of it beforehand? He had spent the last 2 days secretly gathering all that evidence. There was no way it could have leaked. Ignoring him entirely, Fang Deng turned to address Li Kuangguo, Commander-in-Chief, and members of the committee. 2 days ago, Ye Ning barged into the First Research Institute and ruthlessly murdered Director Wan, who also happened to be my wife, Wan Ru. This is an absolute outrage. He clenched his fists in fury and roared. No matter how gifted someone is, they are not above the law. Therefore, I formally request that we strip Ye Ning of all his resources and special privileges immediately. Hearing the accusations, Ye Ning did not show a single ounce of fear. He simply cast a cold glance at the man and thought, so he is the husband of that absolute dog of a director. That explains it. Hearing the heavy accusation, Li Kuangguo turned to him and asked, Ye Ning, is there any truth to this? Completely unfazed, Ye Ning calmly replied, I am afraid Minister Fang has gotten it all wrong. 2 days ago, I did visit the institute to practice some sword techniques, but I certainly didn't kill anyone. Director Wan got so overly excited when she saw me that she was not looking where she was going and ended up crashing straight into a tree, which proved fatal. Fang Deng's face twisted with rage as he spat out, You little bastard, what did you just say? Say that again? I dare you. Ye Ning smirked, deliberately pushing his buttons. I am saying that when your wife saw a handsome young stud like me, she completely lost her mind and plowed right into a tree. Honestly, it's such a pity. She went her whole life without ever tasting anything that delicious. This sent the surrounding crowd into an absolute frenzy of whispers. Is this for real? Since when did a prestigious summit turn into a soap opera about a cuckolded husband? Talk about airing your dirty laundry in public. I can't believe Fang Deng actually brought this up here. Li Kuangguo let out a dry cough, restoring order. Quiet down, everyone. Please maintain decorum in the assembly hall. Minister Fang, you should handle this private family drama on your own time. Trembling with rage, Fang Deng pointed an accusing finger at Ye Ning and protested, Commander-in-Chief, it wasn't anything like what this kid is claiming. He is just a smug, arrogant brat abusing his privileges. He deserves to be put down. Unable to take it any longer, Fang Hao slammed his hands down and stood up, snapping, Fang Deng, you wouldn't dare. But Ye Ning gently patted Fang Hao's shoulder, easing him back down. Uncle Fang, let me handle this. If Minister Fang doesn't believe me, why don't you go ahead and ask Director Wang of the Institute yourself? Then he turned away, completely ignoring the man, and said, As for your proposal, it doesn't even qualify for discussion at this meeting, so now, it's my turn. To be exact, my proposal actually concerns you. I, Ye Ning, formally propose the removal of Fang Deng from his position as Minister of the Donghai Combat Zone. Standing at attention and looking straight at Li Kuangguo, he reported in a clear, powerful voice, while requesting full combat mobilization across the entire Donghai Combat Zone. At the same time, we must immediately evacuate 67 million survivors in Safe Zone 239 away from the coast, because in about 17 to 23 days, a massive sea beast tide will erupt along the coastal regions. This invasion is a Class A threat. Hearing this, the crowd in the back began to whisper and mock him. Is this some kind of joke? Does this kid even know what he's talking about? Where did he get these rumors? Has he ever even stepped foot in Donghai? This is even more ridiculous than Fang Deng asking for a green light. Listening to his report, Fang Deng sneered. He scoffed, You arrogant brat, shut your mouth. It's been over 40 years, and there has never been a Class A beast tide in Donghai. Are you dreaming, or did you just lose your mind? Lee Kwangwo slammed his hand on the table in anger, knocking over the microphone, and roared, "Silence! Order in the room! No interruptions during a proposal." Then, turning to Ye Ning, he warned, "Ye Ning, if you have the guts to make such a proposal, you'd better give me a concrete reason." Undeterred, he picked up his report and began to read. Donghai Combat Zone, C Sector C, 13. Over the last 2 months, the spiritual energy levels in the water have increased by 1.9%. This is the highest in 40 years. In C Sector D, 51, 43 undersea earthquakes occurred in the first half of this year, reaching a peak intensity of B+. The highest frequency in 40 years. At Resource Port Number 2, underwater monitoring devices have registered errors 13 times since the start of the year. During maintenance, 3 tactical teams vanished, and 23 engineers lost their lives in Class D accidents. The cause of these incidents remains unknown. He continued his report, leaving Fang Deng shaking in fear. Sea beast attacks in the Donghai Combat Zone have shown a year-on-year increase of 195.7%, the highest in 40 years. And I'm not even done yet. Terrified, Fang Deng asked himself, how on earth does this kid know so much about Donghai? He slammed his report down on the table, speaking with absolute conviction. All of this data comes straight from the Donghai safe zone. If the military doesn't believe me, go to Donghai and verify it yourselves. If any part of my report is fabricated, I, Ye Ning, will gladly accept all consequences. Lee Kwangwo then turned to Fang Deng and demanded, Minister Fang of the Donghai Combat Zone, is this data accurate? He could only scratch his head in panic, sweat pouring down his face as fury boiled within him. He thought, whether I admit to this data or not, I'll be stripped of my rank and court-martialed anyway. He quickly made up his mind. Since he was going down either way, he might as well kill Ye Ning first to at least get his revenge. Exposed and humiliated, Fang Deng snapped, intending to kill Ye Ning with a single, lethal blow. Ye Ning, I'm going to kill you. Luckily, Ye Ning's reflexes kicked in. He raised his arms just in time, absorbing the brunt of the impact. He was sent flying, but escaped serious harm. But Fang Deng wasn't finished. He lunged forward again, aiming to land another devastating blow, while Ye Ning was still sliding across the floor. Right at that moment, Fang Hao rushed forward, placing himself in front of Ye Ning and blocking Fang Deng's attack with his arm. He yelled furiously, Fang Deng, have you lost your mind? But Fang Deng had completely lost his sanity. He shrieked like a maniac, shut up, I'm a dead man anyway, I'm tearing him apart today. Witnessing this, Lee Kwangwo was absolutely livid. He pointed straight at the brawl and roared, insolent fool, you dare start a fight during the General Assembly? Is this a rebellion? Guards, arrest Fang Deng immediately, kill him on the spot if necessary. Receiving the order, Fang immediately closed in on them, announcing, Priority 1 threat detected. Meanwhile, neither Fang Deng nor Fang Hao backed down. Both channeled raw power into their fists, preparing to unleash a devastating strike on the other. Seeing this, Ye Ning shouted in deep concern, Uncle Fang, get out of the way, I can handle him myself. Fang Hao heard him and quickly shot back. No need, kid. 1 punch from me is all it takes to put this guy down. With that, he charged at Fang Deng, ready to use his fire to shatter the other's ice. Fang Hao showed no mercy, throwing a heavy punch straight at Fang Deng. The impact was so massive it sent him flying backward. At that exact moment, Fang Hao yelled, heads up. Hearing the cue, Fang instantly moved into position right where Fang Deng was about to land. Staring at him with a razor-sharp gaze, she replied, in position. Without a second thought, Fang whipped her leg up, delivering a brutal kick straight to Fang Deng's back. The agonizing pain sent his eyes rolling back as he coughed up a spray of blood. Bringing her leg down, she cast a cold, detached glance at Fang Deng as he collapsed onto the floor, emotionlessly stating, threat neutralized, danger cleared. With the threat handled, Fang Hao immediately turned to check on Ye Ning. Ye Ning, are you okay? Ye Ning could only give a polite smile and reply, it is fine. You guys just acted so fast that there was no room for me to show off anyway. It was only then that everyone in the room finally reacted to what had just happened, and they all cried out in shock. Oh my god, in less than 5 seconds, a Tier 3 general was taken down just like that? Are you kidding? Deputy Commander Fang is at peak Tier 3. Even that female guard is almost at peak combat strength. Didn't Commander Gang say to execute Fang Deng on the spot anyway? That goes without saying. Ye Ning is practically a national treasure now. Fang Deng must have completely lost his mind. Xuanguo immediately spoke up to restore order. Order, quiet down, everyone. The meeting will continue. Regarding Ye Ning's proposal, it is of utmost importance. The committee members may discuss it freely, and we will begin voting in 3 minutes. Hearing this, the crowd gradually settled down, but instead of discussing Ye Ning, they were now whispering and gossiping about Fang Deng. From Fang Deng's reaction just now, it was obvious that the evidence Ye Ning brought forward was absolutely real. But even if the data is correct, it doesn't guarantee a beast tide will actually happen. If we act rashly and nothing happens, the loss will be devastating. But what if the disaster is real? Soon, the 3 minutes were up. Xuanguo spoke up again. Time is up. We will now begin voting. Once the votes were cast, the results flashed onto the massive screen in the hall. 14 votes in favor, 1 opposed, and 104 abstentions. Looking at the final tally, Xuanguo announced to the room, "The motion is passed. Once this meeting concludes, immediately dispatch specialists to Donghai and prepare an evacuation plan. There must be no delay. The meeting is adjourned." The next day, inside Ye Ning's house in the military compound, Fang Hao was chatting with him. "Ye Ning, you will be heading to the Intercontinental Dungeon this afternoon. Keep in mind that anyone at mid-tier rank, 3 or higher, cannot enter." He glanced briefly at Fang Fang and explained, "Which means 009 won't be able to go with you either." Hearing this, Ye Ning gave a warm smile and replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Fang. I already know the rules." He then pointed to a box sitting in the distance and said, "Inside that box is the legendary gear the country promised as your reward. Inside are the rank A materials, the Heart of the Mountain Destroyer and the Shattered Corpse Spine Bead, which you requested from the National Treasury earlier." Ye Ning let out an understanding, soft gasp. He then asked, "What about the human face bone sap and the aberrant demon core?" Fang Hao turned back to look Ye Ning in the eye, calmly explaining it to him. "Those two are just too rare. The National Treasury doesn't have them." As Fang Hao spoke, the image of a creature with a bird's body and razor-sharp eyes slowly came to mind. Roughly 27 years ago, the human face creature caused the deaths of over 60,000 people in the South China war zone. I heard that 4 high-tier rank 3 seniors teamed up to fight it back then, but the beast still managed to escape. He paused for a moment before continuing to describe another creature, shaped like a skull, surrounded by clouds gathering like a brewing storm. As for the aberrant demon core, rumors say it's an item produced by a paranormal entity. He looked gently at Ye Ning and added, "I have already notified the 7th Research Institute, the one in charge of investigating the 3 major incidents, but they will need some more time." Ye Ning was deeply grateful upon hearing this. Waving his hand with a friendly smile, he replied, "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Please have everything moved inside. I will get familiar with these first, and we can worry about the rest after I return from the Intercontinental Dungeon." After that, Ye Ning opened the box. Reaching out his hand to pick up the glowing blue and red heart inside, he muttered to himself, "I will just have to search for the remaining materials slowly. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the Sword God System for a while." Holding the heart in his hands, Ye Ning quickly activated his ability, slowly absorbing its power. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Special material consumed. Upgrade progress at 2 out of 4. Material 1, Heart of the Mountain Destroyer, 1 out of 1. Material 2, Human Face Bone Sap, 0 out of 1. Material 3, Shattered Corpse Spine Bead, 1 out of 1. Material 4, Aberrant Demon Core, 0 out of 1. With that done, he reached out for another box and said excitedly, "Speaking of legendary gear, whatever is inside this box must be pretty special." After successfully scanning Ye Ning's fingerprint, an unlocking notification chimed. Ding! Identity verification successful. User, honorary committee member with rank A+ authority, Ye Ning. As he received the items, the system's mechanical voice chimed. "You have received the legendary equipment, Gloves of the Paralyzer. You have received the legendary equipment, Wind Blade Element." From inside the box, a pair of earthy red gloves gradually came into view, followed by the system's introduction of the Gloves of the Paralyzer. Equipment attributes, Agility +12. Equipment skill, Blood-Bursting Bone, consumes 500 to 700 spirit energy points. Equipment rating, Exploding Corpse in Blood Rain, excellent. Next was a sharp sword with a green gem embedded in its hilt, the Wind Blade Element. Equipment attributes, Strength and Agility, +9, Skill. The equipment skill, Raging Fire and Absolute Frost, also comes with a Wind Blade effect. Raging Fire consumes 700 spirit energy, adding a burning effect to your attacks. It deals an extra 75% damage and leaves a wall of fire in front of the enemy that lasts for 10 seconds. Absolute Frost consumes 900 spirit energy, adding slowing and freezing effects to your attacks. Once the sword is driven into the ground, the surrounding area will freeze instantly, triggering a series of ice explosions. Equipment rating: the power of the elements is being summoned. Hearing the system's introduction, Ye Ning immediately picked up the sword, speaking with absolute satisfaction. This weapon really gets my blood pumping, like ice and fire clashing in the sky. It is incredibly powerful, so I will definitely need to get used to it. Ye Ning immediately stabbed the blade hard into the ground, and the earth beneath the tip instantly glowed bright red, as if it were superheated. In less than 2 seconds, the ground where the sword stood melted into a chaotic mix of bubbling lava and scorched rock. Witnessing this, Ye Ning could not help but gasp. A simple tap from Raging Fire can release temperatures as hot as magma? Then, he slammed the sword tip down again, shouting, "Switch to Absolute Frost!" Right on cue, in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the blade froze solid. Ye Ning was absolutely thrilled with his new weapon. Holding it up, he admired the blade, laughing with pure excitement as he said, "If I combine all these effects, it is easily on par with a triple S-class ultimate. Along with my 6 previous ultimates, I can now unleash 7 or 8 massive skills all at once. Compared to this, my old Crimson Flame Sword was nothing more than a glorified, heated blade." Next, Ye Ning pulled up the system screen, planning to spin the integrated lucky wheel. Since I ranked first across all classes last time, the Sword God System rewarded me with a free spin. Let's see what kind of luck I have today. Right now, my attack power is off the charts, and my agility and willpower are top tier too. My only weaknesses are my stamina and overall resistance. If I had those covered, I would have easily dodged Fang Dang's punch earlier today. Watching the wheel spin furiously, Ye Ning could not help but shout out, "Give me some defensive gear. I am heading to the Intercontinental Dungeon next, so survival is my absolute top priority." He did not have to wait long. A loud system ping echoed as his new equipment materialized. "You have received the Epic Tier 3-Form Demon-Modified Trial Combat Uniform." But when Ye Ning looked at the gear, his face twisted in disbelief. He raised an eyebrow and muttered, "This is supposed to be an Epic Tier combat uniform? It is not even metal armor. It looks like it is made of plain cloth. Is this system messing with me?" Responding to his confusion, the system brought up a detailed stat sheet for the 3-Form Demon-Modified Trial Combat Uniform. Equipment attributes: Constitution +7, Speed +3. Rule level passive effects: bulletproof, blastproof, fire resistant up to 3000 degrees, and cold resistant down to -95 degrees. It reduces pure blunt weapon damage by 33%, reduces slash damage by 33%, and cuts ranged attack damage by 33%. It is indestructible, allows underwater movement, and grants full radiation immunity. Reading through the list, Ye Ning grinned from ear to ear and said, "This lightweight combat uniform is basically a walking fortress." He wore a smug smile, his eyes filled with absolute confidence as he said, "These immunities are actually rule-level stats. This is incredible. Even if I combined all the high-tier gear from both my past life and current life, none of them could even touch the power of this single item." Just as he finished speaking, the system continued to display the weapon's skill details. Equipment skill: Infinite Hell. With Infinite Hell, after slaying a target, you can imprison their soul inside the combat uniform and unleash them at will. This skill deals massive damage, with the attack power directly scaling off the strength of the target when they were alive. What is more, this effect stacks infinitely. Equipment rating: this is a divine item from the world of Ling'an. After absorbing the blood of countless high-tier entities, a once ordinary uniform was forged into a legendary masterpiece. Warning: this item may provoke intense hostility from otherworldly creatures, triggering relentless pursuit. Its blood-soaked aura can instill terror in living beings and unlock special encounters. Gazing at the ring on his finger, Ye Ning marveled at how perfectly his items synchronized with each other. The synergy between my Infinite Purgatory Ultimate and the Mortal Yama skill is a match made in heaven. One absorbs souls to resist damage, while the other harvests souls to destroy my enemies. Still, is this Ling'an world the same place that the Ling'an ring came from? Where exactly is it? Judging by the lore, the gods worshipped in that realm must be at least 5th-tier entities. If the original owner of this uniform finds out I took it, I wonder if he will come hunting me down. Ye Ning quickly threw on his new gear and smirked, looking incredibly cool as he said, "Oh well, I will cross that bridge when I get to it. It is not like I stole it anyway. If they want to pick a fight, they can take it up with the Sword God System." With his preparations complete, the departure time for the Intercontinental Dungeon drew near. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a completely different location. This is the Capital Military District Airbase, where a massive fighter jet is currently parked. Inside, 2 rows of soldiers sit lined up against the cabin walls. One of them speaks up, addressing his captain. "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why hasn't that kid Ye Ning arrived yet? It's going to take us 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't show up soon, we'll miss the opening window completely." Hearing his teammates' anxiety, the captain quickly reassures him, "Let's wait a bit longer. He should be here any minute." Then, Ming Luo warns them again, "But when he gets here, you'd better watch what you say. Stop calling him that kid. Address him as Commissioner or Your Excellency. After all, his current rank is way higher than ours." Zhang Qiming hears this and voices his opinion, "Captain Ming Luo, as a member of this team, I didn't mean any disrespect. But look at him. He didn't even show up early, let alone train with us." Huang Yun, another teammate sitting nearby, chimed in, "Train for what? Didn't you hear what the higher-ups said? That's only our second objective. Keeping him safe is our first priority." Qiming is utterly shocked. "What? They changed it again?" Lin Bin, sitting on the opposite bench, chimes in with a disgruntled tone, "Then why the hell are we even entering an intercontinental dungeon? Aren't we here to secure resources? If he's that afraid of danger, he shouldn't have entered the dungeon in the first place. He wants to join the mission, wants a personal bodyguard, and still wants to take all the credit." Mid-rant, another team member speaks up to warn them, "Deputy Captain Zheng Cheng, he's here, and wow, he's making a massive entrance." Seeing Ye Ning walk in with 6 other people, Zheng Cheng can't help but marvel, "Holy crap, 6 advanced Tier 3 bodyguards? Isn't this a bit too overkill? This is even more exaggerated than the rumors." Ming Luo is the first to react. He quickly stands up, salutes, and says, "Your Excellency, Ye Ning, I am the captain leading this mission, Ming Luo. Allow me to introduce the team." Ye Ning is not one to act aloof. He offers a friendly smile and replies, "Captain Ming Luo, there's no need for formalities. Just call me Ye Ning. Please, go ahead and introduce everyone." Ming Luo then continues his briefing. "There are 10 of us in total for this operation. Both the Deputy Captain Zheng Cheng and I are Intermediate Tier 3, while everyone else is Beginner Tier 3. Among them, 3 are ranged attackers and 4 are melee combatants. I am a dual attribute strength and agility user, responsible for Vanguard Assault. Guan Cheng has a super rare dual attribute agility and willpower build, and he's in charge of scouting." Guan Cheng flashes a friendly smile at Ye Ning. Ming Luo continues, "Let me give you a brief overview of our mission. Our primary objective is to bring back as much spirit energy ore as possible. Of course, it would be even better if we can eliminate the awakened from the other war zones." As Ye Ning slowly takes a seat, he replies, "Understood. Could you provide me with the intelligence on the awakened from the other war zones?" Ming Luo quickly complies, "Of course. But didn't you read the background info on this dungeon beforehand?" Hearing the question, Ye Ning simply brushes it off, saying, "I've already looked into that before." Ming Luo then pulls out a dossier, handing it over to Ye Ning as he explains, "The war zones we are facing this time are numerous, including Country H, Country R, Country C, and Southeast Asia, 6 nations in total. You could say this is going to be the most brutal clash we've seen in years." Ye Ning quickly skims through the files, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Yamato, Roko, Higashino Feng, Jinyu Wufa, what kind of absolute garbage is this? I haven't heard of a single one of these names." Standing next to the captain, Qiming witnesses Ye Ning's reaction and silently mutters, "Is he just a fearless rookie who doesn't know any better? Or does every big shot just love to boast?" Ming Luo also chimes in to explain, "Your Excellency, Ye Ning, I know you are incredibly powerful, but we still cannot afford to underestimate them. We've clashed with them several times. In fact, many of our intermediate Tier 3 fighters from previous squads have lost their lives to them." Upon hearing this, Ye Ning's anger flares as he crushes the document in his fist. Gritting his teeth, he says, "So you're saying they've slaughtered a lot of our people? Then this time, I will make them pay in blood." The massive portal stands wide open, waiting for everyone to enter, as the crowd gathered in front of it engages in a fierce argument. A woman standing in the center speaks coldly, Our country L war zone must receive a 40% share of the rewards from this operation. The man beside her angrily snaps back. 40%? At most? We're giving you 30. Another person joins the argument. Our country H war zone sent 2 intermediate tier 3 experts this time, and everyone else is at the peak of beginner tier 3. Just then, Yamato, the leader of the country R war zone, steps forward to stop the bickering. Stop arguing. The split doesn't matter. We can just stick to the previous ratio. The real issue is that we absolutely cannot allow the Wuxia war zone to take a single resource this time. He then smiles to reassure everyone, as long as we lock down their spirit energy resources, we can ground their fighter jets and wait for their air defense systems to crumble. By then, won't the entire Wuxia safe zone basically be our personal breeding farm? Hearing that, the crowd laughed and chimed in. Yamato said, exactly. As long as we beat them into submission, they won't dare send anyone else. Only then can we live out our lives in peace. Still, someone remained cautious and warned, we need to be more careful this time. After all, Wuxia has suffered consecutive defeats, so they'll likely unleash their absolute strongest lineup this time. Hearing this, another person replied arrogantly, all their old captains died by our hands anyway. It's 6 against 1, and you're still being a coward? What is there to fear? The others chimed in with a laugh. Exactly, they are nothing like us. They have a massive territory and a huge population, but their strongest elites have to guard the borders and protect the citizens. And those with actual talent and potential all come from powerful factions. How many of them would actually dare step foot in here? At that moment, Jindu, the captain of the Shinjuku zone, stepped forward. He smiled and said, they're just a bunch of A-rank talent trash. I could wipe them all out by myself. The girl following behind him flattered. Of course. Our Lord Jindu is easily on par with a high-level Tier 3 entity. Seeing Jindu's arrogance, Xiao Li spoke up. But in the global announcement a few days ago, Wuxia revealed their top 4 element user, Ye Ning. Jindu shrugged it off, replying with utter disdain, so what? Not to mention Wuxia would never risk sending him in here. Even if they did, he is just a newly advanced Tier 3 awakened. What difference could he possibly make? Dong Yefeng strode over aggressively and said, exactly. If Ye Ning actually dares to show up, I wouldn't mind taking his head as a trophy. The surrounding crowd quickly backed away from him. Someone warned, stay away from that freak. He specializes in spatial assassination. One wrong move, and he might just kill us all. He flashed a creepy smile and began bragging about his kills. Out of all my trophies, I've already got 6 pig heads. The global number 1 is definitely worth adding to my collection. The system announcement echoed, the Wuxia zone has entered the range of the Intercontinental Dungeon, Zombie Kingdom. The dungeon will begin in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. The system then introduced the details of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Intercontinental Dungeon type. Level reset disabled. Description. This dungeon is a parallel future world with a highly advanced scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchical system closely resemble those of the real world. The NPCs in this kingdom do not have awakened ones yet, but their technology is exceptionally advanced. Various exosuits and mechs possessing Tier 3 power have been developed. No major zombie tides have occurred yet, but a minor wave has already emerged. Yamato led the way in, waving to the crowd behind him. Let's go, move in. The man beside him yelled, wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Ye Ning's team had also teleported into the dungeon, but everyone around him had collapsed unconscious. Clutching his head, Ye Ning struggled to stand firm. Looking around with difficulty, he muttered to himself, are we inside? Then he thought, no wonder it's an intercontinental dungeon. Even with my strong willpower type attributes, I still feel dizzy after that teleportation. Once his vision cleared, he was shocked to see numerous barrier circles enclosing different areas, all closing in on each other. The people inside them had all passed out. He asked in confusion, what is this? Right then, the system voice chimed in. The scene before you is a temporary combat zone, used to confirm the number of entrants. Attacks are disabled during entry. After 30 seconds of confirmation, teams will enter the zombie kingdom one by one, based on their overall power level. Hearing the announcement, he wondered, enter one by one? So we haven't actually entered yet? Then he recalled that in his past life, there were no such rules when he entered this dungeon. In fact, there wasn't even a temporary combat zone. While the others were still unconscious, someone in an adjacent circle suddenly spoke up. A new face from the Wuxia zone? You woke up pretty early, didn't you? Then, that person thought in shock, I woke up incredibly fast, but how did this guy manage to wake up even faster than me? That's impossible. From what I can tell, he's only a low tier, tier 3, and his energy doesn't even seem stable yet. By now, Zheng Cheng had also regained consciousness. Struggling to speak, he muttered, so this is the recovery speed of a double S-rank willpower user. I've finally witnessed it. Seeing him open his eyes, Ye Ning asked, You're awake? Then, Ye Ning asked Zheng Cheng about his confusion. Zheng Cheng, what is this temporary combat zone all about? Once Zheng Cheng composed himself, he stood straight and answered Ye Ning's question. This is the time advantage we mentioned to you earlier. The dungeon compensates for the weaknesses of the entrance. The team with the lowest power ranking gets to enter the dungeon first. Meanwhile, the others around them were also beginning to wake up. Still unsteady on their feet, they stood up shakily and groaned. Man, the side effects of this teleportation are brutal. Ugh, this is so annoying. My head hurts like hell. Over on Higashino Feng's side, those guys have already woken up, and some of them are starting to mock us. Has the Wuxia war zone completely given up this time? Why the hell are they even sending in rookies? Another guy sneers, sizing them up contemptuously. Except for Captain Ming, everyone else on that team is straight up trash. Higashino Feng shouts arrogantly. This time, I'm going to turn Ming Luo's head into a trophy. Yamato says to the guys behind him as he strides toward the Huaxia sector. Let's go over there and pay them a little visit. He walks up and bangs hard on the energy shield, calling out to them. You losers actually dared to show up? What's the matter? Didn't enough of you die last time? He raises his fist, laughing arrogantly as he mocks them. A bunch of trash like you aren't even fit to lick my ass. But man, your former captain's meat was actually delicious. I had to stew it for a long time to get the flavor right, Higashino Feng says, standing nearby and picking at his teeth with his fingernail. You pieces of trash only deserve to be thrown into a latrine and used as fertilizer. Outraged, the men on Ye Ning's side rush forward and scream. You fat pig, this time we're definitely going to kill you and avenge our captain. Unfazed, Yamato continues to provoke them. You bastards better wash up and wait for us. Because I want to use you to make some soup. Ming Luo steps in at this moment to stop his team from shouting back. Don't let them get to you. Calm down and ignore them. They know we're going in first, so they're deliberately trying to provoke us. Don't fall for it. Watching this from the side, Ye Ning smiles and silently praises him, thinking, this captain handled that pretty well. Jindu steps forward too, talking as he casually walks right through the barrier between the sectors. Your new captain has absolutely no fire in him at all. Besides, if your old captain hadn't died trying to save him last time, he would still be breathing. Then, pointing at himself arrogantly, he continues, but it doesn't matter. Today, whether you losers have any skill or not, you're all going to die. And I'll make sure you die knowing exactly why. Got it? Seeing Jindu pass through the barrier, Ming Luo gasps in shock. What the hell? Is there no barrier between their teams? In the past, their alliances were just verbal agreements, but this time, they've used an extremely rare joint connection item. Ye Ning thinks anxiously. Then what about our previous intel? Ming Luo immediately voices the exact same concern. There's something wrong with our intel. We're in deep trouble this time. Yamato bursts out laughing, continuing to mock them. Did you pigs finally realize you're dead meat? Then, he sneers. Didn't your superiors warn you? Oh right, I forgot. You guys are just useless trash, so even your intel is completely wrong. Ye Ning remains completely unfazed, thinking, let them team up all they want. Unless they have high-level Tier 3 fighters, a numbers game is completely useless against me. 60 Tier 3 fighters is a lot, but a crowd of trash is still just trash. However, this leak means there's a spy in our team, or at the high-ranking leadership level. Yamato continues to throw taunts at Ye Ning's group. Kneel and beg for mercy right now. And maybe I'll consider letting you keep your bodies intact, instead of turning you into piles of crap. Then, suddenly pointing at Huang Yun, he yells, or, you can exchange that girl over there to keep your bodies intact. He then starts leering at her. My skills in bed are top tier. I guarantee she'll be screaming in ecstasy. Hearing this, Huang Yun snaps and charges forward in a rage. You son of a bitch, I'm going to beat you to death. From behind, Ming Luo quickly grabs her arm, holding her back. Don't fall into their trap. Over in the Country Y sector, a group of men join in, yelling, don't you guys want the minerals? Then trade your girls for them. An even creepier guy from Country Y presses his face against the barrier and licks it, sneering. That's actually a great idea. I have to admit, the female awakeners from your war zone are seriously juicy. Yamato's eyes light up, and with a twisted grin, he says, Hey, do you guys still remember Zhang Wei from your team last time? I heard she was even the beauty queen of your military. Do you have any idea how long we played with her after we captured her? Then, he continues to taunt him. You really liked her, didn't you, Ming Luo? She was the most outstanding awakener your team had in years. Gorgeous, with so many admirers. You didn't even dare to touch a single finger of hers, did you? Hearing his words, Ming Luo pictures that beautiful, gentle girl. His teeth clench in fury, his entire body trembling with rage. Yamato grins disgustingly and goes on. But what a shame. Do you know how many guys she was forced to sleep with? Thinking about how she begged us before she was tortured to death. Even I felt a little bad. She was still waiting for you to save her, but it's a real pity you rats abandoned her and ran away. Higashino Feng lets out a creepy laugh, holding up a skull and licking it as he says, That taste, the taste of her lips and teeth. Unable to take it anymore, Ming Luo roars in pure rage. Shut the hell up. I'm going to slaughter you animals. He charged forward, punching the barrier right in front of them, and screamed, Don't you dare touch her. Give her back to me. Huang Yun and the others immediately rushed forward. She screamed in anger, Captain, we are not getting out of this alive anyway. The others agreed, saying they would risk their lives against them in this dungeon. Right then, Ye Ning turned to them and yelled in frustration, Shut the hell up, all of you. Lu Ming, calm down and use your head for a second. Ye Ning reminded them that a Tier 3 awakened could explode and die at any moment, so why should they let themselves be pushed around by anyone else? Hearing him say that, Yamato's expression grew serious as he muttered, This kid is no ordinary guy, just like he said. Then he thought to himself, Is he only able to analyze this so calmly because he doesn't know Zhang Wei? But Lu Ming had calmed down by now. Standing in front of him, he said, I know that too, but instead of continuing, he quickly changed the subject. But don't worry, Ye Ning, I know what is most important right now. We will protect you no matter what. If things get dangerous, just use the supplies provided by the military. When you run into them, make sure to avenge us. Seeing their determination to sacrifice themselves, Ye Ning sighed and thought, the battle hasn't even started yet, and they've already resigned themselves to dying? Whatever, I am too lazy to explain it to them anyway. I will just wipe them all out later. Yamato then turned to Higashino Feng and said, You have some sharp ears. Did Lu Ming just call that guy Ye Ning? Higashino Feng sneered and replied, Well, who would have thought? But either way, the brain of this global #1 still belongs to me. Right at that moment, the system announcement rang out. The preparation phase has ended. The Waxia sector squad is requested to enter the dungeon. All other sectors will enter 6 hours later. Hearing the announcement, Lu Ming said in excitement, Entering 6 hours early, we might actually have a chance to turn the tables this time. But Ye Ning remained expressionless and said, This dungeon is merciful to the weak, but it is incredibly cruel to us. As Ye Ning's group began stepping into the teleportation portal, he turned his head back one last time and said, Hey, you fat piece of garbage. You like sniffing trash, don't you? Just wait until you get inside. I will shove your head into the dirt and feed you till you are stuffed. Ye Ning raised a mocking finger at the remaining crowd, provoking them. And as for you scum, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will make sure not to leave your corpses in one piece. I will feed whatever little dignity you have left straight to the dogs. The crowd immediately erupted upon hearing this, with people shouting, Is that punk seriously threatening us? Where does a Tier 3 newbie get that kind of nerve? Newbies always love to run their mouths. Yamato stood silently, staring in the direction Ye Ning had left, before countering, That is not true. That kid is surprisingly calm. Jinzudu chimed in anxiously, Captain Yamato, we are entering way later than expected compared to that kid. More importantly, 6 hours is plenty of time. They could be deep in hiding by then. Higashino Feng, wearing a terrifying expression, slowly licked the dagger in his hand and said, I think you guys are overthinking this. Even if that Ye Ning hides in a crack in the ground, I, Higashino Feng, am absolutely confident I can snap his neck. The announcement rang out. Successfully entered the Intercontinental Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Countdown compared to other sectors is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. Task 1. Proceed to the Gene Research Institute to retrieve the abnormal data from the past 3 months. Task 2. Gather a minimum of 1,000 kilograms of spirit energy ore. The final rating will be calculated based on the total amount collected. Task 3. Once you find the core of this world, you may choose to begin the next phase of the mission. Note: after completing all 3 tasks, you may choose to exit the dungeon or hunt down enemy awakeners. Each enemy eliminated will increase your mission rating by 1.2% and grant a special reward. Having teleported inside the dungeon, Ye Ning immediately ordered everyone to quickly find a network-connected system to locate the coordinates of the mission NPCs. We must complete all tasks and escape before they get here. Suddenly, someone shouted to wait, then screamed in confusion. Ye Ning, what on earth are you doing? If you do that, the NPCs will put a bounty on us. Ye Ning simply swung his sword and told them, from now on, I am in charge. I will lead us to victory in this dungeon. Suddenly, riot alarms began blaring all around them. With the intrusion alarms screaming, Ye Ning leaped into the air and ordered the team behind him to go find the mission NPCs. Try not to provoke the local factions? No. First, we must fight our way through this world, and we will seize absolute power. With that, Ye Ning lunged right into the core of the system. The crowd outside gasped in terror, saying that they wouldn't even need to make a move. If they got completely surrounded by the coalition, not a single soul would escape. Clutching a glowing blue sphere in his hand, Ye Ning smirked and replied, "That will be my cue to paint this place red." Suddenly, the system announced, "Password correct, engine authorized." Seeing this, Huang Yun could only look on in absolute bewilderment. The warning is gone. Ming Luo frowned slightly and asked, "Ye Ning, did you actually take control of the car? How did he pull that off?" Ye Ning replied coldly, "That is a military secret. Time is running out. Everyone get in the car." Hearing this, he hesitated and said, "But this place." Ye Ning immediately flashed his badge and declared, "Special Ops. Ming Luo, I am taking over as commander now. In this operation, everyone follows my orders." Ming Luo gasped in utter shock. The Special Military Command Authority. He did not explain, only casually asking, "What is it? Are you disobeying orders?" Ming Luo quickly fell in line, replying, "I wouldn't dare. Everyone, get in." Qi Ming, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but marvel. This is insane. They sent us to protect him, but instead, he is walking straight into a death trap. What is he thinking? Meanwhile, Huang Yun remained surprisingly optimistic. No big deal. It is not like we were going to make it out alive anyway. Suddenly, a notification chime rang out. Current destination, 91 Xiangzi Road, Leisen Manor. Instantly, the car blasted off like a rocket. Inside the car, Ming Luo watched him closely, wondering. His handling is incredibly precise and familiar. What is really going on here? At the same time, Ye Ning was also deep in thought, running calculations in his head. Compared to the current system quest, completing the Sword God System quest is far more crucial. It is the only way I can secure the blueprints for the aerospace carrier. This is the key to turning the tide for humanity in this apocalyptic war. After all, no matter how strong I am, facing a global zombie tide alone is just a drop in the ocean. As he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, a system notification suddenly popped up. Quest updated. Seize maximum authority of the dungeon instance and alter the world's future trajectory. The greater the change, the more privileges you will unlock. Warning. Avoid being killed by the protagonist of this dungeon world, Lin Rui. Ye Ning read the notification and began analyzing. The protagonist cannot be killed, which means the fastest way to change the future is to seize absolute power. Furthermore, once I hold the reins, I can easily keep the Six-Nation Alliance in check. According to the intel on the system provided by the hacker, Demon Eye, heading straight to the governor's mansion is our fastest bet. Sitting beside him, Ming Luo was beginning to catch on to his plan. Ye Ning, are you trying to take control of the high-ranking officials here and use their authority to help us wipe out that other group? Ye Ning replied decisively. Exactly, that is the plan. Hearing this, Ming Luo immediately pointed out the flaws in his logic. This is way too unrealistic. There is no way that is going to work. Setting aside the 60 Tier 3 fighters we are up against, or whether we can even control the military, we do not even know where they will spawn. Setting up an ambush is completely out of the question. Undeterred by Ming Luo's doubts, Ye Ning calmly explained. What's so hard about that? Triangulation is all we need. First, the system will not drop us too far from the enemy. Otherwise, it would not be called a competitive dungeon. Second, neither side can be too far from the quest objective, or we would spend all our time traveling. His fingers flew across the controls as he continued. Using our position as the center of a circle, we take the maximum speed of an awakened, and multiply it by 3. That gives us the exact range where they will spawn. Ye Ning pointed to a spot on the screen and added confidently, by overlapping these circles, we can narrow down the area significantly. Yet, his explanation was still not enough to ease Ming Luo's doubts. Frowning, he asked, but that area is still too huge. We can only pose a real threat to them if we strike the moment they arrive. Far from being annoyed, Ye Ning laid out the details. The 2 key non-player characters in this quest are Professor Clark and Lin Rui. The professor is currently in the lab, while Lin Rui, judging by his name, is likely in Chinatown. If we find the midpoint between those 2 locations and overlap it with our previous area, we get this specific zone. The system will do everything it can to prevent the locals from spotting the awakened. This means they will most likely spawn in the suburbs, highways, or parks within this perimeter. Listening to Ye Ning's flawless breakdown, Ming Luo was deeply impressed. This was not some impulsive gamble, it was a highly calculated move. Huang Yun, standing nearby, was equally stunned by his thorough prep, thinking, this guy is insane. I completely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Ye Ning smirked, thinking to himself, of course, it is not just that simple. I am only this certain because of the intel from Demon Eye. 1 hour later, Ye Ning pulled up in front of a lavish estate and barked, we are here. Out of the car. The moment Ye Ning's squad stepped out, a loud alarm blared from the building. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. A guard rushed outside, demanding warily, who are you? Freeze, don't move. Suddenly, a mysterious, powerful energy radiated from his body. Looking straight ahead, Ye Ning issued a cautious command, take them down, knock every single one of them out. No killing. And don't worry about them contacting the outside world. My psychic power has already completely cut off their communications. The moment those words left his mouth, Ming Luo's group dashed forward like lightning, with Ming Luo leading the charge using his wind-breaking slash. The soldiers opposite them panicked, yelling to one another, monsters! Open fire! Shoot them on the spot! On Ye Ning's side, they unleashed a barrage of devastating skills like Winter Frost and Heart Fire. Winter Frost instantly froze their bodies, leaving them completely unable to fight. Heart Fire was no joke either, relentlessly driving back the waves of attacking guards. Not wanting to be outdone, Huang Yun unleashed her own skill, saying, too much righteousness isn't a good thing. Let's mix in a little curse energy. Someone yelled out in pure excitement, a tier 3 going against normal humans is just bullying. It's been way too long since I got to cut loose like this. If only the 6-nation alliance were this easy. Ye Ning dryly replied, keep dreaming. He playfully teased them, just what I needed. Let's see how well my new battle cloak holds up against your electromagnetic rifles. Countless laser beams blasted directly at Ye Ning, but he calmly remarked, not bad. Feels like a massage. They were utterly shocked. He's completely immune to electromagnetic rounds. How the hell is that possible? Then, Ye Ning made a chilling announcement that made their hair stand on end. All right, I'm in a hurry today, so playtime's over. An ultra-cold wind blade. Of course, not too freezing, just enough to do the trick. With that, he unleashed a strike, sending an incredibly powerful blast of energy straight ahead. The bodies of the soldiers opposite him were frozen solid in an instant. Ming Luo led the group inside, shouting, hurry! We need to regroup with Ye Ning. Who knows what kind of danger is in there? But as soon as he spoke, he saw everyone already dropped like flies, leaving Ming Luo completely dumbfounded. Looks like there was no danger at all. In fact, it's practically a work of art. The poor soldiers barely had time to put up a fight before they were frozen solid as a group. Shortly after, Ye Ning was sitting comfortably in the main chair, speaking with an air of absolute authority. It's a pleasure to meet you, Governor Brad. As long as you cooperate with us from here on out, you won't be harmed. Brad swallowed hard, thinking skeptically, a pleasure to meet me? Despite his sheer terror, Brad tried to maintain his composure and said, hundreds of guards in my estate were taken down in mere seconds. This is definitely not humanly possible. Even genetically modified humans couldn't pull this off. He quickly added in fear, please, don't kill me. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you want. But first, I need to know who you are and why you've taken me captive. Just then, a purple glow materialized right in front of Brad. Ye Ning explained with a serious expression, we're from the future. We traveled back here from 10 years in the future of this world. Our mission is to avert a global crisis. So, rest assured, we aren't the bad guys. As you can see, we didn't kill a single one of your subordinates. We've only temporarily neutralized them. He paused for a beat before continuing. Actually, finding you was incredibly easy. I need you to mobilize all armed forces in Omaha province within 3 hours, and deploy the entire Skynet system to locate these individuals and eliminate them for us. They're time travelers just like us, but their goal is to destroy the world. Hearing this, Brad stammered, "People from the future? A crisis? Is this some kind of movie? A reality TV show? Or am I just dreaming?" To prove it wasn't a dream, Ye Ning used his magic to rough him up a bit, then gently asked, "Are you wide awake now?" Smarting from the blow, Brad quickly pleaded, I'm awake! Please, stop!" Once he composed himself, he began to make excuses. "But I'm just a governor of a single province. I don't have the authority to mobilize that many troops." Ye Ning countered with a question. "Then how many can you mobilize? How many Class A battle armors can you deploy?" He figured Class A battle armors could barely match a low-level Tier 3 Awakener. With that in mind, Ye Ning let out a faint smile. If they could deploy dozens or hundreds of aircraft, there might still be hope. Brad did some quick math in his head and replied cautiously, "There are at most 3 Class A mechs. Class B mechs are more plentiful, around 120 in total. I can command the Class B mechs, but once the Class A units are deployed, they make their own decisions. I don't have the authority to order an attack." Hearing this, Qi Ming sighed. "Well, this is doomed from the start." A moment later, Ye Ning calmly said, "Ming Luo, take the team to the neighboring estate and capture a girl named Anna." Even though Minla had no idea what was going on, he still obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The moment Brad heard his daughter's name, he immediately screamed in protest, "Don't you dare touch my daughter." Only then did Ye Ning stand up and expose him. According to Federal Law Number 78, you have the right to declare a state of war and directly mobilize the entire armed forces. Furthermore, the armed forces of Hua Province have at least 60 A-class mechas and 2,400 B-class mechas. Mobilizing them under the guise of a drill or anti-terrorism for whatever reason is fine. But you're not being honest with me. Brad never expected him to know the details so thoroughly. The moment Ye Ning finished speaking, Brad's face went completely pale, and he anxiously tried to explain. No, it's not like that. To do what you're asking, we need a review from an AI expert. I can't just declare a wartime state on my own. If the expert doesn't approve, the troops won't follow orders, and there's absolutely no way we can fool an AI expert. Having no patience left for his whining, Ye Ning pulled out a control panel and commanded coldly, "You just need to issue the mobilization. Do it now. Gather all the troops in the province at these coordinates within 3 hours. Also, send engineers and technicians over to monitor these coordinates." Brad didn't dare object. He obediently agreed to everything Ye Ning said. Once he got the answer he wanted, Ye Ning said with satisfaction, "As for the expert, leave that to me." Ye Ning secretly felt incredibly lucky to be working with a character who had completed this storyline in his past life. Thanks to that, he had obtained a backdoor command code for the AI. Seeing Ye Ning's fingers flying across the control screen, Brad began to have doubts. Can he actually control the AI expert? Is this guy really from the future? Before long, Anna was brought in. The moment she saw her father, she demanded angrily, "What are you trying to do? What did you do to my father?" Brad couldn't water in handcuffs, so he begged Ye Ning in a low, trembling voice, "Please, release my daughter." Unfortunately, Ye Ning showed absolutely no mercy to Anna, and he dealt with Brad just as coldly. "I don't have time for your nonsense." Seeing his cold reaction, Anna was utterly shocked. "Father, what is going on?" After knocking Brad out cold, Ye Ning turned to explain the situation to Anna. "Listen closely. Your father has embezzled $3.9 billion and assassinated his political opponents. If you help me find Lin Rui within 6 hours, I will spare your father's life. Don't try to play games with me. I even know all about his secret feelings for you. Of course, you don't need to worry about Lin Rui's safety either. We're actually here to protect him." 4 hours later, along Highway 077 in Hua Province, a group of soldiers spoke with smug confidence. "There's nobody here. I told you an ambush was impossible. You were giving those pigs way too much credit earlier." True. They probably got scared to death the moment they heard us coming. But suddenly, frustrated grunts echoed through the comms. "Damn it, they talked so much trash before, and now they're hiding in the city like cowards. We should grab a few of their leaders and force them to help us hunt down those pigs." Yamato stared at the radar in front of him and said hesitantly, "I have a bad feeling about this. Aren't these mines buried way too close to each other? Plus, the dirt looks freshly dug up. The moment he finished speaking, the hidden devices suddenly activated all at once. This made him scream, "It's an ambush!" The moment the motion sensors detected the intruders, a massive army of robot soldiers emerged from nowhere, launching a surprise attack that caught them completely off guard. Yamato sneered at the oncoming robot army and mocked, "Is this really the best this world's army can do? How on earth did the Huaxia manage to deploy a military force of this scale?" Suddenly, a voice crackled over the radio, ordering the fighter jets. Fighter jets 1, 3, and 7 dropped the toxic fog bombs. The fighter jets instantly engaged. Special bombs rained down, unleashing a thick, choking green smoke that blanketed the entire area. Down below, the soldiers gasped for air as they inhaled the toxic fumes, their bodies collapsing to the ground one after another. Realizing what was happening, Yamato screamed, "This is a neurotoxin." He immediately ordered his men to counter it. "Move. Combine your strength and deploy the mental defense barrier." Thanks to their quick reaction and teamwork, the barrier successfully pushed back the toxic gas. But seeing that his first move had failed, the commander on the other side immediately issued a new set of orders. Fighter jets 2, 4, and 6 dropped the vacuum bombs. The electronic mecha division launched a saturation strike. A deafening roar of artillery and the shriek of incoming rockets tore the entire battlefield apart. Trapped under this devastating pincer attack, bombs raining from above and a storm of bullets from below the enemy soldiers fell in droves. Escape was virtually impossible. Knowing they couldn't hold out much longer, Yamato charged straight toward the robot army, shouting for his men to cover him. "Tier 3 low levels, hold the defensive line, cover the mid-levels and charge with me." With a fierce roar, he lunged forward and smashed a robot to pieces with a single punch. "Get out of my way," he roared, "heaven and earth shattering. Anyone who gets in my way will die." Jindu wasn't about to be outdone. He quickly finished off a few others, clearing a path forward. Sweeping 1,000 armies. For 7 years, I chose to remain at Tier 3 Intermediate, refusing to rank up. Care to guess why? The others charged forward with equal determination, working together to take down the remaining robots. They constantly shouted to cheer each other on. Even if Class A combat armor can match a Tier 3 beginner, they are nothing but useless junk in front of us. Exactly. And that pathetic rabble of Class B armor behind them isn't even worth mentioning. They thought they could kill us with this garbage? How incredibly naive. While a brutal battle raged below, Ye Feng used his special ability to ambush the enemy's high-altitude base. He sneered, "Did you bastards think we couldn't touch you just because you're flying? I have a special space ability, you know." With that, Ye Feng unleashed an attack directly at the hull of the Golden Dragon Chongwu aircraft. A massive explosion shook the sky, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. From a distance, Ye Ning and his teammates watched their every move closely. Realizing things were taking a turn for the worse, Ming Luo spoke up to warn him. "Ye Ning, we can't keep going like this. Our combat power is worlds apart. Even if we can wear down a few weak Tier 3 beginners, we won't be able to handle the rest of them." Despite his worried attitude, he looked completely calm. He reassured him, "It's fine. I never expected these mechas to win anyway." Hearing this, Ming Luo asked in confusion, "Then what are we hoping for?" Ye Ning scoffed, slowly drawing the sword from his back as he replied, "What are we hoping for?" He continued with absolute confidence, "We are relying on the sword in my hand." Without a second thought, Ye Ning charged forward, sword in hand. Ming Luo quickly tried to stop him. "Ye Ning, wait a second." "Ye Ning, this is suicide. It is too dangerous." Seeing how stubborn he was, he helplessly offered another option. "If anyone is going, we should go first. Otherwise, it will be hard to protect you." In the end, Ye Ning agreed. "Fine, then come with me." But then, he suddenly set a condition. "However, I only want you guys to stay on the outer perimeter to protect the mechas. Don't let a single one of them escape. Without my command, no one is to engage." Ming Luo felt incredibly frustrated hearing this, and was about to argue. But before he could get a word out, Ye Ning cut him off. "Disobeying orders will be dealt with under military law." Seeing that Ming Luo had gone quiet, Ye Ning dashed into the center of the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy base. Amidst the dense hail of bullets, his figure flickered back and forth, making it hard for the enemy to track him. "It looks like someone is rushing right at us." Right in the heart of the enemy base, Ye Ning didn't hesitate for a single second, swinging the sword in his hand, ready to wipe everything out. His eyes were now filled with absolute coldness. The hunt begins. First, Let's clean up this trash. It wasn't until Ye Ning was about to strike that someone finally noticed him. But by then, it was already too late. It's Ye Ning, from the Huaxia squad. Ye Ning's slashes ripped through space itself. Everything around was completely leveled, leaving only a thick cloud of dust and wind covering the entire base. Hearing his teammates report, Yamato spun around in panic, utterly shocked by the ruins Ye Ning had left behind. He roared, "Ye Ning!" Before the words could even leave his mouth, Ye Ning's slashes reached him, instantly cutting down the comrades around him. Yamato was quicker, barely managing to activate his defense to save his own life, screaming, "Activate full defense." Even though some of the others managed to raise their defenses in time, they couldn't hold out for long. The overwhelming force shattered their protective barriers, leaving everyone inside heavily injured. Watching him obliterate everything around him from afar, Ye Ning's teammates couldn't help but speak in sheer terror. One shot. He wiped out a whole group of Tier 3 beginners and even injured the Tier 3 intermediates. No wonder he wouldn't let us join in. This kind of heaven-defying power is even more terrifying than the legends say. How did he even do that? These Tier 3 combatants aren't rookies like Zhang Yang. However, Ming Luo continued to watch the battle closely, ready to jump in and support him if necessary. Is it because the mechas from earlier already drained a lot of the Tier 3 beginners' spiritual energy? What comes next will be the real danger. We must be ready to rescue him at any moment. When the time comes, even if we have to disobey orders, we must save his life. Single-handedly, Ye Ning had wiped out nearly the enemy's entire force, leaving the survivors burning with absolute rage. They charged forward, completely disregarding their own lives, desperate to avenge their fallen comrades. You slaughtered all of my brothers. I'll kill you, you absolute bastard. We're going to tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. How dare you slaughter our team? Ye Ning, I'm going to eat you alive today. But before they could even get close to him, two massive robots suddenly stepped in to block them. Yamato roared in fury. Get out of the way! Do you want to die? Seeing them focus all their attention over there, Ye Ning took a detour to avoid the robots and launch a surprise attack. He shouted a loud provocation, "Then bring it on!" Without giving them a single second to react, Ye Ning swung his sword, ready to slaughter them all. This strike will be the death of all you bastards. A straight, clean slash of heavenly rift flowing light sliced right through those trying to charge forward, cutting them clean in half. Ye Feng suddenly teleported right behind him, declaring with absolute confidence, "Ye Ning, your head is mine." Seeing their captain arrive, the remaining enemies seized the chance to launch a coordinated support attack, shouting, "Heartfire, Glacial Arrow Storm." Ye Feng, along with the twin powers of his comrades, rushed straight at Ye Ning, ready to strike back and avenge their fallen allies. But those two rookies were way too weak. Unable to control their own power, they ended up blasting Ye Feng instead, making him scream in agony. Seeing the onslaught heading straight for him, Ye Ning did not even bother to dodge. He simply said with utter calm, "You think charging at me will work? Not a chance." With that, Ye Ning unleashed a counterstrike, Elemental Wind Slash, Raging Inferno. Once Ye Feng recovered, he immediately returned to his usual arrogant self and barked orders at his men. Ye Ning only has 2 ultimate moves at most. Don't be afraid, let's all jump him together. And of course, his head is mine. Ye Feng's words instantly put Ye Ning on high alert. He thought to himself, how the hell is he so sure that I only have 2 ultimate moves? If he knew all along, why only say it now? And when he ambushed me earlier, why did he keep his distance and scream beforehand? Hearing Ye Feng's reassurance, the others regained their confidence and charged forward, eager to take Ye Ning's life. He's out of tricks, kill him. Hearing their foolish claims, Ye Ning found it hilarious and sneered. Out of tricks, you say? Suddenly, a thick shroud of black mist began to swirl around him. His eyes flared with cold, murderous intent as he slowly raised his sword, causing a terrifying black aura to surge outward. A massive, ghastly skull summoned by Ye Ning instantly devoured the 2 fools who dared to get close to its master. He coldly spat. Then let me show you bastards what else I've got. Ye Ning instantly activated his new skill. Yama of the Human Realm. The giant skull devoured the 2 men whole, leaving behind nothing but dry, lifeless bones. A system notification popped up. 20,000 spirit energy consumed, 35,000 spirit energy remaining. As the black mist started swallowing Ye Feng, he panicked and quickly activated his teleportation skill to escape. He screamed in utter frustration. Damn it! What the hell is this? Were we set up? How is this even possible? It wasn't just the enemies who were shocked. Even Ye Ning's own teammates were absolutely terrified by this horrifying power. Is this the legendary top 4 element talent? This is way too overpowered. I've never seen a skill like this in my entire life. Not only the skill itself, but the spirit energy released is insane. A whopping 20,000 points. That is just ridiculous. But the 2 enemy captains were different. They were still desperate enough to risk their lives and charge at Ye Ning. We won't let a single Wuxia pig escape today. Brother, leave Ye Ning to me. I'll take his life myself. Seeing that they still had some fight left in them, Ye Ning just sneered. Time for the next move. My skill isn't even over yet, and you bastards still dare to charge at me? Yama of the human realm, soul rise. From deep within the black mist, countless spectral skulls were summoned, hovering ominously in the air. Pointing his blade straight at Jinzu, Ye Ning ordered the skulls, go rip Jinzu to shreds. On his command, they swarmed and surrounded him. Now, only Yamato was left standing. Stepping forward, Ye Ning looked at him and asked, Yamato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let those skulls attack you? Stunned by the sudden question, Yamato felt a shiver run down his spine. He stammered, Is it because they aren't strong enough to kill me? Hearing Yamato's guess, Ye Ning laughed arrogantly. Wrong. It is because I promised I would personally shove your head up your own ass. And I, Ye Ning, always keep my promises. Hearing Ye Ning's incredibly arrogant provocation, Yamato's blood boiled with rage, and he braced himself for a life-or-death clash. Without wasting a second, Ye Ning swung his sword, ripping through the air to activate his ultimate technique, Elemental Wind Slash, Frigid Frost Dragon. Instantly, a massive icy dragon materialized, bringing a bone-chilling blizzard with it. The beast let out a thunderous roar, but Yamato was no pushover either. He threw a decisive punch as his spiritual energy erupted violently, unleashing his amber fist. A blazing fiery tiger materialized, charging head-on to clash with the ice dragon. Both mystical beasts refused to back down, locking themselves in a brutal, violent struggle. While the clash of the 2 beasts kept Yamato completely distracted, Ye Ning seized the moment to teleport right behind him, unleashing a devastating strike, Elemental Wind Slash, Wrathful Phoenix Flame. With that, a blazing phoenix erupted from his blade, charging fiercely to tear his opponent apart. But Yamato sensed the ambush just in time and activated his defensive skill, Nirvana Wings of Protection. The wings formed a protective shield just as the fiery phoenix collided. The impact triggered a deafening explosion, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Seeing this, Ye Ning couldn't help but offer a word of praise. No wonder you have a berserk physique class. Your defense is impressive, but that's all it is. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens appeared out of nowhere, aiming straight at him. But with his sharp combat instincts, Ye Ning quickly sensed the danger. He sneered mockingly. Is that Dongjae Feng sneaking around for a backstab again? Fed up with these cheap tricks, he roared as he unleashed his counterattack. You think you're the only one who can use telekinesis? Mental shield, maximum output. Ye Ning casually tossed the small dagger in his hand, deflecting every single shuriken flying his way. Just as he finished off the shurikens, Yamato's deafening roar echoed from above. Ye Ning, those were just a distraction. You fell for it. Heavenly Fire Meteor. His entire body was enveloped in a giant, flaming fist, plunging straight toward where Ye Ning stood. Faced with this coordinated assault, Ye Ning only gave a cold smirk, preparing to break their teamwork right then and there. Then let me show you what it means for all your cheap tricks to be utterly useless against absolute power. With that, Ye Ning stood his ground, slowly raising his sword as he activated his defensive skill. Sui Tian Defense. A purple flame erupted, wrapping around his blade. The moment Yamato slammed down, the flame exploded into a solid shield, blocking his punch and leaving Yamato completely stunned. What? Seeing his attack fail, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yamato roared in frustration. He's just a beginner-tier scrub. How the hell does he have this level of defense? But Ye Ning wasn't done yet. He leaped out of his barrier, launching himself high into the air to prepare his counterstrike. We're not done yet. As he spoke, he plunged downward, activating his next skill, Sui Tian Lock-on Gravity Strike. An invisible pressure suddenly crashed down on Yamato. His entire body froze, and the crushing gravity forced him to his knees. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge an inch. Yamato screamed, I can't move at all. This is impossible. Even Dongye Feng, who was hiding in another dimension, was affected. I'm hiding inside the void, and yet I can still feel this crushing pressure. Meanwhile, in the distance, Jinzu Du, gasping for breath after dealing with the spirits, sneered, "I am a high tier 3 fighter. You think these half-baked tier 3 undead can take me down? Not a chance. Ye Ning, I'm going to rip you apart with my own 2 hands today." But he was completely oblivious to the beam of light flying up behind him. Only when a massive explosion went off did Jinzu Du cry out in sheer panic, "What on earth is that?" Behind the thick smoke left by the terrifying blast, a figure gradually began to emerge. Ye Ning stepped out of the haze, thoroughly amused by his newfound skills. "I only used Sui Tian's defense earlier. I had no idea its offensive power could rival the Tempest Blade Storm. His teammates nearby could only watch in absolute awe at his power. Ming Luo could only gasp in disbelief. Just how many skills does Ye Ning have? Is he some kind of monster or what?" Unable to take the humiliation any longer, Yamato went into a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, his body swelled into a massive, colossal giant. Refusing to give Ye Ning a moment to react, Yamato immediately followed up with a sweeping strike. Sweep of 1,000 armies. Ye Ning quickly ordered his summons to block the hit. Infinite hell. Use Jinzu's soul to shield us. Seeing his attack blocked, Yamato roared in absolute fury. "How dare you use Jinzu Du's soul as a shield? How is this even possible?" But no matter how much Yamato screamed, Ye Ning was already poised to strike back. "Are you done showing off your ultimate moves? Because now, it's my turn." With those words, he summoned divine wrath, and his sword instantly erupted with light. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Consumed 20,000 spiritual energy points. Remaining balance, 4,800 points. Ye Ning bellowed, "Summon tier 4 illusion." A phantom clone, looking exactly like him, rushed out from his sword, darting straight toward Yamato. Even Ye Ning was shocked by the uncanny resemblance. "I thought a tier 4 summon would be at least dozens of meters tall. I didn't expect it to be my exact size. You've got to be kidding me." Looking at the tiny phantom, Yamato couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "So you're just throwing your own soul at me? Running straight into my clutches like this? Does that tiny soul of yours even pack a punch? How naive." But right in the middle of his arrogant laughter, his voice suddenly faltered. How naive. Without anyone noticing, Ye Ning's phantom had already sliced right through Yamato. The moment the words left his mouth, he collapsed to his knees. As the phantom landed gracefully, Yamato's entire body was instantly covered in deep slash wounds. The clone's speed was so blindingly fast that Yamato hadn't even registered the hits. In a split second, his body was sliced into 100 pieces. Ye Ning himself was stunned by this terrifying raw power. An instant kill with a single slash. Even though it looks just like me, it's way stronger than I am. Everyone around him was frozen in absolute shock, silently thanking their lucky stars that Ye Ning hadn't let them join the fray. Wait, did we just win? Did he keep us out of the barrier just so we wouldn't get caught in the crossfire? Through the rising dust and smoke, Ye Ning walked over to his phantom, who was sitting casually. Seeing him approach, the phantom extended its hand and said, "After you." Amused by his attitude, Ye Ning replied, "Oh? You think you know what I'm about to do?" The shadow smiled and said, "Of course. After all, I am you." But as he spoke, he slowly began to fade away. Ye Ning felt a pang of regret having to say goodbye. "It's a shame you can only show up for 10 seconds at a time. I guess you really are my future self." With that, he turned and kicked Yamato's head away, proudly declaring, "Yamato Icho, I told you I'd shove your head up your own ass, and I did it." Seeing that all his teammates had been wiped out, Dongji Feng, who had been hiding this whole time, was consumed by absolute terror. He panicked, thinking, "This is insane. The entire team is dead except for me. I have to get out of here, now. At the very least, I have to make it back to deliver this intel." Sensing his terror, Ye Ning flashed a creepy smile and said, "There's still one little rat hiding in the dark. I didn't pay attention to you before. But now, Dongye Feng, get the hell out here." Seeing that the coward was too stubborn to show himself, Ye Ning immediately activated a search skill, unleashing his full mental power to investigate. Raging Flame Tracker. In an instant, Dongyi Feng was located, leaving him to scream in hopeless terror. Switch attribute to agility, and max out Raging Flame Burn. Oh my god, he can't see me, but he can sense my general direction. Is he trying to flush me out with fire? Hearing his panic, Ye Ning just snorted and warned him loudly, "You think you can run? I told you I was going to wipe out your entire squad. Did you think I was joking?" Seeing that Ye Ning was still hell-bent on completely wiping them out, his teammates rushed forward to stop him. Ye Ning, don't chase him. Dong Yifeng still has a hidden trump card. Ye Ning, your spirit energy is running dangerously low. Ignoring their warnings, Ye Ning firmly replied, if we let him make it back alive, that will be even more dangerous. Ye Ning's flames relentlessly assaulted Dong Yifeng, forcing him to scramble for a defense. The speed of those fiery attacks was simply too overwhelming. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm a dead man. Dong Yifeng desperately calculated. He had just unleashed several powerful skills, and he could feel his spirit energy running on empty. Instead of running like a coward, my best bet is to charge straight ahead and risk it all. Even though this move will cost me dearly, if I can take Ye Ning down with me, it's a worthy trade. This mission won't be a failure. Meanwhile, Ye Ning was closing in, radiating intense, bloodthirsty intent. Suddenly, Dong Yifeng tore through the void and lunged at Ye Ning, screaming, life burn. Void breaker. Go to hell. Popping out of the void without warning, Dong Yifeng was determined to fight Ye Ning to the bitter end. He smugly thought to himself, with my life force burning, my attack power exceeds even a standard high-tier Tier 3 warrior. No matter how fast you are, there's no way you can outrun my supersonic blade. He burst into a maniacal laughter, his eyes cold and murderous. Die, Ye Ning. Facing Dong Yifeng's arrogant outburst, Ye Ning only let out a contemptuous smirk. Dong Yifeng found Ye Ning's calm reaction deeply unsettling. Death is staring him right in the face, so why the hell is he smiling? But the moment he lunged forward and drove his blade through Ye Ning, he realized something was terribly wrong. Wait, this isn't right. My dagger went right through him without any resistance. When Dong Yifeng spun around, he saw nothing but a fading illusion. He had been completely fooled. Damn it, an afterimage. But how? Does he have a space element skill too? And how could he possibly cast a skill without using any spirit energy? In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning materialized right behind him, launching a swift counterattack that left Dong Yifeng no time to react. With a decisive slash of his sword, Ye Ning severed the man's legs. In a matter of seconds, the proud warrior was reduced to a helpless cripple. Dong Yifeng screamed in agony, I'll kill you, Ye Ning. After witnessing that terrifying clash, his teammates immediately rushed over to Ye Ning. Ye Ning, are you all right? Everyone, let's finish off Dong Yifeng together. Hearing their leader's command, Qiming and Zheng Cheng immediately unleashed their full power to kill Dong Yifeng. Ice Spire Arrow, Heartfire Serpent. But they were instantly stopped by Ye Ning. He yelled, stop, keep him alive. However, the two of them didn't stop and stubbornly pressed on with their attacks, prompting a frustrated Ye Ning to growl. Didn't I tell you to stop? And you actually went all out too. Realizing he had angered Ye Ning, Qiming quickly lowered his bow and said apologetically, Ye Ning, I didn't mean to. I was just so tense that I couldn't stop my shot in time. At the same time, Captain Ming Luo caught up and advised Ye Ning to quickly finish Dong Yifeng off. Ye Ning, when you said to keep him alive, did you want to interrogate him? But even if we get answers, we won't know if he's lying or telling the truth. It's better to just end him now to avoid any further trouble. But Ye Ning firmly stuck to his decision. He turned and pointed his blade directly at Dong Yifeng's throat, demanding, start talking. Who is your mole inside the Huaxia squad? Even though he had lost both legs and was absolutely terrified inside, Dong Yifeng remained stubborn, sneering provokingly, I'm not telling you squat. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Hearing his question, Ming Luo couldn't help but ask in confusion, Ye Ning, are you out of your mind? How could there be a traitor among us? Everyone went through strict screening, and all our communications are constantly monitored and recorded. Don't fall for his mind games. Ye Ning turned around and said with absolute confidence, everyone, calm down first. Whether there is a mole or not, we will find out once I am done interrogating him. Hearing this, Ming Luo had no choice but to stay quiet. Without wasting any time, Ye Ning began to expose all of Dong Yifeng's dirty tricks. Dong Yifeng, if you wanted to die, you could have easily blown yourself up under normal circumstances. The only reason you did not do that is because your ultimate move earlier completely drained all the energy you needed to self-detonate, right? Right now, you are nothing but a useless lump of flesh. You cannot even kill yourself if you wanted to. Seeing that Ye Ning knew absolutely everything, absolute terror washed over Dong Yifeng's face, leaving him completely speechless. While the villain was desperately trying to find a way out, Ye Ning mercilessly sliced off one of Dong Yifeng's arms and cold-bloodedly threatened him. If you talk right now, I will give you a quick and painless death. Still keeping your mouth shut? Simple. I have read about ancient torture methods, like turning someone into a human pig or slicing them up piece by piece. Want to try? Seeing Dong Ye Feng was still hesitating, Ye Ning pointed his sword right at the man's chest, slowly moving it up toward his face. Utterly terrified, Dong Ye Feng finally cracked and screamed, "Stop! Please, don't! I will talk! I will talk!" He immediately pointed a finger at Zhang Kaiming and shrieked, "The mole is Zhang Kaiming!" Realizing his cover was blown, Zhang Kaiming bolted without a second thought, leaving his teammates completely stunned by the shocking revelation. Is it really him? No way. Zhang Kaiming, what the hell did they promise you to make you sell out your own brothers like this? Refusing to let him get away so easily, Zheng Cheng immediately unleashed a binding attack. Heartfire kill. A violent wave of fire instantly engulfed Zhang Kaiming's body, burning him alive. Having spilled everything, Dong Ye Feng begged Ye Ning in agonizing pain to end his life. Ye Ning, are you satisfied now? Just kill me, give me a quick death. Hearing his pleas, Ye Ning merely scoffed, refusing to let him off the hook just yet. I suppose I am satisfied, but do not be in such a rush. There are still 2 people standing right in front of you. Leaving him completely bewildered as he uttered a confused, "Huh?" Before anyone could react, Ye Ning suddenly dashed away. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Zheng Cheng, aiming his cold blade straight at his chest. Sacrificing a pawn to save the king, did you really think I would not see through that? Realizing his cover was blown, Zheng Cheng could only stammer in shock. Ye Ning, you. Without letting him finish, Ye Ning ruthlessly thrust his sword straight through Zheng Cheng's chest. Horrified by the sight, Ming Luo rushed over and screamed, "Ye Ning, have you lost your mind? The traitor is Zhang Kaiming. Why the hell are you attacking Zheng Cheng?" In response to Ming Luo's panic, Ye Ning simply smirked. Whoever said there was only one traitor? Stunned, Ming Luo shook his head in absolute disbelief. That is impossible. Ye Ning turned his gaze back to Dong Ye Feng, completely exposing his final play. Do you really think Dong Ye Feng would spill the beans that easily? This was nothing but sacrificing an already exposed pawn to protect the hidden one. Realizing his entire master plan had been shattered, Dong Ye Feng desperately tried to play it cool. No way, you are just blindly guessing. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ye Ning swung his blade and cleanly decapitated him. In Ye Ning's eyes, this guy was completely useless now. Even if I was just guessing, did not your pathetic reaction just confirm everything? If he was not a traitor, why would you look so smug, like you are kicking him while he is down? Besides, your existence is completely meaningless to me now. However, Ming Luo still could not accept that Zheng Cheng was a traitor and desperately tried to defend him. Dong Ye Feng is extremely cunning. What if this was just his twisted way of kicking him while he is down? Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Cheng quickly chimed in, "My conscience is clear, and I have always been loyal to our country. Ye Ning, what right do you have to falsely accuse me?" Finding their denial utterly hilarious, Ye Ning smirked and laid out the undeniable evidence. What right? You were indeed incredibly careful. You left absolutely no paper trail, and you did not even have any direct contact with Zhang Kaiming. So how did you pass on information? You used your long-range attacks to leave a hidden imprint on your target. Remember when Dong Ye Feng attacked me earlier, but warned us beforehand? That was to bait you and Zhang Kaiming into making your moves. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of severed flesh. Back then, Zhang Kaiming's attack hit me, but Zheng Cheng's attack landed directly on Dong Ye Feng's arm. The energy imprint on this piece of flesh I cut off is proof that you transmitted the intel. This exact same pattern has shown up in every single dungeon. I bet we would find even more damning evidence on his corpse. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Zheng Cheng finally gave up his act. You are right, I am indeed a traitor as well. Ming Luo was completely devastated. Old Zheng, why? Why would you do this? Ye Ning was also highly curious about his motives. I must admit, I am quite curious. What drove you to become a mole? I am extremely curious about how you fell down this path. But what I want to know most is, how did you know in advance what would happen within 1 year, spy? I've gone through your file, and it is absolutely flawless. Ye Ning then began summarizing Zheng Cheng's life for everyone around them to hear. He is 54 years old. Both of his parents have passed away, and he was rescued by the military. With no ties or baggage, absolutely no one can threaten him. He enlisted at 16. To save a supply scavenging team, He at just Tier 1 distracted a Tier 2 mutant all by himself when he was 26. After reaching Tier 3, he was recruited into the Special Forces. He fought 13 times on the border and ended up in critical condition twice. Even with such an outstanding record and his deep-rooted loyalty, Ye Ning couldn't find a single flaw. So, why did Zheng Cheng decide to betray us? Captain Lu treated him like a blood brother, and Jiang Wei looked up to him as an older brother. I'm really curious, just what did they promise you to make you turn your back on your own comrades like this? Zheng Cheng replied in sheer agony. If I told you that, deep down, I never felt like I was committing treason. Would you even believe me? On the contrary, I only wanted to do everything in my power for the Wuxia war zone. Hearing him say that, Ye Ning found it quite amusing. That was certainly a fresh perspective. Zheng Cheng kept screaming, desperately trying to prove he did all of this for everyone's sake. Ye Ning, you're right. I don't crave power, and I didn't want a single thing from those bastards. In fact, I hate those scum even more than you guys do. Every single day, I wished I could slaughter them all, but I couldn't. To save more of my friends, I had no choice but to become their dog. Ming Luo, who had been defending him just moments ago, couldn't stand this betrayal any longer. He lashed out, kicking Zheng Cheng right in the face. Zheng Cheng, what the hell are you talking about? You sold us out, for our own good? Is this how you treat Jiang Wei? Is this how you treat our old captain? Seeing the captain's furious reaction, Zheng Cheng could only let out a bitter laugh and scoffed. Captain, if I didn't do this, do you honestly think you'd still be alive right now? Last time, our strongest old captain and Jiang Wei both died. Why do you think nobody chased after us after that? It's because I begged them like a dog. We can't win this anyway, so isn't it better to at least minimize the body count? He roared in pure frustration, clutching his collar tightly. Do you think I'm afraid of dying? No, I'm just terrified of watching my brothers die, one after another. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng ripped his shirt open, exposing a body covered in countless scars. He screamed in absolute despair. Do you think I didn't want to save everyone? I couldn't. We're just pigs in a slaughterhouse. The only way for the rest of us to survive is by sacrificing a select few. Hearing this, Ye Ning spoke with absolute confidence, but this time is different. This time, I will lead you all to victory. Zheng Cheng didn't argue, fully acknowledging his talent. Well, Ye Ning, I really didn't see you coming. If only I had met you sooner. Actually, Ye Ning, I'm genuinely glad. As soon as those words left his mouth, a sudden flame erupted, engulfing Zheng Cheng's entire body. He was burning himself alive, peacefully handing everything over to Ye Ning. Now that you're here, I can finally end this pathetic life of mine with zero regrets. Brothers, I miss the old captain, Jiang Wei, and everyone else so much. I'll go ahead and apologize to them first. Please, live well for me, protect Ye Ning, and protect our future. Ming Luo couldn't help but feel a rush of anger and frustration seeing Zheng Cheng set himself on fire just to escape his sins. Uncle Zheng Cheng, you absolute bastard. You miserable coward and deserter. Witnessing this scene, Ye Ning fell into deep thought. Since ancient times, the law of the jungle has never ceased. No matter what kind of weakness you possess, you will eventually be weeded out. Whether it's foreign nations, alien races, or mutated beasts, if my regression this time fails to save the world, then it won't just be a simple tragedy. He silently reminded himself, after experiencing all of this, the only way to stop history from repeating itself is to become stronger. Strong enough to turn the world upside down, and powerful enough to defy fate itself. Zheng Cheng was finally reduced to ashes, blending into the dirt. Ye Ning turned to the others and said, "Let's go. We still have other missions waiting for us." Back at the Thunder Forest Manor, inside the governor's office of Wuba Province, as the team walked, scouting their surroundings, one of them noticed something off and muttered, "Why is it suddenly so quiet here? There's literally no one around." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a swarm of robots appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them completely. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots unleashed a relentless hail of bullets, but the team quickly erected a defensive barrier to block the onslaught. Ming Luo ordered his team members to focus on defense and protect Ye Ning. Not one to just sit back and take a beating, Ye Ning gathered his strength, preparing to hunt down the mastermind. Isn't this a force that only the governor's office could deploy? Looks like the high-ups arrived right on cue. Perfect, because I've been meaning to have a word with your president. In the blink of an eye, Ye Ning launched a devastating preemptive strike, crushing every obstacle in his path. Wind blade element. Absolute zero. With just one swing of his blade, A sudden frost explodes outward, instantly freezing the entire army into lifeless, icy statues. The allies who were desperately trying to protect Ye Ning just moments ago finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Captain? It looks like Ye Ning doesn't need our protection at all. You're right. But they all know they can't just sit back and let him fight this battle alone. Ming Luo immediately orders his team to charge forward and join the fight. Without hesitation, everyone unleashes their ultimate moves to shatter the enemy's defensive line. Seeing them charge, Ye Ning quickly calls out to warn them, "Hey, take it easy guys. Try to keep the body count low. We need them alive for negotiations." To which they shout back in unison, "Copy that." With his mind at ease, he presses onward. Any fool brave enough to stand in his way is instantly turned into a lifeless block of ice. Within seconds, Ye Ning spots the governor. He lunges right in front of him, presses his blade against the man's throat, and speaks in a terrifyingly cold voice. "Governor Brad, I never expected you'd have the balls to pull a stunt like this." Terrified out of his mind, Brad frantically tries to shift the blame. "It wasn't me, I swear. I had nothing to do with this." He drops to his knees on the spot, begging and frantically trying to explain. "You guys made way too much noise, so the brass figured out something was up and sent troops here. I didn't ask them to come, I swear. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen. They even used me as bait." Ye Ning narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Oh, really?" Realizing the boy isn't buying it, Brad slams his forehead against the floor, begging for mercy. "Lord, Ye Ning, I swear on my life it's the truth. Please, spare me. I'll do whatever you want. I'll cooperate." Just then, a frantic voice cries out from behind him. Anna stands there, pleading with Ye Ning. "Stop. Please don't kill my father. I beg you. The Lin Rui you've been looking for. I brought him here." Standing behind her, Lin Rui frantically tries to pull her back. "Anna, it's too dangerous. Get back." He steps in front of Anna to shield her, asking in a trembling voice, "What do you want with us?" Ye Ning just chuckles. "Lin Rui, come on. Do I really look like a bad guy to you?" As Ye Ning takes another step forward, Lin Rui grips his axe even tighter, speechless with fear. Seeing the kid's high alert, Ye Ning quickly explains. "Okay, I get it. From where you're standing, I probably look like a monster. But I promise you, that's not the case at all. I mean, look around. I haven't actually killed anyone, have I? I'm just trying to save the world, and this was the only way to make it happen." But Lin Rui isn't buying a single word of it. "Like hell I'd believe you." Undeterred, Ye Ning keeps trying to win him over with a different offer. "So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join forces with me and save the world from the apocalypse?" Before Lin Rui can even formulate an answer, Ye Ning reaches out and effortlessly crushes his axe to pieces as a subtle warning. But as the words sink in, a spark of excitement lights up Lin Rui's face. "The future leader of humanity? Saving the world from the apocalypse? Are you seriously talking about me? Are you really some kind of time traveler from the future?" Smacking him upside the head, Anna snaps in disbelief. "Lin Rui, are you actually falling for this crap?" But Lin Rui is already completely sold on Ye Ning's story. Rubbing his sore head, he turns to her. "But Anna, I think he might actually be telling the truth. I mean, how else do you explain his insane powers?" Lin Rui quickly pulls her aside to whisper his logic. "Besides, with his crazy strength, he could easily wipe us out with a single swing of his sword. Why would he bother lying to me? Plus, I've always had this gut feeling that I was destined for greatness." Hearing this, Ye Ning looks smugly satisfied with his successful recruitment. "Exactly. You're a smart kid. No wonder you're destined to be the savior of humanity." In his head, Ye Ning sizes up the kid. Brave, kind-hearted, a bit of an idiot, and a high schooler. Yep, he's the textbook definition of a shonen protagonist. A guy like this is the perfect frontman for my plans. But then, Lin Rui starts to panic about his current situation. "Wait, but I don't have any powers yet. How am I supposed to save the world from the apocalypse?" Ye Ning casually pats his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't sweat it. You'll get powers just like mine sooner or later. For now, just stick with me and do exactly as I say." Instantly pumped, Lin Rui's confidence surges back as he salutes. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Ming Luo and the others rush in, frantically reporting the chaos unfolding outside. "Ye Ning, a massive fleet of fighter jets is heading our way. They've even locked onto us with nuclear missiles. It must be the Federation headquarters doing. No matter how strong we are, we can't take on an entire civilization by ourselves." Without losing his cool, Ye Ning grabs Brad by the collar and moves to handle the situation. The rest of you, stay here and wait for me. Now, Governor, I'm going to need your full cooperation right this second. Brad instantly nods like a terrified puppy. Yes, I'll do whatever you want. Just please, don't kill me. Outside, countless fighter jets swarm the skies above the castle, their crosshairs locked dead on Ye Ning below. Warning, you are completely surrounded. Stop resisting and release the governor immediately. Completely unfazed, Ye Ning presses his blade against Brad's neck, demanding a negotiation. My name is Ye Ning. I want to speak directly with the federal president. If you don't want this world destroyed, you will do exactly as I say. Inside the Central Federal Conference Room, President Ben watches the scene unfold outside. Hearing him, Ben sneers. Destroy the world? Does he think he's filming a movie? Send the order down. If they don't surrender within 10 seconds, authorize an all-out bombardment. If necessary, authorize a nuclear strike. His subordinate quickly reminds him of his decision. But Mr. President, Governor Brad is still in their hands. Ben frowns and barks, who cares? That useless fool exposed everything. He deserves to die. Besides, the citizens of Obama Province have already been evacuated. For the safety of the entire Federation, sacrificing a governor is a small price to pay. With that, a fleet of fighter jets powers up on command, locking onto the targets below as a series of alerts are transmitted. Warning, intruders, you have 10 seconds to surrender. Fail to comply, and we will initiate an all-out bombardment. Warning, target locked. Warning, preparing nuclear payload. Governor Brad, the Federation will never forget your ultimate sacrifice. Brad can't believe his ears. Terrified, he stammers. What? Has the Federation abandoned me? The others are equally shocked that things have escalated this far. Ming Luo sighs. Man, this is a real headache. They thought the mission would go smoothly if they just wiped out all their opponents. Lin Rui complains. We're not going to die, are we? This is nothing like what he said about how a main character's story is supposed to go. Realizing Brad has outlived his usefulness, Ye Ning carelessly tosses him aside. Well, Governor, looks like you're useless now. Why don't you go over there and wait? Besides, it's just a single nuke, right? I'll handle it. With that, he opens his system, his mind racing to calculate his next move. Even though his battlesuit is completely immune to any thermal weapons, his fingers fly across the virtual keyboard. Ye Ning has to carefully weigh his options because he isn't just worried about himself, he has to protect the others too. He still has to keep Ming Luo and Lin Rui alive. If ordinary threats won't work, then I'll just have to actually destroy this world to show them I'm not bluffing. Just as Ye Ning finishes, the fighter jets are about to open fire. The jets have their targets locked, and the nuclear payloads are ready. However, red warning lights suddenly flash frantically inside the cockpits. An aide rushes in to report. Mr. President, we have a massive problem. Our nuclear launch system has been hacked. The strike has been cancelled. Shocked, Ben replies, What? That's impossible. Suddenly, the system floods with notifications. The original targets have all been redirected to other provinces. Warning, warning, Bohemia Province is now targeted by a nuclear warhead. Warning, warning, Andong Province is now targeted by a nuclear warhead. Warning, warning, Jiadian Province. Warning. The sheer number of targeted locations is beyond his belief. Over 700 provinces? No, this is impossible. Even I only have half the control. His subordinate quickly updates him on the escalating situation. Mr. President, it's real. Even we are locked on, and there's absolutely no way to regain control. That man said he would destroy the world, and he wasn't bluffing. They really aren't human. Ben is finally forced to agree to negotiate. He orders his subordinates. Stop it. Tell them to abort. I agree to negotiate. Dispatch a special transport immediately to bring them to me. Understood, sir. The fighter jets slowly retreat. Ye Ning leads the group forward as everyone stares in absolute awe of his sheer power. What on earth is going on? Did Ye Ning seriously just pull that off? Is this the kind of power I'll have in the future? This is insanely awesome. Boss, were our previous combat strategies all wrong? This level of efficiency is practically inhuman. Ye Ning pulls Ming Luo close and whispers in his ear. Ming Luo, once we meet the president, I need your help. When the time comes, do exactly this. He asks skeptically. Huh? Will they actually buy that? At the Federal Council Hall, right before stepping inside, Ye Ning turns back to give instructions. Ming Luo and I will head inside. The rest of you, wait out here and keep Lin Rui safe. They all reply in unison. Ben and his armed soldiers are already waiting inside. As Ye Ning enters, The president snarls. Ye Ning, is it? I am President Ben. Tell me, who the hell are you guys? And what is your goal? Without beating around the bush, he cuts straight to the point. We are time travelers from the future. In 1 year, the entire world will face a cataclysm known as the apocalypse. Ye Ning begins to lay out the devastating consequences that absolutely no one can prevent. By then, the world will be crawling with countless zombies and mutated monsters. Countless people will fall at the hands of the undead, and the entire Federation will collapse. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity resorted to nuclear warfare to fight off the zombie hordes. Even though our civilization collapsed, it still couldn't stop the disaster. But luckily, in the 6th year, we successfully built a time machine, allowing us to travel back in time and rewrite history. To make his story more believable, he handed over the solid proof for the man to see. This is actual footage of us fighting those monsters in the future. You can analyze this video to verify its authenticity. We are here as saviors, not invaders. Bin was slowly getting convinced, but still skeptical. He asked, "So you're saying man-eating monsters will actually appear in the future? This is absolutely terrifying." Although,